One, two, three, make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby. We making noise, balling's our hobby, don't disappoint, making the party jump, time to make your body bump, let's light the dance floor up, and do it like...
Welcome back to another exciting monthly final. Before we begin, let's get up to speed on what happened last month, starting with East Asia. In the quarterfinals, Reject won Niwa 3-0. Rival Esports won Frenzy Gaming 3-1, and Navi won Effort Result 3-1. But the most exciting matchup has to be Zeta Division going up against Crazy Raccoon. Zeta more than just asserted dominance in the first set, pommeling down Crazy Raccoon's safe and took a swift 2-0 in the first set. Crazy Raccoon went on to take the second and third set, putting them to match point. But Zeta said enough is enough, as Shtetampo took the helm and dominated in the fourth set, equalizing the series. Taking it to the fifth set, Zeta showed us why they're the better team, leaving nothing for Crazy Raccoon to work with, closing out their match with a 3-2 victory. Moving on to the semifinals, Reject, although a bit shaky, still proved that they're the better team with a 3-2 victory against Rival Esports, moving them into the grand finals.
Going all the way to the finals, and Rival Esports will sadly be knocked out.
At the other side of the semifinals, Zeta secured their spot in the grand finals after winning Navi 3-1.
It's Zeta Division that are proceeding to the grand final.
Zeta hit their stride in the grand finals, relenting to none, picking up possibly the quickest 3-0 sweep we've seen so far.
Most importantly, Shitapo and his teammates, they're going to be taking monthly finals number 2.
With all that action, this is where East Asia stands. With Reject, Zeta Division, and Crazy Raccoon within 11 points of each other, this monthly finals will decide who goes to the Brawl Cup. It's all high stakes here, so watch out for that. Moving on to EMEA, an interesting turn of events would be an understatement. In the quarterfinals, while Humble won Reverso Gaming and Foot Esports won Experian NXT both at 3-0, Reply Totem lost to Eclipse Our Esport, and SK Gaming lost to Team Electros both at 2-3. Eclipse Our Esport went on to 3-0 Humble, a result no one was expecting, but was well-deserved as Eclipse Our Esport played exceptionally well.
ECP make it happen, and they're going to the finals.
At the other end of the semifinals, Team Electros won 3-1 against Foot Esports, yet another unexpected but brilliant performance from Team Electros.
And Team Electros took advantage. 2 world champions have now fallen.
With the clash of the underdogs happening in the grand final, there could only be one. And with a sweeping victory at the hands of Eclipse Our Esport, they have shown that they are a force to be reckoned with.
And Eclipse Our Esports have done it!
Yet another region with an extremely tight margin of points between SK Gaming, Eclipse Our Esport, Humble, Team Electros, and Foot Esports. This monthly finals will be a high-stakes event to determine which team will make it to the Brawl Cup. The South America region has shown time and time again the volatility that we've come to know and love, as the teams rumbled it out once more for a higher standing. BC Gaming SA won Olimpo Squad 3-2. Loud won Algain Segura 3-0. SK Kalalis SA won Zorita Gang 3-1, and Casa Brawl won Legion Otaku 3-2. Going into the semifinals, Loud was poised to win, but fell short after a 2-3 loss to BC Gaming SA.
BC Gaming, the spins and pins are out. They've done it. They're going on to the grand final.
SK Kalalis SA, however, held their own against February monthly finals champion Casa Casa Brawl, putting up a stunning 3-1 victory.
But to no avail, the reign of terror is over in South America. After 1 year wait, we will have a new Grand Finals champion in our month number 2.
Yet another duel of the underdogs in the Grand Finals, but SK Kalalas SA came out on top with a 3-1 victory.
And SK Kalalas, folks, have done it. Your monthly champions here in SA.
The South American whirlwind rages on, as any of the 8 teams can still grab that spot in the Brawl Cup. Last but not least, we have North America, where the Tribe chants still echo. Tribe Gaming had a rocky start, winning 3-2 against Eternal. Code OG defeated Pioneers 3-1. BC Gaming 3-0 to STMN. And Space Station Gaming won 3-1 against Elevate. Tribe Gaming rode their victory momentum into the semifinals and took a clean sweep against Code OG.
But the boys in blue have done it, moving on to yet another semifinal.
BC Gaming also had a 3-0 of their own against Space Station Gaming.
Pushes in and BC Gaming established themselves. There's a top 2 in North America.
With Tribe revisiting the grand final, all eyes were on BC Gaming to dethrone them. They fought valiantly, but fell short, losing to Tribe Gaming 1-3.
Here's RBM, gonna wrap onto that safe, and that's that.
With 2 monthly final wins under their belt, Tribe Gaming has secured their spot in the Brawl Cup. BC Gaming sits comfortably at second place, but there's a slim chance that their spot might be taken by Elevate, Pioneers, Code OG, or Space Station Gaming. And that has been the recap for the March monthly final. With high-stakes matches happening in East Asia and EMEA, and the whirlwind that is South America, which teams do you think will make it to the Brawl Cup? Stay tuned to find out.
We're back, better than ever for another year of the Brawl Stars Championship. Teams from around the world will fight for a chance of becoming the Brawl Stars World Champions and their share of the $2 million prize pool. With a new and improved format, there's no telling what might happen this year.
His gadget won't be enough to get the kill, but SK Gaming!
Follow the journey along this spring split. Stars will be born, legends will rise, and the next champion will be crowned. Who will take home the glory of it all? Their story starts right here. Let's get ready to brawl!
We're back for day 3 of the April monthly finals, and now it's time for South America to take the spotlight. 4 teams are still in the mix, but only one can punch their ticket to Dallas to compete in the Brawl Cup. 1 shot, 1 dream, and no room for mistakes anymore. I've got the best in the business with me once again. Say hello to Kenny, ready, and Uber, ready to jump in for match number 2. Now, Kenny, we've seen South America bring some real surprises before. I mean, we never really had the same teams in a grand final. Who's the dark horse you're keeping an eye out today?
For me, it's got to be Olympus squad. I think this team has shown some great promise in previous months. A lot of close score lines with some 3-2s going through. And I think this is finally the month where maybe they get a breakaway and take down last month's second place.
Would be quite possible, I feel, as well. Ready? Just 1 spot up for grabs today. Who do you think might rise to the occasion and will represent the South American region in the Brawl Cup?
I don't think you can really argue with SK Kalalas to take this. I mean, they took last month's monthly final. They're looking super, super strong right now.
Little reminder here for all of our viewers what's on the line in Dallas.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
For the 6 teams that are already confirmed for Dallas, but also for the 2 that will still follow this weekend, we have some great news, Kenny.
Big news. There's now going to be a 3rd spot. So if you get 3rd place between 3rd and the 4th match, you're going to get an extra LCQ spot compared to the already LCQ spot for 2nd in that 1st place coveted World Final slot for your region.
You can get your tickets to Dallas now, and the Brawl Stars add-on is available to purchase with any DreamHack ticket. Grab yours and score a goodie bag packed with exclusive merch, such as socks, a pop socket, a keychain, and stickers ready.
Dude, I'm looking at these stickers. I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a Juan Carlos 0-11 down there. I'm seeing the Bull as well. Got the Star Drop, the spray, and of course, who could forget the Spike Bet? That is something that you can stick anywhere. I'm not encouraging you to vandalize things. Maybe vandalize your own things with those stickers.
I'm cracking up. Honestly, I didn't notice the sticker until you called it out, but the BSC socks. Gotta rock the BSC socks.
We also have something to look out for here. We have the seeding for the Brawl Cup group stage ready. Kenny, Tribe is not here yet because of the seeding. We'll figure that out tomorrow, right?
Of course. I mean, we've got big stuff to play for today. You see that South America slot on the right-hand end. 1 of 4 teams will be competing for that slot in an already stacked group. It'll be North America's #1 defending world champions, Humble. On the left-hand side, the #1 from EMEA, and Zay Division, of course, being from East Asia. So there's so many good teams piling this up right now.
You're looking at South America. They got 1 spot over here in Group B, playing against, well, tomorrow's #1 and Humble, last year's world champions.
For South America, 4 teams are still in the race and want to represent their region in the Brawl Cup. It's going to be a tight race for that 1 spot we have in this region, Kenny.
Casa Brawl leading the charge right now, but as Reddy mentioned, SKC put on quite the performance last month. BC Gaming on the rise, and Loud, a team that I think a lot of people expected to be more towards the top, currently sitting in 4th. But the biggest key, win and end. If any of these 4 teams win the grand finals, they've got a ticket to Dallas.
That's the most realistic scenario for any one of these teams to go ahead and make it to the Brawl Cup. Now, there are like freak accident scenarios. Let's say we see a team make it all the way to the grand finals, and there's not another top 4 team there. That would also qualify them for the Brawl Cup, and that's barring any funny business that could just happen in the quarterfinals. If everyone lost in the quarterfinals, it would be Casa Brawl going straight there.
We see here in the leaderboard how close those top 4 teams still are. Let's have a look at the bracket as well. BC Gaming SA versus Olympus Squad are gonna kick us off today, Kenny. I feel like this could already be a very hype matchup because it's so close between those 2.
Of the 4 regions, this quarterfinal #1, I think, is one of the tougher ones for me to predict coming into this, because BC Gaming and Olympus Squad, familiar foes. They've already faced off before. It's been a close call. Olympus Squad have had several 3-2 score lines, and I'm putting a lot of stock in their month #1. Last month was just crazy across the world, so I don't know if that's going to be the norm, if we're going to go back to what we used to know in Brawl Stars. So I think this is going to be a big decider, especially for those top 4 teams. And like I said, I think Olympus Squad are kind of hovering in that, more 5 to 8 range right now in terms of where they stack, but I definitely think they have the skill to boost themselves up.
I think BC versus Olympo has to be the closest match that we have today. It's an absolute treat that we get it as our first one, but Zarita Gang versus SK Kalalas could also be interesting. SK Kalalas are my expected front runners of the day, and we also saw Zarita Gang take an unexpected win versus Casa in the monthly qualifiers.
Like I mentioned, we never had the same 2 teams in the grand final in this region. We also never have the same brawlers picked up. We have a little overview for you at home. What were the most picked brawlers and the most banned brawlers in the East Asia and EMEA finals?
Look, we've got 100% on that right-hand end. First thing that stands out, Lumi. And I think the common brawler, maybe not be able to utilize her as good as she is, but these pro players know what they're doing. The damage output that Lumi brings is a reason why she has been banned every single set to date. We'll see if that changes up in South America. But on the left-hand end, Hank has been a real front-runner. I mean, a lot of pro teams are starting to use him after his pop-off in East Asia. EMEA has picked him up, so I'm curious if that trend will continue for South America and North America.
And I want to draw y'all's attention to someone who I think is missing this month. One of the front runners in the Brawl Stars meta last month, which was Poco, is completely missing here. He was really good into Lu, which is a high priority ban. He was really weak against B, which is also a high priority ban. Just one of those elements of the ban phase that was difficult to track and has fallen off, I think in large part due to the new map pool that we're working with this month.
That's an actually a very interesting point, I feel. I expected Poker to come out still, but maybe only on those Brawl Ball maps on Hot Zone. Maybe he's back today, since one of the modes we won't see today. We'll get to back a bit later though. Kenny, I feel like you and me had a bit of a same idea for this first matchup. Reddy, you and Uber seem to disagree with us. How dare you?
This is true. Yeah. Look. Only one of us can be the prediction master at the end of the year, and I'm willing to maybe take some risks. But honestly, I don't think BC Gaming SA is that much of a risk. They won this last month. I see where y'all are coming from. Like, Kenny, you already said it. This was a super close match last month.
I think it's a pretty 50-50 coin toss. I mean, in all reality, in scrims leading up to this, I usually kind of look at it as a pass-fail test, and BC Gaming have been letting me down a little more recently when reviewing this month coming into it. So that's part of the reason. Last month was chaotic. It was crazy. They had several 3-2s go their way, so maybe they hit the right side of variance. Maybe they're legit. I don't know, but I'm putting a little more stock in what we saw in that month number 1, because last month was just so crazy.
For you watching at home, make sure to watch on the event site to earn that Pro Pass XP and also get a pin at the end of it through MVP votings and trivia questions that not even Ready can answer, and that's a miracle. We also have a little treat for all of us, also my eyes, because I'm super excited to see your drawings. We ask you to capture your favorite Brawl esports moments or players in the fan art contest, and you delivered. Each monthly final weekend, we're putting 2 of them up for a community vote over on X. We started last weekend, and now it's time for the next 2. The voting will stay open until Monday, and don't forget, the winners score some sweet gems, Kenny.
I mean, if I had some gems in the account right now and those left side ones were in the game, I'd have a hard time resisting not picking those up to the account. The right side, though, what an iconic moment brought to life in this drawing. Just so many talented people out here already. It's honestly been insane to see the flooding of comments on that tweet.
Dude, gems out of the question. I would pay real money for this one on the right. Like, hang it up somewhere. That is a work of art right there that I think needs to be immortalized in Brawl Stars history and might be immortalized in my living room.
I think Kit is the most featured brawler now in any of the art so far, at least from what we've seen. Again, last weekend already 2 were up for votes. Now head over to our social to also vote for your favorite this weekend. To kick things off today, we're gonna head right into our very first match of the day. It's gonna be BC Gaming SA versus Olympus Squad.
BC Gaming coming into the year looking good, and I think one of those teams that a lot of folks like myself were expecting to be contesting for that LCQ spot. This region was very predictable last year. We had the now Casa Brawl and now Loud rosters who were kind of the tippy top, always competing for grand finals, and now we've had these other teams challenging them, and BC has certainly been one of them.
On the side of BC Gaming, we had a chance to talk to Derp about how they're feeling coming into this month.
A BC Gaming tá melhorando no aspecto da separação dos bonecos, por causa que antes a maioria jogava com os mesmos e agora tá separando melhor os bonecos. Doritos. O pessoa que motiva a equipe quando tá ruim é Doritos, e o Kinaya, que é o analista e manager. A gente é amigos próximos e sempre que tá perto de alguma partida, Louco viaja e eu viajo pra São Paulo para ficar juntos na mesma casa e treinar juntos durante a semana, antes da qualify.
Some interesting insights from him, and our lovely production team has once again prepared for us a checklist. What has to happen in order for BC Gaming to make it into Brawl Cup, Kenny?
Well, they got to beat Olympo Squad again. And then on that second one, assuming it's SKC, a little bit of a revenge tour possibility after last month's grand finals. But again, something that I'm going to point to for all of the 4 teams that have a chance at Brawl Cup. Win and in. And I'm going to keep saying it because honestly, that's just the winning mentality you have to have. You can't worry about the nitty gritty. You don't want to get lucky and have a bunch of teams lose on your behalf so that you make it. You want to take hands and destiny into your own terms and just win outright. And BC Gaming certainly have that chance today.
They're capable, but last month they had quite a bit of trouble set.
We have history repeating itself since Olympus Squad is standing on the other side of BC Gaming once again. And we had the same exact match already last month in the quarterfinal. So it's a rematch and a little bit of a revenge for Olympus Squad ready.
Yeah, I think Olympus Squad, they're also probably feeling quite good about this one too, because they took this one to double match point last month. I think this is a very capable team. I'm quite concerned, honestly, for BC Gaming SA because this is actually not necessarily the easiest, but it's the, you know, the opponent that they're facing here is the least, I don't know, compared to last month, successful.
And like I mentioned, we have a little bit of a rematch going on here for the quarterfinals. Once again, it's BC Gaming versus Olympus Squad. Now, Kenny, you say Olympus Squad can turn it around today?
I really do think so. I think the squad's had so many close calls throughout the year. I think they've got the potential. I like what I've seen in previous months. I mean, in month number 1, they had a good win there in the opening round, beating SKC, who ended up winning in that month number 2, lost to Casa Brawl, which I think is very respectable in this region. And obviously last month had a 2-3 loss, and you can see the scoreline there. A lot of 2-1s. I mean, we nearly played the maximum amount of Brawl Stars possible in a match, which is pretty crazy. So I do think these teams are pretty even. The scrims would say about the same. So yeah, I'm willing to put my Pro Pass XP on the line here. I'll take a little gamble on Olympus Squad and see if they can shake things up in the region.
And now the stage is set, the teams are ready, and we know what's on the line. The last slot for the Brawl Cup here in the South American region. All we need still are the maps, and ready, talk us through. Why are we not seeing any heists this weekend, by the way?
Yeah, that's right, because we had an update drop just the beginning of this last week that changed heist pretty fundamentally, and that would be a bit much of an ask for our players to ask them to play this mode that is now changed in such a serious way. So don't worry, it's now cleared out of the map pool. We're playing the other maps that they have prepared to play, so all is well in the Brawl Stars world.
For now, it's cleared. I'm sure we're going to get it back next month in that new and shiny look, and I'm super excited to see if the meta will shift yet again. Talking about meta, I'm super excited to head into our first match because I'm sure we're going to see some Lumi today, right?
No, you won't. I'd be surprised.
That's so sad.
I think even in Bounty, it is going to show up. I mean, genuinely, 100% ban rate. Every set we played last weekend, it was banned. Very good brawler, but some other ones on the line too. I do think Carl shows up in the mix a little bit here. Gene could be in the ban stage. Some sharpshooters unfolding. So I do think we have potential to see some crazy ones. Sonny, I'd be surprised if we saw Lumi. It really would. It would shock me.
Honestly, I would be shocked too. Not so shocked I am about the predictions from the viewers at home. Most of them are saying BC Gaming is going to take this match today, so Kenny, you got to stay strong here. It is pretty much a 50-50 this one, I feel. It was a 3-2 last month, probably another close match today. Heading into draft now, and I'm super set ready. Lumi is in fact banned out here. Byron is going to be the first pick from Olympus Squad. Makes a lot of sense here as most other long-ranged options are out of the way here really, with Angelo banned out. Bell, what you could still pick, I guess, is Piper, for example, could be an option.
I think Piper's super strong right now, but you also need to be concerned about like that aggression that could be coming out on this map. Something that we've seen on Hideout repeatedly is sending a Byron on from our perspective, that's going to be the left lane, up with like a Max or something. There's the Piper, as you called out, Sonny. But I'm still concerned for like what they're going to do into this kind of aggression. Buster's going to be a fantastic option for fending them off, especially with this hypercharge that he pretty much charges for free just by standing next to enemies.
You're going to see Buster be a very popular brawler today, and EMEA and EA was something that showed up a ton, and it's mostly due to that hypercharge that you were mentioning it, because he can charge it passively and get that super just by being close to teammates, tank trait, all that jazz. It's just going to be so helpful. Just the stat boost that you get as well, just the raw power for Buster really helps out. That's why you see him so much, especially in things like Knockout where everybody's only got one light, but it can still work here. Nani's where my brain goes next, though. I think anytime, especially on Shooting Star right now, when I've seen pro players have an opportunity to counter the other sharpshooters, I think you take it. One other brawler, that was the other one I was about to say. Max is on the line here too. I think when I see Piper, especially as popular of a brawler Max is in this region, on this map in particular, doesn't surprise me at all. So we're gonna get a nice well-rounded composition here. Byron, Max, Piper, all some of the more, I would say, higher play rate brawlers here, and Nani just makes a lot of sense as a counter.
I think what Olympus Squad have right now makes a lot of sense as a way to like deal with Piper. That brawler should be having a very tough time in all of this. I was kind of expecting that Piper to struggle already. As soon as you see the Byron, you have to be considering that Max running up the lane. Melody, as an assassin here, the objective is going to be to get that damage to Nanny and to Byron as well. Now you're going to have to be lining up those shots in order to even earn your super, and that probably won't be that much of an issue onto Max since Melody does have the range advantage, but it's going to be a skill matchup as well because Max, one of the things she specializes in is her evasive maneuvers, denying those shots and that supercharge as she dodges your shots.
The battle of Max versus sharpshooters is something that'll be eternal in Brawl Stars. It's always super entertaining to watch. Step 1 of Brawl Cup for BC Gaming begins here. Match number 1 of the day versus Olympus Squad, and what was one of our tightest ones of the previous month to start things out. Doritos brought to low HP. Loco grabs a blue star, and for now, everybody will sit comfortably, rest, as Loco is going to try and charge up that passive super we mentioned in the draft stage.
Olympus squad are looking to find their sort of stronghold here on the right before they launch the offensive. Here comes Wesley looking for the kill on Derp. Sort of a preemptive return to sender fired off. It's not going to get him the kill onto Derp. It's a little comical, honestly, how much Nanny is capable of countering Piper, but you got to have that return to sender ready, and it's going to take him a bit longer to charge that up. For the time being, though, BC Gaming SA are really holding their ground.
Just a left versus right battle. All the walls still up. There's a lobbing of the super coming in from Ice Crow, but now Loco stares him in the eyes, gets the pull. Doritos with the opening shot as well. That will be the first kill. A response, though, and another return as well. Doritos diving in to try and save a teammate. Loses one, but they do grab the kill, so they're going to secure a nice little 4-star cushion here.
Olympus squad are trying to encircle their opponent, but that has the adverse effect of stretching your defensive line thin to where you can get completely isolated. And right now, Olympus squad, they're sort of separated on this right side. They're still going to try and get some aggression from the top side. They know that they're facing Loco, who has his hypercharge ready to go. He's going to go for the aggression onto Wesley, blocking everything off. Doesn't get the kill, but he did get a bit of movement. In the meantime, a wall is broken open on the left side that disrupts the defense that BC Gaming SA is capable of on the left side. They only have a 1-star advantage right now.
I think Loco really thought they were going to be able to grab that kill, so Nani Peep goes straight into the wall. They open things up, but more importantly, they stay alive and grab a kill for themselves. There's another super coming out. The montage going down right-hand side, which is great in defending against these sharpshooters, but here comes the speed. Coway, left-hand side. Doritos dashing. All of the red roster trying to move in on this team. They need at least one kill, and for now, Doritos will disengage. Derp tagged up. Super goes down, avoids Derp, and he will narrowly survive. Doritos won't fall either, so BC Gaming hold on in game number 1.
It got it locked down. It did look a little bit scary once that wall was broken open, and maybe that'll be a priority for Nanny in the next round, considering that Nanny is here specifically to deal with the Piper. Let's not forget that fact. But the utility of breaking open the wall will allow them to much better deal with this Buster, who pretty much plants himself in the position on the left side and cannot be moved. He's using his health to get that blue start. Didn't look like Olympus squad were too focused on getting that damage on him to begin with, instead trying to pressure Derp, which unfortunately they just have not succeeded at all.
Once again, Loco gonna go right next to Doritos and just try and slowly charge up that super. Having a montage is so next into these projectile brawlers, which is something you're gonna commonly see in Bounty and Knockout today. I think this is only just the beginning for him. Derp with a nice little tap. Cowie getting aggressive though, goes for the phase shift, encroaches on Derp's territory, but won't get more than that, so it's still all even in our east-west battle.
You see Wesley simply looking for his in. If he can get some damage onto Derp, that would be ideal. But it doesn't look like Olympus squad are really geared up to deal with any of this aggression from Doritos or Loco, who are simply leveraging the walls right here. Wesley's sort of faced with the decision. Does he break open this wall? What is he going to use his super for? He's in a safe position now, so he can get some damage that way. Doritos is quite low. Looked for the synergy, but couldn't get it off. And Loco had the super ready just in time to keep Doritos safe, but they're not done yet. Here comes the speed in. BC Gaming SA are in a comfy position. Loco has that hypercharge, but he has yet to earn the super. It's going to be coming online quite soon here, but he might not even need it. Doritos escapes with a kill.
I don't mind this Melody matchup, especially into the Nani, because normally Return to Cinder is one of Nani's best utilities, and it's just not going to happen with the little projectiles there. Not going to be nearly as effective. Buster tag teams with Doritos, and they'll pick up another star. Going to be 5-0. I mean, Olympus squad just really haven't gotten the ball rolling in the kill category. What a beautiful reflection, too. Nicely done with the montage there.
Olympus squad cannot break up this defense from BC Gaming. Dirt pops a hyper. He's looking for the taps. He had one, couldn't get a second or a follow-up. So he's going to be missing out on some damage there. And now he's going to have some sort of escape when this final aggression comes in. 10 seconds to go. Doritos has that hyper ready to move. There's one kill. Looking for another on Wesley. Denied. Need a kill here. It's only a 2-star separator. 2 seconds to go. Dorito takes it with the Spawn Invincibility Shield. And BC Gaming SA cleanly take away set 1.
That was a great heads-up play there with the respawn that you called out. Just being able to defend against the Nani Hypercharge was a good decision to pop the Nani Hypercharge. They had no chance of walking it up there, so just had to go for something. But to your point, overall, definitely disappointed in Olympus squad there. I mean, that game number 2 got a little bit closer, but it never really felt like it left the hands of BC Gaming.
Was it really closer though? It was super clean up until like the last 10 seconds maybe. I really feel like BC Gaming had the better comp in this one. They also played it to perfection. And same thing we already saw last month. Honestly, BC Gaming already take the first set in March. And now they do the same again. Last month, it was a bit of a back and forth though. Set number 2 taken by Olympo, set number 3 taken by BC Gaming, and so forth. So I'm super excited to see how this match will still continue already.
There's not a doubt in my mind that Olympus squad are a very capable team. right? But BC Gaming, I think they got a reminder of just who exactly they're dealing with. A team that could take them all the way down to the wire in the quarterfinals, and you cannot really sacrifice any like possible things like that when you're looking for Brawl Cup at the end of the road. You have to play this one to perfection.
You have to play well, mechanic skills are asked from you, and also draft is a very important factor in the current meta, but overall as well. I do feel like draft maybe makes up like a 60% win condition already, and then you also have to play it pretty well. We did see some teams even win a monthly final even though they had a worse draft, so I definitely feel like it's possible. Now for our next map, we're gonna head into Last Stop, a bit of a more pushy map on the lanes. We have Carl come in here very often thanks to the heat ejector gadget. He's so good just to keep that area control. And then for mid, you could still come in with those long-ranged options. Ready, who would you put as your champ carrier in this map?
I'm thinking of something like an 8-bit, right? Now, you have to be aware of some of these other brawlers that are pretty good into him, especially like in the early game. You also got to be wary of things that can come up like the side lane and disrupt your turret. But as long as you have some solid things, I don't think really anything can compete with the ability to go in, pick up a gem, teleport back, damage boost, speed, range, damage. Again, I mean, he just can do so much.
We have a Chester's first pick here from the side of BC Gaming. Lumi, once again, banned out. I don't think we have to mention it for the rest of the day, because that's just going to be the case for the rest of the day, I feel. But okay, Chester, a lot of area control. A great option for your lanes here. Probably, yeah, one of the best ones, actually. You have a lot of range, you have a lot of area control, so I do like that pickup now. Olympus squad with pick number 2 and 3. Finks is going to be the first one. Something we surprisingly don't see that often, Kenny.
Yeah, it shows up a handful of times. On Last Stop, it was scrimmed quite a bit. I think it's not at the top of people's list. Surprisingly, some of these band stage ones are going to be more that. Chester, probably the most common first pick, I would say, on this map right now. Just given all the tanks, anti-tank gets a huge priority. And they're just going to completely go in a different direction already. We're going to go for 8-bit, which was your mid of choice that you mentioned as one of the great options we could have. But then this Finks, I mean, how do you feel about this combo? It's really interesting.
Yeah, the combo is one thing. I think that it'll help 8-bit when in these sharpshooter battles where he can fall a little bit short, like into something like a Piper. If you're playing 8-bit, you're practically like begging to get 3-tapped. I think Finks is just one of straight up the best brawlers when it comes to, you know, you have a lane that you can use to get to the enemy side, and then you disrupt an enemy sniper at mid. I think he's a phenomenal brawler. Now, if BC Gaming SA decide to not go that route, it's going to be a bit of a different story, but it's not like he's a one-trick pony. He has a bunch of other stuff in his kit. Max. Okay, so Finks is not going to be really doing much against that. So Olympus squad might have to shift gears here, because they're going to have an 8-bit mid into a Max that should be dodging quite a lot of those shots. You also have Stu that can flex on in the mid too.
Ooh, the Charlie. Charlie, a popular one last week, and I guess verdict's still out because we still haven't played through all of our monthly finals yet. But I didn't love it in a lot of the spots that players were drafting it last week. And there's some regions, especially East Asia, that really felt like this brawler got a big jump. So her supercharge rate was tanked, so it goes from 7 shots to now 6 shots, which is a good thing. She got a buff. But to me, I feel like it's still more of a pit stop brawler, not necessarily a hard counter to a lot of these brawlers. I wasn't impressed with it. Had about a 33% win rate last weekend, so room to grow. But again, just the numbers and what I saw with my eyes didn't really line up. So I'm curious to see how this works out for Olympus squad.
Good shout. I think it's really dependent on what lane it ends up facing. I think Wesley was sort of hoping that he'd actually be on that Stu lane, because the spiders here are really going to be your main weapon. And that's a pretty spammable gadget. You're able to soak up a bunch of the shots from Stu. Not going to do much into this Chester, though you are competing at similar range. As long as Wesley can hold this lane, then he's pretty much winning, because it's really just all about protect the president over here, let Kawe do his thing. Loco's already got 5 gems though, so it's a great start for BC Gaming. They also have pretty much full control over this right side.
Wesley now dominating the left-hand dind, and with the Spiderlings is going to do great into a lot of single-shot brawlers, which is where I see players use it. So brawlers like Stu, who technically not a single shot, but obviously a low amount of damage output into those Spiderlings, the Bee, Piper, any of those kinds of brawlers, kind of what we're looking for, chat.
Derp now trying to take control of this right side. Ice Crow with a nice gadget to keep himself alive for only a moment longer. And Loco's reduced to low health, not an issue. The Jawbreaker out from Doritos. But thankfully, Kawe came to just in time to gadget back to his teleport. We'll see Ice Crow taken down on the right side by Doritos. As soon as he jumped in, a super wasted. Olympus squad are really grasping at straws right now. They don't have control here. They do have this hypercharge out from 8-Bit now, and they're going to try and take control back.
A little extra speed going BC's way. They will hold on to this narrow lead, but it's a huge contention in this mid. Wesley moving forward does have that super. If you land a cocoon, it is absolutely devastating to the enemy team. Hypercharge going out for Loco. Now distributing this Doritos, popping one of his own, one of the best in the game right now. It's the Chester hypercharge, covering that area, dispersing a little gas, and making it so difficult for Olympus squad to move forward.
Loco's making a crazy play here, taking down the greed from the guy. Was ultimately his demise, but thankfully Doritos has got gem number 9 and all the ones left on the ground by Loco. This is a strength of having numerous brawlers that can, play at decent, sizable range. We'll see Dirt snap up a kill there with his hypercharge, now going for the back cap to take down Kawe BR's turret, but he's got another ready to come online, looking for as much damage as possible. They do have mid control, and they should be able to get this next gem and tie up the countdown, which they do, but they have no turret, and they're going to have to fend off this next speed in from Loco.
These next two are important, and that's one of the reasons Max is drafted so much. The speed for a little extra momentum boost. Kawe back in the mid, though. Stu flanking, and Ice Crow trying to deal with Max hiding in the grass. Stu at the top, a teleport away, and a reset immediately. This one's going to go the distance ready.
It's going to come down to what Derp can do on this recon mission on the back left side. He's going to have to somehow enable Loco to push forward. Wesley is at risk of dropping this gem. Loco's forced to use this gadget, but he has that speed and decided not to use a hypercharge. He'll have to use it now. Pop it. Don't drop it. Everyone's alive. Olympus squad trying to stay in the game, and they do it. Even with that Chester bomb coming in the last second, Olympus squad with game 1.
That's as close as it gets, and there was a couple instances there that I think swung the tide Olympus squad's way. You mentioned it with the Max hypercharge. I found that interesting. Not to use it with the super could have been a mistake. Things happen, but more importantly, a big-time couple cocoons there towards the end of the game. They grabbed those kills, got themselves in a 3v2 spot. That's how they got that 13th gem, and were able to back away. At that point, the clock wasn't a factor. I don't think BC Gaming had time to grab 2. They could have gotten 1, but not enough to tie things up without a kill. And then it was just left to Olympus squad to hold on there to the very end. They barely survived.
I think BC Gaming SA still did a good job of getting those first 5 gems, because Olympus squad couldn't pick up anything until they had that 8-Bit turret down, which is going to be coming soon. Kawe just got it. He's looking for a good position. Now he's got the speed and the damage, but Loco has some speed online as well. Now Derp is going to be slowed down here on the right side thanks to that gadget from Charlie. And now that she doesn't have it anymore, it could be time to go aggressive. He's going to look for it and gets the kill, especially with the help of Doritos. Kawe now also getting gem number 2. Olympus squad get to get some momentum here now that they have that 8-Bit turret down.
I like that the BC Gaming side sent all of their brawlers right to kind of help with that Charlie lane, because as you mentioned, it's a favorable one into the Stu. And so rather than leaving Stu on his own and let him drown, they actually send the full team to go assist, grab that kill, but it's not paying off here. 2 members go down, a little max speed to get them back in the mix. Wesley holding onto a super here. The other team might not know this, and Chester falls victim to it first. The Spiderlings to cover him up. He's just trying to win this lane, and he does. A little assistance from Kawe, and BC just trying to find some footing right now.
They cannot seem to find that once again, but Derp gets an aggro play on the right side and an elimination on Wesley. Now looking for the flank on a Kawe, but falls short on those shots, especially due to the range of his shot versus 8-Bit. We'll see Loco also reduced to low health. Gonna have to play quite defensively versus Ice Crow here. He's gonna pop the gadget and come back with even more ammunition to fire away. BC backed into this right corner. They have no control over this left side. A missed hypercharge on the right from Wesley, but he's still going to keep control with a kill on a Derp. And Olympus squad now are going to get gem number 10 and a countdown active.
Doritos ran the risk. He jumped the launch pad and had the stun ready to go, but missed it. Now he falls to 145 HP, and Kawe in the mid, even repping a pin, feeling confident right now. No Max super in sight, no Stu super in sight. Doritos with 2 low of HP to get to the other end. Olympus squad queen up in game number 2, and now take us to 3 with the tie.
I'm liking that from Olympus squad. I think they held on super well. I think they also were quite intelligent about how they had these lanes set up. I think also what we saw from BC Gaming is that they struggled to find the right lane matchups. Towards the end of the game, it was repeatedly running to the same lane where Stu is going to shoot those same 3 Charlie Spiders every single time.
I mean, I don't want to say anything, but I'm going to do it anyways. I kind of saw that one coming, no? I mentioned that it was the same exact story already last month. We have BC Gaming taking set number 1, now Olympus squad turning things around in this one. Once again, a draft was very good from both of those teams, but they followed your advice already, picked up the 8-Bit, and it worked wonders for them.
I love the 8-bit here. I think it's such a strong selection. You look at BC Gaming SA and they really have not chosen a single response to it. I think they were like concerned about getting pigeonholed into something that deals with 8-bit and is weak in other departments, but really like 8-bit, just by kills, by gems, he's a star of the show, but the support that he was getting from his lanes was just remarkable. I think Wesley was in the right place at the right time, so many different occasions. I think IceCrow did an incredible job of playing this Finks as well. No one wanted to approach that left lane towards like the last half of game 2, at least on BC Game.
Gonna have a lot of speed on one side with the mechs and then a lot of DPS, huge damage output from the other side with the slowest walking brawler in the game. And seems like speed wasn't as important in this round now. I do feel like speed could help you on Bell's Rock to either close the gap between yourself and your opponents, or you just go with a little bit of a glass cannon here, go more towards those long-ranged options, like the Bell, like the Piper, the Angelo, some brawlers that we see very often on this map. Throwers, an option as well. And then something we saw sometimes come in as well was a Grey, for example. Just something to teleport to your opponents. And let's see if it's going to be picked up in SA as well. The most picked brawler last month was Juju, and I feel like she would be pretty strong on this map as well.
I feel like I've seen him cool down on the Juju a little bit maybe compared to last month, but definitely still in the cards here. I think Grey, like you mentioned, certainly in the equation. I think maybe even the band stage, to be honest with you. Yeah, there you can see it, top left-hand side. Ollie on the right was one that was standing out to me. If that escapes the band stage, I think it's a serious contender. Where I'm curious to see what happens is if Hank is the top brawler choice here. I've seen him first pick quite a bit in other regions. I think the kind of sentiment on him is a little divided depending on what teams you ask and things like that. But in EMEA, it seemed to pull through a lot. In EA, it pulled through a lot, but right here they're going to go with old reliable. It's going to be sharpshooter Angelo, which I'm never going to be too upset with.
I like Angelo. Angelo, he's able to shoot through walls if he needs. He's able to jump away if he needs. This is quite flexible depending on what you end up facing, and he just pumps out so much damage in those individual shots. It is quite a skill-dependent brawler, though, because you don't get to fire off that many in quick succession. Really, you don't get to fire off any in quick succession, so you got to make each one count. Now, how is Olympus Squad going to respond to this long-range brawler? How about we construct a big wall? Okay. Now, we also mentioned like Gray's banned out here, but there's other play that you can get with the Meeple here. A lot of times the strategy is, okay, we'll put someone in the box with Meeple, then we'll pull them, which no pulls on the table, really, but you can still fire over a wall. And I think Olympus Squad are keeping that in the back of their heads because they do have that last pick, which is the strongest position to actually pick up a throw.
Hank going to be the next choice. I think it just synergizes so well with Meeple. And something that was a trend that I noticed last weekend is when you drop the cube castle that you were mentioning, well, Hank does really well into that. If you trap an enemy inside the walls, Hank gets a free shot at them, and that's one of the harder things for Hank to do is just to close the distance between a foe. He does so much lethal damage if you can get there. Kit combos are still open, though, I will say. That's something in South America they haven't given up on. I don't think it's entering the ban stage quite as much as it has in months past, but it's definitely an option. And when I see that Daryl, real possibility that this fifth one could be a kit. Doesn't have to be, but I think it's part of the equation, possibly.
That'd be pretty grimy as well. I think you also limit yourself on like your flexibility there on that kit because Olympus Squad can totally go a last pick that is good into the kit. Hank also going to be pretty good into that kit because if you jump on that Hank, then like you're getting 8,000 damage or something to the face just by him getting a super, which like, let's face it, he's going to get one. But they've committed to it because really like what else are you running with the Daryl on this map? Once again though, I mean, it's like on the table. It's fair play, but it's kind of grimy, and it's one of those like combos that has been played into so many different times. Judging by the expression on IceCrow's face, though, I don't know if he's particularly enthused.
It's hard for a pro player to love seeing that on the other end. Buster, okay. Well, this is interesting because Daryl obviously is a shotgun brawler up close, can do solid, but I think when you're looking at the left-hand side and you see a really, really passive strategy, you know, Kit's going to be sitting around, Daryl's just going to be waiting to get a super. They're kind of matching it, no? I mean, they're going to go Buster on this right-hand end. I feel like you either have to get hyper-aggressive and stop them before they get the train rolling, or you just do the same thing, wait till the end game, you hope your brawlers are a little bit better. They've got Angelo on that left-hand side that's got the decent long range. They got the Meeple Hank who can press the walls. This is going to be really interesting to see how this goes down, especially towards the early games.
I think Olympus Squad are going to have to be pretty intentional about protecting their Meeple in the early game, but I don't think we'll be seeing any invis from Doritos. Already, BC Gaming SA turtling up in this back bush. They just need to get those supers charged up for free. but they are finding themselves backed into the corner. No one's trapped in that bush. Olympus squad continue to aggress forward. Ice Crow getting 2, and already it's a 1 round for Olympus squad. They picked off 1, Doritos, Derp, all the way back in the corner. This kit comp is not working.
Yeah, we got my answer immediately. You know, I was like, is it going to be a slow start? Is it going to be a fast start? No, they went for it, and I respect it. The pull there got them 2 easy tags for Hank. The Meeple Gadget allowed them to move forward. Nicely done, because like you mentioned, kit combos are cheesy. Let's just call it how we see it. You charge the kit super, then you go with the Daryl, you roll in, you get tags, and that's exactly what we're going to see in round number 2. Now that they've got the utility, it's still not enough, though. Hypercharge, damage, and now it's a 3v1. They erased BC Gaming's side.
Derp is the last man standing, and he does not have the DPS to do this. Just doesn't have the tools in the toolkit. That's one for Olympus squad, and one of the more dominations that we've seen of the kit Daryl combination. I'm not really sure what the plan was here. Do we just have Angelo try and long range things? I don't know if they really expected Olympus squad to just stay put on the lanes and go like, well, I wonder where they are. I guess we'll just have to wait for them to play the lanes.
It's really interesting. We'll see if they get aggressive again. I think BC Gaming have to change things up here. No, it just was so unsuccessful in that opening game, so they need some halftime adjustments. I think they step forward a little bit, but that's what's so difficult about Hank right now. With all these walls in the map, no way to destroy them, and now a Meeple Gadget, easy tags. Derp jumps out, but Cowie's just going to spam shots, and oh my goodness, they eradicate the whole side. BC Gaming are falling like flies.
It's our first quarterfinal, and this still might be the quickest set that we see today. If Olympus squad can replicate the success that they've seen for the last 3 rounds in a row. Though Derp has gotten his super up, he won't be able to get in there now thanks to the mansions of Meeple appearing. Ability to shoot through walls now coming online. We'll see Loco and Doritos coming in. Wesley falls. Down goes Ice Crow, and it's just Cowie still alive. But he does have the super. He's going to use it to get some health back. Maybe ideally would have kept that for the next round. He's a little bit closer to having that ability now, but to have that in close range against Kid and Daryl would have been one of the best defenses that Olympus squad possess.
Now they're going to change up the strategy, too. I think they see that BC Gaming have 3 supers available. They're hiding. They don't want to go any further. 2 purple buttons available for BC as well, I might add. Angelo has his traveling hypercharge, and Daryl most certainly can bring the heat. Cowie rotating to this left-hand side as well. Wesley and Ice Crow stick together. This is going to be really interesting. We haven't seen a game or round even go this long yet, so this is going to interact very differently than what we've seen in the past.
Seems like the strat is just, keep Derp from getting too aggro on that left side and coming in for the flank. At the same time as getting this hypercharge for Ice Crow, because he already has that super, but if you can give him additional damage, speed, like tank trait as well, that's going to be instrumental. And he has it now. So Cowie BR ideally would get a super pretty soon. They're going to try and trap Loco. Unsuccessful. It'll take a little while before that gadget comes back for Wesley, but now they're going to have to defend against the double hypercharge. Here it comes.
Purple button's going down, and it's going to be Buster who falls victim this time. Cowie, low HP. Hypercharge goes down for Hank, and now it's a 2v3 situation. A big-time bubble, though! Wesley connects as well, and Derp is trapped. Nowhere to walk. It's going to be a duel against the fog, and the second that house opened up, they got the easy tag. Well played to Olympus squad there. I think great adjustments in that game number 2, so a little bit of credit to BC Gaming for that. But ultimately, this Olympus squad composition was too much to handle.
Olympus squad doing something, I think, right by the people, because just casually, no one likes facing this composition. It's so strong, and they have now put it in their place on the big stage.
Now, they're not really following the script anymore. Last month, we had a back and forth. Again, set 1 taken by one side, set 2 by the other, set 1 again by BC Gaming. Now it's 2-1, but it's for Olympus squad. So, Kenny, our predictions are shaping up to look pretty good, a bit better than the viewers, just putting it out there. A little reminder here as well, for BC Gaming, they need to make it at least into the final today for the Brawl Cup. They still have a shot at that ticket. Other than Olympus squad, they can't make it to Brawl Cup. Their aim is just to make it into the top 4 on the leaderboard, and it looks like they can do that today.
I mean, the kill category is a tough sight here, and you could feel it throughout that whole time, especially in that game number 1. Didn't feel like BC Gaming really got any momentum swinging. I'm not going to rule out BC Gaming winning this one, though. I think that set number 3 was just such a stark difference in strategy, and it's just very clear that Olympus squad had the winning one. I mean, BC Gaming made some nice adjustments. It came to a close call in that game number 2, especially towards the later rounds, but nonetheless, I think Olympus squad probably just having the better strategy there. I think a good couple drafts here could save BC Gaming. I don't think the viewers' predictions are out the window yet, but like we said all along, this was going to be a close call no matter how you spun it. I think these 2 teams are very evenly matched in the region, and that's what past months have shown too.
Freddy, what's your feeling about this? Do you feel like we're going to see set 5 today, or can Olympus Squad close it out here in a 3-1 series?
I think that we probably will see set 5. I'm a little surprised by BC Gaming SA having this much trouble. I mean, we knew that it could be a close series coming in, but to get 2-0'd both times in a row, I mean, a 2-0, that is indicative of an outdraft. And I think they outdrafted themselves by going something that didn't really allow them to express their skill. More just like hoping that this kit Daryl works. Now it's time for Ring of Fire, where you're not presented with such opportunities to go like this pre-packaged win that was the kit Daryl.
We're heading into set number 3 here. 3 now. It could be already the last one if Olympus Squad closes it out here, or BC Gaming can push it one more set. We could see all 5 sets from those two teams, which is kind of what we expected. This to be a very close one. Heading into Ring of Fire now, and again, last month, Juju and Bell have been the most picked up brawlers from South America region. From EMEA, we saw a lot of Max on this map. We saw a lot of Hank come out. I don't know if we're going to see the same thing here from SA as well. Finks, Poker, and Melody are banned out. 3 brawlers that we don't see too often, honestly, Kenny.
I'm going to keep my eye out for Bo as well. I think this is some good homework being done by Olympus Squad. Chester in the scrims and practice leading up to this was by far the most played brawler for BC Gaming. And I think just a common one in the general meta, in the general SA region. But they're going to go with Stu. I'm going to keep my eye out for those mines, though. Pro players have really warmed up to the idea of Bo, which surprised me a little bit because last month he showed up maybe a smidge, but definitely a higher play rate this month. Definitely they've been entertaining the idea of him a little bit more, and I'm sure a large part of that is due to that hypercharge. Juju that you mentioned is a bannable brawler in this map in this region. Bell, Byron, a couple other longer range normal mids, I would say, that could show up here too. So still plenty of options for both teams.
It's quite interesting that we haven't seen Lou banned, and BC Gaming SA have decided to lead with the Stu. It's a classic counter to Lou, but they weren't willing to go the Lou when the counter of Stu was on the table. So it's quite intelligent from them. Olympus Squad now have to gear up for how they're going to deal with something like a Lou. And BC Gaming SA could decide, wait, we're like not going to go that direction at all. So at least Olympo do have that last pick to deal with it. Bo is a pretty strong option right now. He has great damage, has that hypercharge, more mines on the field. Can a lot of times be thwarted just by good team comms, like no one's going to be getting caught off guard. But having 5 mines to disarm instead of 3 does impede your progress in the mid in the same way that something like a Bell Trap would.
Bell traps are certainly nice in this map. And again, Bo showing up here, Buster showing up. Get used to Buster, folks. I think it's just going to be the norm that we get, especially in now that we've had a weekend's worth of progress. The SA teams, the NA teams can kind of adjust, see what worked, see what didn't. And I think Buster is one of those things that certainly worked. I think for Bo, too, just the ability to have multiple sets of mines down at once. You can just have so many choke points on the map, which is, I think, a big reason why he's going to start showing up more and more. It's the hypercharge stat boost, sure. But other than that, I mean, just having a stack of 5 mines, stack of 3 mines at the same time, do that hypercharge can certainly work out. Hank finally showing up here. Took him a little bit, but I don't mind this Hank matchup into Buster in particular. I think Hank's just in a solid spot right now. Don't mind this at all. Get yourself a little beefy, a little extra HP. I think that's certainly an underrated feature of compositions in Brawl Stars.
And here comes the B to prevent that counter for BC Gaming SA. And keep in mind, BC Gaming SA have decided not to go for the Lou. So it's not really on the table for Olympus Squad. They didn't want to run it. They didn't want to waste a ban on it either. So I think they've executed this quite well. But that B is going to have trouble like actually getting on that point. So they're probably going to double stack the mid and have Stu be that guy that actually gets the points and gets that percentage on the board. 8-bit out from Olympus Squad. This is untraditional. A lot of times you would not see this run on this map, but I guess the mentality is, well, we're going to anchor ourselves on the point with the Buster and the 8-bit, get the damage boost that way. Like, Bo already does so much damage. Now he's going to do even more. But the 8-bit is going to be pretty much their only way of dealing with this B, which worries me just a little bit.
Another interesting spin for the 6th pick. I mean, 8-bit has shown up here in the past, like you mentioned. It's just not used to seeing him in today's day and age be a norm, I would say, on Ring of Fire. So the fact that it's a 6th pick, it's the final selection. This is clearly a matchup or a brawler that Olympus Squad want. BC Gaming fighting for Brawl Cup. If they lose here, it will be absolutely devastating. Last month's 2nd place team have the possibility of falling down early.
Loco's got the good B as well. That gadget reached all the way to Bo, keeping him back for now. Doritos bested by Ice Crow on the right side. Couldn't get all the way around that obstacle because Cowie was pinching him in position. Also, the bushes now forfeited by BC. Doritos is going to try and get in range, but Ice Crow just has so much damage to work with. Even pops the hypercharge just to get in there. Now Doritos is running the star power that, or rather the gadget that will give him some shield and keep him alive for a little bit longer. It ends up just being a trade. Now Olympus squad have that control back. They have the boosted booster on the field. Things are looking quite good for them right now.
They've got their control feature with Bo. They've got 8-Bit, who is just pummeling out damage. Ice Crow battling Doritos, so much to the point that Loco is now rotating that right hand end as a sharpshooter just to try and get some assistance. They're just not getting the kills necessary. Olympus squad are really running away with this one.
We're seeing Doritos now traveling up the right side. He does have that hypercharge. It's going to take 2 in order to actually flush these guys out. Through the shield, here comes Doritos trying to pop it off. Couldn't get it. Ice Crow now out with another super, but it can't keep him alive. Loco, though, cannot get on this point. Look at all those mines on there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You cannot stand safely on this point.
That's what I was getting at, and a reason that I think pro players have certainly warmed up to it, and especially Hot Zone, they can have 8 mines down at once. The regular super, plus on top of that, the hypercharge, and they're just going to have to rely on Stu dashing quickly to get through that. All those mines being triggered. Oh, and Derp falls over it. 95 and climbing up. Doritos down. Wesley, 10,000 plus HP will be more than enough to bring them to match point.
Olympus squad, they can't make it to Brawl Cup, but they can get themselves points to get in that top 4 and make an LCQ or a World Finals run in the next half of the season where those points are going to increase. But BC Gaming now find themselves just 1 game away from being out of the running. They made 2nd place last month. Now they could fall in the quarterfinals and say goodbye to those wishes of going to Brawl Cup.
Still an opportunity to redeem themselves. Speed Zone going down on the left-hand end. Coway in the mid. Wesley slowly walking up with him. And Ice Crow already with the super ready to go. Goes for the pull. Misconnection. But an 8-bit super will help the damage category. Nice tag by Doritos. But he's tripped over by the mines. Slowed down. Low HP for the other brawlers. But because of all the takedowns, they weren't able to capitalize. It's still going to be BC with complete control.
And with that last mine position, Doritos has now lost all of those walls on the right side. Could actually be a good scenario for Loco, but he's going to have to do some heavy lifting here, because it's him versus the world, practically. Wesley's going to get some more damage out here as well. Get the takedown on Doritos. Loco is going to have a challenging time, like actually staying on this point. As long as Derp can stay in position, I think that increases Loco's chances. But now Ice Crow in with the hypercharge in the super, affords him position. Doritos, luckily, gets his hypercharge in the same breath and stays alive, keeping Loco on the point for a bit longer, climbing up to 60%.
They've got to watch Coway. The more these mines get down on the map, the harder it is for BC to retake. Loco going to flank on this right-hand side, just try and space the floor a little bit. Now that they've got some extra wall break, B doesn't mind that. Goes down immediately. Doritos hunting. Goes for the super to keep himself up a little longer. This is well handled, though. Ice Crow with a nice pull. Wesley with the follow-through shots. Olympus squad still have a lot of work to do, but they're chipping away.
Ice Crow staying close to Wesley because he needs this super if he plans on defending against Loco. Here comes the hypercharge once again. He's had so many this set so far, but the slow is out. Ice Crow really just begging to be taken down by the 4KB. Loco now out with another gadget to keep Wesley on the back foot. Wesley does survive, but Derp continues to flank from the left. We're counting up to 90% now. Just a bit more survival for BC Gaming SA. Will continue this match point. 7% is what they need, and Derp is on a tear. He's got the hypercharge of the super to wipe out the entire team and keep BC Gaming SA's dreams alive.
Such a close set. Really great adjustments from BC Gaming. I think the early game was a big difference maker. They didn't get taken over off the rip, because the second we saw stacks of bow mines on top of that hot zone, it was just so hard to step on it. You can't dip your pinky toes in because you're going to trigger a mine, and then it takes time to trigger all 8 mines. That's a lot to deal with. They open up that right-hand side as well. B got some good flanks in there. Doritos was just a pop-off brawler. I feel like in that game number 1 was not nearly as useful as he was in that second, so really well played. BC Gaming certainly still in this.
Wall break on that right little corner of walls, I think, was one of the bigger errors that Olympus squad made in that last game. Number 2 was not being able to flush Derp out of that left side, and he's already forced to take this right side to sort of create some room for Doritos to now flank from the left. They're not going to be wasting any opportunities here. Loco also popping that gadget as soon as it's online, just out of range of Coway BR, unfortunately. But he has a position on the point. Things are going to be equalized, and this last mine also threatens to open up the wall on the right side. It's going to be a bit tougher for Doritos and Derp to play it. I don't think they really know where that last mine is. Okay, yeah, they had to search for a little bit. But Loco is now going to have a heyday with this upper right-hand corner of the point.
Ice Crow popping a hypercharge just to progress up the map. Wesley creeping on this right-hand side. Derp skating back and forth. Will survive. The speed zone being there to assist as well. And once again, we're seeing a runaway by BC Gaming. They are well over 40% at this point. Difference from BC Gaming. There's another mine being triggered. Loco maneuvering this so well. It's hard to juggle 3 pro players as it is. Now let's throw in the mix a bunch of mines by your feet. These pro players are doing such a good job of handling this.
Once again, with these walls broken open, it's made things so difficult for Olympus squad. That's 2 down and just Kawe left. 15% for BC Gaming SA to go, and barely any chance of Olympus squad making this back. They only have 2 brawlers online. Hypercharge in from Ice Crow, but they don't have the DPS, really, to get back control of this point, or maybe they can bring it to 99. Realistically, though, just should be enough for Hank to get on that point. All the slowing in. Doritos still alive, and Derp dashing forward to keep BC Gaming SA in it and force a set 5.
BC Gaming hopes were looking bleak. Brawl Cup on the line, and they certainly delivered under the pressure. And now we get a set 5, and I know opinions have been different, I would say, across the casting desk here today with the people's opinions at home, but I really did feel like this one was going to come down to set 5, even in the midst of what looked like a great set 3 for them. Now we've bounced back, and we get the matchup that I think I counted on being a 50-50 coin toss before this started. We'll have to see if BC Gaming can keep their hopes alive, make a semifinals, and maybe a miraculous run of the Brawl Cup, or if Olympus Squad are going to play spoiler.
At least the predictions from the caster desk were split in half, and in this one, I really felt like Olympus Squad had it. BC Gaming turning things around, which is pretty surprising to me. Buster was always there to bring them back if they ever do get pushed out of the zone at the side of Olympus Squad. The damage output from 8-bit, the complete control of the zone with Bo, it all looked pretty perfect, but what happened? What do you think was the key decision from BC that turned the tide in round 2 already?
I think legitimately it was Derp getting control on that left side, and he could not be removed. And Olympus squad, I mean, they had the priority of getting on this point where they sort of shrugged off that left side. I think also Doritos continued to sort of carry that torch in game number 3 because he was able to take control of the left side. I think the lane switches just looked magnificent. I think also just possibly an error from Olympus squad. You see that wall that was broken open on the right side? It's literally just 3 blocks, but it was pretty much the single thing that was making this playable for Buster on the right lane.
Maybe it was just that, well, we are heading into set number 5, something that you, Kenny, expected. You're still betting on Olympus Squad to take it all, or now BC Gaming because they come out of set number 4 with some momentum?
I'm holding the line. I'd regret it if I changed my pick. I knew it was going to be a 50-50. I figured it would come down to this. I'll still roll with the Limpo. I'd hate to change my prediction now, but I do think this could go either way, especially considering this has been a very unique map, I would say, in South America. I'm just going to throw it out before this draft starts. Don't be surprised if Dynamite is a thrower of choice here. It's been a frequent pick for BC Gaming. Meeple's a regular here in South America and for BC, so I think this could shape up to be a very interesting draft.
I guess with Juju, still probably one of the strongest, if not their strongest thrower, but almost always banned out. Dynamite is a pretty decent choice. I wouldn't mind it either. And as Kenny said, pretty often picked in scrims. We do have some data from that, so I'm super excited now to see what brawler they ban exactly. Heading into set number 5, now it's the last one, and after that we know if BC Gaming's stream of Brawl Cup is still alive or if Olympus Squad can finally make it into the top 4 of this region. After all, they're only about 30 points behind Loud at the moment, so yeah, if they make it all the way to the finals, I think that dream would still be very much alive. Juju and Barley are in fact banned out, so ready? Do we believe Kenny here? Do we see some Dynamite?
I legitimately think that it is a good choice. You don't even have to do it as a last pick. It can be so effective against tanks. You outrange them, you fire it over walls, you can stun them as well. Mobility is certainly, something that a Dynamite has to be concerned about, like if a Primo is coming up in your face. Stu also will be able to break walls, but it's still quite a legitimate choice at some point during the draft, especially if you're the one deciding which walls break, so Olympus Squad could opt to go for it. But we'll see what BC Gaming SA have in store for us when it comes to that aggression they're going to need to go for. Or perhaps the way that they deny it. B and Hank, once again, it did not fail them for most of the last several games, so why not give it another shot? They're going to need wall break, though.
A lot of common names out the window. B, Stu, Hank, I would say, are probably the 3 most played, which makes sense why they show up here. And to the point I was making earlier, you see 2 brawlers being banned on that top left-hand side. It's Barley and Juju. Now they've removed 2 throwers. The only 2 throwers left that kind of show up here frequently. Gone are the days of Barry, at least in scrims, unless they're hiding something really well. But Larry has shown up from time to time, I would say, as more of a tank counter as your thrower, and that's what we're going to see on the Limpo squad side. So I highly doubt they go for a Dynamite. BC have liked using a thrower, though. They've gone for very diverse compositions when practicing this map, so I'm curious to see if that final pick ends up being a thrower for them for a Limpo squad. To the same point as Dynamite, throwers can be very effective, and if you're going to be facing down a Hank, you might want something that does a little bit better at self-sustaining, does a little bit better into those tanks, so it makes sense why we grab the extra spawner with Larry and Lori, and that zone control coming out of Lou, who's a good traditional tank counter, is a control brawler, and can drop an ice rink, which you know how well a freeze can do into some of these bigger brawlers.
At this point, maybe you do just go Poco. I mean, it's like the antithesis to the Lou. You have a tank to pair it with. You also, like, I mean, B enabled it. It could be in the cards for BC Gaming SA. Some other way of dealing with Lou, though, I think has got to be pretty much a priority for BC Gaming SA. Otherwise, this is going to be a huge issue for them. This is a pretty safe one. Kenji now coming in. So get that aggression onto Larry and Laurie whenever possible. Can also get right on top of that Lou. Generally, you have enough aggression that he won't really be able to freeze you. Stu is going to be staying out of range quite effectively. But another thing that Kenji boasts is the ability to attack over walls with that super, which can be pretty good for just clearing the way for a walk-in.
Not sure what to make of this one. Not a practice that I've seen. Kenji hasn't shown up a ton here. And into the face of a Lou, they double down and go for some extra health points, some extra aggression, and they pair it with a B. So some common names that we see often, but some real interesting one. BC Gaming have climbed their way to this point. Brawl Cup on the line for them, and so far, so good. A jump in with the super, gets the takedown. Ice Crow left all alone. He has to dash forward. It was a good attempt, but Doritos with an easy walk forward. BC Gaming starting strong in our set 5.
This was the mentality, was you can immediately aggress the Lou, and he's not going to be able to freeze you before you can get that kill as Kenji. But now he's playing aggro onto Ice Crow. Ice Crow breaks that wall on the right side and makes it so much better for Loco. Ideally, this ball gets passed upwards. Now Derp has the health to walk in, but he can't thanks to the ice rink from Wesley. But it doesn't get any super cycled out for him. In fact, no one's triggering any sort of damage on that. Another super out from Doritos. The aggression is looking good, but he pushed into several enemies at once. It has paid off with Ice Crow clearing out of the way. That hypercharge pop keeps him alive thanks to the Gasa heal, and Loco looks like he may be able to just walk this one through, pass it right between Coway's legs, and get us to a match point.
What a momentum swing. BC Gaming come out firing to open set 5. They make a comeback in set 4, especially after that game number 1 looks so bleak for them. And when everything is on the line, these fellows are showing up strong. Olympus Squad's draft is interesting. I mean, there's no way around it. Obviously, a little bit of a gamble with Kenji compared to what we've seen in the past, but they're going to need a lot more than just a Stu gadget to open up these walls. Derp has been a problem. Doritos is in their face, and Loco from the long range has been so good. There's the first takedown they need, but Doritos is still going to try and make a move for this. Loco not going anywhere. They do have a super available. They need to be careful. Ooh, just steps on the line. Denied for now, but they're still on the defensive.
Super close call for Wesley as well, who was only 500 health by the time that he intercepted that attempted goal from Doritos. It was really one of the first times that we've seen BC actually in their spawn, but they're still keeping this momentum moving forward. Need a little bit more health here. Derp ideally gets some damage. An opportunity for them to heal up, perhaps. They're going to have to dodge these shots from Coway before they plan their next assault.
Just no opportunity for quick kills with the composition that Olympus Squad have gone with. Ice Crow dives in super, deleted. Derp now with all of his HP will walk this one forward. Lou and Larry in a corner. And a lot of supers available. OS have to respond. Doritos kick away Ice Crow, diving to the left-hand in. Doritos takes flight, will connect, but not enough for more than going down. It's a kick over to Ice Crow, doesn't have a super yet. And Derp will drop one of his own. Local will just kick this away. They're just going to buy as much time as possible. They know they have the 1-0 lead, and that might have been a mistake. Loco with a little bit of an angry face there, so not sure what happened with that one.
Yeah, I mean, it would be helpful to have that slow onto someone like Ice Crow or maybe onto Wesley. He's got a lot of room to play with right now, so I don't think he should be too upset about that. But he didn't get any value with his last gadget. BC now all the way back in their spawn. Finally, some value out from Lou, who's been really fighting to get a hypercharge for much of this set so far, but has not been successful as of yet. Derp willing to get a little bit more aggressive, try and get Wesley. Unsuccessful. Did still manage to heal up with the use of his super, and now start creating some momentum towards the enemy goal.
This is a control-based composition for Olympus Squad. And now that they have that control, they're finally doing some stuff. But BC Gaming are a run-and-gun kind of team. They've got Hank, they've got Kenji. They don't mind getting up in your face, but now it's a battle against the clock. You not only have to take down BC Gaming, you have to hustle in a goal here.
Ice Crow with his second hypercharge of the game, trying to create the aggression. Loco getting body blocked by Doritos for most of that interaction. Doritos the last one alive. Wesley needs to get this one into the goal. It's just him versus Derp and Loco. That's one hypercharge that he's facing. Passes it to the other side. They're not going to be getting this. Loco puts it back in the corner, and BC Gaming, from near destruction in set number 4, hold on to keep their dreams of Brawl Cup alive into the semifinals.
It's a good start. That's exactly what they needed on the checklist. So one box going to be toggled here, but a lot of work to be done. It was a shaky one. I mean, there were some sets where things went really well, but most importantly, set 5 went their way, and that's all you can ask for from a team. When it matters most, with all the pressure in the world, sometimes it just takes one set to be the difference maker. They weren't perfect in the draft stage, but they were perfect when they needed to be.
Yeah, they really had to turn things around here, and they did so after such hard-fought, close sets. Set number 5 seems to be a bit more one-sided, I feel. We didn't have a single game taken by Olympus Squad in this one. A very, very strong performance from BC Gaming at the end when it counts. And ready, their run to the Brawl Cup is still alive.
But if we're looking at last month, as far as their performance then, I mean, they made it to the grand finals where they were taken down and wound up with second place. But even to get there, they had to absolutely battle through a semifinals. So if last month is anything to judge by, we're only really just getting started in terms of BC Gaming SA. They got a tough road ahead of them.
Maybe that's what they feel most comfortable with. Last month, every single of their matches was a 3-2, and they took it in the end, apart from the finals. Maybe today, they are winning it all. It wouldn't be too big of a surprise after what we've just seen against Olympus Squad. And as you mentioned, Kenny, just looking at scrims, Olympus Squad should have won that one. So what you said pretty much describes it perfectly. They win when it matters.
Yeah, and I mean, in fairness too, I think both of these teams didn't come into this month scrim-wise at the best spot. I do think Olympus Squad were a tad ahead of them. BC Gaming just weren't super impressive to me, so I took a stab at it, called my shot, but ultimately Olympus Squad went down again. I still think they're a very good team, but I think this just kind of unfortunately hammers home the point that they're not quite in that top 4. It seems like there's a top 4 for now, unless we get some shakeups later on the line, and then there's everybody else. So unfortunately, they're just everybody else right now.
I think
we have
seen some
7 matches for you today. Sorry, ready. We have 7 matches for you today on the line. In the end, we only have 1 out of the way so far. So, ready, please talk us through the bracket.
We have BC Gaming SA onto the semifinals to try and battle their way to another grand final in a row. But likely, the opponent they will be meeting there is SK Kalalas SA, which will be our next quarterfinal coming up. Those are our last month's champions and the ones who actually took down BC Gaming SA in that grand final. So that will be an interesting matchup to see once again.
Kenny, now without cheating, who do you think was the MVP for this match?
Ooh.
Without looking.
I won't cheat. I would be, man, my word. They always try and give us a heads up when they can. I feel like it might be Derp. I think it might be Derp this time. I do feel like all these players played pretty evenly. I don't know if there were too many instances where a player stirred out. All right, Doritos. I got no qualms with that. You know, there was not really one player for me, at least. I mean, maybe you two feel differently. Maybe Doritos was the obvious choice to chat and everybody else. I feel like everybody kind of did the role.
Yeah, I think this was pretty excellent aggression that we saw from Derp throughout the game. He topped the scoreboard there as Piper at first, and then also we saw him playing an excellent support role. I think Doritos really stole the show in that last set. I'm not going to lie. I think he was put on the most aggro brawler, really the biggest game changer there.
The flashy brawlers are usually the ones to receive MVP, I feel, but every single person within a squad is important. Now, match number 1 is out of the way. We still have a bunch of them to go. The next one is going to be Zarita Gang versus SK Kalalas. I would stay tuned for that. You should stay tuned for that. And tune in again after the break.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%. Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
We're back and we're bringing on a new face to the show today. It's Uber. No one other than you, of course. Sadly, we have to say goodbye to Kenny. Are you happy that you're replacing him, Uber?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it means I get to do some yapping and get involved in the show. But, you know, I would not say as a rule, I'm glad to bench someone for me. But I need to sink my teeth into some of these SA games because that last one was a banger.
That's what I thought, and I hope you got your tickets for the Brawl Cup already, Uber, since you can now also get some sweet add-ons. It's available with every purchase of a DreamHack ticket. Grab yours and score a goodie bag with exclusive merch, socks, a pop socket, a keychain, and stickers ready.
I've not seen that shade thing yet, by the way. Like, the skin, is that something that's coming to the game? I hope so. Possibly a teaser of what's going to happen. You guys think that we're in the know, but we genuinely have no clue. I'm excited for that reason alone.
And I'm excited not only for the little add-on for the World Cup, but also for our next match. Everything's still on the line between Zarita Gang versus SK Kalalas. One of those two can still make it to World Cup, Uber.
Yeah, I mean, and again, for SK Kalalas, it's all on the line today, and they get a reasonably friendly start in this monthly final. They actually played up against Zarita Gang last month in that first round, and they looked pretty comfortable. So I think if you're, eyeing off the rest of the competition and also looking at the other side of the bracket that features both Loud and Castle Brawl, you're feeling decent about this. You know you've got a good chance of making this semi-finals provided you hit the ground running here. We were really impressed with this SK Kalalas team last month. I think they've really got the quality. And they take a 3-1 win over BC Gaming. And honestly, the sets that they won, they were really pretty solid. Like, they didn't drop any rounds in the sets they won. They're all 2-0. So pretty impressed by what this team has on offer. And I'm definitely expecting, Reddy, you might correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm expecting them to be a real force to be reckoned with, even with some of those household names looming on the other side of the bracket.
Absolutely. SK Kalalas, I mean, after last month's finish, they should be, feeling pretty good about this. They're looking fantastic. They slipped a little bit in those qualifiers. They had to qualify through the lower bracket because they lost to Alpha 7. But when it comes to Zarita Gang as well, they're also coming in on their best performance in a qualifier to date. They got a win over Casa, and they have not made it out of the qualifiers in previous months. So if there would be any place to start it, it would be now with the win over SK Kalalas, last month's champions.
So Zarita Gang coming in through the upper bracket of the monthly qualifier, SK Kalalas through the lower one. It should be the other way around, just looking at the leaderboard, honestly. Now, speaking about SK Kalalas, we have a very different monthly final result from them in February than in March, and the difference possibly is Christian here, Uber.
Yeah, look, I do think so. This guy's 19 years old, but don't let that put you off. The guy really is quite a force to be reckoned with. Last year, you might remember, actually, it was back in 2023 even, he was on Reconic Esports SA. That team had a really nice run, within their home region. And last month, this guy feels like he made, this guy's a difference maker when he's in the team, is what I'm sort of getting at here. These results, pretty impressive. Zarita Gang, Castle Brawl, and BC Gaming all falling to this guy's hand, expecting another strong showing.
We wanted to give him a little bit of a shout out today. We also wanted to talk to him directly.
Yo creo que nuestro punto fuerte es la sinergia, porque creo que nos conocemos mucho y hace mucho tiempo. La cosa que estamos mejorando ahora como equipo, creo que es la comunicación, que a veces en los entrenamientos no hablamos mucho, pero la estamos mejorando de a poco.
Creo que pudimos ganar la última mensual porque, bueno, primero ahora estamos en Brasil, entonces jugamos en las mismas condiciones que los demás y creo que nos adaptamos mejor al meta que los demás equipos.
So they want to win this one with a lot of synergy, with communication. Can they make it into Brawl Cup just through that, Ready?
I think so. I mean, SK Kalalas looked great after last month. They've proven themselves capable of taking down BC Gaming. They did a 3-1 last month as well. They're coming in with a lot of momentum. I think really the biggest struggle for them is going to be dealing with Casa and Loud in the grand finals. Should, of course, they make it there, because Casa and Loud, I think they sort of like have a chip on their shoulder as they fight through that lower half of the bracket.
Well, we'll see if they can make it to the grand finals once again, if they win their second monthly final in a row, or if it's maybe Zarita again. They're sitting on the 7th spot at the moment. They certainly want to move up the leaderboard a little bit further. Now, we're heading into our second quarterfinals match here. The maps are down below us here as well. Uber, any map you're looking forward to in particular?
Yes, I mean, I'm always interested in Gem Fort. I think it's a really interesting map and offers a couple of opportunities. We actually saw it much more when it was a lot of Berry and Ash being played. I think we're seeing way less of the Berry and tank combinations right now in favor of some of these more long-range brawlers. So curious to see how that plays out. But first up, we're headed to Super Beach. And God, we already know what those really hotly contested brawlers are in these Brawl Ball game modes. This is a map that offers opportunities both for the longer range sharpshooters and also, those throwers. I think wall break is definitely going to be a key consideration Ready coming into this kind of map. It's fun to see these two teams pitted against each other on Brawl Ball up first.
It's been a hot minute since we've seen this map in rotation, and there are like some, I guess, debates about it, like whether it is fair, because right off the beginning of the game, keep in mind in Brawl Ball, you spawn closer to each other's spawn points, like right after a goal or just off the beginning of the game. For a brawler like B, that means that you're getting a free shot, and for that reason, she is a high priority ban. Both Zarita Gang and SK Kalalas getting rid of it immediately. She's not the only sharpshooter that's capable of that, just getting a free hit off the beginning, so expect to see that later on. But you talk wall break, we got to keep Chester in that conversation. His hypercharge is capable of it, and there's an okay chance that you'll roll it when you get that super.
Good chant here from you, Ready, I feel. But he is just so strong on this map, just as Max. And Max, surprisingly, has been left open. Slipped through the bans here, could still be picked up. I do like those two very DPS heavy brawlers that have been picked up so far, Chester and Carl. Just a lot of damage output overall. The RT will help the Carl do even more damage, and it's a brawler we don't see too often on Super Beach, but you can easily score through that mid if you have tanky options that can just move up the map, get a super, and slot the ball in from afar. Uber,
I'm a little surprised to see it. It's much more of like a knockout and sometimes even bounty pick, but this kind of plays into what I mentioned about this map offering opportunities for the mid to longer range brawlers to succeed. I think Chester's a menace right now. That hypercharge really powers him up and gives him one of the most potent nukes in the game. And we have a little bit more Byron. I think it was something that also pointed it out that we're seeing a little bit of Byron Max, like off-laning on a couple of different maps. Very powerful here. Someone who can allow Christian to move up and take that map control and also have an answer to the inevitable all-in from Prosy on that Carl. Because Heat Ejector is so annoying now in terms of how it can zone and sort of lock you into your side of the map. Carl's such a big issue. So SK Kalalas had to ask themselves, do we want to get someone, to be the recipient of all of this healing? And Frank is going to be that final pick.
Okay, now Zarita Gang have to have some kind of counter for this, but keep in mind this Frank is going to get healed up repeatedly. So honestly, in one of these situations, I mean, do you like Clancy or something? What is going to be strong on a lane that can get tons and tons of damage out on a tank that is continuously receiving healing? You also want to keep your options open because this map is going to be quite open. If you ask me, Frank is going to be breaking some walls. So is Chester. I don't see any wall break for Zarita Gang. That is how you do it. Dynamite is one of the biggest counters to Frank in the entire game. A lot of times you'll see Frank also running the gadget that lets him suck opponents in rather than be immune to stuns, which makes him extra vulnerable to Dynamite.
And it might be a consideration because Dynamite has a gadget that allows him to append a stun onto his normal attack, which obviously really potent for interrupting the Frank. He's quite susceptible to any crowd control when he's winding up for one of those big supers. So that's definitely a direction that you can go in. And it is also a brawler that in the early game here on Super Beach is going to be a problem. Once the map gets opened up a little bit more, perhaps less powerful, but you really want to abuse the fact that you have this Dynamite early and already can see the zoning being sort of applied to Brian there towards the top of the map. But RHC has the health, can start to come forward here, picked off in a 2v2, and Jay doesn't really want to double back for the ball quite yet. Yeah, he can try and dive on Christian, who didn't have a super developed to take the Carl down.
A lot of pretty, like, chalked brawler interactions here. It's just a matter of getting those lanes set up correctly. And this is a map where it's not really typically that easy to swap those lanes, especially with all of the walls in the way. We'll see Zarita Gang looking for their next formation. Check out Jexer over here on the right side. We see the takedown from him, and he's got the hypercharge in now. Christian, he can throw down that super, but it's not going to take him down. Prazi slots it in, and Zarita Gang leads with 1.
Good look here for the Dynamite composition. Now SK Kalalas have a bit more of an open map, which, yes, can benefit Christian. But Exic has chosen, obviously, to keep the walls on this side of the map, and Frank hasn't dared take the left side lane. So Exic really is able to play to his own advantage. And now, of course, yeah, he'll break the map up, but only in front of SK Kalalas' goal. This is a great start here for Zarita Gang. Brian also has to be very careful should he go and trying to pick up the ball. Christian, okay, speculative super does get big damage on Prozzy, but not enough to take the RT out of the game. So Christian now needs to do it the old-fashioned way. Good catch with some of that damage. Prozzy does go down, and now there's an opportunity. Exic's just going to corner the ball, though. Zarita Gang have an advantage, and there's no reason to play riskily.
With Christian nuking that right side, Zarita Gang has had to fall all the way back into their defenses. Thankfully, Exic is able to trade with Brian up here. We'll have to see this damage come in from Jexer. RHC was just out of range, and he could still depend on getting that support from Christian over there on the left side. Christian's going to continue applying that pressure to Jexer, who's really the biggest issue for him. But it doesn't seem to be any problem for Carl to take him down. Zarita Gang are now just determined to play defense. If they find a good opportunity, like maybe they get a couple kills or go for a goal, but no point with 25 seconds left to send everything you've got at an offense.
Yeah, put SK Kalalas in a position where they have to wager something in order to try and even up the game, put themselves at risk. I'm scared of Jay right now. He has hypercharge available. That Carl can run roughshod over this SK Kalalas team if they allow him to. RHC trying to get forward. Exic, the last player up here, but Jexy comes to his rescue. Christian's going to back away, but again, heat ejector also popped by the Carl. He is just chasing him on down. And Zarita Gang develop an early lead and refuse to let SK Kalalas back into the round.
I like how this game developed, especially just seeing like the map reflect everything that has happened so far. As the walls continue to break open and the advantages like gradually begin to change. That early game you pointed out, I think, is just a serious point for Zarita Gang to begin succeeding. It's tough for Frank to deal with the Dynamite. It's also challenging for Brian, which is why he's going to prioritize getting aggro now. That's where Prozzy comes in and helps out. He just quickly flexed onto that left lane to give Exic even more damage with his shots. But Brian's doing a much better job of keeping this aggression, though, with the diminishing power of Frank on the right side. Jexer found an opportunity to get that Byron down, but he could not get a goal.
I mean, audacious indeed. RSD is able to bring him down, though, right in front of the goals. And SK Kalalas do not want to go down early in this game. The phase of the game, of course, which as we've been discussing, they're a little bit weaker given how the map is laid out. Exic sees that a mile off as RHC tries to drop a super down. And this Dynamite is really causing some headaches to SK Kalalas. They don't have a thrower of their own. That's the problem with giving your opponents, last pick. Any thrower could really outrange this Mike, but they just don't have the answer. Christian saves the goal, sure, but has to give up his life for it. And RHC is desperately trying to get his way back into the map under constant threat of the Dynamite. Finally, Frank v Dynamite on this left side, something we didn't see in the last round, but it goes about as badly as you would expect. Here comes JXCR. Christian just able to save the ball, and now RHC is not in a position to intervene. This is an utter outdraft here for Zarita Gang, and they will get another early goal.
Exic is just playing this remarkable Dynamite on the left side. RHZ was trying to fake him out and was incapable. Exic had the perfect placement every single time. Now he's got the one shot on to Christian. The takedown onto RHZ on the right side, and Chester luckily is out of range of the Dynamite's wrath. That was almost a team wipe for Exic on 3 different brawlers at totally different positions on the field. They have got to be scared of this guy.
Yeah, it's a problem. SK Kalalas are trying to puzzle out what the best lane assignments might be for this left side, but there just isn't a good answer right now. There's the stun there from Exic. RHC takes a face full of damage, but is able to withstand it. Brian from downtown, somehow amidst the chaos, slots a crucial goal to even up the round.
a stealthy one there down the right side, but it's not going to give them that much momentum. They got 20 seconds left. The position belongs to Zarita Gang. Exit still needs to hang on versus RHZ on the right side. We have the hypercharge in. Prazi not going to get hit by any of that candy spray from Brian. It's only 10 seconds to go, and Exit has another hypercharge ready to move. He's got the speed. He's got the damage. A one-shot onto Brian. Not going to hit him, but still, Jexer gets the takedown. 1 second to go. Pass to Prazi down the left. Exit gets the takedown, but can't get that ball in the goal. It's Jexer with 8.5k health, and Brian with no super, no jawbreaker, no nothing. We're continuing on into set number 2 with a win for Zarita Gang.
I love the draft from Zarita Gang. They have a little bit of everything. They have an all-in brawler, one that can punish the squishier backliners. They have good poke there from the RT, who also has an option to drop legs if someone walks up on him. And then that dirty little Dynamite last pick Sunny completely derails SK Kalalas' gameplay.
It is a pretty unconventional pick, just judging by other regions. In the eyes of other regions, certainly no Dynamite would have played on that field. This region just really proves to be volatile, as no other region is. It really seems like you can pick something great like Dynamite and just turn the whole thing upside down. Just a little reminder here, SK Kalalas were your last month's champions.
I think they faltered a little bit, like in those qualifiers, Uber, but this Dynamite absolutely stole the show for me. The lanes flanking in, Jexer, Exit, I think did a phenomenal job.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we talked a little bit about, prior to this game, the roads for these respective teams through the qualifiers, right? So if anything's going to tell you that on any given Saturday, we'll say, for this region, it could go either way, it's probably that. I mean, there's a reason why we have the same 8 teams competing here in the monthly final. Zarita Gang, though, definitely looked to be one of the weakest teams in the region last month, and their placing on the leaderboard also reinforced that. But, this could be a flash in the pan. It could be just a moment, but I think they drafted really well. It's a very promising sign going forward when they see an opportunity to react to that Frank while they have an open pick to sort of punish it, and they want to keep doing that. Winning in the drafts here is a great way to maybe overcome experience differences or even mechanical skill disparities sometimes. There's been a big topic of discussion in the Brawl Stars scene so far. So, I'm feeling good. Heading into Shooting Star, though, a much more open map, Sunny. A lot more opportunities here to flex that sharpshooter prowess.
I want to see some sharpshooters here. I don't want to see a Dynamite out in the open, but let's see if we come up with another great idea here. We had a month ago East Asia come up with that Shade pick, and it worked wonders for them. Maybe the Dynamite is the Shade for South America. We have Jean, Lumi, and Angela Bend out. So a lot of long-ranged options, a lot of scouting with the Jean out of the way. You could still pick Grey and do pretty much the same as the Jean does, thanks to the Walking Cane, that, by the way, now has an animation, also goes through walls. A little bit of a change last week. Piper, Nani, and Mandy. We really do not want to see any of those long-range brawlers that Uber just mentioned, ready.
Not at all. So let's see what Zarita Gang go for pick number 1. It's Byron this time. Byron, as we observed, and honestly, I think SK Kalalas still played him really well, can do so many different things. You got the heal, you got high damage, you have like the Chug Jug that can do a bunch of damage if you hit someone, and you can auto-aim it from so many different tiles away. Just removing any room for error with that super is one of the things that makes it so strong, alongside the fact that you're going to be cycling it pretty quickly as long as you actually hit it. So this keeps a bunch of avenues open for Zarita Gang in terms of what they're going to pick up here. SK Kalalas now need to be concerned, I think, about do Zarita Gang go for something aggro? And SK Kalalas are going to safeguard themselves against that with something that is viable at long range, not the best, but still viable, and can shut down anything that gets right on top of it by splitting top from bottom, basically becoming 2 Jackies in 1.
Yeah, pretty favored so far already. Just a great option. Bell, of course, we've often discussed this, but now with Nest Egg being cooldown based and not, limited use based, she's very potent. Good, obviously features great range. There's also some, some worlds where you can try and bank shots off walls here if you sort of, take a little bit of a different gadget, but good balance of offense and defense. Both the brawler picks so far for SK Kalalas are good at sort of dissuading Zarita Gang from trying to walk up on them here, but there are a lot of sharpshooters picked. There are a lot of them being looked at and banned out. So Zarita Gang were definitely trying to eliminate a lot of the strong counter options, for them to maybe have one of the good sharpshooters. That's also very robust, offers defensive, capacity in that His super can sort of knock people back from the target that benefits from the shield. And honestly, Kooky Pop is great if you want to try and, find a pick-off if your opponents don't respect your spirits.
I think there are still possibilities for like how do you still get aggro on this Gus. Stuff like Melody is still viable. Stuff like Daryl still a possibility because, I mean, okay, sure, I roll in once and then Gus blasts me away. Cool. Well, Daryl has had 2 rolls for kind of a while now. Melody has 3 dashes on top of that. Now you have the Carl that has the possibility of getting this blue star. As of late, actually, I've seen it more migrate towards that other gadget, which is so strong. You're basically getting like an Amber super worth of damage just from hitting your gadget as Carl. But it's also a good amount of pressure to like try and make the enemy go for something that is good into Carl. Otherwise, they know you're going to get that blue star for free and they're going to be playing offense.
Yeah, if we end up in like a bit of a long-range duel, which definitely sort of seems to be the case here, Gray, obviously referenced by Sunny coming into this draft, then maybe getting the flying hook and forcing the enemy's sharpshooter team to expose themselves a little bit to your poke damage might be favorable. You might not need the extra DPS spike from Heat Ejector when you go in with Tailspin, even though it is very powerful. When you have that with a Hypercharge, basically you can sort of nuke anything here. But Zarita Gang having the ability to gain early priority is going to be really important. You do have to watch out for like the walking cane, for example, from the Gray if you try to walk up and get an early blue star. That's amazing to set up those picks here. So SK Kalalas, great long-range composition with good pick potential, just like that. Jay does get caught, but somehow is able to stay alive thanks to the ministrations of Exic. But elsewhere, Prozzy is just utterly outranged by Brian.
Yeah, didn't really have anything to do with the rest of the team play, just Prozzy getting beamed by Brian on the left side. It's a matchup that is pretty even on the range front, so it's going to come down to skill quite a bit. I think also Brian's going to have to be wary of like when Prozzy probably has that gadget ready, because that's going to change his, area from which he's able to get one shot by a shot from this Gus. We see the heals continue to pour into Jexer, who's getting outranged quite a bit. He and Christian operate at similar range, but really RHZ is more the concern. Christian once again with a takedown onto Prozzy. That's his second time falling this game. The only 2 kills that we've seen. He's just been hung out to dry on this left lane.
At some point, we have to see this Carl make an impact. So Zarita Gang now, despite getting the blue star, lose a couple of incidental picks, which is something that you sort of never plan for. I mean, no plan really survives first contact with the enemy in situations like this, but now Jay's looking for a way to get in without being super low before the fact. Hypercharge though from Christian with the Dimensional Door conferring a bit of a shield for him is definitely going to make Zarita Gang think twice about diving in. But now that Jay has his Hypercharge super, even though he's marked by the bell, he has to try and go for it, but he's getting chunked down at range. I mean, he can't find an opening.
Here comes the Hypercharge teleport in on the left side. Prozzy once again at risk of being taken down. A chance at a pinch now surrendered as Brian decided to swap onto mid. No issue. SK Kalala's SA here, all they really need to do is exemplify their victory and stay alive. A couple takedowns for Zarita Gang could do it though. Christian and Brian are the ones they need to get taken down, but that's 1 in 2 kills. Prozzy, the last one alive, and no chance of possibly taking this game back. We'll see this one head to SK Kalala's.
Okay, a little bit dicey there. Prozzy drops legs and tries to take a pretty close engagement there. But this is not necessarily how you expect, based on the compositions we saw drafted, not necessarily how you expect this kind of game to go. The plan for Zarita Gang gets completely derailed really early on. It's not a great plan when you have to play from behind because it requires you to get your Carl in position and do so while he's healthy. And Jay does go in, but there was a nice little walking cane from Christian that actually disrupts Carl midway through that tailspin. And here, again, the punishment for picking up the blue star comes in. This time, Jay walks away mostly unscathed.
They also swapped up the lanes, with Prozzy now taking this right side. So this has been quite successful for Zarita Gang. I think this is really the strat that they needed to go for, was keep Exic on that left side. Since Prozzy's had so much trouble on the right, early takedown though onto Jay, with Christian eliminating him. Zarita Gang now trying to get that aggression back. They're only 1 star behind, and they're missing that blue star since Jay fell, and has now been slowed down. Pretty much a sitting duck. Thankfully, the heals from Exic are coming in clutch and keeping him alive, allowing Zarita Gang to push this line of scrimmage forward.
Got that nest egg placement there for RHZ. Been really dangerous. Prozzy slowed up, has to try and get out. Good catch on a Christian, though, for Exic. Heads up play from him, but the blue star rests with SK Kalalas right now. So Zarita Gang once more have to be the aggressors. Hypercharge build here for RHC, so that obviously is a problem for Jay. If he wants to try and come in, he is going to get caught out. He's going to get marked. Guaranteed. Okay. Well, in theory, if REC was a little bit more patient, he could have used that hypercharge super, but that's a bit of a misstep. And now Jay doesn't have to worry about the damage yet when he goes in.
RHZ still on his last legs on the right side, but Jay can't even think about getting aggro, though Christian, definitely a misplay with that TP in, wasn't able to deal with the super from Jay. Prozzy now assuming position once more on the right side. Mind you, Zarita Gang are only one blue star behind. It's only a tiebreaker, keeping them from taking a win here. Jay with the gadget in. That's going to be a kill onto Christian by the looks of things. He's just on his last legs. That's 2 nest eggs on the right side. Prozzy's going to trigger both of them. A pull on a Jay, but he stays alive. Brian just needs to get the dodges and get away from Brian if possible. And Prozzy on the back right, doesn't even matter that he's there. Jay taken down. It's a 1-star differential. Prozzy fighting for his life, and he holds on. Zarita Gang bring this set to a tie.
Oh, it was very, very close. And you have to wonder what happens if RHC actually hits that super on the bell. He really controls that right side of the map beautifully. Prozzy thought he, I think, was able to put SK Kalalis at least in like a draw position in terms of stars there, because he throws the hack gadget down to secure an elimination. But as that fight goes on, Exik has done such a good job of securing trades in these situations. But this time Jay's punished for coming up taking the blue star. It goes straight back though into the pockets of Zarita Gang.
Prozzy's holding on to this super on the right side. And SK Kalalis SA are deciding on which target they are going to go all out on next, because the synergy between Christian and RHZ has been one of the biggest stories throughout this set so far. They have isolated a target and dumped all of their ammo into them. Here comes the gadget from Christian, yanks him through the wall, and once again you see SK Kalalis descend on this guy like a pack of wolves. But the healing is here. Prozzy keeps him alive with the super, Exik with the heals, and that is Zarita Gang synergy that they're going to be rolling with.
Jay, though, is marked. Christian with a dimensional door available, so there's an opportunity for SK Kalalis to make a play, but they now have to play from behind, much as they did in the previous round, and it's going to be really hard for them with this somewhat squishy component on the right side of the map to get these eliminations and get out alive. It's kind of part of the game plan for Gray, but it's never a sure thing. Oh, the damage comes in. They bait Jay in. Nicely done, and a beautiful fadeaway with a walking cane to make sure that it was an easy pickup on the Carl, but there needs to be more done. Jay was only holding 2 stars.
Zarita Gang can afford only one mistake like that. They've got that blue star, and they can ride with that level of safety. But they're all the way backed up. Thankfully for them, they haven't given SK Kalalis that much utility headed into the end of this game. Christian, for instance, doesn't have a super, nor does he have a hypercharge. He's been placed on a much more difficult lane versus Prozzy, and here comes the burn. Christian not going to get hit. Prozzy looking for the damage there, if possible, with the spirit animal. It's not going to ring true. Hypercharge in. Prozzy taken down. Stars flying everywhere. Only a blue star to keep Zarita Gang in the lead. 10 seconds to go, though. Another one bites the dust. SK Kalalis running away with it with only 5 seconds to go, and no kill in sight for Zarita Gang.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're getting 35 sets of Brawl Stars today, folks. I'm going to be real with you. It seems like that is exactly what this region loves to produce for us. Great bounce back from SKC, and they play most of that last round from behind. It's an early hypercharge pop by the Gray just for the raw stats, and later a dimensional door popped to get in and close the gap. It's one bell shot that ends up, though, deciding that particular round. Close margins indeed, but we have now a tied series.
That Gray can really be a game changer, just come in at the last second, turning things around. And as you mentioned, Uber, I also feel like we're gonna see some more sets coming out of those two teams, but this region specifically, we had 3-2s last month already. It's just one of the closest regions overall. Now looking here at the stats, not as close. Ready?
Not really, though. I can't help but feel like Zarita Gang were robbed of an epic comeback there in game number 3. SK Kalalis SA ran away with those last few stars after Zarita Gang, I think, had some pretty good development in the later stages of the set. They managed to not just get the blue star, but hold on to it, which was more than we could ask of them in game number 1. Game number 1 was just all SKC. Come game number 2, though, Zarita Gang really did start to put on the pressure, and we saw like a misplay there from SKC, particularly with that Gray pull, but now we see the long pull out, and check out this last play from Christian. Got the kill, we see another one out from RHZ to eliminate Jexer, and the rest of that was history.
I mean, I'm pretty mind blown by that. Look, I don't want anybody to maybe have a negative impression of what we saw there. Like, I know Exik has like 30 DPS, but he was constantly healing the Carl. That's a Byron that really is very much on support duty as a heal bot for most of that game. But the problem with this is that he cannot develop his super when he's doing that healing. And that's obviously a huge part of Byron's offensive kit. It also gives him the capacity to flip some of those all-in engages on their head, like if a Grey jumps in. So yeah, you've got to mix a bit of damage in with that healing, Sunny, and make sure you have good impact over the game. But let's get on the gem grab, I guess.
Gem grab, and it's your favorite map, Uber, just for you. We put that one in to make you happy. Gem Fort, one of those maps where you really just want to hold on to mid control for as long as possible. Hank could come in here, as well as a Buster once again. Just a lot of tankiness to just rush into mid and make sure to keep holding on to that mid control. Now, as a gem carrier, the most pickup roller as the gem carrier on this map has been Janet. You feel like she's going to be banned out here already?
Let's see. I mean, we're going to get those bans in just a few seconds here. I think Lumi is definitely out of the question. Gem Fort, in terms of a brawler that I would like to see here, though, I want to see like a Finks played here, personally. I think it could be so strong in those bushes. I think you can shut people out of mid. It's not one of those that I expect to be like a popular, like, primo pick, but it's one of those that I would just like to see because I find it entertaining on this map in particular. Uber, you were also looking forward to this map in particular, like when we took a glance at all the maps that we had up in the order today.
Yeah, look, there's a ton of options that are still really good here. We've seen teams like try and work like the Max Gene comps on this map before, the classic looks. Tara is banned because obviously her gravity, especially on the hypercharge, is very big and about the same size as that middle part of the map. So Mo comes in with an increased fire rate, still pretty anemic sometimes when he's playing the poke game and doesn't have that super up, but already Zarita Gang said, when we need to go in, if we are behind in this game, we have a great option. The tip of the spear would be Mo in this setup. But there's a couple other brawlers that are great. If you want a control brawler, Lou is an option on this map. Again, you're thinking about a star power, or rather a super, excuse me, that, you know, covers up the gem well. Chester obviously is amazing within the confines of the gem fort, but also is a very reasonable side laner to push up, get aggressive with. And that, again, that hypercharge is the best of all of, you know, the super effects that Chester has at his disposal. So it's a really devastating nuke in this game. If you can land it, you're in for a good time.
And it's a guaranteed bomb. That's like one of the most important things about Chester's kit is that you have the bomb that can break walls. And in many cases, we've seen him used just for the fact that he like has that wall break. We'll see Carl come out once again. Could be good for getting position. You know, you have high damage. He basically does it all. I don't think when you pick Carl, you're necessarily thinking about like the utility that you're bringing or the matchups that you're facing. More just that he's such a strong brawler at the moment. But into Zarita Gang, what is your counterplay into Mo? I expect SKC are thinking about saving that for their last selection because Mo has received like a pretty, you know, decent buff. He was quite weak before. Now he has better reload speed, which was one of the main things holding him back. I think he should get that aggression that allows him to get into mid, you know, go under the wall and get that stun onto someone that he appears under. But Surge appearing is definitely a less frequent one. He's fallen off quite a bit recently.
Mo also now has the ability to decide where he ends up with his super. So it used to be just a straight line with a defined travel distance. Now he can actually be more selective with that, which is a quality of life buff that means that you can be way less predictable, I think, in some of those situations, and also, you know, just be more accurate when you want to land your super. Because again, you've got a bit of a wide turning circle when you're inside the digger form. Bo is unbelievable on this map. I mean, very, very good. The hypercharge, of course, allows him to, you know, have, 8 mines active at any one time, basically canvas the map. I think, like, against the Carl, it's hard to know what your opponents are going for compositionally because, like you mentioned, he's just so generally good. He's a brawler that works well in so many phases of the game. So SK Kalala's draft 2 strong mid-range brawlers with with a thrower that is almost always going to be very long range. Whether you have gem well control, whether you don't, the Juju's going to be relevant. And obviously with the Elementalist shield, plus a shield you can give to Grigri, really tanky, soaks up a lot of shots, from opponents with like longer reload speeds, for example. If you can draw those shots out of Surge and leave him without sort of burst available to him, you're feeling like you're in pretty good shape.
And one of the toughest things to do on this map is, like, retake mid. A lot of times that's a death sentence. You've lost the game by that point. And Juju is going to be capable of helping take things back. But now she gets pinched on the left side. Prozy's coming in from the left, and Jay is continuing to lay down the pressure up mid. I'm also curious as to what exactly is going to be meant to deal with the bow here, because I'm sort of pressed for what is operating at a similar range and similar damage to him. We'll see Exit on the right side also getting pressured out. but it's going to be tough for him to even approach.
I mean, you're losing both your side lanes, so just forget about taking mid for the time being. That's just not on the table. Because ideally, the Juju wants to be in one of these side lanes, but Mo and Surge are basically taking them up. RAC is just losing out to the poke of Prozzy, which is, been significantly, tuned down in effectiveness since Mo was first released. But like you mentioned, that fire rate makes it a little bit more annoying. Finally, there's some side lane control. Notice that Christian instantly moves in to try and take up here on the bushes because it's the only way you have something that answers the threat of the bow.
Okay. Well, mid belongs to SKC right now. They managed to deny Super to Exik. He's only at level 2 right now, and they can keep appropriate distance from that right side. Christian's forced to back up, though, has to pop the shield, taken down. Brian comes in for number 6. Will that be his demise? It's determined by whether Exik can even jump on him. He's going to go for it. Brian pops out that shot towards Jay, but it's no issue. All these gems topple to the ground. It just means that Zarita Gang has a bit more time to take a breather before the next onslaught from SKC.
They at least have Christian set up in a side lane, so have very good range. Grigri, like I said, soaking up those surge shots now, right? Exik is a little bit uncomfortable, doesn't really have anywhere to go. Now they can move back in as Brian is already up to 7 gems here. Remember, 1 gem away is Zarita Gang out. Exik makes a dive. It hits hard. Here's the Mo dive. It's perfect. Zarita Gang, honestly, have every phase of the game covered with this composition. Now, they'll stay in the side lanes. Jay has all the room in the world to breathe. SK Kalalas are chasing their tails to try and get back into this game, but it is all but impossible. Brian will be utterly outranged, and Jay will be laughing all the way to the gem bank.
It didn't feel like SK Kalalas really had anything that could deal with the bow. I mean, he's dominating this entire time. He's getting hypercharges. He's throwing those mines down, impeding progress into mid, and just really no response. You have Surge also that can post up in mid. Once he has that super, like, can you really enter that central gate? Juju was not enough to deal with him. There were attempts, but when she was eventually pressured by that Surge, she had to obey. She had to back up and ultimately was still taken down with an approach from the right side. We'll see a different sort of rollout from SKC this time. They got that mid control early on, but now they're at risk of falling, with Brian falling and RHZ only being able to pick up 3 gems before they completely abandon hope of taking mid.
And the Surge is such a problem here. Having invulnerability frames, just getting stronger over the course of a longer game. Having a gadget that can really turn fights on their head in an instant. There aren't too many brawlers that can provide that 1v1 supremacy like Surge does. Otis used to be the kind of option teams will go for in this position, but obviously he's since been eclipsed from that role. Prozzy tries to go in there, but it's a bit of a solo effort, and RAC is able to deflect him. Jay still has that lead, but a couple of gems have spawned since, and now SK Kalala's opt to leave Carl in the side lane and allow who's supposed to be their natural mid to move in and snap them up. So gem distribution is a little bit split here. It is a problem for SKC because Zarita Gang do want to try and dive on individuals, and now they have 2 options to get a bunch of gems.
Well, they've got to fight through this Grigri on the left side. Exik is up to the task, and Christian's on low health without really much firepower to fight off Jexer. We'll see Exik now approaching from the top left, has that super ready to move, and plenty of range to jump back when Christian tries to return fire. On the right side, Jay and Prozzy try to team up and get RHZ back along with Brian. They're forced into their own spawn. The pinch is looking pretty good. It's coming down like a vice grip, but they now opt to back up just a little bit, recover health, ammunition, and equalize the gem count at 8.
Here's the same problem though, Ready. There's still no side lane control to speak of for SK Kalalas. They just can't get into these sides of the map. They're trying to 2v1 Prozzy, and he just says, fine, come on in. I'll let you overextend, then super now into your gem carrier, or at least one of them. That was the idea. Brian, RHZ in deep trouble now, and here it is. The gem distribution across Zarita Gang left them too thinly spread. And eventually, a matter of time before Zarita Gang come to call, came to collect, came to take this 3rd set of the series. Don't be fooled, folks. There's no shock here for SK Kalalas as Zarita Gang once again chalk up a crucial win in this series.
We are seeing a new side of Zarita Gang, not just today, but this month. An upset in the upper bracket in the monthly qualifier. We saw SKC also struggle in that qualifier, and sometimes that just doesn't translate. It's like, okay, well, the qualifier can be a little unserious. Sometimes it means more to some than others. But Zarita Gang now have their chance on the big stage, and they are shutting down SKC.
I think it's safe to say that South America is a very stacked region overall. Once again, we see one of the Brawl Cup contenders struggle today against a team that hasn't even made it out of the quarterfinals in March. It's absolutely crazy. And now in this one, it's even at 2-0 within this set. Cerrito again takes over the lead in sets, 2-1 again. And yeah, the DPS speaks for itself here, Uber.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about Mo, who again feels a little bit weaker sometimes in that non-digger form, but just the quality of life increases to that sort of rate of fire still mean that he's quite a nuisance. So there's not like a good long-range option that can answer it, especially when Surge has the tendency to just drag attention to whatever part of the map he's sitting on. And out of nowhere, all of a sudden, like this, Mo's just gone in. You have insane all-in between both your side laners. And when you can maintain this level of map control, when you are most of the time invisible, they don't know like if you're setting up for a dive on you here, it's really hard to come back from. I just, you know, we saw the struggles of SK Kalala straight out of the gates, and you've got to look back at the draft and wonder where it all went wrong.
I can't help but get flashbacks from quarterfinal number 1 here though. We were in a 2-1 for Olympus Squad, now it's a 2-1 for Cerrito again. Both of those teams that are not expected to win. Now let's see if Cerrito again can actually make it a win. If they can move on into the semis, maybe even the finals today. It would be their first time making it out of the quarters. For SK Kalalas, it would mean that they have to say goodbye to their Brawl Cup dream. Ready?
That'll be a tough one, especially coming off of a win last month. Have to be feeling fantastic about that. Knowing also that you're in the upper echelons of the region, sort of a new entry to the top dogs in the region as well for SK Kalalas. So they got to find their strength now, find something comfortable, not let the pressure get to them. That would not be a good way to go, especially versus a team that hasn't won a quarterfinal in a monthly final yet this year. It would be huge for Cerrito Gang, but I think this loss means a lot more for SKC than a win means for Cerrito Gang.
I think that's safe to say. Heading into the draft now could already be our last set if Cerrito Gang is able to close it out here with Hank, Kit and Buster. A lot of tankiness banned out from SK Kalalas. Makes a lot of sense since they have first pick and they probably want to go with a bit of a more long-ranged options. It's gonna be Jean, so not really a glass cannon like the Mandiri Angelo that are banned out from Cerrito Gang. We still have a Bell, for example. I feel like that could be a good option here, Uber.
Yep, on a home map as well. We've seen just how potent that she can be. Obviously, having the Jean option is great because you can still pull people through these walls. You can, you know, sort of satisfy the dual purpose of either opening up the map or securing a pick. And obviously, Magic Puffs is very, very good for the sustained game. If you're expecting to take poke damage, like you certainly will against a Bell and Grey composition, you now have an option. But Cerrito Gang have added long-range potential and the ability to pick people off with this walking cane to their arsenal. Pretty potent composition that doesn't necessarily have any hard counters unless you want to try and outrange them. But as you'll see, Cerrito Gang once more have eliminated a lot of the natural predators to this Bell and Grey duo.
This is true. Have to also consider like what else is possible to pair up with this Grey here. I'm thinking like maybe a Meeple is a viable option here. RT is going to be a good way of keeping things at range and fending away anything that tries to get particularly close. Can make an excellent combo with Jean, especially if you need to pull something that's less than ideal. You can put the hurt on it. Brock as the final selection here. It's going to keep enemy from playing any throwers, really. You can also use that to break open some bushes if you just really need to. But isn't that great in mid-range? That's a primary risk of playing into this Brock. But at least he is quite flexible, because if he decides that he doesn't need to break open walls, he can just go for a jump, you know, keep himself safe in close range against some troublesome final selection from Cerrito.
This is about as, you know, classic as you get for knockout compositions. All of these brawlers, we've seen so much on this map, and the last pick Piper is a spicy one. Obviously, when the map is not broken up, we'll say, it can be a little bit hard to find those sight lines. You have two of the most potent sharpshooters in the entire game on the Cerrito Gang side of the map here. So, you know, I like Bell, especially against the Jean, because Magic Pass requires that there is grouping up here for SK Kalala so they can receive that healing. And obviously Bell wants to discourage that grouping up at all if she can hit these shots. I will also suggest that both of these teams are going to be playing fairly safe until they have the ability to secure an elimination. And with Walking Cane, there's no guarantee of that. Magic Hand, if there is a hit, much more of a sure thing in terms of setting up a player advantage. But for Ready, set. I'm expecting to see a more drawn-out, long-range fight, but Jay really wanted to engage here on all three of SK Kalalas. Maybe he didn't see him for the bushes.
Well, Prozzy's got to get a kill over here on a Christian. Ends up getting it, but it's still just a trade. Exik looking for the final one. Thanks to Brian's Magic Puffs, RHZ is no longer one-shot by the Piper. So it's really going to be Exik's goal to just get a hypercharge here. It looked like the mentality from Zarita Gang was place this Gray on the right side early game, get that hook going, break open those bushes. Of course, they succeeded at that, but I think the thing that doesn't really need that much of a mention, but just to clarify, would be stay alive as the Gray. You know, don't force your teammates to fight a 2v3. We'll see Exik get some value here, and now he's out. He has wall break if he needs. He can jump away. If he needs that too. I don't anticipate they'll run that Gray in the same position because I think they got what they need. But whoa, okay. SKC now approaching the other side. This is going to be a surprise for Zarita.
Again, they just really want to use the bush cover, I think, to try and have an early cheese and early stealth play. Vengeful Spirits also being popped there. Okay, Brian, serious about trying to find that extra damage. But now Super's developed for Jay and Exik here. You know, Exik went into the gas, so not to give it over to anyone else. I like to play through the dimensional door. That's the guaranteed pick. We could have sort of mentioned earlier on, when you have a Walking Cane and the door to back into, you can set that up. We haven't even gamed though, as Bell gets taken off the map here for the Zarita Gang side. So now they don't have the chance to litter the map, you know, with potential gadget deployables, or also have something that punishes grouping up for these Magic Puffs.
Exik is able to jump in here if he needs, but he's going to opt to break things open as well. That's sort of an investment for next round, so they're very intentional about making it to that next round, but they're going to have to get some value here and now. Jay might have the chance to charge up another gadget here, but he's got to stay alive, taken down by the smoke from Brian's attack. Now Exik is giving it everything he's got, gets the teleport to avoid that pull, but it doesn't even matter. Piper does nothing in close range. It's going to SKC.
I do feel like the Piper last pick here for Zarita Gang was a little bit risky. It felt like a bit greedy. You already had great long-range pressure. You could have considered going for a brawler that maybe offered a little bit more on the utility side of things, or, you know, like more, consistent wall break. Either way, opening up the map also made Zarita Gang highly susceptible to just the constant poke damage that comes in from Gene.
So far, pretty stagnant, as Zarita Gang and SK Kalalas are just looking for their first bits of control. A bit of a gadget exchange on the top side. Exik also looking for the value, but denied at every turn. Not that aggression that we saw in game number 1, where both teams are rushing down the sides. It's quite inconsistent, and I think they felt that. Wow, what a shot from RHZ. Exik punished for stepping too close to the guy. This should be a one round for SKC at this point, since they are most likely to win this 3v2.
Man, they just double tapped him into the Shadow Realm. Tough to come back from those. A little bit of an overstep, and so far the Pipers looked more of a liability than a boon for this Zarita Gang lineup. And here comes SK Kalalas clawing back into the game. Great round win here, and moments away from the set take as well.
The approach up the left side this time, and SK Kalalas have opted to take the right. Our typical east versus west setup here. And sort of the same approach as last time. Not even a gadget from RHZ that time. He knew he's not going to be hit by that hook from Jay. We'll see a mark from Prozzy on a Christian. That's actually quite deadly. The health is one of the main things that RT leverages as his strength on this map. But still, just slow-paced, consistent. The goal here is to earn abilities and maybe get an early pick on an enemy, but really just to get yourself some utility from when the poison actually forces people to fight.
And that mark will never leave Christian. So always now something to be concerned about. He may as well be a 5,000 health brawler or thereabout. Because obviously the damage increase, you can just subtract that from his overall health. So not the end of the world. Put someone like Piper's footing in terms of overall health pool. And hey, no big deal. Prozzy gets taken down here. This is dominant from SK Kalalas. Jay knows it is cooked. What a quick set here for SK Kalalas. Looking amazing on knockout. Again, happy to handle this, in theory, oppressive firing squad from Zarita Gang. Nicely done. They hold up in the heat beautifully.
I think Zarita Gang leveraged quite a bit of their strength from the draft, and then when they once again tried to do that with their brawlers, they came up empty-handed. I think SK Kalalas pretty much outskilled them here. I think they also just had a better comp as well. Zarita Gang tried some creative stuff, okay, we'll put the Gray on the right lane, break open the walls. It just didn't work. So come set 5, they're gonna have to have the better draft.
second quarterfinal, second time we go into set 5. Crazy what's going on in this region overall. Uber, what do you feel was going on in SKC's head coming into this knockout set?
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously they're worried about their Brawl Cup, stint. It's tough here to play in this region because, I ironically kind of say, like they have an easier matchup to start their run. But then I sort of qualify that by saying there aren't any truly simple head-to-heads because all these teams have shown the ability to play. They've shown the ability to play very competitively with each other. That was the double tap from RHC. I'm pretty sure I just, had to have a moment there. Pardon me. But so far they've handled themselves really well in knockout. I think the draft was much more reasonable from them, and I think there's just a moment. Don't want to harp on it, but a little bit of cockiness. I don't love the Piper last pick there. I think you already have plenty of what she offers to your team in your draft, and you can think to go elsewhere with that. Like I said, a little bit more utility could go a long way, but I think on the individual level, we just saw the SK Kalalis guys have some real shooters there. You can't deny that they, on an individual basis, are able to shine there, Sonny.
Getting into hot zone now. It's the last set that we're going to watch between those two teams. As you mentioned, Uber, for SK Kalalis, the dream of the Brawl Cup still lives to see another day, to see another set at least. Zurita again is still going to put everything up against them to make sure SK Kalalis dreams is over here already. Now ready? Zurita again or SK Kalalis. If you could do your vote again, who would you vote for?
I would choose SK Kalalis again, and then I would do it again and again. Like, genuinely, I think that is quite interesting that it's made it this far.
Fruit, I see.
I'm very confident in SK Kalalis. Now we're gonna find out whether that is forgotten by history or whether this is known as my greatest fumble in about 10 minutes here. I think really Zurita Gang draws their strength from getting an outdraft. SK Kalalis, SA are just as capable of a team in getting the draft. They can also get the skill diff. I just think that they have more in their arsenal. But at the end of the day, some of these drafts have felt like a bit of a coin flip who takes it.
Yeah. We didn't love what we saw in Brawl Ball from SK Kalalis, for example. It just felt like a really weak draft, and you could say the same, I think, about our gem grab game mode. Poco, at the start of the show, we said, why are we not sort of seeing him? Feels like he's been a little bit overlooked, maybe slightly eclipsed by some of the other options, but still, on a map like Dueling Beetles, where a lot of it's about sustain, a lot of close quarters fighting, that hypercharged super that you can, deploy to give that overshield is really important in those clutch situations. And again, having, that sort of, having the gadget on a short cooldown to be able to throw that healing out, or even to cleanse adverse effects is going to be really important. But Hank feels like he's kind of built for this map, can absolutely develop bubbles from behind his safe walls, and simply only has to step up a little bit further. And if we're talking about sustain, those fish torpedoes do a great job of keeping Hank in the fight for longer.
He'll have some serious damage out here. He's able to get damage through the walls, over them, whatever you want to call it. I think also that Zurita Gang are prioritizing taking away good pieces that SK Kalalis can use to build their comp. Surge is one of those that's going to get stronger over the course of the game. Into Poco, just, know what the Poco accessories are. You're dealing with high health brawlers. Yeah, you can get damage on them, but you're a very fragile brawler, and you have pretty bad reload speed. So I don't know if he's going to be one of the greatest things. He will certainly be able to get his hypercharge and get leveled up. I think Zurita Gang are going to need something better to deal with this Poco and take mid control, because neither of their selections are equipped for that so far. Low-key, an Ems could work depending on what SKC go for here. No shot they go for the double healer, though.
Okay, that is wild. We've talked about how we've kind of seen Berry go off the map. It's very clear what SK Kalalis are going to pick here to try and round out the composition. Zurita Gang know full well it's going to be a tank that will seek to make full use of that healing. Now, Draco's been banned here. Lumia obviously is off the table. Not that I would call her a tank at all. She's got about 6k health anyway. But God, you can go anywhere with this. The Meg is such an interesting pick. In the past, we've seen more Ashe, more Frank to combo with this. But now Meg, great option to bring in here. Decent range, of course. A super swing that can be fairly devastating, and a hypercharge that can further empower her. She's not someone you want to walk up on, which can be a bit of a concern for the Surge, for example.
That berry, I think, is going to be the most annoying thing because you have a lot of healing and not a lot of damage from SK Kalalas. Now, that's not going to be an issue if his Zarita gang don't have enough DPS. I think that we're going to see Surge struggle quite a bit into that. Barley is a good way of getting that area control. You're able to deal with the thrower. That's Barry on the other side. You have better reload speed than him. You have better damage. You have the ability to heal up your team. I just think that I just get this feeling that the Surge is going to struggle in the early game in particular.
All right, we'll have to see how that plays out here. SK Kalalas obviously do not want to have their Brawl Cup hopes derailed at this point in the day, especially after being your champions for last month's finals. It's still a long road for them, and it's such a competitive month. You may as well just wipe the circuit points off the board and start again, because the winner here in SA is going to be taking it all. Jay takes a face full of damage, and obviously has the star power that allows him to be shielded near walls, but doesn't quite help him in the matchup against RHC, who of course gets a second life virtually after being knocked out of the mech. Despite this, SK Kalalas, a little early deficit in terms of percentage, but Christian will remediate that now as JXCR might have been caught by a screeching solo potentially. It's unclear, but there's a bit of damage here from the Poco to add to the mix, plus that healing. It'll be pretty hard to take this Meg down.
Jay now pushing forward. He's got to find a target to get that bubble on, but it doesn't seem like anyone on SKC has issues getting away from him. And he's not being successful in hitting any of these shots so far. Brian even popping the hypercharge, which he's had no issue in getting. A big swipe from RHZ, and he's looking for the team wipe. That's greed right there, but I guess you can go for it. You're demeched, but my friend, you've just taken down every member of Zarita Gang.
Yeah, the tungsten toughness hypercharge is pretty absurd on the Meg. Basically, you can cover half the map with one of those super swipes. Jay, well, able to take RHC out of mech once more, but they had developed yet another hypercharge, all this damage they put down. It's going to be a problem. In the meantime, yeah, Brian with his screeching solo is able to hit people behind these walls, able to find yet another pickoff now, and Exig doesn't really know where to put themselves. RHC can't get back into mech. That's the boom, but Christian's going to come on in with the super now. Not enough, though, to deal with the Hank, but the damage is there for Brian. Poco stands tall-ish and proud on this point now, as Procy is going to be forced back and forced to bide their time. Another hypercharged super here from RHC, just not necessary as SK Kalalas steamrolls Zarita Gang.
It's too much health to chew through there. That Poco is staying alive, he's healing himself, and especially when your strategy is to pretty much run at them, especially with that Hank getting up close and personal versus the Poco, you're going to be feeding him hypercharging, you're going to be giving him super. And like, his damage isn't really that good, but into Hank, for example, where Hank's trying to chase him down and Brian can just back away, he's got plenty of heals, and that's for the entire team, through walls, through any obstacle on the map, not a problem at all.
Brian he's having to fight the Hank solo virtually. So much damage available to him, of course, now with there being a damage component attached to that crescendo super. Christian here, there's a bit of AoE damage from the Barley that can be countered out mostly just by the ice cream pools thrown down by the berry. Jay falls yet again. Christian now tries to make a pink cream road for RHC to walk up on now. Super does throw a swing out. Doesn't really affect JXCR that much. He's able to stave it off comfortably. But this is SK Kalalas being so hard to shift from the point. They are squatting on this property. Now forced to give it up, but almost getting a halfway.
It took a hypercharge to flush them out of there. And I think SKC are going to be well equipped to get right back in here because Christian is ready with the hyper and the super to combine. Brian would ideally get that super. He can use the healing from Christian to get his super. Here comes. Double hypercharges out. RHZ now leveraging the super combined with the hypercharge for tons of damage. They've gotten everyone except for the pesky Hank, which demegs RHZ, but that's all he's really capable of over here. Still going to fall to Meg's blaster, and on the left side, Christian does fall. There's a chance for Zarita Gang to get back, but we're climbing past 75% for SKC.
That's a problem for Zarita Gang. They've got to figure out a way around this. There's a bit of a power trough here for SKC until REC gets back into mech, which has obviously just happened now. Last call thrown out. REC going to be demeched once more, but Christian able to throw these shots in. Brian just going to give up his life dancing on top of that Barley hypercharge. Knows that any extra percentage is going to be a huge bonus for them. Now Christian a little bit caught out of position, but can hyper super back into the enemy lines, and Jay has to fish torpedo to get the health back, and here comes Christian with yet another super being cycled. That's devastating. But SK Kalalas need to spend some time on the point here. That's been the issue. Exig, an absolute menace now, fully upgraded, hypercharge developed, ready to throw down with an extra rank up. And SK Kalalas need to put one more push together, but it's got to happen soon.
Comeback potential. Here comes the hypercharge in from RHZ. Counter from Jay. In comes Christian from the left. Brian couldn't even pop the heal off on the right. And we'll see Zarita Gang take us to a double match point.
That is so nice from Zarita Gang. And again, they do prioritize getting the Meg out of Mech, even if they can't win a fight off the back of it. They're coming back into respawn. Meg is not able to resuit quickly enough to actually be a factor in that next fight. So it's like every other fight, the Meg is not at full strength, and they're not feeding her that super while she's out of Mech for free. Jay is actually, giving up their life on Hank in order to get this D-Mech with these big amounts of burst damage now. RHC has to be a little bit more careful.
Okay, so how is he going to approach this? He's getting plenty of support and heals from Christian and Brian at the same time. They're being forced off the point by Prazi. If he's able to just shoot at these chokes, it's a great interaction for him. Here comes Christian, denied by Jay. RHZ demeched, but at least it was a fair trade for him. We'll see Brian also feeling the heat from Prazi, who's locked down this point. I mean, he's getting so much damage. It really comes down to Jay and Exit to stay alive, to even see the fruits of the Barley's labor.
Here's that every other fight vibe. See that SK Kalalas can't really compete for the point now without their Meg in the fight, and Jay's able to push up and get rid of Brian. I can't believe I'm saying this, Reddy, but there might not be enough healing from this SK Kalalas composition because Brian does not take the DeCapo star power. He can't just spam heals into RHC to keep that Mech nice and healthy. And when Christian's being so aggressive, moving straight down the field, he can't easily heal the Meg either. This could be a problem. Christian tries to step up again, throws that super down. RHC at least gets the damage he needs to touch the point, but Zarita Gang is so far ahead, and SK Kalalas might be in trouble.
I'm actually getting a little worried for Zarita Gang at the moment because we saw Prazi actually use that hypercharge and super to keep SK Kalalas back in spawn for a little bit longer, when most of the time that's actually like a free take of mid, and they could not need that any more moment than now. With Jay on the right side, low health, taken down by Brian, and SKC soon to eclipse Zarita Gang's percentage.
They couldn't get a D-Mech on RHC either. Ready, set, just not enough pressure on the Meg. Here comes Christian coming forward. Okay, good moment for Zarita Gang to get back into the match. RHC now will be forced away by the Barley hypercharge, but does take Jay on their way out. Christian, that is a massive hit. Able to bring Exik out of the game now, but he needs to deal with the Barley. It's a battle of two throwers, and Christian needs the durability. They can't stand on the point right now. This has allowed Zarita Gang to get into a lead. Now, finding 90%. Last chance saloon for SK Kalalas as they step up, and it's another hypercharge. Sweet swirl from Christian to get SK Kalalas back into the game, but Exik's a problem again. RHC deleted. Zarita Gang will claim the series in advance, dashing SKC's hopes of a Brawl Cup appearance.
It started in the quals and it continues into the quarterfinals and now the semifinals. Next up, the Executioner's Axe is coming for BC Gaming. Potentially another team whose Brawl Cup dreams they can turn to ash.
Coming into set 5, I saw a lot of parallels between Olympus Squad's run and Zarita Gangs. Both were in the lead 2-1, and both look like they're losing. SKC had the match point already. The ticket through the Brawl Cup was basically already in their hands, yet they're losing. So in the end, they're out of the race of the Brawl Cup. It's only going to be BC Gaming still in so far. They are in the semis, and they're now facing off against Zarita again there.
Wasn't just wrong. I was wrong several times because I said that would predict SKC numerous times going into that set 5. And to my credit, they were actually looking pretty good heading into that match point. But we saw Zarita Gang fire back. They had better control. I think one of the greatest things that they managed there was keeping the pressure with that Barley. It took a moment to warm up, but they managed
to just put it away.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Okay.
Why
That's
did
crazy.
you do that?
Imagine being 0 for 2 in prediction so far. Definitely couldn't be me already. That's for sure. That's what I'm focusing on.
I tried to bet on one of the underdogs. I bet on the wrong one, clearly. Well, at least I got Kenny back after the break so we can suffer together and cry together. But it's all right. At least the chat was right? They also bet for SK Kalalas, I think. So
right.
True, they're still right, even though they predicted wrong. That's just how it works here in the Brawl esports scene. But yeah, we're heading into Loud versus Cross Gaming next. We get a little look at the bracket.
Don't ask me who's going to win. Don't ask me who's going to win. I don't want to talk about it. Because it's just... this region doesn't make a lot of sense. Loud have also been a little bit underwhelming, I actually want to say, recently. So this is, every game is a trap game. For any team that comes in as a quote-unquote overdog, Loud obviously fell to BC Gaming in 5 sets in last month's semifinals, right? After a 3-0 comfortable round. So I want to see Loud start strong, maintain that pace throughout this bracket, because of course they're in with a chance. They could definitely be in Dallas, but we need to see this team be better than they have been yet this year, because this time, Sonny, they're on the same side as the bracket as Castle Brawl. Last month they had it easy. They didn't have to play each other necessarily until the finals, and neither of them really, managed to make it that far. So I'm looking very closely at that semi. We just need to see Loud cross his first hurdle first, and yeah, it's a sad story to see SKC out of contention for Dallas.
And as you just mentioned, both Loud and Casa Brawl still have the opportunity to go to the Brawl Cup. They could face each other in semi-final number 2. And we see it here. SK Kalalas now out of the race. We only still have 3 teams that are fighting for that chance. I'm really looking forward to it. And make sure to get your predictions in for everybody watching. Make sure to watch on the event side to also get the trivia questions, the MVP votes, to get the Pro Rank XP. Talking about MVP, ready? Who do you think it was?
I mean, look, I want to put this to the people. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, give me like 0.5 seconds to the side, please. Prosy, we talked about this guy so much. I mean, the number of times that we've said his name just from pop-off plays that he's had, really instrumental to that comeback there in the final set as well. I mean, look at the role that he's been fulfilling throughout the day. Of course, he's not in this clip.
He's not on the screen?
Yeah. But rolling over to the next one as well, he is completely absent. He's, you know what? Sometimes I bet he was really impactful in the comms.
I mean, sometimes clips are just unfortunate. I just want to remind you, Uber, of that one. That was my favorite one in the midst of the cast. Well, after the break, we get Kenny back. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Reddy, but we'll get him back for semi-final number 1. So I would stay tuned if you want to hear your boy again. Yeah, Loud versus Cross Gaming. Get your predictions in, and we'll see you after the break.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
We're back with day number 3, South America Monthly Finals. Kenny, you were riding along, and I'm sure you had a great time since both of us are now 0-2 in our predictions.
I'm barely hanging on, I think would be the better way to put it. I mean, this Pro Pass XP thing is not working out for the kid. I'm trying to rack up my legendary star drops. It's hard being perfect out here, so I'm at least going to be perfect, but 0 for 3 would certainly hurt. We need it. We need a victory here for the morale.
Well, let's see if we go 0 for 3 here. It's going to be Loud versus Cross Gaming. Cross Gaming, a newly signed roster. Pretty underrated, I feel. They have a lot of potential today to make it a complete upset day overall. They beat Loud in March qualifiers, and they could do it again on the other side. We have Loud that only dropped one set versus Olympus Squad in monthly qualifiers, so vastly improved compared to the previous month here, Uber.
I mean, that's what they need to be right now. This is the only monthly final now that matters. With all of these top 4 teams being so close together, this is it. This is where you want to peak if you want to be present at Brawl Cup, showing what you're capable of against the rest of the world. Not to mention, right, getting an extra slot for your region. It is a big deal to turn up in this monthly final. And of course, Kyogre, Firecrow, and Nadino have the pedigree to make a run here and break all the way through. But it would be something that we just really haven't seen enough from them this year. Across Esports also, no slouches by any stretch of the imagination. They played really close against Casa Brawl, that other true veteran roster, in last month's finals, making it a 5-set affair. This one, again, could go either way.
They have pretty strong scrim data against all Brawl Cup rivals as well. We had the chance to talk to Adinho, and I really want to hear what this man has to say about his opponents.
Eu acho que o ponto forte do nosso time, principalmente a habilidade individual, né, de todos os jogadores, mas também o nosso entrosamento é muito bom, já que a gente está junto há muito tempo, principalmente eu e o Cardog. Então, quando a gente joga em conjunto, né, em time, dá muito bom. No que a Loud está trabalhando para melhorar agora, principalmente a forma de como a gente treina, né? Eu não posso entrar em tantos detalhes aqui, mas a gente está treinando de uma maneira diferente do que a gente estava treinando do começo do ano, e isso vem melhorado bastante aí o nosso desempenho nos campeonatos.
He cannot disclose any details here. This man stays a mystery. Well, what is not a mystery is that they're one of the 3 teams that are still in the run for the Brawl Cup here, Kenny.
Defeating Cross Gaming hasn't always been easy for them in the past. Obviously, they have some history together in monthly qualifiers, and this year in general just hasn't been as successful for Loud. Same goes for them, though, just like for any of the other 3 teams that were competing for Brawl Cup spots originally, winning in. They got to have the biggest month yet. Last year, they started off the season winning back-to-back monthly finals. This time, they have yet to win one, so I'm sure this is a very different start for them this year. I'm sure the mentality is very different. I hope they got a little bit of dog in them. I really want to see them compete today.
Just a little heads up here, we know Cross Gaming as Legion Otaku previously, so you can find them in the current leaderboard just under a different name. They have now been signed, and with that, they will be sure to take that momentum into today's matches. Cross Gaming looking stronger than expected this monthly qualifier, Uber.
Yeah, and look, this is the team that is going to improve, right? Loud are talking about how they have been changing the way that they train, but every team here in South America have probably realized, man, not only is the level really high in this region, but these teams are really close. Like, we can, on our day, take it all. I mean, Loud, that's a great example. This Loud team has not won a monthly final yet. I think they, second in February was the closest they've gotten. And right now, Cross Gaming are tied with Zarita Gang at that 7th place. So they definitely have a strong foothold on the leaderboards, and they're not too far away from some of these top teams. The reality is for them, though, is that a spot of Brawl Cup is not on the line. They just, they're like 10 to 20 points away. And that's like, if they had advanced one more round in a previous monthly final, this whole conversation will be different. We might be talking about 2 teams that actually have it all to play for. But right now, Cross Esports can play spoiler here to Loud, or forge them into a team that is deserving of representing this region in Dallas by helping them on their way, by giving them a damn good warm-up in this game. You see, last time these guys went head-to-head, it was very, very close. This is monthly qualifiers, so this is not that long ago at all. And Loud actually came off second best. This is what I'm saying about how hard this region is to predict, how volatile it is. That's what Sunny is used. That's the beauty of watching SA Brawl Stars. There's always a reason to hang around because an upset is always just around the corner.
The thing is, I wouldn't even call it upset anymore. I expect it to go completely differently from what we predicted as well. And I'm pretty sure the predictions here are, again, going to show a pretty one-sided story since Loud are the clear fan favorites. I saw a lot of people vote for them, saying that they are their favorites to represent them at the Brawl Cup. So we'll see if they can really do that. For that, they need to win the monthly finals today. And yeah, we are also pretty one-sided here, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, the caster hive mind's not worked out every time today, so we'll see how it goes. There's that one side that you were talking about, 80-20. And, you know, it's interesting, too. Obviously, it's a monthly qualifiers. We had it on the graphic, but the last time these two teams played in that setting, it went Cross Gaming's way. To Uber's point, this is a legitimate region where the top 8 teams are clearly a cut above the rest. It's been consistent pretty much every single month. There's been upsets galore, and this month that's already started, too. Look, Loud saw what happened in the last match. SKC down. Only 2 left standing in their way. They're going to have to win the semifinals. They're going to have to go to the grand finals, but they can smell the blood in the water, and I think it would be really good to see Loud step it up here, drop some kind of 3-0, maybe a gentleman's sweep of a 3-1. I just want to see some confidence from this team because, like you said, Uber, it hasn't always been smooth sailing.
Wow, the draft is just flying in so far. Buster is coming in now as already the 3rd pick. And sorry, Uber, I interrupted you. What do you have to say about the draft?
I was going to say I had whiplash from how fast the draft was coming in, but you had a more succinct way of putting it. I mean, again, we're heading into pinhole punt, Sunny. So
saying wow,
obviously,
wow.
Yeah, it's one of those Brawl Ball maps here where, like, you of course have the option to go for some of those control brawlers. Already we see the Lou picked up where we haven't seen that much at all today, if at all.
It's going to be a Lou on this left-hand end in the Buster, so we get that tank counter. Very stereotypical in Brawl Stars. You want to remove one of your biggest opponents or one of the things that could take down your composition. You want to power it up. I like Buster in general in this meta right now. I think it makes a lot of sense. Byron's been very popular in this region as well, even on things like Brawl Ball. Carl, I haven't seen as much of him today, I feel like, but very common in even the band stage, I would say, throughout the weekend.
I mean, absolutely. I think we've seen a number of maps where the Byron is paired with the Carl, someone who is not quite as long range as some of the other, like, you know, control brawlers and does need a little bit of help health-wise. But one of the problems we saw in the previous set was that there was too much healing being done by the Byron, not enough damage, so not enough supers being developed. So limiting his impact across the map. Yes, he heals, but he's not a true support. He can be a real nuisance. Of course, the fact that he does ticking damage further delays the beginning of regeneration for opponent brawlers hit by his projectiles. So that's annoying against people like Buster, for example, who want to move out to the map and control it. Cross Esports, though, have picked themselves into this Buster with 2 projectile-based brawlers. So you've got to respect what Buster can do now with a hypercharge that empowers his montage super even more, making it 360, and then combine that tanky sort of frontliner with some berry healing.
Barry, I've just been so back and forth on, because early on in the year, obviously, he was unstoppable, one of, if not the better brawlers in the game, and he kind of fell off a little bit last month. Now it seems like in SA, they're still valuing him. This really wasn't a feature in any of other regions last weekend, so curious if NA feels similar, if this is just an SA thing. I feel like there's a lot of teams that come to a similar conclusion, but there's always just a handful of brawlers that maybe everybody tries and mixes in.
All right, here we go, folks. Loud in blue. Kyodog already pushing up. Nice little slow-mo replay, but he doesn't quite expect that level of damage to be thrown back at him. That play, though, allows Firecrow to sneak up into this corner of the map with Adinho getting wiped from the face of the earth, though. Tross Esports, so good on defense. They snap back like a sapling in the breeze to take this mid-control.
All pinned in their spawns, and it's Cross Esports. Complete control, but that's what a Buster Shield can bring to the table. A momentum swing. Sometimes you just need a little space to work with. A dive from Adinho keeps his teammate up, but Bass there to clean up every single member of the other side, except a lone Firecrow. Barely holding on there. Ooh, a nice interaction, but he goes skating and can't grab the ball. Tragic.
That's rough. Big opportunity there for Cross Gaming, but they'll just need to remain patient. Kyodog has already made use of that super. So can't extend Loud's map control any further. Adinho is trying to keep everybody topped up in the middle of the map, despite them being under a constant onslaught of poke from Bast, from Dacon. Portog's here, can't get involved in that fight, though, and Kyodog is able to run the Carl straight over. Dangerous! Now as Kyodog just will wait this out before shooting a goal, and Cross Gaming just get out positioned.
Just so tragic. Was in an arm's reach, but just couldn't quite get the footwork there to grab that ball, and instead it leads to a Loud bucket. That's a good takedown, though. In terms of the KD, I mean, Cross Gaming have hung in there. They've got the heals coming out from Byron, and that's a nice shield there as well. I like that choice of gadget from Firecrow. I think it's an interesting one, especially when you get to some of these other game modes. A nice super there, and Byron once again popping off. Bast holding position on the left-hand side. A little misstep with that incendiary, but he's still there.
Nicely done by Portog's. Good super timing there to avoid Firecrow, and he's able to win that out. Kyodog might be the only player there for Loud, but he's definitely scary. Portog tries to get inside that montage ring, but it's a little bit too close to someone like Buster who will punish you for it. So now Dacon just tries to keep Kyodog under the thumb. In fact, keeps him under the ground, 6 feet to be exact. Cross Gaming, they'll need to make up this goal deficit. That's the issue. Adinho crosses the map to Firecrow, keeps him healthy. But without the Buster, there's no chance of map control. Portox is trying to go up another gear here, trying to get aggressive. Loud realize that Cross are going to make one last gambit for the round, so they set their feet. They're ready to defend. Bast's going to be knocked aside by Adino's gadget, and there's nothing Dacon can do.
They're just going to run this clock out. Great defense from Loud, and again, one little super, one little ice rink. Really changed this up entirely. I mean, Loud wouldn't have even had that opportunity to get their first bucket if not for a little bit of a misstep. It's impossible to navigate those loose supers sometimes. Sometimes you're just vulnerable to wherever the ice takes you. And unfortunately for Cross Gaming, that's exactly what happened in this first game.
Oh, man. Perhaps a slight overextension there. Again, this comp does a lot of damage, but they're not as durable. Definitely not against the healing and that overall health pool of Buster, who always, with a good gadget use like this one, can run you down. Portox gets completely caught out there. Ficro might go down, but he's probably the least important brawler in terms of the neutral fight between these two squads. So Adino just makes sure Kyodog is fighting fit, even expending a gadget to keep him alive out of the super of Dacon. But Cross Gaming, with that front-loaded damage at their disposal, will again move into the middle.
Cross Gaming have so many ways to impact the healing between the poison damage coming in from Byron, the burn of that incendiary, just trying to chip away at the potential that Adino has, but 2 hypercharges is too much to handle. There they go, expanding their territory. Kyodog pops the gadget. Dacon dropping a super, missed connection there. Adino with a simple pass should be able to knock this one through. Kyodog does the rest. Loud once again with a 1-0 lead.
It's a problem for Bash that he can't be the one that sets the tempo, that sets the pace in this game. He's been using his super reactively, theoretically for the durability maybe offered by Protective Pirouette. Bass needs to be the playmaker, and he's looking for it now. Hypercharge ready, does get drawn in by Kyodog though, and that takes him fairly low. He's in a commanding position though. It's an easy goal score for Portox as finally Cross Gaming take matters into their own hands.
The equalizer is there, and now one more goal will decide this game. Portox receiving some heavy fire. Dacon has to back away, and Bass lobbing up shots. Here comes the pickaxe, rolling its way through. It's not enough, though. Several hypercharges going down, an insta-freeze on the surge, and Loud can just walk this one in. Easy money here for Loud, and they'll take set number 1.
Yeah, a little bit quicker, I think, Kenny, than we expected this one to transpire. But it's a pretty classic Brawl Ball composition drafted by Loud that features the very strong core of Buster with a good amount of healing that Berry can provide. And then there's the control of Lou, kind of everything you could ask for, and crucially, a lot of AoE presence on the map, which makes it pretty hard for Cross Gaming to get Carl within striking distance to go in with that hyper combo.
You really had a bit of everything in that comp. If you were looking for some area control, you had that covered with Lou, also Berry, you had the heals. It was just pretty perfect what they drafted, what they came up with here. And then on the other side, I didn't mind the comp. They had the heals as well. They had the Carl, that is usually one of the best brawlers to pick on any Brawl Ball map, really. And then Surge, which is a brawler we haven't really seen in any other region, at least not as often as in this one, Kenny. Why do you think that is?
It's really interesting. There's just been a little bit of differentiation, I think, in general. I mean, the Berry, for example, hasn't shown up a ton in other regions. Carl has shown up a good bit in terms of the ban stage. It seemed to have skipped more the pick stage. Surge, somebody that's not showing up. I mean, honestly, I think I'm still just trying to wrap my head around SA in general. I think it's just playing out very differently than what we saw last week, and maybe that's just progression in the meta, or maybe SA just have a few brawlers that they're really insistent on. This Byron seems to be one of them. Berry seems to be a more recurring theme. I'm just curious to see how the day unfolds, because again, this is not a draft that I was really anticipating.
I mean, you can see it play out here, I think, and the damage numbers definitely looked pretty good, right? Against Loud. I think that we definitely saw Cross Gaming look very aggressive, and to tack onto the Surge conversation, it seems like a very strong 1v1 brawler that wants to bully a side lane and use that to sort of exert control over the map, but not so easy against all the healing that the comp from Loud had offered.
I think, Kenny, to what you said, they don't only want you not to know what they will draft, what they come up next with, they also don't want us to know who will win. They really make it very interesting. All of the matches we've seen so far went to the very last set. Now, this first one has looked pretty easy for Loud. A quick 2-0 here, but I still expect this one to go all the way. It's going to be a close one once again, because this region is just full of teams that really want to win. Full of teams that are a bit mysterious. They don't want us to know what they're going to be drafting. And Open Zone is our next map, so I expect some of the brawlers to come in again that they just picked up for Brawl Ball now, like a Buster, like a Lou, but maybe this time around they're going to show us something completely different once again.
Yeah, I think that that's something to keep track of. Obviously, control brawlers are going to be really impactful on this kind of map. The ability to take space, but also that same durability and sustain that we saw, that the berry was providing. So I do think that good healing is going to be a consideration here. Obviously, a little less opportunity to play safe behind walls on a map like Open Zone, but definitely plenty of room to try and draft a comp that features, a strong core of a tank plus some healing, and someone who can play at longer ranges and be in bully and start to pinch one side of the map and sort of be punishing. So that's what I'm looking for here, Kenny. A number of other options, but we've already seen how powerful Meg can be on Dueling Beetles previously with that hypercharge. And then there's obviously so much room for mid to long range brawlers to find a slot here.
Meg's certainly on my mind too, just in general. I would say SA has tested a good bit, and it's dependent on teams a little bit too, even in some of the other regions. I saw it scrims quite a bit. Meeple's a brawler that shows up here a good bit, despite the name being Open Zone. You mentioned that control feature, and it's a brawler that has shown up a lot just because of the cube gadget. And the more that you can cut off enemies, control the map, keep them off the hot zone, I mean, that's just playing objective at its finest. In terms of the long range, kind of, your general good picks that aren't too hard countered into a lot, Byron shows up quite a bit in this region. We've seen him plenty today. Be on my mind, and of course a good old Stu could definitely show up here.
It's a great point. I mean, we definitely saw brawlers like Meeple highly prioritized. Juju, I think, was the most played brawler last month and still had a 61% win rate. A couple of brawls that maybe have fallen off the boil a little bit. Ash, haven't seen any of him so far. 75% win rate that we actually saw last month. And Berry also, I think, had one of the highest win rates of any brawlers in this region that was picked on more than 2 occasions at 85, or rather 83%. So those are the picks previously, but we've seen a little bit of a shift now, of course. And for Loud, they said they've changed the way that they've been approaching these games. Sunny said it when we were talking to her. She said, this is a region where every team wants to win. I think that desire to win here kind of goes to another level for those teams that have the opportunity to make it to Dallas here. It may end up coming down to who wants it more and who can display that, not only through the drafts, but also the gameplay, Sunny.
I mean, I would hope that every single region has 8 teams in the monthly finals that want to win, really. But I just feel like in this one, they make it so close because everybody's just sinking their teeth into the least hope, into the chance to still make it, hanging on by a thread at times. But yeah, the last banned brawler last month across all regions was Hank. And now it was the most picked up brawler from EMEA. I feel like he could be a great asset on this map as well. As we mentioned though, no one ever before, I feel, has ever a brawler been banned out as often as Lumi this weekend. So as soon as she's going to slip through a ban phase, I feel like we're going to see her 100%. I would love to see her finally in a competitive setting, but probably we have to wait until next month.
I think there's a good chance of that. Just the fact that she can generate these Lu-esque ice fields around both of her Morning Stars, and just how powerful that super tends to be and that it roots people in place. Lumi offers not only incredible map control, but ridiculous damage, and damage that can come from unexpected angles. So yep, definitely banned out here. To kick things off on Open Zone, you take Belle, who could obviously, really snowball map control by gaining, presence on that point, throwing down these nest eggs, the nest eggs that can't be interacted with until they're stepped on. So the only way to clear them is for Cross Gaming to get a team fight win and then purposely trigger them and wait for that slow to expire before Loud can respawn and take advantage of it. So a very powerful brawler, also so good if there are multiple Cross Gaming players that are on the point, which they may well be if they're trying to go for a healing based composition. Those shots will bounce between them. Meeple here, the highest win rate brawler in this region last month for any brawler played more than twice. It was almost a 90% win rate for this brawler. Very, very powerful. And like Kenny mentioned, the mentions of Meeple ability, crucial to hold people in place.
Yeah, it's just so good for control. I like where Meeple's at in the game. I don't think it's in every map. I don't think it's in every mode, but this is certainly a spot where I feel like Dueling Beetles just Hot Zone in general, maps like Dueling Beetles, Open Zone, it just makes too much sense because of his gadget. We're gonna get a bow coming in here too. We saw this earlier today because of the mines, and especially with the hypercharge now, you can have up to 8 mines on that location. It's impossible to step on once you gain control and cycle in those supers. On the other end, a Gray, a Hank, so we get a little tankiness, a brawler that's been very popular and one of the more played ones the last last weekend. We get Bell, like you said, just a good, dependable brawler. I like the damage amplifier. If Cross Gaming elected to get a little tankier on their side as well, they'd have a way to combat that. And obviously, a big part of Hot Zone and why Gray shows up here is that teleport. Having easy access from the back of your spawn to immediately jump back into that Hot Zone and play the objective is a huge factor. So that's why Gray's going to show up here quite a bit in the game mode.
Okay, here's that Meg being looked at once more. Saw her earlier on Dueling Beetles. Really potent. Obviously, not the best at those longer ranges here, but it's definitely a brawler that, can keep laying down the pressure in the matchup against Hank. Hank will pop a bubble. Then the Meg can sort of turn around. Good burst damage available to her as well through the super swing, and obviously a hypercharge that extends that super swing to easily cover the entire area of the point itself. So very punishing should Cross Gaming stand around, try and hold their ground if she walks up with that hypercharge ready. Two very potent compositions. They look to do slightly different things. You'll notice that Loud has more of a long range component, but seeing Firecrow on any kind of sharpshooter is always fun. Dakon already with the Mentors of people thrown down. Edinho unable to get that bubble reach onto Bast.
And now he has to retreat, can't get his bubble off, so he'll have to reset here. They're going to send Portox to this right-hand end to deal with Edinho, who's now low HP. Falls, Bast already with mines. And honestly, I don't mind this placement because you can cut off that grass. There's going to be no hiding, no peeking. You're going to see every single long-range shot that Loud are going to take from there.
Walking Cane catches onto Bast, but it's going to be Firecrow having to follow it up manually. That's a big ask. Edinho struggles here out in the open. You can see just how brutal it is. He does make use at least of the dimensional door to secure an elimination, but now against Dakon, it's a tough matchup to win at the best of times. Meeple now obviously also has that super, so can render those indestructible boxes useless in terms of cover. Edinho wants to step up, once again caught inside the mansions. Portox did take the bubble hit, but is easily able to nuke the Hank down inside those confines.
Just such a well-rounded composition from Cross Gaming. They've got it all, and obviously, Meg seems to be a legitimate contender here on Hot Zone, especially with that hypercharge. I mean, just using that, and then the distance that swing now covers is crazy when she drops a super.
Might be a quick set, Kenny. I don't know any other way to put it. Edinho's making good use here, at least of that dimensional draw to come forward. It is pretty scary when Hank can get on you with that, but they couldn't clear the Meg from the point. Hank does great damage in bursts, but his DPS is actually not particularly high, or at least not higher than any of his contemporaries. So when you have a problem like trying to clear Meg and her mech from the point, lest your opponent end up winning, it's a tough one to solve with that brawler.
That's a good point. You know, DPS is a good way to put it, because Hank does damage, but it's just in one shot. You have to charge the shot all the way up, and then you have to recharge it to do another one. They're going to cut off this left-hand side once again. Bast in the mid. Meg with 2 lives is a reason why in the past she's turned up in Hot Zone. It seems the hypercharge has been value enough for these South American teams to try and give it a go. They need to focus Edinho down. That was the start they had last time. Giving themselves a 3v2 situation is what's going to try and extend their lead a little bit. Louder, a little closer this time around, but they've already got mines going. Now they're already rotating in another Meeple, Gadget, and Kaio Dog trapped, can't take shots. They can focus one brawler at a time a lot easier.
Yeah, timing's not there at all. Edinho was hoping to get a bubble lined up with the Walking Cane. He was too late for that. Then his bubble actually ends up popping before he can step into the dimensional door. So a lot of opportunities for Loud. They're actually end up going begging. And Portox is a bit of a nuisance. Firecrow now has a hyper super developed. He's going to throw the hyper immediately and again set Edinho up now to take advantage of the dimensional door, but he gets nuked down anyway. Bast is a damage outputting machine. Firecrow's Walking Cane doesn't connect, and Portos can just pepper Firecrow down. It's like he's stuck in a cage being pelted with rotten tomatoes. But here comes Kaio Dog, moves up, deals with the mechless Meg, and Edinho's able to get forward far enough to push Dakon away. This gets Loud back into the game, get into the lead now. But Firecrow and Kaio Dog are squishy. They'll need Edinho to hold this point.
Every step Loud have taken here for a little bit. Bow mines, Meeple gadgets. There's just no safe place to walk. And finally, now that they have some semblance of control and a decent lead, they don't have supers on the other end. Dakon now going to have to just rotate one in just to go through this indestructible wall to give them a lane, to give them an option. They push Loud back for now, but it's quite a lead they've held on to. It's going to take a lot from Cross Gaming to make a comeback.
I mean, at this point as well, yeah, with Edinho in an aggressive position, that's where Hank looks at his best. When you have map control, which, you know, the Bell is designed to give you, then he becomes a real problem. There's nowhere to hide. You can't get behind those indestructible boxes, excuse me, and avoid damage. He will chase you to the ends of the earth. You need to shut Hank out of the game from the very get-go and maintain that kind of oppressive position. And I think it's hard to do that against a dimensional door that with hypercharge confers that overshield to the Hank, making him even scarier and even less predictable.
I I think Gray is the key factor there, because if they do get that dimensional door and they cycle in that hypercharge early like we saw in game number 2, it's just free walkway even after a death just to get to that mid. And for Adinho, that allows him to shine a little more, get back in there, get some tags. But this time around, it's Portox clearing out that right-hand side. Firecrow low, will have to retreat, and Kyodog can't quite get the nest eggs down where he would want to. This Mansion of Meeple has been a real problem for Loud to deal with.
Yeah, but that one didn't really hit. And I had a couple that didn't work out in the previous round either. Adinho needs fish torpedoes there to get healed back up. Kyodog did well to avoid the damage, but ultimately just lingered at low health. Bast will be cleared here. Adinho is expressing some map control that Firecrow is able to move in and take up residence in this space that's been created. And this is not where you want to fight Hank, as, well, Portox is exemplifying. But we will see that Meatball Super now opening up the map and allowing Portox to play from behind that cover and get good damage down. There's a mark, though, on the Meg. It doesn't persist when she's knocked out of mech, so Portox is still able to fire with the Mini Blaster and get some damage.
It's almost like it's 2 different brawlers, so that damage amplifier won't go when she's just in that pistol form. And it's a damage gear for Adinho. He's forced away, and this Meeple gadget, not even to trap any enemies. Maybe if they take the teleport instead, it's just to give them a little bit of control of this hot zone. It's not enough, though. Adinho with 10k plus HP. Guns down Bast. Now he's going to blast his way through Meg. Meg in a 3v1, and it is not enough. Loud are taking over once again.
Yeah, this might be over at this point. Adinho's able to start to become a nuisance, run rampant over the map. Bast did have a hypercharge. A couple of those mines still persisting here, but it's a big lead for Loud. There's the TP for Adinho. Bast goes low, and it's going to be finished off here with another smaller bubble or fish torpedoes to find the extra damage. Adinho goes down, but he doesn't care. 88% and counting now as the Manchester Meeple is deployed. Firecrow dips back onto the point of Walking Cane will allow them to catch out the bow. And the cleanest games of today so far sees Loud forcing Cross Gaming to reverse sweep to advance.
That's a tough ask out of anybody. It hasn't been Loud's year yet, but still plenty of opportunity for it. Got an opportunity to go to Dallas, and I think they're focused on just getting themselves back in the conversation to be the top of SA. Because right now, it feels like after the last couple months, there's several teams at the top. They're not the big dogs like they were last year. They're not the number 1. They started off the year hot. 2 monthly finals victories, and this year they have yet to find a grand finals win. So I think Loud are just looking to get back to business and do what they've done in years past.
They're sitting on spot number 4 in the leaderboard right now, yet still there's only a few points in between them and the first spot, Casa Brawl. So I really feel like every single one of those 4 could win it all today. Well, actually, SK Kalalas is already out of that race, so every single one of the 3 can still win it today. And I feel like Loud so far is showing us one of their best games we've seen all season long. Looking at the stats here, Uber, Portox with 11 kills, but it still wasn't enough because it's not about getting those kills in auto.
I suppose it is, but it's generally like, how you manifest that map control off the back of kills, right? Kills happen, in the enemy spawn. It's not as important as if they happen on the point. Crucially, Hank has the enabler of Gray on this map. And it actually, Ready Set sort of agrees in chat. It took a little while for this little mini combo for Loud to come online. You need a dimensional door. Adinho takes it, ideally with an already fully charged bubble, so there's no warning. So there's no telegraphing of Hank, because that's his biggest weakness, right? He walks up at you, it's pretty obvious. He does get a speed boost with a fully charged bubble, if you have the right build, but generally, you know it's coming. With a dimensional door and a hypercharge, Hank is better at staving off that damage, and you don't actually have any agency to stop the bubble. When you are playing a map control game type like Hot Zone, it's very powerful, but Manchester Meeple is supposed to disrupt a little bit, but it doesn't do a lot to Gray, who can circumvent that a lot with his own sort of TPs out. So, you notice on the DPS countdown, Hank had some of the lowest DPS, but some of the highest kills, because it's about getting that burst damage in when enemies can't respond to it, they don't have time to react or to heal.
I've mentioned it before, Hank has been the most banned brawler in the previous March monthly finals across all regions. And now, it seems like he slips through the bans a bit more often, not banned as often. He's still very good, so people pick him up a lot more often. And I feel like he's very warranted in that spot. He's very good in the current meta because of all what Uber just said, especially when paired with a brawler that can bring him a little closer to the action, like the Grey. That's one of the best pairings you can go with, probably also in Layer Cake. And this is going to be our next map here. We could have some aggressive brawlers come in again. We saw Grey today on Bounty before, and he's just super good because you can turn things around in the last couple of seconds when your team is not winning.
I think that's a great call out, and if I'm looking at Loud's comp, if I'm cross gaming, I'm probably either trying to first pick, if I have that option, the Hank, or just get it out of the game, because he's very oppressive on this map. We often see situations where, teams start encroaching and forcing their opponents into a corner when they have an advantage. There's not really anywhere to go. So even with a lead, maintaining that map control on this kind of game type is going to be really important, Sunny. So you can see the bans in here, and nobody's taken Hank out of rotation. Loud have a chance to pick it up first again.
I just really wondered now, before cross gaming now needs a reverse sweep, which brawlers do they need to pick up? What do they need in order for them to do that?
I think it's a little dependent on this first pick, but there's still a lot of general brawlers that I would say they can go with. We're going to keep our eye out for Carl here. We're going to keep our eye out for Gray. I think those are a couple standard first picks that definitely can work out for a team. We don't have the cheese of Kit, so Cross Gaming aren't going to be able to try and go for that. Several options, though, that I definitely think are dependent on what goes here. So we see the Gray. I think on the other end, if they could steal away a Hank, it might be a decent idea. Ollie would also be on my mind. Gene as a general brawler out here. Buster's still in the mix. So there's several tanks, so if they really want to, they've got their pick of the litter. And other than that, maybe something like a Janet to mix things up. I like it as a general mid.
Yeah, Janet would be good. Banned here out by
yeah.
Loud, but quite potent, of course. On this kind of map where it's hard to, do anything about her charging over the map. I mean, brawlers that break the rules of layer cake especially are really important. This is such a unique bounty map in that it's not open, right? Most of them are, with the exception, I guess, of Canal Grande. So here, yeah, Cross Gaming are forced to pick up the Hank. They had better have a plan for it, though, because it's one thing to deny it from Loud. It's another to give it a real home in this composition. And in theory, it's the kind of brawler that deserves to be built around. So you have healing options, right? Barry's there. Byron is pretty decent, providing you can get some supers online here. Again, becoming a pseudo thrower with that super can make you really dangerous on this kind of map. Juju is banned, so you start to think about the other throwers available to you, like Farley is sometimes as a backup option. Larry and Laurie can also be decent because the deployable Laurie allows you to bully into some map control of your own. And Carl's great. All in potential, early blue star take. It's all on the table. The brawler kind of does everything right now, and that's what makes him so powerful.
I'm curious how Loud adjusts to this. You brought up Larry and Laurie, which I think is a good general call out. I would say past Juju in this region, that's kind of the next brawler up. Maybe Barley's just been in the ban stage a ton, which is why maybe I haven't seen him. Hard to see those, obviously, when these players are practicing. We're just spectating in game. They also could get tanky on their own as well. Like I mentioned, Ollie is still out there. Then we get Chester, who's going to be an anti-tank choice. I don't mind this. I mean, obviously, it doesn't, when you look at Chester, you don't think bounty off the top of your head, but this one's a little more in terms of walls, the mid-range engagements. I think it can certainly work, especially if it's a close quarters kind of affair. So this might be a safety precaution because having something that at least can defend against tank and do a high burst of damage. This is a guy that can do some DPS, so you're going to need that if you're dealing with all the health points on the other end.
Yeah, also he has a super that can be a bomb and a hypercharge that is guaranteed to be a bomb. So in a similar vein to Byron, can sort of be, a real nuke threat in sort of those clutch scenarios, pardon me. Okay, we have a Ollie picked up here for one of the first time. I think the first pick we've seen it this month, of course, does have like some reasonable poke potential, but his ability again to circumvent some of this terrain, to the fact that he has a hypnotize effect attached both to the gadget and to the super, can be a really big deal. And combining that again with the Gray, getting that Ollie in position, timing it right to get a massive super off could be a complete game changer. Cross Gaming have to be ready for it, and they do pick up a healing component now for the Hank. It's going to be the Poco as their last pick.
Poco, just hard for me to grasp, and it makes sense when you see it with the Hank, so obviously context is important, but to put your tournament live in the hands of Poco on bounty does feel like a really interesting concept, especially when you think of somebody like Byron who's out there. If you want the healing factor, you could go with a little extra range in there. They must really like Poco's spot right here. I'm curious how this goes down. Obviously, Cross Gaming, it got to this stage of the competition for a reason. They're playing Loud, who are up 2-0, though. I think the left-hand in's been drafting pretty well today. Obviously, the execution has been there. This is really interesting to see how this one goes down. This is definitely not a traditional kind of pick for bounty.
And Ollie was one of the most banned brawlers last month, only just behind Hank with 15 bans in total. So now we see a slight change to the better. Ollie starting to sneak back in. Edinho there just kind of gets drawn out of position, thinks he has an opportunity to get there and punish Bast. Firecrow was able to take at least that blue star early, so that's some silver lining for Loud, but there's a little bit of legwork that needs to be done now, and things are not looking too good for them in these early stages. Maybe another set where they take it a little while to warm up.
And sometimes it just takes those adjustments, the learning. Sometimes you got to get punched in the mouth a little bit to know you're in a gunfight. Firecrow now diving in. Heels go down, and it's another one. Dacon picks this one up. The Walking Cane goes through. Not enough to equate to much, though. It's Cross Gaming sitting comfortably.
Would I be in a gunfight if I got punched in the mouth, though?
It's a great point.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
I'm thinking then I would be very confused. I'd be like, okay, maybe more of an honorable duel. Either way, Firecrow trying to go in. Nice little Walking Cane. This will mean that Portox would have been caught out inside that Hypnotize, but Firecrow doesn't have the durability. Blown up by a bubble from Portox and the damage of Bast and Loud. None of their opportunities, none of the windows they've been able to exploit into advantages. Portox is such an issue for them. Has fish torpedoes, has the damage mitigation of the shield because it's close to this terrain. And yeah, it's got to be frustrating for Firecrow. He's not been able to find anything. Kyodog has to go on a bit of a solo mission up mid and survives with a paltry 2 health. Firecrow hasn't been able to make use of these dimensional doors at all. That super there is just for zoning. So at least you have some map control now. There's Adino throwing down that super field. Portox will be stuck in the corner and finally brought down, but it's 5 stars. They still need to be caught up. 1 star now is the difference. One more pick for Loud and they'll get there.
They get one more engagement. Unfortunately, Kyodog goes down, so it's a 4-star swing. Bass dives into Hypnosis there. They can get 3 off of him, but they're going to need more than just that. And Firecrow falls. The team wipe goes through, and it will be Cross Gaming who come out of this one on top.
As good as Ollie is, and he is good, his crowd control attached to his super and his gadget, very powerful. But he needs follow-up from the rest of his team because on his own, he doesn't offer a critical mass of damage, especially not against the Hank. But it really felt like Loud were all playing their own separate game on that map. Firecrow's jumping forward on the Grey, trying to open something up, rather on the Ollie. Kyodog is TPing forward, trying to take 1v1s. It doesn't make any sense. Loud seem really disjointed.
Once again, they'll be falling back. They do get the blue star. It's going to be with Firecrow, who is on the more aggressive side, so they're going to be careful of how they navigate this. Portox getting healed up on the right hand. Dindus Bass flanks on the left. The pickaxe can swing it so quickly, especially with all these walls, which is the reason Carl can show up here so much.
Daniel here just poking down. Dimensional door at the ready for Kyodog, in theory, to set Firecrow up, but we've just not seen that combination of abilities so far from Loud. They've got a couple of oh, buddy, that's a dirty bubble from Portox. Firecrow's got no choice but to come forward. It ends up being a trade, which favors Loud in terms of stars, but they are stuck in the corner. At least the Hank's off the table now. Bast overextends a little bit, but Dacon's able to slip in there and get the blue star and a 2-star lead.
That was the most aggressive spawn trap I've seen in a while. Just walked it down with Hank, put him in a corner. It was enough to get him 2 stars, and most importantly, that blue star swing. And now they have all the hypercharges, the full house on the other end. Bast with the hypercharge button of his own. Incendiary goes down. Just a little bit of a cutoff. Not going to equate to anything. Kyodog has one of his own. Now the other end can respond if they want. There are supers galore on this map right now that has potential to be popped over.
That's caught by a Walking Cane. Adino hypercharge forward. The super though. Ooh, buddy, it just misses. Hypercharge comes out from the Poco though. So Portox and Dacon very healthy. Firecrow has a super. Where's the opportunity to make use of it? Hits some damage onto Bast at least. Keeps it even, but there's a blue star difference that means Loud still must be the aggressor in the dying seconds of this round.
Loud need to close out here. Once again, they're going to be down. It's a tie right now. 1 kill could swing things. Forget the blue star. Firecrow now getting in on the action. Has a super available. The Hypnosis goes through. Portox defending. Pops a super. Adino with 1 down on the ground as well. Swept in and out. It's a 2-star swing, and Loud will go to match point.
Buddy, they really had to fight back from behind in that game. But once they were able to wrestle map control away from the Hank, once they could be the aggressors themselves, they started to slowly choke the game out, but it required the Oliver Firecrow to be able to get up, to be able to draw that Hank away from the rest of his team. Ollie's nice and healthy. He can take a bubble or 2. That was a very, very close game, and Loud just would love to spend some time in the lead in this next round.
Cross Gaming have not won a set yet, but they're certainly challenging in set number 3. Bass once again flanking on the left-hand din. Firecrow is going to have to withdraw from the fight for now. Just not enough in the tank to really step forward. This is what happened last time. CRS had a nice little footing in there, put them in the spawn, got a kill. The first one already down. Adino in trouble too. Has a super available. We'll see what he rolls. No, we won't. He'll be sent to spawn. It's a 1-star lead, and Portox knows he needs to get out of here if he can. Does have a super available. Pops it, barely survives. It's going to be a close call, but his teammates shield for him. He gets away. No! Kyodog swings in. Now it's going to go to Loud side.
Oh, good super roll there for Adino, but it's not enough to stop Bast in his tracks. Kyodog, though, can handle that fight at close range and then get out with the dimensional door. Portox absent for a really critical point in this round. taken down at the very start of the fight, and that is worst case scenario for a team that is trying to make use of the Hank. Here comes Portox, good damage on Adinho though, but I love the fancy footwork. Unfortunately, the fish torpedoes means that Portox can sustain through that damage. And here comes Firecrow now, sees Dacon a little bit alone, but will have to settle for just some poke damage.
Bass with the preemptive pop of this gadget. It's not going to equate to much. Just buys him a little extra foot room, and Gyodog just teleports away. It's going to keep him nice and safe. They're once again in spawn, but at this point, they're not only fighting stars, they're fighting the clock.
30 seconds left in round 7. Start lead here. That's been remediated somewhat with Adinho falling. Portox caught with a walking cane. Adinho now coming back off spawn. Dacon with a hypercharged super, but Firecrow is still healthy on this left-hand side. It's Portox picking off Adinho, though. 3 stars, the difference. Gyodog healthy because of his own hypercharge now as Firecrow benefits from healing from the dimensional door. Trying to poke Portox down. Those bubbles are a problem. They need to get rid of the Hank. He's going to be an issue. 1 star Ridden and Cross Gaming get over the line. Now they'll back away knowing that they've stayed alive in this series.
Woo! Down to the wire. Really well fought from both of these teams. I mean, 2 very different compositions. We had some untraditional bounty brawlers get in there. We had Chester and Poco, but Layer Cake is such a unique one for bounty. It's not the long-range, old-timey brawl stars of something like Dry Season or Shooting Star. This one's just completely different. It's interesting to see this game mode with the twist and some of these more meta brawlers swoop in.
That was really a photo finish in the end once again, and yes, as you mentioned, Uber, Cross Gaming lives to see another day now. They can move on into set 4, and they certainly can turn things around now. We need this a reverse sweep. We don't want to jinx anything. We don't want to take it away from Cross Gaming, but they played out of their minds, and I think we didn't promise too much talking about how the teams in this region really seem to bite down harder once they're on the verge of losing, Uber.
And you can see why I was surprised, so surprised that Loud did not ban this Hank. They didn't have the opportunity to sort of involve it in their compositions, or at least they chose not to. They picked Grey first, which is fine. It doesn't telegraph too much about your composition, but they just left this Hank so glaringly open. And yeah, he's a huge problem on this map. Purely charging the bubble is enough to force your opponents away. Like there was that one massive, spawn trap that Kenny pointed out where Portox does I don't know, 12,000 damage with a single bubble, everybody on Loud caught inside of it. If you don't have something that specifically counters that brawler, and I'm open to ideas, I don't have a lot of them, then you need to pick it first or ban it.
That's certainly true. I mean, coming into the draft, I already mentioned Hank being banged out so often, now picked up even more often by EMEA. Seems like in South America we see something similar here, Kenny.
It's really interesting, and I was getting some feedback from some of the EMEA pros of why Hank, why now, especially after the balance change, because last month we were all witnessing it. The guy was invincible. I mean, that hypercharge was unbelievably strong, so appropriately our balance team did a great job of bringing it down, and Hank's just in an awkward state right now where he's banned sometimes, but he's not quite strong enough to where I think teams, they would rather deal with a Hank than other brawlers. Sometimes we need to see him kind of enabled, though. We've seen great teleports be that option, healers be that option, so I'm still verdict out on Hank. I think as early as he gets drafted, sometimes there's good ways to adjust, and I feel like that's been the back and forth we've been facing today.
Oh, we are straight into this draft, wasting absolutely no time. Hard Rock Mine is going to be our 4th battlefield of this series, and Amazing makes her return. Obviously, a brawler that can be really flexible, just like Carl is. And, again, maybe with Carl off the table, that's why Louder thinking. Good long-range pressure, devastating up close, especially with a hypercharge that adds a huge amount of damage. This is the team that really right now doesn't tip their hand too much. They get a safe mid, they get a pretty effective side laner. Cross Gaming need to decide how they want to supplement this Grey. What are they going to use with his delivery system of Dimensional Door?
Kenny, Uber was asking what is really still in play that can even counter a Hank. Well, for one, you could try and just ban him out. That is already over. That chance is gone. They didn't ban him. It's going to be picked up once again by Cross Gaming. You could pick something that is just really good at countering tanks. There's something so far with the Maisie already. Just something with a lot of damage output. I'm also looking at other tanks such as Buster. Still open here. Chester would be available as well. Just DPS to get that tanky brawler down and keep him at arm's length so he doesn't come too close with that bubble. And the last pick from Cross Gaming, alongside the Hank and the Grey, I feel like they have a pretty good comp already. Now they just pick one of the counters up that I just mentioned, Kenny. Looks pretty good for them.
Yeah, I was gonna say with the band stage, we saw Jackie and Buzz, so I was really curious if we got a little cheeky with it. We saw this the other day in EMEA. It was an SK Gaming and Subs semifinals, and it was Hard Rock Mine. It was teleport plus a bunch of tanky teammates, and it's honestly just kind of a cheesier strategy where you're just trying to cycle in as many health points back in the mid as possible. It's one of the great things about the dimensional door. Even if you fall down, it's like I mentioned for Hot Zone earlier, you're right back in the mix. And now they pick up this Ashe on the other end. Really interesting. I mean, it worked out for the other team last time. SK Gaming ended up defeating that gray double tank composition, but we get another dice at it, and now we're gonna roll and see what happens.
Man, I'm very curious to see how this plays out. I think the teams justifiably need to take a beat here. We talked about the potential for cross gaming, or the requirement, in fact, now of reverse sweeping Loud. And we talked about how Loud have looked shaky in the start of these rounds. We're already in here. A lot has happened. Cross gaming have that one gem, but the map gets awkwardly split because Kyodog at least can, again, be that bully in the side lane, move up and pinch. This is going to force Bast out of the map entirely.
It's going to be Loud completely taking over this mid. Still a lot of health points on the other end, so once we get this first TP started and then a second one with the hypercharge, it can get really out of hand. So Loud, not safe by any means, because now they've got Buster, Hank running it down, but this Ashe has been a great way to address this. Look at all the little rats running around. Gray is a single shot brawler, can't do a thing about it. This is looking like a pretty good 6th pick.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the only brawler that super is remotely effective against on Cross Gaming's lineup. So the Ashe finally makes his return. Still pretty good. Definitely can ignore Dakon's ability to deflect those projectiles, which is an issue for Kyodog and Adino, respectively. Firecrow wants to stay in the mix here as much as he can, but eventually will be brought down. The safe brawler of Adino, though, 8 gems to hand. It's a good enough lead for Loud to work on. And now getting back into the map starts with Kyodog hitting some shots here. Couple taps on this right side lane, allowing Adino to start to move in as well.
Now a hypercharge going down. Kyodog marching forward. Pulled off of the dash, though. That could have been deadly. Instead, it's Dakon and Bast holding on. They've still got Portox pressed against these walls. And this is going to be a little more difficult now that Kyodog's burned through a super.
Okay, here's Adino backing away. Portox low. Firecrow in the middle of the map. Yet another swarm of little helpers. Portox gets chewed up. Firecrow goes down to Bast because Dakon is there to help clear the rat infestation. Adino's living dangerously here, but Kyodog goes in with a hyper super. Big damage. Dakon now. All the gems spill in the middle part of the map. A tough person to have the gems on, frankly, as Portox needs to deal with Adino, but there's a phase shifter there, allowing for the Max to get enough distance away from the questing bubbles of the Hank. Bast and Dakon can't do too much. Another super from Kyodog will knock them right on back, and that's a first round secure for Loud.
Well played indeed. It was close, though. I mean, again, Cross Gaming just have such a boom-bust potential. If the composition's working, they can make some big-time plays, and sometimes all it takes is one nice play to swing away with the gems. But well done from Loud. Good discipline. They hold on. Nobody hit the panic button. It wasn't easy, but they did get away with one. And now, once again, they will be on match point, an opportunity to extend their run in this tournament, try and take the top of the leaderboard once again in this region. These are players of old. We're looking to kind of make a comeback here because number 4 seed is certainly not where they want to end this season.
Adino, it's a walking game, but a phase shifter will be there to get him on out. Dakon, nice little slow-mo replay, catches Firecrow. Not the gem carrier, though, but again, it applies enough pressure to the Ashe to force them out of the map. And Adino, yeah, tough to dodge that one. Portox was probably hoping for an insta-kill there, but it doesn't happen, so Firecrow can bail this Max out of danger. Once again, Kyodog wants to play from this position constantly, and now they've been able to force the montage from Dakon. Come in with that super. Now the slow-mo replay hits, but again, the Maisie pretty durable in her own right. Able to fight back against that Buster. Now Adino can come to collect.
Firecrow with a hypercharge, and now the rats. Hank is just going to have to take every single one of them. Now down below 4,000 HP, a swipe away. Firecrow dealing with this other end so masterfully right now. Dakon just has to swing in to save the day, and he has a hypercharge ready to go. Portox, the same can be said for him. Kyodog popping one here early, makes a tag, but the homing missiles will heal him up just a bit. Dakon will drop one of his own, allow Bast to kind of take over this mid once again, but all the gems still comfortably resting with Loud.
2 minutes still, plenty of time in this game. It's obviously an issue for Loud because they are only 2 gems away from starting that countdown. Kyodog comes forward again when he can use the Maisie aggressively, cycle the super. It's devastating. Cross Gaming, mostly wiped from the map here. Dakon doesn't quite survive that encounter with Firecrow, and now with 11 gems, Loud are happy to walk away but they've got to be wary. This Hank is a problem if they give up too much map control. So Firecrow steps forward. Little helpers come out. It's such a problem for the Hank, who would have to waste a bubble on them, and when they're dispersed, it's too hard to catch them. Loud have secured their passage out of this series into the semi-finals, but not without their mishaps.
3-1 is still a pretty darn good scoreline, though. I feel like they had a little bit of split focus there on those final moments, and honestly, Macy was fighting demons. That was so tough to stay alive there with as little HP, but they made it work. Congratulations to Loud. These semifinals are heating up. This is going to be awesome.
Uber, you've mentioned how we don't really have an answer to Hank. Well, it seems like Loud had one, but Maisie really helped them out to win that matchup against this tanky brawler. They had to Hank once again. They won the previous set with it, but Cross Gaming this time around did not have any luck with that brawler. Loud just made it look easy once again. It was a 3-1 overall here. Still not a 3-0 in this region, which is, yeah, honestly to be expected. For Cross Gaming, honestly, it could have been them as well. They had great drafts today. They had some good plays. Yeah, the Maisie just really made it happen for Loud in this one. And looking at the stats, it seems like also the Ash did a lot of work.
Yeah. I mean, look, so it's important to remember that Hank is a single shot brawler, just not in the traditional definition. So little helpers are great. If they're clumped up and they've been chasing you for a while, you can whip around and blow them up with a bubble. But it's a pain because of how long Hank has to, to charge them up. So if you can do anything to draw Hank's shots out from him, you're in great shape. The Maisie, especially against this setup, is really good because if you let her take that map control on the right-hand side, you can't just ignore her because she can dash forward with her gadget, pop a super basically straight away, and then knock you back, disrupt you, or find huge damage. It's like insane combo potential available from the Maisie. She's like a sneaky, crazily strong brawler, and when she got her hypercharge in the first place, she was obviously very popular for a time, and then there was some toning down and a long range pressure. But she's another brawler like Carl who offers a significant in-your-face all-in threat if you don't respect her.
I think that's a really good point you raised there. She can also knock out the Hank from his bubble charging, just like the Ash Rats were able to do the same. Heading into our quarterfinal number 4 now already, Kenny. I feel like this is going to be another close one, honestly. Just like we had seen all day from South America, Alpha 7 Esports versus Casa Brawl, and then it's already time for the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, if a 3-1 is the biggest blowout, quote unquote, that we see today, I'm going to be a pretty happy camper. I just feel like this has been a super competitive region. And obviously, as you can see there based on the bracket, Casa Brawl, #1 team currently in terms of the leaderboard points. They made it through the lower bracket, not the upper bracket. So upset is certainly a possibility.
So Casa Brawl versus Alpha 7 Esports, our next match. From this match, we still have to decide who's the MVP, though. The people at home were able to vote on the event side to get that Pro Rank XP in, and also the pin at the end of the reward track. And it's no one other than Firecrow. Something to be expected as well, Uber.
But yeah, I mean, he was on the Ash in that last set. I think that's such a great brawler, and it's not the first time we've seen him used to countermand the Hank, but he looked really good on it. Looking back, further over the series, Firecrow wasn't always in like the spotlight, in the centerpiece role, but a couple of really nice clutch moments here from Firecrow. I think that really were able to decide the trajectory of the game. He plays a lot of those more technical brawlers, or at least the ones that need to be basically at 100% execution in order to fulfill their role in the team. So great to see this legitimate legend of South American Brawl Stars continue to show us his very best level of gameplay.
Quarterfinal number 4 is between the February monthly final champions and a freshly signed team. Algoim Segura now goes with the name of Alpha 7. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are too. We're gonna see it after the break.
Sua raridade épica, eu acredito que Piper. Ele tem 6.000 de vida, sem acessórios adicionados. Eu vou chutar Ems. Seu ataque pode atingir os inimigos. Não sei. Pan. Tem cabelo loiro. Piper. Sua classe é destruidor. Lume. Sua raridade é mítica. Eu acho que Mortis. Sua classe é suporte. Eu chuto Byron. Seu ataque são de 9 blocos largos. Belly? Não sei. Sua raridade é épica. Pan. Tem 5.000 pontos de saúde no nível máximo. Eu chuto Piper. Tem 6 skins, sem contar skin de ouro, de prata e a padrão. Chutaria, não sei, grife. Sua classe é suporte, Byron. Atualmente tem 5 skins de raridade épica, eu vou chutar pouco.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
The Racer Brawl Cup is still very much on the line here over in South America. We still have a couple of teams running for it with BC Gaming, Loud, and Casa Brawl still in the race and still can take this spot ready. You feel like Casa Brawl is gonna beat Alpha 7 now and will be able to claim that ticket?
I think they will be able to, though they did look a little bit shaky in the qualifiers. They lost a match that they kind of shouldn't have, but that was against Zarita Gang, who just defeated last month's champions. So it's looking like a little bit more excusable, but as a team that's trying to make it to the Brawl Cup, it doesn't really cut it.
If you're watching right now, you might not be able to play in the Brawl Cup, but you can still join us in Dallas, and you can also get some merch. Together with your DreamHack ticket, you can get a Brawl Stars add-on, you can get a goodie bag, and it's packed with some exclusive merch, Kenny.
Pop socket for me, please. Like to throw that on the phone, rep the Brawl Stars a little bit. Don't mind if I do.
I want the socks. I've changed my mind. The stickers were cool, but the more I've gotten to look at them, I'm just like thinking about, like, look, you know, there's a lot of Brawl Stars imagery on there. How often, though, is someone like actually looking at your socks? That's where you, like, you know, pull up the pants leg and you're like, hey, check it out. You know, I'm wearing Brawl Stars socks. maybe
Sure.
that's a good way to make an introduction to someone. Yeah, that's your first impression.
I mean, I heard it's gonna be pretty hot in Dallas, so we can just like wear some shorts and pull up our socks up to the knees. You gotta show off those beautiful socks that you can get together with your DreamHack ticket. So make sure you get that. Now, Casa Brawl still wants to make sure to even make it to Brawl Cup. Otherwise, they might have to buy a ticket themselves, Kenny. Against Alpha 7, it's gonna be a tough one.
I'm sure they prefer the free ride. Right now, they are #1 in the leaderboard. But of course, fall to no exception. They have to win out to have a absolute guarantee. And then there's some other, you know, nitty-gritty things, some really circumstantial things. But most importantly, if they just keep their eye on the prize against a team like Alpha 7, they're going to be all right. Alpha 7, though, no slouches here. This is a team that I think is pretty legitimate, obviously falling under a different name in previous months. But Brawl, Rated Foot, Golden, all very solid players.
This is also a team that has taken down Casa Brawl before. When Casa Brawl were literally at their highest coming off of that win in the February monthly finals, they got taken down by Alpha 7 in the subsequent monthly qualifiers. So there's a bit of history between these two.
As I mentioned, for Casa Brawl, it's still very much up for the Brawl Cup. They can still make it into it if they only get a ticket and they get that checklist done, Kenny.
Win and in. I'm going to say it a ton this weekend, but it is nothing but true for Casa Brawl. Obviously, along the way, we have some potential. Now we know for a fact Loud would be their opponent if they won this. That would be awesome to see a repeat there, but it starts right here. Winning the quarterfinals gives them a chance. If they lose at any point here in this quarterfinal, they're all but over, and they would be down to 2 for that Brawl Cup.
We only have 3 teams that are still in the race for the Brawl Cup. One of them, Casa Brawl, but they lost in the qualifiers coming into this April monthly final. They lost to no one other than Zarita again. We watched them before today. They also beat another pretty good team in their quarterfinals. They won again SK Kalalas, and SK Kalalas were also beaten by Alpha 7. So it's a little bit of a triangle going on here. In the end, Alpha 7 qualifying through the upper bracket of the monthly qualifiers, whereas the Clear favorites in this one, you'd say. Casa Brawl qualifies through the lower one. They're right now still top 1 in the leaderboard, but that could still change today already.
It's possible, but none of us are thinking that, okay? We're all going with Casa Brawl because we have, we've done our history lessons, okay? We know how capable this team is, how capable they have been in years past. It's a little unusual that things would change so quickly, like on a dime like they did last month. With balance changes, I think the meta has become, I think just more of a favorable state for Casa Brawl, sort of the folks that have been around at the top of the leaderboard for a longer period of time to not be upset by the underdog.
76 is a lot of faith in Casa Brawl too, and reasonably so, like you said. Alpha 7, obviously a very solid roster. Awesome to see these fellows get picked up by an org and kind of rep some new flags, but nonetheless, still challenging. They have to take down Casa Brawl, who I know went through that lower bracket, but I still think should be favorites here.
It was still a closer prediction than in some of our other quarterfinals. It's the last one that we get to see who will be the last team to move on into the semis. We're heading into draft number 1 here. Alpha 7 versus Casa Brawl. We're in open zone once again. We just saw Loud versus Cross Gaming playing Bell Hank Gray versus Meeple Bo Meg. And it seems like so far so good. We have pretty similar brawlers on the map again already.
I would also note just some of the stuff that's not banned, okay? Like B is so strong right now. You don't even have to play her in a wide open map for her to be viable. Now, something that can get like close to her and some sort of like assassin brawler is totally possible. Definitely one that you'd be keeping your eye on if you had that last pick, like Alpha 7 do. But they're also considering this bow. How are we going to keep that bow off the point? Especially if we can outrange him, that would be ideal. You talked about Meeple. Here comes Meeple, as well as like a Gray possible combination. Hank also still completely on the table. These are all brawlers that combine really well with each other.
That's a good point. I mean, we've seen Hank combined with Meeple a good bit. Gray has been combined with the Hank too, so obviously they can only grab one of those two potentially here, but I still think plenty of options. To your point, B not showing up nearly as much as I thought she would. I mean, one of the more popular bans / picks in other regions, and I also agree with you. I think between Rattled Hive would be a great choice here, just to maybe outrange the bow a little bit to deal with extra tanks, but instead they're going to go Meg. Okay, South America clearly like this brawler, and so far from what I've seen, I get it, right? Meg has a second life, so especially on hot zone, even if you bring her down once, well, she can still continue to apply pressure or just get time in that hot zone a little extra, because once she pops out of that mech, there's a 4,000 some odd HP brawler still there.
I just wonder like when we're going to see like a Gray and Hank come up. I mean, for the 4-5, this could be quite viable for Casa Brawl. Once you get that Gray teleport down in the correct position, then you're able to use it like really, really well. Especially like, for instance, if Gray is on the point, he can actually prime that second hypercharge teleport for a Hank to TP in. But here comes the B, so it's going to be more of a long-range control-based approach here from Casa Brawl. They also know that Bo would like have quite a tough time into that B. It does leave this open for Alpha 7 to sort of try and counter this with something of their own. And they're going to have to, because that Meg, while it does have good survivability, it will not be getting close to the B. The best chance is that like Meeple throws up the mansion and gets some area blocked off.
That's a great point too. I mean, B is in a great spot and honestly makes a lot of sense in the Meg. This is an interesting answer. This is kind of some old-timey Brawl logic, but just having the pure DPS and then the B's range is how they're going to be directly trying to mess with that Meg. And I think Meg, despite having 2 lives, the Lola can shred through it rather quickly, especially with the spawner in the ground. But I actually really like this Bell response. Bell on my mind, mostly just because of its hot zone, its open zone, so long range combined. But nest eggs, very good. But now you get a bounce shot into the spawner of Lola. Now you have a brawler that outranges B. B is very solid in the tanks, doesn't always handle those other sharpshooters very well, and is going to outrange Bo. So I actually think this is a pretty solid answer here from Alpha 7. I mean, I'm gonna have to see how this kind of plays out a little bit, but I see the pluses for both teams here.
Yeah, just looking at the draft, I think you've laid it all out, especially how Bell is going to interact into everything. Where Bell's going to be sneaking up that left side, trying to get those initial taps on a P.E.K.K.A. He's actually playing this range game pretty perfectly so far. Eventually, though, that first tap is going to come from either side. Meanwhile, at mid, Rate of Foot has taken a lot of damage at the hands of Motep. It's a struggle for him. He doesn't really have the DPS that Bo has to offer, and now he's got to trip these mines individually. It's not much of a help that Golden has also been demeched on the right side, and he's facing a Jubileu that has also spawned his ego. You see Golden fall over here on the right side after Jubileu extended his misery for just a little bit longer, and a wide open mid for Casa Brawl to reign.
Yeah, it's just been too easy so far. Finally, they get a little bit of a cutoff, but I feel like Casa Brawl have had several choke points between the mines, demecking Meg early. They've got nest eggs on the ground, sure, for Alpha 7, but if they're not even in the mid, it doesn't super matter. Pekka can probably safely get this down, especially with a kill here. Brawl now forced away. Raid of Foot gonna have to really start showing up. I mean, Motep's been marked for a while. Finally goes down. That's a kill that they need, and maybe Alpha 7 can swing something their way.
Raid of Foot's going to have to somehow get some damage on Pekka or trap him. Nope, it's fine. You know what? Block it off entirely, and B cannot get through that corner on the left side. But it only blocks her off for just a little bit. It's back to the same misery for Raid of Foot in this outrange matchup. He's got some pretty slick dodges, though. I mean, the jukes seem to be OP because B cannot land a single shot onto the guy. On the right side, it's an opportunity for Brawl to get some damage on Motep. Just one more shot will do it. And Alpha 7 Esports, they were trailing by like a decent amount, but they've now clawed their way back and they're approaching 70%.
It was like 30-some-odd%. I mean, you're absolutely right. And Alpha 7 have just been running away with it. Bowmine's not making a difference. Motep, even with some good jukes there, not enough to really step forward. And now it's all three brawlers engaging in this mid. But Alpha 7 may have enough time built in here. Golden, still in mech, now brought down. 1,000 HP and cycling in Raid of Foot. The gadget just cuts off Pekka entirely. He can't make any shots, and so they're safely able to walk in. That's part of the glory of that Meeple gadget. It's so valuable in a mode like Hot Zone.
That B was having a really tough time. You noted that B does struggle into some of those other snipers. Some of that can do with the fact that she doesn't really have that great of damage on each individual shot. It's all about the consistency, getting the follow-up shot with that 4K to eliminate an enemy. But also, I mean, Brawl has that slight outrange. We're going to see a different matchup on the lanes this time. Pekka going for something way more ideal into Golden. But Golden's also got some pretty good dodges. He's able to body block as well with his gadget popping down, getting close range on the right side. He's forced things back pretty much by himself onto both Motep and Pekka to get this early lead for Alpha 7.
Brabow's just going to be able to outrange this entire other team. Pekka finally grabs one on the right hand in. The Meeple gadget not effective this time. And Motep, of course, with enough super, is going to be able to get those mines down. They're pesky. They make you sidestep. They make you think a little bit. I think part of the fun with the bow mines is they're already juggling 3 professional players on the other end, and now you have to keep track of where those things go. And once you get a hypercharge, now it's 2 sets of mines and 3 professional players. It can be a lot to handle.
On the left side, just now we saw Brawl fall. I think he got needlessly aggressive over there. Wow, Golden stunned. That's an easy DMEC for Pekka. Now in with a hypercharge to get as many kills as possible. There's 1, there's 2. Decides not to circle around behind Brawl and go for the 30. Didn't want to die. Instead, opts to get to full health so he can defend versus Golden and Raid of Foot again.
It's a trade, but a 2v2 in the mid. It's a marked up Motep, but so many mines. Look at this. I don't know if he realized that they were all there. Clearly a misstep, and they're going to lose Meeple as a result.
We got 5 mines on the field right now. Now, even more, as a couple of them are replaced on the left side, disrupting the bushes and also keeping Brawl at bay. For Jubileu to win this matchup that he actually has a disadvantage in, but he's still got some pretty slick dodges. Hypercharge from Golden. Didn't even have a super to go with it, just trying to get in and aggro because he knows that this one is over. Casa Brawl have really come down on this point like a vice grip.
2 polar opposite games. It was a nice comeback in the first from Alpha 7, and in the second one, it felt like once Casa Brawl got controlled, they never let go. So again, when I looked at this draft on paper, you know, we have just as much time as these players. You get about 30 seconds to make a decision on if you like a draft or not, and I was kind of conflicted. In the first one, Bell was a problem. Bell was getting really good matchups, tapping, helping out, but in that second one, I felt like they messed up with the mines against Motep. Maybe they weren't getting as much value as they would have wanted it in that B, and Golden gonna be stepping up on this right-hand side. Motep once again has to tag team this alongside Pekka. Pekka gets the kill, but is wounded, and will have to take time to recover.
It looks like Pekka has had a much better time on this matchup on the right side. It seems like he is quite well suited for it as well. He's able to slow down the Meg and pretty much just auto-aim away. But with that Meeple's Mansion disrupting things to the right side, provided a little opportunity to get more damage on Motep. That's going to be pretty serious now that he has to play a more defensive role. And now that the wall can be shot through, it's time for Golden to shine. But Motep gets the diff in close range. Raid of Foot just needs 1 more, and Brawl follows up on the left for a team wipe in full control of mid.
That was almost a must-win in terms of that engagement for Casa Brawl, because now they're cut off on the right-hand side. They're building more percentage points and even a bigger lead. I mean, they're approaching 60% as a difference, which is insane for Hot Zone.
There is the hypercharged Meg Super out on the right side. P.E.K.K.A doesn't really want to move off that point. Golden's making such good use of the toolbox to tank on the right side, and the dodges versus P.E.K.K.A have just been impeccable. Motep, the last to fall. Alpha 7 with only 10% to go, and they're not going anywhere except next set, because there's no way for Casa Brawl to bring this one back.
Just too many team wipes. It's an objective-based mode. Getting to the middle is what matters. But at the end of the day, if your teammates aren't there to even stand, you can't capture hot zone percentages. I just felt like, especially in that game 3, Alpha 7 really bringing the heat. I mean, that was something else. Did not expect that against a team like Casa Brawl.
The underdog taking that first set. Honestly, unbelievable. Like, Casa Brawl had control for the most part in round number 1. Then Alpha 7 takes it back. Round number 2 was pretty much just all in the name from Casa Brawl. They learned to never let go of that mid control. And then in round number 3, they completely flipped the script here with a dominant game by Alpha 7 ready.
I think the stats say it, of course. He's highlighted in magenta. How could you not notice? But Brawl was a monster. P.E.K.K.A did his best into Brawl, and really, I think that like made sense as a matchup. Okay, like probably the B into the Meg was easier for the B, but like didn't land a single shot on that Bell. Bell and Lola had the same speed. Like how Brawl managed all those dodges on the left side, I couldn't even tell you. Mechanical prowess, really, I think was shown on that lane.
This guy's a player. And again, I think that goes to show if you can get good value out of your 6th pick, I think it makes a huge difference. So the fact that they made the right call, obviously, it was close throughout the set to a degree. You know, it wasn't all dominant like we saw in game number 3, but the Bell just made so much sense. That was good drafting. That was good mechanics. And maybe it's a fluke, but I really do think this team's going to challenge Casa Brawl pretty well. We've said it a lot, and there's been headliners in past years in SA, but this year it really feels like all 8 of these teams, if it's your month, it's your month, and it might just not be Casa Brawl's month. Plenty of Brawl left to be played, but I'm really impressed with Alpha 7 so far.
It could really be anyone at this point, it feels, in South America. I'm super excited for the next couple of matches just because of that. Talking about that Bell pick briefly, it was the most picked up brawlers in the East Asia monthly finals this month. 9 picks overall and a pretty good win rate. In EMEA, she was not even in the top 10 picked brawlers. I feel like maybe EMEA is sleeping on that pick. South America really makes her look good. Brawl makes her look phenomenal. So let's see if she's going to be picked up once again in the next map here. It's going to be Super Beach. Maybe not the best map for Bell. We see B more often as a long-ranged options, Max as well. Just something to play in mid here. Meeple, also a phenomenal brawler on any single Brawl Ball map at the moment because you can just shut down a lane completely thanks to mentions of Meeple. But yeah, we have some options open here ready. What do you feel? What is going to be the first pick?
First pick, I mean, whatever's not banned, basically. Let's look at what Casa Brawl is banned. They've gotten rid of the Lumi and they've gotten rid of the B. Cool. Those are like the one of the best things that you could go for the first pick. So now it becomes a question of, okay, are we going to prioritize a lane? Usually Chester would be an early one. Meeple seems to be the priority. You get good combinations with like Meeple and Hank, but Hank is now out of the question. So what they're going to pair with that Meeple is a bit of a question mark for me. This is also a new introduction into the map pool. We haven't seen Super Beach in a while. And I'll remind everyone that one of the most common dynamics on Super Beach is having a sniper at mid that can get a free shot right off the beginning of spawn.
It's an interesting one. Meeple off the rip. I mean, several bans, like you mentioned, that are go-tos. Chester, not always in the ban stage, so frequently played, but B and Lumi, I'm right there with you. First 2 that come to mind. Jackie this early is a little surprising. Jackie on this map doesn't surprise me. It's just, if you draft it this early, you're kind of telegraphing what you're looking for and the counters that Jackie can bring. So I bet they take an anti-tank here, to be honest with you, especially with B out of the way, one of the better ones, Chester out of the way. If they grabbed, I don't know, something like a Lou here, or maybe some more traditional ones that go really well into Jackie, it would make this really difficult for Alpha 7 to kind of deal with. So if you're going to draft it early, at least take one of the best options into it. Nah, they go with Stu instead. I mean, Stu a good brawler, don't get me wrong, but I do feel like now it gives Alpha 7 a couple picks here to maybe decide how they want to deal with this rather than just removing something that could have been really good into them.
I think really one of the biggest things here is that Lou has not been banned and hasn't been picked yet. It's like the obvious response into the Jackie, and Stu really shuts down that Lou. So go ahead and pick up the Stu now. And also with B banned and Poco on the table, you don't want to pick that Lou yourself because it can be countered so hard.
Great point.
Yeah. So this is like several steps deep of abstraction in the draft.
The second I said it, honestly, we're on the same wavelength. I mean, if they try to trap them into going Lou, because I think that's probably the bait that Casa Brawl are looking for, and that may seem crazy to people watching at home, but this is the level of thinking that these guys have. They may be trying to trap them into it, and by doing that, you could just pick Poco on the other end, have a gadget, and completely eliminate Lou. So honestly, a fantastic shout out by you, El Primo, and Shade. Shade, not always gacky, but the more they open these walls, they make things interesting. I don't know what to make of this. I'm not going to see something like a Meeple who's going to build a bunch of walls with a bunch of destructive brawlers like El Primo who are going to tear down the walls, and then on the other end, depending on the Stu gadget, this one's a mess.
It is a mess, and a lot of times when you see something that's a mess out of brawlers that aren't just like, you know, some of the best in the game, as in like we have a bunch of individual pieces that are sort of question marks rather than ideas that we know don't fit into a good puzzle, I'm low-key a little bit convinced just by what Alpha 7 have gone here. Now, in terms of DPS, I think they're going to be hurting into this Frank. This is one of those moments where maybe Meeple like actually decides to go the other gadget, get some sort of stun action out of here. You also see the Primo, which like should be a decent way to deal with Frank, but I think the days of Primo being the end-all counter to Frank are pretty much behind us. It'll come down to how well it's executed, how effectively he can get in range, which seems to be pretty good so far. Once he gets that super, that's when this game is going to really start going.
Wow, and it's already going, and the going is good for Alpha 7. An early bucket here. This feels like a medieval fight ready. It's just a bunch of brawlers with fists, with hammers, with jackhammers. I mean, I don't know what to make of this. This is going to be awesome to watch.
Send your mightiest warrior forward and joust. Have P.E.K.K.A go for a thrust into the goal. Perhaps he has the opening and no possible defense unless Golden leverages his range and the respawn shield to intercept that one on the goal line. Brawl now hiding inside of the boxes as well. The game IQ really on these individual brawlers from Alpha 7 Esports, that was like a ballet. That was an excellent dance to watch just in the last few seconds. And now they're going to bounce back. They're not really concerned about having this in the back left because they know it's perfectly safe there. They're going to get Raid of Foot cycling his abilities here. Has a super, has a hypercharge. He's looking well equipped for another minute and a half of defense, but provided an opportunity, I think they would like to get this one across the enemy goal.
I see the vision for the synergy of Shade and Meeple too, because you trap him in the cube. Shade is one of those brawlers that can shoot through the walls. They're going to burst through. Jubileo, of course, with the gadget and unlimited amounts of supers, essentially, with that hypercharge, is able to escape. But in general, I'm starting to see the pictures a little bit for each of these sides. El Primo diving in. Jackie forced away. And once again, an early fall. Golden just rushing for this ball. He knows he has to grab it in order to just buy a little bit of time. Brawl, once again, needs some serious heroics to stop this, but it's not enough this time. Casa Brawl make things even here in our opening game.
Alpha 7 Esports, they had a really good thing going, and then they sort of started throwing away their abilities. They started to quit while they were ahead, it looked like. And now they're going to have to earn those abilities back. It's like they just respawned, except they're facing a team full of utility. Motep on the right side has the position. Sure, he can be shot through a wall, no issue. Here's 14,000 health, headed straight to the corner of your goal. That gadget is not going to keep him away from the goal line. And this one heads to Casa Brawl when, honestly, this absolutely should have gone to Alpha 7. I think they had all of the pieces to get another goal, to get a defense, and they used their abilities frivolously.
Imagine that cube stopped him at the line, though. Can you imagine?
Imagine
he cut him off just perfectly. Not quite enough, though. Still going to be a lot of bludgeoning going down and a lot of fist fights flying. Brawl going to win the left hand in. Jubileo pierces through over the shoulders. A super available. Oh, he was looking for it, too. Instead, it dives in. Jubileo will fall to the fire damage after the fact, but P.E.K.K.A weak. Gonna have to back away for now. We're going to reset. I think an issue with this composition that we're starting to see with Alpha 7 as this progressed, too. Meeple just isn't a high damaging brawler. And Frank, who has 14,000 some odd HP, he's just gonna need help every time.
Pretty much, but he does give some good help to his teammates as well, especially opening up some of those walls, especially for an enemy hiding behind it. We'll see a quick toss over to Jubilee on the left side. Brawl still in hot pursuit, right of foot, cycling out those supers. He's taken down by the counter crush from Motep, who eventually falls thanks to the El Fuego that was equipped specifically to get those kills. We see Jubilee also having quite a bit of trouble on the left side. Still manages to get out of this one alive. The super over to the right side, but Pekka is encased, but he cannot be stopped. Right of foot looking to use that super as soon as possible, but he comes out of that stun with 80 health left. No util there. It's a walk-in from Motep, and Casa Brawl are one goal away from steamrolling their way through this set.
A little extra insurance from that Motep super. It's a goal-scoring ability. This is a nice toss, though. Now a cutoff. Gonna throw him in. Right of foot. Diving forward. Brawl has enough HP to walk this one in. Jackie couldn't get back in the mix in time, so once again, we see a quick turnaround and even scoreline.
We're starting to see some excellent uses of the Meeple gadget out here, but here comes Motep in with the super. That's a double kill. Golden does not have the DPS for this. Best case scenario, he has the gadget, and there it is. But Pekka's got the wall break, and there's no one to intercept on the goal line. Pocket in the bottom left, and Casa Brawl gets set number 2.
That was a fun one. I mean, I know it was a 2-0 in terms of the set, but what a wild draft we just had. That was some giga-level thinking from both sides. And honestly, I look at that on paper. You could have told me either of those teams win it, and I probably would have believed you. I think the Frank pick actually ended up being better than I think it was, because you talked about it in years past. If you see a El Primo into a Frank, not a good idea, because El Primo is just going to be able to disrupt that super, but it honestly worked out. They could break out of Meeple gadgets. They had a ton of HP to deal with Meeple. That actually seemed like a pretty natural answer.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. In earlier days, like 2 years ago, I would have definitely said the Primo comp has to win that one. Also looking at that comp overall, with the Shade that has been absolutely brilliant in East Asia, we have Meeple that I said was one of the best bowlers to pick up on Brawl at the moment because of that area control thanks to his gadget. But as you mentioned, he just doesn't really have the DPS to deal with a Frank, to deal with a Jackie. That pure amount of HP on the side of Casa Brawl was just too much.
So many goal scorers available there too. I mean, just Frank boasting so much HP. Jackie can walk it in. We saw the little pullback with the goal. I just love it. I think this is some good on-the-fly thinking from both of these teams, but it just worked out a little bit better for Casa Brawl, who had the final choice.
I think another thing worth noting is, like, check this out. Golden with the most DPS on the brawler with, like, the lowest DPS. Definitely shows, like, how stretched thin he was on this brawler. A couple other things that come to mind as well. Seeing the El Primo gameplay out here was pretty good. Got some excellent momentum off the beginning. You had some moments like these where he gets stunned and gets smacked down for all of his health, but also ones where he decides to jump onto the Jackie, which is specifically running Counter Crush to deal with this Primo matchup and win it decently reliably. So in the end, we even saw like Primo run away from the Jackie to stay alive, but it was right into the clutches of Stu, who has no problem like keeping the distance.
Yeah, I guess for everybody watching, keep in mind that even if you might not have matchup, you can still choose the gadget that goes well against that certain brawler. In that case, it worked out for Casa Brawl. They're now 1-1 overall in sets here, and Casa Brawl certainly wants to take that one. Again, a little reminder, they have still the opportunity to make it to Brawl Cup, so they need to make it all the way to the finals. First hurdle here is going to be Alpha 7 Esports. We're heading over to Bell's Rock. Hank comes to mind here again. Kenny, he was picked up before on this map. I feel like could be a pretty good asset once again.
Great shout from you. I think Hank's definitely in the mix here. Just because of these indestructible walls, he can press forward, so you either have to bring him down quickly or have wall break ready to go just to give your team a fighting chance, especially in those in-game scenarios where he can heal himself up too. Makes things really difficult to deal with him. Piper, the first overall pick, and Hank not in the band stage, Sonny, so I am really curious to see if Casa Brawl end up picking it up.
He slid through. Let's see if actually someone is going to pick him up here. Against the Piper, of course, you still have other long-ranged options that surprisingly are left open. I feel like I remember Mandy, Angelo, Nani, all of those banned out previously when we saw this map here already. How do you feel it's going to be? And Nani, for example, perfect counter to Piper, no?
Could be, but the kit already is concerning for me. Now, this is one of those where you had the last pick, so you can opt to go for the kit sort of composition. You want the kit Daryl, you want the kit Buster, the kit literally any tank in the game. Sure, go for it. This is going to force Alpha 7's hand into going something that will work against that kit composition, which is an undesirable situation for them. This is why kit like as a first selection or earlier in the draft, can be so strong because of the influence that it has on what your enemy picks, and then you can totally abandon ship, decide, actually, I'm going to play Kit like aggro. And this Brock over here also keeps any like throwers from being played, anything that's too dependent on walls. Just takes another thing out of Alpha 7's playbook they could use to deal with a tank combined with Kit.
Certainly keeping their options open. Combining Kit, a brawler that definitely likes to be close range, can't deal with the distance, and combining it with Brock is really intriguing to me. I'm curious what that final tank ends up being, or like you said, it's kind of a flex pick, right? They can just opt out of it entirely. Alpha 7 see Kit, and they think, hey, let's just take away the best thing that Kit could have done and pick up a Daryl. There's still plenty of options left for Casa Brawl. I mean, I'm not terribly worried yet. I think it depends on what Alpha 7 do. But Casa Brawl have me asking questions. I don't see the whole picture yet. I think it's going to depend on what these picks are, but we've seen it today already. I mean, sometimes Kit is going to work out tremendously well, and sometimes the cheese can come crashing down on you. So we'll see which side Casa Brawl fall on.
Yeah, they're going to have to pick something intelligent into this Daryl, something that's actually able to deal with it.
warm-up,
Or,
right?
hey, maybe they decide to take a different approach that wouldn't be so strong into that Daryl, but like a Janet is not like a bad thing to combine with it. They're just going to have some sort of response for the Daryl. Maybe a stun. They could just decide that, hey, they're going to let Kit take that responsibility of jumping onto a Daryl if it gets aggressive. They have to have thought this out quite well, though. What happens in the scenario where we pick the Kit and the enemy feels so much pressure that they actually take away our best options here? Because when you pick it this early, you have all kinds of plans. You see Motep is already planning out what kind of lanes they're going to run up and how they're going to conduct this assault. Hank is apparently what the doctor ordered.
Really interesting. Hank, the most played brawler in our previous weekend, and I imagine he is still up towards the top, if not still #1 in pick rate today, just based on how much we've seen the big guy played. A couple fan favorites here ready. I mean, Casa Brawl, say what you want about him. Fans of the people. Little Kit, Hank, we're staying prawn ready. We got a iconic brawler, to say the least, in Brawl Esports, and then we're combining it with Brock. We're all over the place here in this match. I mean, definitely the most interesting, I would say, of the drafts overall for two particular teams. This is another one where I'm not quite sure what to make of it.
Really just depends on whether the Kit combo can actually execute. Because until that combo comes out, it's basically going to be a slow war of attrition that ends with an Alpha 7 Esports victory, just judging by the brawlers that I see out here. I think, though, that the lanes are a little bit mixed up. Ideally, Brawl would be versus P.E.K.K.A, and I think he's feeling the same because there's nothing he can do into the Hank, and he would, at minimum, outrange this Brock that's giving Golden a tough time at max range.
P.E.K.K.A might even be running the other gadget here. They might have picked Brock just to take away the wall break from the other side. Obviously, they have Piper with a super who can do it, but it does enable Hank. Little invisibility, and then I think he's going to pounce. Look out on that left-hand side. Doesn't elect to go for it. Still holding on to that super, but now regroups with the entire team.
Here's a combo, 2 become 1. Potentially an unstoppable duo, but a missed super isn't a good look. Jubileu falls. It's just Motep in his wake. Thankfully, though, P.E.K.K.A picks up the kill. Brawl looks for the wall break on the left side. That's a huge area opened up. And previously, Daryl was an issue there. Now he can't stand there at all. P.E.K.K.A's going to try and get it done in close range. It's one of the places where Brock is the most weak, but he still lines up the shots and gets it done with Casa Brawl taking round 1.
This is so scrappy. That's what we saw in set #2, and it looks like that's what we're getting in set #3. Just gotta keep yourselves on your toes. Gotta be ready for anything. It's gonna be Daryl on this left-hand end. Hypercharge available. Slow playing it. I think gonna wait maybe until Max can get a little bit, Piper can get a little bit, and then use that utility to try and get an advantage. Daryl's biggest key is gonna be trying to find these isolated matchups, whatever it takes for them to get themselves in a 3v2.
Trying to enforce it quite soon here. Jubileu has the super. So does Motep. Ready? At a moment's notice. Here comes the initial hypercharge in from P.E.K.K.A. Tries to soften up the enemies. Actually doesn't hit a single thing, unfortunately. I suppose broke open that last wall, which only allows Brawl to be even stronger over here. 2 hypercharges available for Alpha 7. Brawl has to jump away. Meanwhile, Rate of Foot in with the hypercharge and super. Jubileu only barely alive. 417 health to his name. There's one, but Jubileu stays alive, gets the super just in the nick of time, and it devolves into a 2v1 with Golden the last man alive. No hope in the world of him taking this one back, and Casa Brawl gets their second round win for a game.
The Kit natural heals plus the Hank super. That's insane. That man just could not be brought down, even in the eyes of the double deuce from Daryl. Shotgun brawler, not enough. Really well played from Casa Brawl. I mean, we talked about it, but this is just such an interesting, unique thing. Not a lot of what we've seen in this weekend or just in general, but the kit Hank certainly working out so far. The pick of Brock, interesting in an early takedown here. Now a dive in. Oh, this is turning into domination. A fade away, though. Nicely done by Golden. Wait just a minute. No, it's a nice takedown there. Golden in a 2v1. All but bleak. That was almost insane, though.
You only need that kit thing to work once, and it only will work once because of, you know, the old saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Brawl is sort of waiting for it. I'm not sure what his contingency plan is if a kit gets a little bit too close, but the kit does have, or it's super now, okay, little EU curve as we call it, just raw curve up mid, no contact either, no scouting on the location of that kit.
And Golden holding on to the super. Gonna wait a few minutes, try and get this fog to close in a little bit. It seems that they're not afraid to play this more towards the end game. It's gonna be very difficult to get a pick. Daryl, Max, Piper can't shoot over the walls. That's the benefit of Hank. He's just pressed in this mid, can charge up that bubble, force them away, and kind of dictate the pace a little bit. This is nicely done by Casa Brawl so far, and I think it's gonna take some fog to get things going.
Okay, another curve from Babao just to soften up that Brock so that now they can go aggro. But what they didn't account for is that this combination is ready to move so much damage, but Rate of Foot got not just 1, 2, 3 stuns on the guy. And now they look to close in on Pekka. Babao repositioning so he doesn't fall. Pekka just needs, well, 3 shots over here is going to send in the super for a bit more damage. Maybe cycle that hyper. Wait, he's going to go for it. Golden tanks it. No! And it was so close too. Was that 2 hits from the Rockets while Golden was in the middle of the phase shifter?
It was hard to tell, but I was waiting for that gadget. You knew he wasn't running the wall break. He'd been baiting it for a while, was waiting for him to just make a nasty jump, and he nearly made a hero's effort. And the bad news is, I think Casa Brawl don't love that this top wall and their spawn side's broken up. The more walls that are down, the better, and that's why I was a little bit nervous, because Brawl obviously had to pop his super just to stay up. They can't open up their side walls anymore. It allows Hank to be exposed a little bit better. Now a lot of hypercharges going down. Purple buttons galore. A jump from Pekka, a stun, and now it's a 3v2. Rockets rain onto Golden. He dodges it all. Brawl bounces away, and they will have to suffer for now. 3v2 situation. Things looking tough here for A7.
Casa Brawl have a very clear win condition right now. Do nothing and get that combination once again. And they're rewarded for staying completely idle. They're going to have so much health to work with now. They've already taken down Golden. Brawl is the last man standing, and he knows he's not chewing through all of this health. This is a done deal. It's another one on the board for Casa Brawl.
Casa Brawl really building up some momentum here. A couple scrappy fights, some really interesting drafts, but they've made it work 2 consecutive times. Just some really interesting draft velocity, I think, coming out of South America, especially for a team like Casa Brawl that we know, we love. We've seen them at the World Finals. They've made it to international competition on several occasions. The fact that even in 2025, they can just mix it up and throw a curveball at you and still win, I think says a lot about these guys.
A 2-1 now for Casa Brawl, and they win it with a cheese comp. That cheese comp makes it yet again into the monthly finals. Previously, it was Kit Daryl. As you mentioned, Kenny, coming into the draft. Oh, they're just going to pick Daryl now on the side of Alpha 7, and it's going to be fine that Kit has nothing to jump on, to latch on. Now we have Hank, and Hank is better, arguably, in the current meta than Daryl, so it makes a lot of sense to just pair him with Hank instead, and it worked out perfectly.
Just so much damage pouring out. I think that's the second time we've actually had a DPS tie today, which is pretty crazy. But several ballers being highlighted in purple for Casa Brawl, which I think illustrates just how good these guys have been. You know, Daryl obviously the primary choice, but Hank, like you mentioned, the fact that they kind of get that as a later pick worked out pretty well. I think combining that with the Brock was actually a really interesting idea that I never would have thought of. I think they really did just take that Brock so that the other end couldn't get that wall break gadget. Instead, they see a Daryl on the other side. They go with the jump to try and deal with the Daryl. Just some 5-headed stuff coming out of Casa Brawl. I love him what they're putting down.
And Casa Brawl are still shooting for the stars now. They still want to make it into the Brawl Cup for Alpha 7. It's all about climbing that leaderboard ladder. Shooting Star is also going to be our next map here. Another ranged map, so I would not certainly expect Hank specifically to come out here. The graphic also said sharpshooters are a must, so I agree with that, Reddy. I feel like we're going to see some more Piper now, Angelo, Bell, the typical ones, you know?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't disagree with the graphic. The graphic never lies. The graphic is always correct. And
exactly.
but also, yeah, this is like common knowledge on Shooting Star. You play the long-range brawlers. You know why? Because they're like not many obstacles. They're these huge open spaces for you to leverage these brawlers. So the Pipers right now are going to be reigning true. We haven't seen as much Mandy as I was really expecting to see today. There are sort of like some better options at the moment. Also have to keep Nanny in the conversation since she's like the antithesis to Piper. So just some of the things that we keep in mind coming into this. There's still going to be the obvious bans like Lumi and stuff, but we also need to be wary of some of the more meta things like the Greys and the Meeples.
Mandy only showed up twice last weekend, so I'm honestly not really sure how to feel. I feel like the general public got really amped up when she got that hypercharge, balance changes rolled through, feeling pretty good about Mandy, but at professional level, just consistently not being a top tier option, I think. She shows on the ban stage sometimes too, so I want to give her a little bit of a shout there. But yeah, I'm kind of with you. I mean, in terms of sharpshooter choices, it is really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, talking about that Mandy, as you mentioned, she was banned out a bit today, but not really picked up a single time. I don't feel like she's in the best position right now. Still, she has a hypercharge now, makes her better maybe than most other options, especially on Knockout. Maybe not on Bounty though. Knockout is just super surprising when you come into that round 2 and the Mandy hypercharge snipes you off immediately as you come out of spawn. So there's the surprise factor. On Bounty, I feel like especially pro players are just ready for that Mandy super, you know. Now, heading into Shooting Star overall, I feel like that could be a map that Alpha 7 can win because their mechanics are certainly there, and maybe they just still need to find a bit on their strategical gameplay. I feel like for young upcoming teams, like I would still count Alpha 7 too, I feel like most of the time it's not the mechanics that are lacking, but it's just like the experience. They need to go through every single situation in the game a couple of times to know exactly how to react best, and I feel like that's why Brawl might take this one still today. 3-1 could it be if Brawl finishes it out here, or we are gonna see another set 5, which I would like to see, honestly. Ready?
I wouldn't mind it. I mean, we've seen several set 5s already today, and what difference would one more make? We're not even finished with the quarterfinals. That's how much Brawl Stars action we've had packed into these first 4 matches. But here's the Piper first selection. Note the bans out from Alpha 7. Tick, bit of an obvious one, just so strong out here, but also the Nanny has been eliminated. That enables the Piper in a huge way. But mind you, things like the Byron and the Max are still very viable ways to deal with the Piper.
And I hear a little evil methodical laugh. It's going to be Jean. Jean, a traditional counter, of course, into that Piper. Takes several shots for Piper to deal with. And there's that Mandy. Okay. Seems like Brawl find it valuable enough to go ahead and grab here for reasons that we mentioned before, too. I mean, if you can catch the people off guard with the super, it's really, really nice. And obviously having the ability to cross-court map snipe somebody from a distance and swing some stars your way, it's just so good. So understandably, Mandy definitely a good brawler. Just my point earlier was more of, I don't know how pros are really feeling about her because she just didn't show up.
I think also an important note is that Mandy's not going to be playing into a Nanny because it's not possible for that Nanny to be selected. And the reason for that is if Nanny gets hit by that Sugar Ray, then it's going to be reflecting a ton of damage back to the Mandy that's basically going to kill it every single time. But here's the Juju. Now, Juju can be really strong here. She's fallen off quite a bit, I think in a lot of ways, just because of like her range. If you opt to outrange it, then she can't really do anything to you. But it is going to make it a little bit complicated to maintain that mid control around the indestructibles because she's going to be sitting on top of that water where she's also safe from any assassins that do damage with movement, such as like Mortis or something. And while sitting on top of the water, she's going to slow any opponent that she hits. Gus as a final selection out from Alpha 7 Esports is really a safe pick. Don't necessarily understand how it combos with the rest of their team. Could maybe assist a Juju in a pinch, but I don't think it addresses anything in particular on Brawl, and this is possibly a missed opportunity to pick something that would block a gene pull, for example.
This is just a
Curious because in the past, Brock has been a way to kind of blow up that grass and make it tough for Juju to get that extra range. And then they kind of just went with brawlers that outranged Brock. So they had Piper and Gus's coverage. So I think if you're Brawl, you're a little wary to go with that pick. Instead, they're just going to completely go in a different direction. It's going to be the Gene Max combo that we've all known and loved for years. I think it's solid. It can be really frustrating to deal with for some of these sharp shooters. I don't mind this at all. I think Juju's kind of the brawler I'm looking at. If they can get some value out of Juju, great. But obviously, if they don't, it's going to get really really difficult. Maybe Juju gets overrun. I'm curious to see how this one goes down too. These have been some really interesting drafts. I feel like in general, a lot of these other regions, pretty predictable in general in terms of what we've seen, but SA seem to be in a world of their own right now.
Seems to be the case. Let's check out this combination on the left side. Jubileu, P.E.K.K.A going for so much aggression right off the beginning. P.E.K.K.A's not going to be able to dodge that last shot from Golden. He was depending heavily on getting that next kill. Thanks to that first push in from Casa Brawl, they did get a kill, but they've handed over 6 stars to Alpha 7 Esports. It's basically the opposite of how they were hoping that first push would go.
Well, Golden just had some of his grass removed due to Brawl, his own teammate, so a little bit of a tough look there, but the most important one is going to be the ones propped up beside that indestructible wall. Mandy knows better, though. Knows that Juju's just going to be hanging out there, gets the free shot, and is going to back them away. Now they have so much positioning. P.E.K.K.A with a little extra speed. A takedown on the right-hand side by Motep. Cross court, not quite getting there. And now a takedown for P.E.K.K.A. Trades all around. Blue Star ultimately residing with A7, so they get the best of that interaction.
There was some wasted utility from Casa Brawl there. A bit of a missed super from Motep, another one for Jubileu that they're going to have to earn back. Usually they would derive some of their strength from actually cycling those abilities, but you got to hit it in order to properly cycle it. So now Motep needs to hit 4 more shots as Mandy in order to get that super back. Shouldn't be too much of an issue versus Rate of Foot since he outranges him so hard. For Jubileu, it's going to be a bit more complicated. Takes a lot of little wisps to make contact to get any value. Motep's got 1, thanks to that gadget he fired through the wall at Golden, and here comes the speed. Casa Brawl need to move now. They got Alpha 7 back into their spawn, 20 seconds to go. It's time to go all out.
And they have a gene pool available. Ooh, off the mark from Jubileu. A rare miss from a mechanical player. And Ray gonna be barely alive. Oh, outranges that gene pup by just a little bit. Brawl healing up now too, so a healthier A7 roster. Motep, hypercharge, goes, gets one. Still the blue star is what they need. It's all tied up. A7 just have to battle till the very end and hold on. No kills transpire. So A7 will hold on because of that blue star. And now Casa Brawl are 1 game loss away from going to a set 5. They would much rather end this right here, right now. They don't want any scares for their Brawl ticket to Dallas.
Not at all, and this is a quarterfinal as well. Like, this is where you should, or at least want to be struggling the least, because momentum is a very real thing. If you're Casa Brawl and you're seeing yourself struggle into Alpha 7 Esports, geez, like, what does that even spell versus Loud in a semifinal? And they don't even have really a whiff of that just yet. They still need to get a couple game wins here in order to realistically get themselves to that position. Check out this beginning from Casa Brawl. They decided against doing what they did at the beginning of the last game. They're not rushing mid. They're playing this one much more safely, getting that blue star, and now dictating the pace of the game as they play B.
Having that blue star is so beneficial. I mean, you can really be in charge of how the game goes down. Not aggressing this time. They've got it safely. They're just going to be working with Jean, getting the extra heals from her star power. Mandy getting the long-range taps, can literally stay still and be just fine. P.E.K.K.A diving in once again, has used the gadget, so is not indestructible. Golden, low HP. Motep needs to gun it down and will successfully do so. So 1 star still swinging Casa Brawl's way. They're all right for now. Don't know if they know about this Mandy super yet, though. Now they will because she stepped out of the grass, but that would have been a sneaky little frag if she wanted it.
Okay, fire to the bottom left, another long-range shot, and a long shot in 2 senses, because it's the second time he's fired that corner and hasn't been able to get Brawl. Though he doesn't seem to have any shortage of supercharge from Rate of Foot here on the right side. He's already got 1 and he only needs 3 more. Since he outranges these matchups so much, and since Alpha 7 are forced to play into his hand here, it's a big advantage for him. And the next time he gets that super, it will be hypercharged, so it's something for Alpha 7 to be extra cautious about.
The piercing shot into Juju has been very helpful just for scouting her out, for using, oh, and even has the game sense to know where she is. Oh, it makes the blast as well. That time the hypercharge super connects. P.E.K.K.A blasts his way down. Brawl goes down to the pool, and now a 7-star swing for Casa Brawl. They missed this one. Golden gonna have to rush up, but Casa Brawl have plenty of time to work with. Brawl is gonna have to dive in immediately to even have a chance here. Some evil spirits go down for a little extra cover. This time, make no mistake, Motep will not miss, and now it's gonna be Casa Brawl on match point.
Alpha 7, they have shown their stuff, but I think that game 1 win was quite reliant on that aggressive push in from Casa Brawl right off the beginning of the game. giving your enemy a 3-star lead just like that, or actually it was a 5-star lead and a blue star. That's super, super serious. So Alpha 7 Esports are going to have to actually like earn their own path here. And it seems like one of the bigger issues for them was dealing with this Mandy. So this time they've made the prudent choice of putting Brawl on that lane. Even have him curving just to get that Mandy to back up. Knowing that you're one shot away from death at the hands of an enemy Piper is enough to get you to back up and take cover.
And Golden falling here rather early. So they were in great position. A7 had control of the map, and then they lost Juju. Casa haven't really making any steps forward, though. Still waiting around. Motep with a piercing shot. The gadget, super helpful just in general. I think a reason why pros really like this brawler right now. Max speed going down to help out in the defensive end. Gonna be a few evil spirits just attack things up. Oh, and another takedown into Golden. This has been twice now in this game that he's fallen. That is tough. 5-0 lead is monstrous at a professional level. No, rather than 7 now.
Comeback is possible, but they've only got a minute to win it and earn their keep in a set 5. Meanwhile, Casa Brawl are really holding this down with Mandy on the right side. With Mandy missing the super, this is actually an opportunity for Golden to get it. Here comes P.E.K.K.A for the pressure, and Grigri's going to be blocking some of those shots. No pull to deal with Golden either, and Alpha 7 Esports are now in the lead.
Golden was 2 of the 3 kills. He was a part of the issue, and now he's the reason that they're up. What a recovery from the young man. Golden with a real opportunity to try and get his team to go to another set. They want to go the distance, not just to play spoiler, but also for these valuable leaderboard points. We know how close this region has been. A win and getting outside of this quarterfinals, and more importantly, taking down the #1 would be so good for them.
20 seconds to go. It's time for Casa Brawl to make their move. Brawl has that super. He's not going to use it in combination with the hypercharge. Alpha 7 just have to stay alive. No pull, no contact. Rate of foot's low, though. P.E.K.K.A in with the aggression. 5 seconds to go. There's a takedown on P.E.K.K.A. Another onto Jubileo, it looks like. Brawl just got to stay alive. That's another pickup for Alpha 7 with a 4-star lead. They're taking this to the next set.
Woo! It's been a day. I mean, these quarterfinals have had fireworks going down. Look, 2024, all these past years, this is a new year, clearly. Wasn't sure if we were going to get more of what we saw in month 1 or more of what we saw in month 2. Are these spunky upstarts, are the tier 2 teams that we've seen in this region in the past actually good enough to call us upsets consistently, or is it still Casa Brawl and Loud's world? And right now, I think that verdict is still up for debate. I don't know. I mean, Casa Brawl have a real chance of going down here.
I mean, yeah, what is going on in South America at the moment? It's absolutely ridiculous how every single month we come in and don't have a single clue how things are going to turn out. In every single final of the monthly finals so far, we had different teams. Loud versus Casa Brawl in February, now BC Gaming versus SK Kalalas in March. It could be 2 complete new teams again this month, it seems, ready.
I'm looking at these stats right now, and y'all ever like feel like you should have gotten star player, but it goes to someone else? I mean, Jubileo, he had a tough time in that last one. Motep was really put in the work, but I guess he did more damage. We didn't really see like pulls hit by Jubileo. He was there for the pressure. He kept people low. I think Motep really did put on a good show on that side, but in the end, like in spite of all of that, they still didn't manage to take it in the end. Alpha 7 really hunkered down there in the last few moments. There we see don't mean to be mean to Jubileo, but like the one pull that he managed to hit. This was a tough execution for Casa Brawl. I think that's ultimately what it came down to, and probably a good call from Alpha 7 to not prioritize countering that Gene, since it wound up not being an issue at all.
Now we're really wondering, who's it going to be that will play the semi-finals against Loud? Is it going to be Casa Brawl that can fight directly still for the Brawl Cup spot? Both of those 2 teams still have a chance to go there, so our next semi-finals would be very decisive of that. Or is it going to be Alpha 7 that, just like Sarita again, kicks out one of those contenders and makes their own way? Imagine if we had a final today between Sarita again and Alpha 7. Both no chance of making it into Brawl Cup, but both just here to win.
Definitely made me a little shaky on Brawl Cup's chances for whatever SA team was there. This just seems like such an intense region right now. Just so many question marks. No idea what's going to happen here. By the way, Reddy, most real statement you've maybe ever made with that star player comment. Just know that did not go unnoticed. What a beautiful saying, and something I can relate to as a good random compared to a lot of my bad randoms.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments where, like, you know, I feel like he had, like, one good moment. He got the damage, okay? You know, you got 222 DPS. You're putting in the work for your team. but I feel like the show was stolen by Mandy, and then also, like, they didn't even win that last set. It was Alpha 7. That was a team effort, though. I think every single member of the team put in the effort. They got the results as well. Effort result is what they say. Now it has earned them their final set. An opportunity to deny Casa Brawl a chance at the Brawl Cup, and possibly to enforce one of those like freak accident scenarios that we addressed at the top of the show, where our top 4 teams do not make it. And Sonny, you said, imagine if we saw Alpha 7 and Zarita Gang in the grand finals. I mean, that would be the 3rd month in a row where we see completely different teams in the grand finals.
It would be absolutely ridiculous. It's the third 3-2 match that we see today. We just don't know yet who will take it. We're heading into draft now. Last set between Alpha 7 versus Casa Brawl. Gemfort, we've seen it before. We heard it's Uber's favorite map. Is it yours as well, Kenny?
Don't mind a little Gemfort. There's just 2 interesting choices. So Meeple, I think I really like on this map in general, just for the cutoff, the control, obviously shooting through those walls, especially the little L-shaped indestructible ones that can stay up despite wall break. But here we go again. This is another example in Gym Grab where we see Gray plus Hank. So Casa Brawl, definitely an option. We've already seen it today. Could go for double tank Gray, especially on Gym Grab, just to kind of get the Gray teleport, cycle in your big tanky brawlers. Any of them can get to the other end, make a big pop-off play. And again, sometimes it's going to cost you in the KD category, but ultimately you're just looking for one big-time play to kind of swing those gyms your way, walk away with the teleport. So it's an entry and an exit.
So my question now is, what is the strategy into the Lu? Or what are you hoping to pair it with? Because I feel like there's a pretty obvious counter. You just play Poco. I think you might be lacking on some of the damage into the enemy there. Could get also zoned out by that Meeple, but Poco is able to heal away any hypnosis. He's able to get rid of any of the freeze. I feel like that's kind of the obvious thing. How does it combo with the Gray is a bit of a different question. Casa Brawl may feel like they're being lured into this as well and decide to take a different approach. Tara is what they're going to go with. Okay, sure, go for it. I don't know what their plan is with the Tara Shades when they can be effortlessly shot through by that Ollie, but pop off. She's still a pretty good brawler right now, and she has a hypercharge. She's good and useful in those bushes too.
Tara's a really interesting one. It's the pop-off player that they're kind of looking for in a mode like Gym Grab. So with those extra spawners, you can drop them to something like Lu or Meeple, who's a single shot brawler. But ultimately, sometimes they're just going to be looking for one ginormous pull to swing things their way. Tara, Jean, brawlers in history for Brawl Esports that have been so valuable in this game mode. And they're going to have to count on it here. Casa Brawl on the checklist. Bullet point number 1 is where the buck could end. They're looking to extend here, and Alpha 7 could play spoiler.
Brawl shooting down that mid area, zoning out Motep. See Motep get another shot off on Rate of Foot, but that's all he's going to get. 2 cards from P.E.K.K.A is enough to dispatch Rate of Foot, send him back to the respawn. Casa Brawl are now all geared up for their next attempt in. They got 3v2. Jubileu hypnotized on the left side and couldn't even get out of it in time to pop his super. But here's the teleport from Motep. Ideally, he can get a hypercharge and get himself in on the point, help his team cycle in there, and eventually get all 3 members there at once and not a single member of Alpha 7 there. That is when they're going to be able to start closing things out. In Alpha 7 don't even have wall break. The best they can do is shoot through this wall, which seems to be working fine for just now.
That was an excellent start out of Alpha 7, but Casa Brawl have really clawed their way back into this one. Now Motep has a hypercharge available, so they can go for 2 teleports, and that's what you're going to see there. The spawners go down. A freeze on the P.E.K.K.A, though, and that will be a blunder. A nicely played one there by Brawl to get the kill. Now they can retake the middle, and as the map is called, Gym Fort is the area that they want to control. P.E.K.K.A, though, just diving right on in. Goes for the pull, not enough for a kill. Motep will follow through. Rate of Foot is trying to dodge out all these shots. It was a close call, but he will survive and have time to regain a little HP.
Close matchup on the left side. Brawl out with a hypercharge and the super to secure a free kill. Golden on the right side with an easy one on a Jubileu, who is way overextended with 4 gems. It's enough for Alpha 7 to get themselves a countdown, and Brawl has the necessary defensive measures with the super. But do they know that Motep has a super? Well, if they didn't, they do now. Here comes the TP in, softening up Rate of Foot for a one-shot at the hands of Jubileu, but he's frozen and taken down before he can. P.E.K.K.A comes in clutch with a super, but now he's frozen by Brawl, who didn't have the ammo to get it done at first. Black Portal doing a lot of damage to Brawl, but he still hangs on. 15 gems in Alpha 7's hands. Rate of Foot is just pushing this line of scrimmage forward to stay safe as the clock continues to tick down. A hypercharge super available for Motep. He's got damage, gonna try and get a kill on the Brawl, but he's safe and sound, and that's a match point for the underdog Alpha 7.
Oh boy, we could have more dreams shattered here. Casa Brawl, the current #1 on the leaderboard, your first month's monthly finals champions, falling in the quarterfinals in a month that is the most important of the year so far. This is playoff Brawl levels of contending right now. Alpha 7, this whole region just seemed to come alive. This has been such an awesome couple months to watch, but especially this time when the pressure's the highest. Love seeing Alpha 7 deliver here. I feel like Casa Brawl made several mistakes in that.
Seemed like it, but they seem to be doing this initial offense correctly. They've all gotten on this point. Golden, though, has Hypnosis. Jubileu forced to walk in that direction. He's going to be the first to fall. At least Motep did get a TP out of this, but he's going to face a lot of damage at the hands of Golden, who winds up taking him down. It's an initial advantage for Alpha 7 Esports, but they still have to be very wary of this teleport.
Jubileu goes down. Golden now on this left-hand end, working with Ray to Foot, who's on the Meeple. Motep is a single-shot brawler, cannot handle the 11,000 HP rushing his way. On the other end, Jubileu will match, but Lou is such a good counter option. Dealing with this Lou has been so tricky because they do have the Ice Rink available, a nice Hypnosis there from Golden, a takedown, and now it's going to be a 2v1. Drags him along, walks him on the leash, and takes him down. Alpha 7 expanding their lead.
Alpha 7 kind of dog-walking Casa Brawl right now. Only a one game that they need, and they've got such a dominating lead. Down goes Jubileu. P.E.K.K.A. next up on the menu. Ray to Foot's just going to pop down this super, take a bunch of damage from the Black Portal as well, but it's not that much of an issue. He's just got to stun Jubileu. As soon as he TP'd in, he was ready with the other Meeple gadget, the one that you rarely see run. And here comes an opened up wall for Golden to shoot through. They're very well aware of P.E.K.K.A.'s position there on the left side, and P.E.K.K.A. also doesn't have a super. He's got to be close because it's been kind of a while that he's been charging this up, and he needs it now more than ever with just a few seconds to go.
And they're going to be cornered on the bottom left-hand side. Oh, and they get the takedown. The Tara pull goes through as well. Golden, the last member standing, and he goes down too. Now they've got an escape route with the teleport, and Jubileu there to play bodyguard.
P.E.K.K.A. popping all of these shades. A little stun there, but a double takedown. P.E.K.K.A. falls, and it's only Golden to try and get this one back. The gap is simply too large. Alpha 7 Esports, a whole heist on their home front, and all those gems now safely in the clutches of Casa Brawl across the way. It is our third double match point of the day.
Wow. Crazy stuff. Look, I said it before. Casa Brawl made several mistakes in that game #1, but they were so close to getting the resets. In this game mode, you don't have to be the best team for an entire set. Just about 2 durations of 15 seconds, and that's exactly what we saw at Casa Brawl. That's the upside of this composition. They swing in with a great teleport, they drop the Tara super, they have Hank ready to go with all 11,200 of his HP, and even if they're bad off the start, there's always a way for them to close out.
Different approach from Alpha 7 this time, as they opt to take a more slow and metered approach to moving into mid. Seems to be working out so far, leveraging their range to take down that Tara. That's Ray of Foot and Golden combining at mid-range. We'll see also the freeze onto Jubileu. All it does is zone out that left side. Brawl sort of barely limbos underneath that walking cane from Motep, but still gets taken down, and it's time for Alpha 7 to forfeit control of this mid, or at least give a little mild effort towards the end, because they do not want to surrender these gems that they have already fought so hard to gain.
P.E.K.K.A. very calculated with when he uses the super. Had an opportunity against Golden, but didn't do it. Knew it was going to be a losing fight, and don't want to waste that. We saw how valuable it could be. This time, he's going to pop out of nowhere and try and assassinate Golden, but 96 HP is just enough to keep him holding on. Now it's going to be Meeple versus Gray. Gray forced away. Meeple connects, and a freeze on the right-hand end. Hypercharge available. This is a bold call, and it's a huge mistake. Countdown for Alpha 7.
A massive whiff there for Tara. She went in solo, tried to use her hyper, and she didn't even have enough health to make that execute. 5 seconds to go. Brawl has a super to keep things zoned out. Casa Brawl throwing everything they've got at it, but Alpha 7 Esports control their destiny. No Brawl Cup. Another top 4 team out of the running for the Brawl Cup.
I don't know what to believe anymore, Reddy. I have no idea what is about to happen. Both of our previous monthly finals champions out in the first round. 2 teams remain for Brawl Cup, but 4 very legitimate contenders for the monthly finals.
Casa Brawl are your February monthly final champions. They're the leader of the leaderboard, top 1 spot, and they basically have already booked their flights to Dallas, yet the dreams are getting shattered by a team we haven't really seen come far before in the monthly finals. It's absolutely crazy. Congratulations to Alpha 7 here. I was so on the fence about this Terra pick, by the way. In round number 2, it was the reason after all why they still turned things around for Casa Brawl with the hypercharge pull. Yeah, they got the gems in the very last second, but outside of that, it was just full control from that Alpha 7 roster.
I mean, these stats are just... yeah, just crazy. I mean, the kill category clearly siding with Alpha 7, and that was something immediately noted too. We could just feel it throughout that set. It never really felt like Casa Brawl were in control unless it was a 15-second gym count that they were going out on a win with. It's a really interesting draft from that right-hand end. That Tara is definitely the pick that's going to stand out to me. I think that's one that they're going to think about moving forward, and they're going to have to live with it for a long time. Now that they're out of the Brawl Cup, they've got over a month to wait until they brawl again.
And as you mentioned, as I said before as well, Brawl Cup is now out of the reach from Casa Brawl. It's honestly shattering to look at that, Reddy.
I mean, you had 3 steps, and number 1 is what tripped you up. So now we've already thinned the pack to 2. We expected this to happen in the semifinals, not in the quarterfinals, and it's now the time that we start reaching into that jar of like freak accident territory. What happens if one of our teams falls in the semifinals? Well, then the one that makes it to the grand finals will wind up taking the Brawl Cup. And if not, let's just put that one on the back burner for now. It would take some insane stuff to happen in order for us to end up with one of those scenarios.
I mean, just look at the chaos we've had today. I can't imagine somebody's got a perfect bracket so far, right, Sonny? I mean, this would be insane.
I would love to see some more 3-2s here as well. We didn't have enough, I feel. Only 3 in 4 matches. Crazy. I was honestly looking forward to a Loud versus Casa Brawl rematch from the grand finals of March. I guess we don't get to see that. It could really be that Sarita Gang and Alpha 7 now make it all the way to the grand finals. 2 teams that have not been seen anywhere near the grand finals so far. So I would honestly love that. Always a heart for the underdogs, Ready.
I'm rooting for the underdogs because I'm rooting for the story. What the development could be today is that for, once again, the 3rd month in a row, we see completely new faces in the grand finals here in South America, and it feels like the world is healing. We have seen the same 2 teams make every single final for the last year, even really exceeding that. If the streak was not there, the essence of it was. And now we are seeing utter chaos. South America has never been this competitive.
The MVP vote is done as well from the viewers at home. If you want to get your vote in, also do that on event.brawlstars.com. The king of football, I assume, here. Kenny, do you agree with that?
You know, Brawl was on my mind a little bit too, but I mean, I get it. I really do feel like Alpha have just played really well. I was thinking more towards early on. I think Bell was a pop-up for him, but obviously as the sets and things progressed, Rate of Foot became more and more important. That Meeple in the final set was something special. I think just a great overall pick. Just so many times where he was able to stun people out, and even on occasions there, what a clever use of the gadget. Most of the time you're going to see Meeple's Mansion. Instead, we see the stun come out, and every time that Hank would get that little cheeky teleport through, ready to pop out with the bubble, instead he was stunned out of it and rendered useless. Great execution there overall.
From himself and his 2 teammates, honestly, a beautiful performance. Also from the teams that we have not expected to see in the semifinals as well. So read again. For BC Gaming, I guess Kenny, you and me at least didn't think they would take it against Olympus Squad today, simply based on the data that we had from the scrims, honestly. So they turn things around. They win when it matters. They need to win their semi-final number 1. Let's see if they can win that as well. BC Gaming versus Sarita again are going to be your first semi-final match up. And it's a rematch from February quarterfinals. It was a 3-2 for BC Gaming. So let's see if Sarita can get their revenge. You'll have to be a little patient though. We're going to head into a quick break before that.
regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%. Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
For quarterfinals later, we're still here with the South America Monthly Finals, and we are back with Uber as well. I'm sure you rode along. I'm sure you were expecting a 3-2 once again from those two teams. Alpha 7 versus Brawl made it close again, and this just speaks for South America.
I mean, it is crazy what already brought up at the end of that last game. That last year, it was a two-team region, and there were no other teams that could break in. Now it is the polar opposite of that, and it's the youngsters that are coming up that are throwing it in the chaos, which means that this game, Brawl Stars Esports, is rapidly evolving, and there are still opportunities for these upcomers to break into the top teams and potentially even make it to some big events. There are two teams now left online for Brawl Cup.
So maybe also for you out there watching right now, you can take the chance still and come into this region, maybe even winning a monthly final in your first ever monthly final. Who knows? We have one of those newer teams in Zarita Gang, and they're going to be playing against BC Gaming in our semi-final number 1. As mentioned, it is going to be a rematch here from the quarterfinals from February. BC Gaming took it, but honestly, another close map. How could it be else in South America? It was a 3-2 as well already.
Look, last month they made it happen 3-2 style all the way to the grand finals. And I would say that this team has been decently consistent. This is also a rematch for them because they managed to take a win over Zarita Gang in the March qualifier. Now, would you like to bet what the score line was for that one? Because we've been seeing 3-2s all day, and that was a 3-2 as well. That was back in March, so it's been a bit of time. But I guess this is how BC Gaming SA roll. A double match point, though, is not convincing at all, I will say.
I mean, again, we're thinking about this region, right? How these teams are internally, but we've also got to start thinking about how one of these teams will look on the world stage in Dallas, right? I think these 3-2s are amazing for whatever team actually survives this, brutal gauntlet, because they are being forged into a team that can hopefully represent this region, put them on the map, and make them proud in Dallas.
Who will be representing this region? It only comes down to 2 teams now. One of those is BC Gaming, and they fulfilled a lot of points so far. One wasn't really their own doing ready.
Yeah, thankfully, Zarita Gang already did the dirty work for them in eliminating SK Kalalas out of the competition. So now all they got to do is win the whole thing. That, or they just hope and pray that semifinal 2 goes their way. Because basically, if they lost this match and then also Loud loses in the lower half of the bracket, then hooray, they get to unceremoniously represent this region on the world stage. That's not how they want to go out. That's not how they want to earn their spot, even though it's been a several-month-long effort. And I really do think they brought the proper tools to this. There's no way they could have accounted for the fact that 2 of the top teams are already out of the running. And I think that they have good preparation for this one and the next one.
So yes, I'm laughing because the leaderboard in this region is just ridiculous, honestly. BC Gaming is just 1 point ahead of Loud on 119 versus 118 points. So yes, if both of them don't make it into the grand finals, if we do have an all-new final yet again, it's going to be BC Gaming taking that spot for Brawl Cup by just 1 point, Uber.
It's like the difference between qualifying through the upper bracket in the monthly qualifiers and through the lower one. That's literally the only difference that you could put on these two teams. So you don't want to be in a position like this thinking about oh man, really should have just beaten Bob and 2 randoms in that random sort of Swiss game on my way to the qualifiers. But that's how thin the margins are between our two teams that are online to qualify for Dallas. I'm curious here to see this open zone map sort of play out, Sonny. We've seen teams start to work the Meg in a little bit, and surprisingly, even though there's only a small amount of cover on the map, teams are still coveting the Meeple.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Meg, Bo, Meeple. I feel like that's probably one of the best comps you can have on open zone right now. A lot of area control, some tankiness. Meg, when she first came into the game, she was played on every single hot zone map. It was her best mode by far because of the tankiness. You would often see her played with something to heal her, to keep her in that big form. As soon as Meg drops out of mecha, she's usually not that useful anymore. But now it feels like, or it seems like, the healer is not even necessary. Meg just super good right now with a hypercharge. Once she's small, the bow can just step in and collect those percentages in mid, so it's all good. Pretty good comp overall. We don't have any of those right now though. Meeple and Bo are both banned out. Meg's technically still open. Finks is gonna be the first pick though from BC Gaming already.
I like Finks because Finks is so good at denying sharpshooters. It's the latest edition of the brawler that puts down something that you can shoot through, but your enemy can't shoot through. I would say Meeple definitely like falls into that category as well. It's effective for shutting down the snipers because now you're basically never going to get hit by those shots unless you make a colossal mistake. Can be effective into Lola as well. It just depends on where you put that radius on the field. I think that Finks is going to draw its strength from some of those bushes. Running up the left side is where I'd usually expect to see this brawler. But I still feel like, you know, there are a few elephants in the room that we needed to discuss. Stuff like Gray, stuff like Hank is still completely playable here. It has not been picked yet.
Not even just playable, but, you know, when the team with the Hank has map control, it's really oppressive. He starts to, you know, put you in a position where the only piece of cover you could hide behind and avoid Hank's teammates that are theoretically have some sharpshooters are those 3 indestructible boxes, that little row of them at the top or bottom of the map, depending on where you're playing from. So he denies that pretty effectively. And obviously we saw, I think it was it Loud, I think, in that cross-gaming matchup, having, you know, using that with the Gray, timing the teleport forward with the Hank bubble to try and get those big eliminations. Byron here for Berlin City Club, obviously very reasonable if you want that staying power. It's funny, Finks' super in a way is almost like a form of sustain because it just lets you dodge those shots much easier. It effectively nullifies them. Like some of these brawlers, especially the single shot ones, when their like projectiles are slowed down so much that basically they may as well have been blocked by like a montage shield or something like that. It's that powerful. So a lot of staying power here. This map also has those thin side lanes, which can be really important. So I do see the idea of the Amber potentially clearing that space up, denying safe zones, and also getting a big oil field down on the safe zone itself.
I think Amber is just great for brawlers that try and run you down. There was Meg, that discussion earlier. Amber should be able to deal with that pretty handily. Like, yeah, it's going to chew through her ammo, but she outranges Meg, and Meg usually draws her strength from juking things out. Now she kind of like can't do that at all. You literally hold down auto aim and, oh, look at that. The Meg disappeared off of my screen. I think the same can happen for Hank as well. Comes down to what some of those matchups are going to be, but what it looks like is that Amber is sort of going to be like the main focus of BC Gaming SA's composition. They'll have that Byron there to support it as much as possible, alongside being a good option for dealing with that Bell in general.
So there is a Hank pick here for Zarita Gang. It's their last pick in this draft. But Reddy, there's not a lot of support for it. Is there a ghost in that house? That picture frame is... Never mind. Yeah, so there's not a lot of setup for it. There's no TP, you know, for the Hank to play inside. And up against an Amber comp that could be scary because you do just have to walk up at people. You are very telegraphed on what you're trying to do. I mean, and that's even assuming you can win the 1v1 against the Finks, and Doritos comfortably takes control on the left.
Doritos now down with a super. That's accelerated projectiles for Loco. Doesn't stop that reflecting bell shot from hitting him, though. It was interesting to see that slowed down, but the radius slows down at all. And check that out. He's got another one up immediately off the moment where the last one went down. BC Gaming SA have had a good moment on this zone. We'll see Loco, the lone survivor, and now he's gone. Exik took him down. He's going to be popping off on this bell, which has proven to be such a reliable DPS.
Jay just ruined Doritos there, moving up towards the spawn, denying the Finks the opportunity to get out onto the map, and hypercharged super there being popped by Jay. Derpins are going down to Exik, and was that a random fish torpedo, I think, that actually caught onto Loco? So Jay just cycled 2 supers inside that Frank form, which is not easy to do, and away with Torpedo catches onto Loco for extra value. Man, this guy should get a lottery ticket.
Yeah, that is a little bit unlucky for Loco, but Jay is proving that he has earned his keep on that back left zone. Thankfully, he's finally nullified by Derp, who's predictably circling around the left side. I anticipate Prazi should be expecting him, but he is going to be preemptively moving over to the right, so it's not that much of an issue. And look at Jay. He's actually using the gadget to mitigate a lot of that damage that's usually coming in from Derp. Meanwhile, Zarita Gang are climbing up to 95%. They cannot be moved off of this zone, especially Exik. He's got 3 untripped mines on the right side that he hasn't even allowed someone to get in position to trip.
So much of that discussion coming into this game was what the Amber could do to the Hank. But it took so long, actually, for BC Gaming to rotate the Amber into the Hank lane, and we just saw what happens. When Hank walks up, and Amber is able to hold down auto fire. But the shield gadget, the damage mitigation it offers, is so huge for allowing Jay to close the gap. Look, he barely takes any damage from so much of this Amber pressure.
That was a rapid Amber super if I've ever seen one. That came out of there like within a few seconds of holding down auto aim. And now Derp is back in position on the left side. As we discussed, going to be getting that support from Loco, but he needs to get that ammunition back up online. Jay's in a tough-to-remove position, and with that bubble now gone, it's an easy opportunity for Derp to snap up that kill. No one, or rather Loco, has been marked by Exit, so that puts him in danger. But finally, BC Gaming SA are in a decently aggressive position. The question is, can they hold on to this? Because it doesn't look like they're able to.
No, the Finks is having problems as well being switched out of the Hank lane into the Bell. Doritos is just getting punished by a range advantage that Bell sort of has. And obviously there's the risk of the nest eggs walk into one of those and you're kind of cooked. So it's an uncomfortable scenario. And now Jay is in the perfect position to be the aggressor and oppressor for BC Gaming. They can't really safely dig him out of this spot. But Jay does need to play his life. He really needs to stay alive here. The longer he's here, the more free percentage his team's getting.
Doritos once more popping down that super, getting some pretty good dodges versus Zarita Gang. But it's not entirely convincing. Now that Hank is back, this has got to be the moment where Zarita Gang get that final hold on the zone. Prazi might be low, but he's got Jay right in front of him. Loco also ready with that super to try and get a takedown, and Jay completely shrugs it off. Gadget, yeah, basically no issue for him at all. Now Doritos has been cycling his supers at mid. This has allowed BC Gaming SA to maintain their position here, and things are starting to fall apart a little bit for Zarita Gang. They're going for the same approach to mid that did not work only moments ago.
Yeah, so Loco's back in mid now. Doritos once again is taking on this Hank battle. You can see that Jay doesn't really care too much about what the Finks can do. Charging bubble, Derp not quite caught by it, but X6 able to finish the job. The issue is, though, that Byron has been sat on this point this entire time. Doritos doubles back. There was maybe 1 or 2% missed there by BC Gaming, but still, they've got a distinct advantage now that Loco's able to put real damage down on the mid laner. Frozzy's been a problem, definitely spitting out a bunch of damage here, but when he gets slowed down by the Finks or when Loco's able to super over the wall like this, it's really hard for the Lola to get involved in the game.
The latter half of that game was a bit of a tragedy to watch because we saw Hank repeatedly coming up that left lane and dying over and over. Meanwhile, on the right side, I watched Exik fighting for his life. He hit 4 shots in a row onto that right lane to get the elimination, and he was holding his area, but it just wasn't in a place that could actually support his teammates. You have individual lanes that are going quite well, but it's not about getting the kills. It's about staying in a radius at the middle of the field.
Another super developed here for Doritos. Thrown down straight away. It's going to make it pretty hard for the Lola to do much damage unless there's a proper pinch that's occurring, making it impossible for BC to dodge those projectiles. Jay moves up again. Gadget has to be used. And Derp's able to bring them down. Now the Gadget's going to be a little ways from coming back up. Zarita Gang don't really get enough percentage off that power play with the Hank Gadget. That is where they are at their strongest, and they can't have that active all the time.
Once more, Jay getting aggressive on the left side, easily dealt with by Derp in spite of all that healing that Jay just got. Derp's going to be working on getting that ammunition back. Meanwhile, Doritos has been seriously putting in the work here at mid. Loco, also on the right side, getting tapped up by Exit. Exit's been such an issue on this right side. But once more, thankfully for BC Gaming, the objective is at the middle of the field, and Exit's going to be forced to rotate over into a more aggressive position.
That was a really nice gadget used there by Doritos, able just to quickly reposition under extreme pressure. And Derp's winning the matchup against the Hank here. It's very rare to see Hank struggle. In fact, as you know, Sunny has done the research. Hank has a 78% win rate today. That's 7 out of 9 games that have been won by this guy. So again, pretty scary. Doritos moves up. He knows he's going to take a face full of damage. He's going to pull out there at the last moment. Super deployed. Jay needs to be dealt with now as we have Zarita Gang attempting to catch up. Derp, though, gets to step up. Exik Okay, does develop at least a super to guarantee a mark connection and then capitalizes on it straight away. And look at that nest egg. Very far forward for Exic, and they've swapped the bell for the time being into mid.
Looks like Doritos is quite likely to trip that. We'll see Jay in with the hypercharge super on the left side, no elimination. Derp still alive. Doritos on the right side getting pressured out. The spins from Exic, or maybe just a trick to try and dodge the enemy. Needs one more shot onto Loco. Down to 420 health. Prazi in from the right, popping that hypercharge for the speed and the damage. It's possible Zarita Gang could get us up to 90% with Doritos and Derp super low.
Here comes the Hank again. It's going to be an even game now. BC Gaming have drawn it up. Doritos, though, has to walk away. There is a nest egg on the point, but it requires BC Gaming to push so far forward. They're unlikely to trip it in an even scenario. That is a crazy, crazy margin for Zarita Gang to take the first set away. It literally doesn't get any closer than that.
Underdogs get the job done, but only by the skin of their teeth. That's how you gotta do it. You're facing a team that took second place last month. They are in the running for the Brawl Cup. You want to be the best, you gotta beat the best.
Blink and you miss it, honestly, for that last second. 100 to 99% finish in Hot Zone is not something we see too often, honestly. I've been loving those drafts coming from Zarita again all day, honestly. Lola only seen once before today, and she's worked out perfectly. They picked a bell here to have a counter to Lola already out of the draft. I feel like the only thing where their comp was kind of missing a bit was that Hank couldn't really do too much. Jay didn't have a healer in the backline, so he couldn't really push up. He was just walking forward, was kind of like feeding supers on the other side. I feel like maybe Byron would have been better on their side, on the side of Zarita Gang, but they kind of just had to make sure BC Gaming doesn't have the bell.
Yes, I mean, honestly, it's a different way to get use out of Hank, right? This is a situation now where, like, you're right. There's not a brawler specifically picked to back the Hank up or to enable them, but they're using their health pool and gadget, and they're trading that resource for map control, right? That's like that's the transaction that we see happening there. And there is a Lola counter in the Amber picked up that also deals quite well, with the Hank. So there's a great composition on the side of BC Gaming, but I do like the fact that when you don't specifically pick a brawler that's supposed to set the Hank up, you can have two strong, side laners, or like a safe mid and a really strong side lane. So I like how that draft ended up for Zarita Gang, but that one really came down to the individuals. I'm really impressed of what this team's able to show us, continuing to demonstrate why SA is so wild.
So now, how long does it continue, really? Because that one came down to the absolute last percentage. And now, we've still got at least 2 more sets ahead of us where Zarita Gang have to show their prowess. We're headed into a game mode where they're going to have to show how good they can be at that aggression, not just into a control, but also into that enemy aggression here on Pinhole Punt, where it's also about controlling those bushes at mid or entirely burning them away.
I read that map name, ICB come to my mind, immediately banned out here. Lou as well, just so oppressive. A lot of area control with both of those brawlers, a lot of DPS, and then on the other side, Byron and Asher banned out, which is surprising to me. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not usually playing Brawl Stars in South America. I'm sure that they have a better idea of the meta specifically to that region. Hank is going to come in first. Once again, best win rates today. 1 more win is added to that list, so now it's on 8 wins in 10 matches. It's just crazy how good this brawler is in the current meta, Uber. I feel like we could see some Meeple here, maybe a Poco Chester tank comp still. What do you feel?
Yeah, you can also mix like Stu in here. Mo's pretty reasonable, of course, now that you can have much more agency over where you end up emerging after using that super. Great to have an all-in option. We just know how devastating Mo actually is when it comes to like just scoring a goal in like a 3 versus 3 solo scenario. Mo can just, create these goal scoring opportunities out of absolutely nowhere, and you have to really respect it. Obviously, shooting the ball, being able to burrow over towards it, pick it up, and then sort of convert a goal. So that's scary. First Draco pick of the day as well. We did see that banned on Dueling Beetles, I want to say, in an earlier set. So we already have that tank that Zarita Gang want to work around. And of course, Draco, quite powerful in that he has a gadget that allows him to be virtually unkillable for the duration. Really important when it comes to those clutch scenarios, and especially it allows him to stave off the entirety of a bubble. So if Derp has a full charge bubble and X's walking up on him, that gadget will basically ruin Derp's day.
Have to agree. This is one of those where you can get so much value out of it, into Chester, also totally viable because Chester usually will spam like his 3rd and 4th or like 4th and 1st shot in close range and get a takedown on an enemy that way. See Bo as a final selection from BC Gaming SA. This is how they plan on keeping control amidst really their other 2 brawlers, but Bo is not going to be so good around those obstacles as like Hank is going to be obviously, and Chester is when it comes to peeking around. Now Zarita Gang have their own methods of doing that. Carl is how they're going to deal damage around obstacles as well. Thanks to the ability to strafe and have that pickaxe return through a wall, you can hit enemies around walls. And you're also looking at, I would say, a decent matchup into that Chester too, because you have range and you also have that gadget that gives you supreme damage, like an entire Amber Super's worth of damage.
I'm very curious to see how this eventuates now. I think, you know, we've seen a lot of the usual suspects. I think a lot of them were teased coming into this game. Very powerful mid-range brawlers at the disposal of BC Gaming. The Draco pick it a little bit more off the wall, but I think it obviously still has a lot of potential. The Carl is a nice way to cap off this composition for Zarita Gang. Again, Draco obviously a little bit limited in his ability to take that map control, and there's that gadget used. Unfortunately, Jay has to use it way too early. Way too early. Loki here on the bow. The map's starting to get broken up now, and Derp just can ignore Prozzy entirely. BC Gaming, great looks off the mark here. Zarita need to get this Draco into a position to show why it's so effective in some of these scenarios.
What Zarita Gang are lacking here is burst damage, because they have some pretty decent stuff, but they cannot unload their damage very quickly. It's not something Draco can do. Oh, Jay barely gets it, drops it on the goal line, and decides to go back up to mid. That was a bit of a close call there, but at least they had position in the mid bush.
Hypercharge super here for Exic. Jay just needs another fully charged bubble. Has to go in here. Pops that gadget. But again, no burst damage inside that transformed form. It's good damage, don't get me wrong. But if you're trying to blow a Hank up, that's not really where you want to be. Prozzy is looking extremely submissive in that position. Easily clapped on. And now a hypercharge mine deployment for Loco is going to start to crack open this grassy area as well as provide some threat for Jay, who again has got another super to work with. But you're right. Zarita Gang do not have any nukes, any of these huge burst damage openings to create. Prozzy has no choice there but to go in, but was hoping to super a little bit earlier so as not to get the bubble popped on him. And it's up to Jay, who is really trying to look respectable in the middle part of the map, but a gadget use won't be enough to have BC Gaming fear him.
50 seconds to go, and it doesn't look like BC Gaming are going anywhere. The hypercharge super out from Doritos, which is deftly avoided by Exit. We'll see on the right, Prozzy falls, but thankfully Jay has a super to get in here. Enemies push back just a little bit. Loco, resembling a bit of a statue there on the right side, finally gets going once again. He's standing right on top of these mines too, which are going to be an issue. I don't think Zarita Gang had any comms to indicate that they were there, so if they decide to make a push up the right side, that's going to be a problem.
More of those boxes about to be taken out here. Here comes Derp on the charge. Jay uses the gadget and then is completely ignored. That's the problem! Draco is so forgettable in situations like that. The entirety of BC Gaming turn their attention where it matters, to the ball and the objective. And of course, the last remaining members of that Zarita Gang roster. Very clean execution here on what definitely looks outwardly like a stronger draft. You secured that Hank first, continue to show why his win rate has been so astronomically high. And again, think less about setting him up, more about just dominating this open area in the middle of the map.
We see Derp, once again, the one spearheading this charge. He has the most health, he has damage through walls. What more could you really ask for out of the guy? You're going to be also in hot pursuit of Jay. Gets him with the torpedo. Okay. Someone pulled out the protractor to get that one locked down. And that's a full team wipe for BC Gaming SA. Not just an opportunity to walk this in, but leverage Exit, walking over it to break open those boxes in the back right corner.
So that snare of star power almost had Exit fumble a potential goal there. Fortunately, ball did not go through, but the map's getting opened up over there. Jay able to have his best performance against the Hank and still have best results in a trade. Doritos has to take 5 here and give some map control because he needs to heal and not fire off shots. And he realizes that's a bit of a difficult decision to make. He allows Exit to move on in and punish. Now with the bubble still being built up, Exit comes forward and tries to throw the heat ejector down, controlling the space the ball resides in for the time being. But another hypercharge here from Loco. Canvases the middle part of the map with those mines, and in comes Derp behind them.
Jay ready with the speed and especially the super. Derp falls. Doritos and Loco all in on the right side, both hit by that swinging pickaxe and taken down. We'll see Jay Get one. Doritos on the right side getting pressured. Jay's forced to super to stay alive and pops a gadget. Look, at least he got a kill. But the big issue is Derp, and it has been this entire set so far, and having him in an aggro position is far less than ideal. They're sort of shrugging him off for now, just staying away from him if possible, and letting Jay be the one that actually does the dirty work. He gets a kill on the right side. You see the ball positioned over to the left. Zarita Gang looking pretty low, especially after a cycled super from Doritos. The ball ready for Loco to pick up, but he's not falling for that bait.
Generally great movement here from Jay. Unfortunately, this is not enough. God, that is so lazy. Relaxed even from Loco. Takes care of Prozzy, who just can't hang with the bow at any range, and sends the ball right behind him.
That's bad business. Zarita Gang fought for so long to find that opportunity. Now they have it, though. Jay with the pass forward, intercepted by Doritos. Prozzy back in the goal. Needs that pass from Jay. Jay has the super to stay alive. Could go for a self-pass. Exit clears the way. And Jay still gets to hang on to this super for overtime, which will be coming in just a few seconds.
Okay, an overtime setup, though, you definitely feel it's going to favor BC Gaming just because of their raw range advantage, but it's a bit more uncomfortable now for Derp to get value. Hypercharge for the Hank. No super, though, to combine with it, which would be pretty good here, of course. Jay comes forward, makes space in that super. Gadget also pop. Prozzy looking for an opportunity to score. They have a super ready, and it's going to be the hypercharge for Doritos thrown down. That is great zone control of its own right. And in goes Prozzy. Doritos can't fight at that kind of range. Loco needs to get the ball clear here, but Prozzy no longer has the digger. A little bit scary. Okay. I see what you're working with. Throws the mines down back in the corner, but still 30 seconds to play. There's an opportunity for the ball to be extracted and then sent to one of these goals.
20 seconds to go. BC at this point almost look like they're playing for a draw. Loco could withdraw this from the right side. Instead, they're all backed up into spawn. Prozzy getting expend a super. The tripwire is not enough to keep it away. Jay needs to walk this one in, and exit clears the way for this one to be walked through. Jay's got it, and Zarita Gang are still in it.
Okay, keeping it competitive. Love to see that. Honestly, working around this Hank comp pretty well. Finally starting to see ways in which Draco's meaningfully able to get involved in the action. And definitely, and obviously, it does revolve around that super. When super is active, he really can punish the Hank if he gets too close. Outside of it, though, Jay can't really cycle those. It gets a little bit more difficult. But once he has one super up, he can normally farm his, a lot off of Derp, pushing into his face and getting damage that's pretty hard to mitigate or deny at all.
I think what really matters for Jay is that he's able to hit Derp at all. Around these walls, Derp can continue to retreat, hit him through the walls. Jay has no other option to retreat or just to keep on moving in and farm up that super for Derp. He's going to go for it once again.
Had to use Tailspin. Had to get out, otherwise he would have been punished there, no doubt about it. Ball came his way. Prozzy, no, surely not. Oh, the Mo's going to get there. That's a heartbreaker for BC Gaming. Such a powerful team out in the middle part of the map, getting outfoxed by the Mo. We mentioned that sometimes he can just produce goals from nowhere.
Derp now with the hypercharge on the left side. Jay's fending it off quite effectively. Even a gadget pop for Derp. And that's a missed opportunity for Derp as well. Hypercharge Hank Super is a big deal. And now it's not even an option for a good while now. Probably not until the last few seconds of the game. And that's when they're going to be thinking about actually getting a goal on Zarita Gang. Because at the moment, they just don't have the ammunition to get it done. Derp is trying to play this aggro position, but he's getting staved off. Prozzy also with a kill on Doritos. They really can't push with 2 men into 3, and they're forced to retreat.
Now, Prozzy now going to make this even worse. This is very dangerous for BC Gaming. Jay's a healthy one. Stunned out, though, pretty much straight away. Forced to back away. Gadget popped here. Exit deals with Doritos. So still, BC Gaming are left in a player disadvantage, but this is not enough health here for Jay and Co to push up. However, strong position with much of the map opened in BC Gaming's territory here. They don't really need another goal. They just need to hold this position on the map for about 40 more seconds. Let's see how this plays out. Exit wants to come forward. Jay, a chance to take a shot. Remember, it's a narrow goal, but it's wide enough open for Zarita Gang to take yet another set. How did we get here? How is BC Gaming on the verge of potentially being knocked out of contention to make it to Brawl Cup? To guarantee it, they have to at least win here.
It's getting a little ridiculous.
It really is. As you say, Uber, probably they should be sweating it right now. BC Gaming almost out of the Brawl Cup race. The dream is over for them. Maybe if Zeridigan manages to win that one as well. I feel like for them, this is a comfy spot right now. BC Gaming, whenever they have been playing in the monthly finals so far, it's either been a 3-2 win or a 3-1 loss for them. I think they need the pressure, and they definitely have it right now. It's 2-0 for their opponents. They need a reverse sweep to still make this ready.
It's looking kind of bleak for BC Gaming SA. This is one that I think they should be winning versus Zarita Gang, but Zarita is looking like on a completely different level this month. We're still seeing greatness out of BC Gaming SA, the type of stuff that's earned them their keep, their success in the region so far, but they're just getting outplayed in a bunch of scenarios by Zarita. And sometimes it takes a bit for Zarita Gang to like actually find their footing in these matchups, but you're seeing like a lot of restraint exercised in the proper moments, stuff like Draco being conservative with his super when he was presented an opportunity to try and break some ankles. Stuff like that is why we're seeing Zarita Gang come out on top so far.
We're talking all about how they need to make that Draco work out. I feel like Mo was the MVP, at least in my eyes, on the side of Zarita Gang here. Mo can now aim his super at a specific length, so it makes him just infinitely better in Brawl Ball because you can land specifically on the ball. You don't overshoot anymore already.
Well, let's talk Hard Rock Mine. It's time for one of the most classic maps in Brawl Stars. I think maybe Hard Rock Mine predecessed Brawl Stars given how ancient it is. Now, some of the things that we expect to see on this map, some of the lane dynamics as well, gotta keep like Rico in the discussion. Obviously not gonna be one of those that is banned, but we have not seen it played today, and if it's gonna appear anywhere, it's gotta be here. But some of the repeat offenders can also still appear. Excuse me, let's just completely derail that. Why is Buzz being first picked here?
It's an aggressive tank. It's not Hank, it's not Buster, it's not any of the tanks we usually see, so
right.
we have to be in the South American region. I think that's my answer for this one. I don't mind it. Like, it's still a super aggressive brawler that can make a lot of pressure towards the other side. Would it have been my first pick? Probably not, but Zarita Gang seems to armor with something very similar. We have 2 tanks as first pick. That's something we don't see too often over.
Buzz might be a Hank counter here. Obviously, that super stun will shut down whatever bubble is currently being deployed, but there are timing windows you can work around with that Hank. It's odd to see it picked up first, with considering Hank is still available. And the Bust they're pretty powerful on this map. Can dominate that open space and has always the threat of yanking someone in with that slow-mo replay. Very, very powerful. Stu here, of course. Going to round things out, of course, is great on this map, has that breakthrough potential. If needed, speed zone less common in some of these cases, but another real playmaker on that same level of Buzz.
Now, how exactly are they going to leverage this Buzz pick as well? Like, is this them trying to guarantee that they'll get something like a Carl? With Meeple appearing now, I'm not sure how strong he'll be as a mid, which is to say that I don't think he would be a very strong mid. But they might just have to work with that. Juju, also a pretty strong lane over here, can use some of those obstacles against the Buster. Something you got to be concerned about, however, is that Stu, the potential of breaking open those walls. I don't know how they like plan on catching the Stu, maybe trying to outrange it with that Meeple. From Zarita Gang, I just like their draft a whole lot better. I don't understand how BC Gaming SA's comp comes together to form something cohesive.
I mean, look, again, I think that Zarita Gang probably realized, like, okay, we do need to deal with the Buzz here at some point, or it's going to be an issue. They still want to bring the Hank into this kind of map, but I really like what we have from BC Gaming, honestly. They can ignore so much of this terrain. They can basically have Juju at full strength for, most of this map, just being a real nuisance in general. So really going to have to get active. If they sit around, they are going to lose, and they're going to lose it very quickly here. And see how it plays out. Jay wants to move up. Good start, I think. I'm curious to see, like, Prosy obviously wants to try and charge these super, so what needs to stay close to some teammates. Naz Doritos kind of getting baited into what ended up being a 1 versus 2.
Zarita Gang playing aggro with Jay on the right side, and everyone is forced to bend to his whim. Though Doritos does get aggro, and this is what we thought might be the mentality is we'll play Buzz to deal with that Hank, which Hank is not good with dealing stuff that's right on top of him. But he does know Doritos' position, trying to bait him over on the right side, just 117 health, and he gets the job done. As long as Jay is able to cycle out his super, then Buzz won't be as much of an issue.
Prosy there, just taking advantage, of course. Always Buster very reasonable into that Meeple matchup, does everything that Meeple really doesn't want to have to deal with. Jay here pops a hypercharge super that doesn't do a whole lot. Thankfully, that nerf hit him pretty hard. Derp picked off though in the back corner of the map there, and you can see the Buzz desperately is trying to make something happen here, but Exic has been nigh untouchable for this game. Prosy here as well could just take map control whenever he wants. Pop hypercharge super, walk on up. Won't be much that Loco can really do to apply any mid pressure. That's going to allow Exic in to snap up any gems that have spawned. Still looking for opportunities now. Derp is someone to look at. They've got to chunk Jay nice and low. Need to hit basically every shot on this Hank as they try and take some map control. Here's Doritos, though, does get the stun on the Hank. Nice montage use there. Doritos actually gets taken down, and Loco couldn't really intervene in that engagement. 9 gems for Zarita Gang and counting. Exic will be ready to dash away should it be required, but good patience here, realizing he doesn't have the map control to risk a gem. Take it. Love that super use to get away from Doritos. That's another Buzz dive shut down.
It's probably the last one that they'll even need, because once they get this next gem, they should be pretty much safe. They need one more gem to keep themselves entirely safe. That's a missed torpedo from Doritos, and that's going to cost him. Prosy now circling in from the top for the pinch. Just needs one more to take down Doritos. That is a issue done and dusted. 5 seconds left. That last gem secures everything for them, and the hypercharges all the way home. Zarita Gang are doing the unthinkable, bringing us all the way to match point.
It is an absurd turn of events here. The opportunity to compete at Brawl Cup for BC Gaming hangs in the balance, and they seem to have a slightly weaker composition. What is so crazy about this situation, that if BC Gaming were to lose these semifinals, obviously Loud is in a great spot to be the one that represents this region. Were Loud to lose their semis too, it would be Casa Brawl, the team that fell out in the first round of this monthly finals, that would advance to Brawl Cup. We will not know who will be going until these semis are done.
And that's only provided that Zarita Gang can finish this one out right here and now in set 3. And so far, it's looking quite promising. Just the threat of the Hank bubble and Prosy moving forward was enough to get BC Gaming SA to completely surrender their positioning on mid. They have now managed to come back. It's the ebb and flow of Brawl Stars. Let the enemy expend their abilities. Now they're out of ammo. It's time for us to move back up. And Zarita Gang are trying to use their health as a resource. It has been quite successful on the left side. On the right, though, they're waiting for that correct moment. Derp is going invisible to come around the right side, maybe surprising that Hank. That's one shot down to some slow as well from the Gree, and no finishing blow from Derp. But it has earned positioning for BC Gaming SA at mid without the threat of Jay looming over their heads.
Doritos does not want to dive on the Buster. It just does not seem like a good option. Loco drops that super down here, but Prosy's going to come in. All right. Caught by Doritos, still healthy enough now. Hypercharge popped. Loco not really looking at the Buster anyway, and Derp's able to punish him inside that. Still, it's a gem lead for Zarita Gang off the expenditure of those abilities, and Jay drops the gem over to Exic. Not the end of the world, but it does come at a cost of control.
Doritos aggro in with the torpedo on the left side. It's looking like a good comeback for BC Gaming SA with the scorelines equal. Exic is still looking for his own opportunity. On the right side also, the ability to shoot through walls now, but Loco is not too concerned with taking that area. It's about picking up these gems. They need one more to secure themselves. Zarita Gang is still looking for their proper opening. If they can get all 3 members strong, then they will be able to make a convincing push. Jay with a hypercharge out. Doritos looking for the elimination. Gets it. Exic now with a hypercharge out to try and take down Doritos. He's willing to put everything on the line to interrupt this countdown. He's on very low health. Loco just needs to hang on to these gems. And with a few seconds to go, Doritos action all the way across the map, trying to take down J2. As long as he can keep Loco safe, he can keep BC Gaming SA's dreams alive and extend this match point.
And you can see how Zarita Gang's composition looks a lot weaker when they're sort of trailing in the game. When they have to find a way back into the map, it can be really difficult. And both Buzz and the Stu both have that same innate playmaking ability when their hypercharges are available. They have the ability to cross the map and essentially reach whatever target they want. That's what makes this so volatile and so hard to call until the final moments. But Jay's suffering under the pressure here, this throw pressure of Derp, and Prosy is having the same problem. Finally, this Juju is really starting to make her mark.
Seems to be so, especially with this lane rotation over the left side, where it's going to be ideal for her to face Jay. Still trying to leverage the range, but it's not possible, and it's difficult to gauge the range that you're supposed to stand from Hank as well when he's concealing the bubble at the side or behind his back like he typically does, especially in this moment right here. Couldn't find the shot onto Dirt, but it's no issue. On the left side, Prosy and Exik are doing a great job of eliminating Doritos. Now, Dirt is trying to get some aggression on the left side. It seems to be successful enough to keep Exik and Prosy out of the game. Jixer on the right actually gets the kill, and this is looking fantastic for Zarita Gang right now.
Yeah, Prosy can ignore Loco. They can't do anything, of course, with the montage available for the Buster. And Jay's just been able to start to be a bully on this right side of the map. We might see Doritos rotated over there, as he was being handled fairly well by the other two remaining players of Zarita Gang, but this is a massive, massive gem lead. BC Gaming have to find a way back into this round. Off the bars, that would have been an option, but he's dropped the gem that he was holding onto, and now Zarita Gang only need 2 more. One's in their territory already. They'll snap it up, and the countdown has begun. Ready.
Drive time for BC Gaming SA. They need Doritos to get in an aggressive position. Loco helps get 1 kill with the use of his gadget. Doritos has to have that gadget ready. 5 seconds to go. They're waiting for the perfect moment. Exik trying to be safe. Needs a dash away. There's 1 kill. Derp with a shot in, but they can't get it done. Zarita Gang doing the unthinkable twice in a row, and they're going to the grand finals.
What the heck is going on? What is happening?
We're in the upside down. Something's not right. No consistency in this region. It is a new set of faces every single month so far. We're only 3 months in, but I am continuously impressed by how competitive it is between each of the teams here.
Yeah, consistency is pretty much the opposite of what is going on here. Predictions are in shambles, at least from me. I feel like for chat as
well. How many have you got right?
Truly sorry. Probably like 1, honestly, at this point.
Like 2.
It's fine.
I've got twice the number of Preds right as you, honestly.
Congratulations. My point was, my predictions are in shambles, yet still, I'm super happy, honestly. Again, I always have a heart for the underdogs. Zarita again will move on into the finals, and yet again, we have a team in the South American finals that has never been standing there before. I feel, let me check quick, they actually never even have made it out of the quarterfinals, and now they could be the winners of the April monthly finals, Uber.
Why now? I mean, when there are no stakes, when there's no pressure for Zarita Gang, that's when they want to come alive. That is so absurd. Again, great draft here. I like the composition. 2 very tanky brawlers that can basically, on their own, look to take space, and both have elements that are, quite frightening, whether it's like obviously the Hank Bubbles or the slow-mo replay catch out, and then a really hyper-mobile, safe mid option. BC Gaming, though, definitely had their opportunities. It just looked like it required so much consistency from the Juju to get them back into the map. And the Juju had to be a turret, basically nailing both of those tanks on the side lanes at the same time for the rest of this BC Gaming team to get in.
Now we still have one question unanswered. It's a question that we have been asking all evening long already. Who will go to Dallas? And it's pretty much open still, with BC dropped out now. If Loud now loses their semifinals as well, Brawl are actually still 3 points ahead and would be the team to represent SA in the Brawl Cup. So they're just watching that semifinal number 2 now. They wanted Zarita again to win. They also want Alpha 7 to win against Loud. Ready?
This is such a curious set of circumstances. So Loud will make it, if they win this next match. If they lose, then it will be Casa Brawl. And once more, we've said it already, kind of unceremonious, right? You lose your quarterfinal, and fate is no longer in your hands. You just have to hope that Loud have butterfingers, pretty much, and will guarantee you a spot. And then our winners this month also would, not even be the people that are representing this region at the Brawl Cup. The most recently best teams in the region would not be the ones representing this region at the Brawl Cup. I don't think it's a circumstance that most of the teams in this region want, considering that that's like LCQ and World Finals. That's postseason spots on the line.
Loud is 4th in the leaderboard right now. It would be the only region where not at least one of the top 2 teams would make it to Brawl Cup. Honestly, South America, I absolutely love it. I'm here for the cinema. Now, we had a vote going on over at the event side one more time. It's about the MVP. Uber, who do you think it is?
Honestly, I have no idea. Just roll it. Honestly, just roll it. Just roll it. It's your boy, Prosy yet again. I knew it. Definitely was expecting that. I mean, look, in general, okay, so in general across this series, like to be a bit more seriously, Prosy was put in some very difficult spots, right? He's playing the Lola mid here on that first map, and then the Buster who, the montage is only actually relevant against the Meeple in this game, so Prosy has to be very careful about how they use it, and he also needs to deal with the Buzz, which is not historically amazing for the Buster. That can be a little bit hard to disrupt him, so I think the fact that he's able to have impact, and the fact that our replay features clips in which he's actually on the map is amazing. So very well deserved, and you can't argue with it seeing that gameplay.
Our semi-final number 2 means everything for Loud. They want to go to Brawl Cup, they need to win to still make it, otherwise it's going to be Casa Brawl. It's a rematch for Alpha 7 since they have faced off against Loud twice already in the quarterfinals and both times they lost. So revenge match and Brawl Cup match up next after the break.
Todos são disciplinados, né? Todo mundo tá lá para treinar todos os dias e cada um tem seu jeito diferente, né? Por exemplo, dentro do jogo, o Caio é um pouco mais emocionado, o Fire é um pouco mais na dele, mas é isso, cada um do seu jeito e a gente tenta adaptar sempre pro melhor. Eu acho que o meu momento de orgulho maior que eu tive na Loud foi o primeiro campeonato que a gente ganhou, que foi a Copa Brasileira, né? Mas acredito que vão ter muito mais campeonatos pra gente ganhar, e esse foi só o primeiro.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
50%, Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
Which region is the best in the world right now? They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
Welcome back to the South American Monthly Finals. We're in April, so month number 3 already. And Kenny, it's the first 3-0 we've seen all day. Not something we're used to seeing from South America at all. Well, are you happy for Sarita Gang?
I'm happy for Zarita Gang. I just, out of all matches, I didn't think that was going to be the 3-0. That's when we call our shot gang? I don't understand. I just don't get this region, dude. It's crazy.
I mean, I'm super here for it. I'm so hyped because I have no clue what's going on. I also, by the way, refuse to ever do predictions again for this region. Can we, introduce that into this broadcast, Uber?
Sure. I mean, it is, if we're actually trying to tally our predictions over the course of the year, which apparently we started doing now, which is crazy. I think, you want to try and avoid covering this region if you can possibly help it. I think this is such a weird situation because Loud don't even need to win these monthly finals to qualify. They actually just need to win this game. That is an odd one indeed. With Casa Brawl falling so short, Loud only need a little bit of a boost to be the ones for... talk about limping over the finish line, right? I mean, there's still a chance they can take it all today, but it's wild that this is the most important game of the day for them.
It's either Loud or Casa Brawl going to a Brawl Cup in Dallas, or you can still go as well if you get a ticket, and you can also get a Brawl Stars add-on. It's available to purchase now with any DreamHack ticket. You can score a goodie bag and get some socks, or your favorite, Kenny, a pop socket.
I just want to rep it on the phone. It'd be nothing better than, gaining some trophies while also flexing the pop socket. Just seems like a good combo to me.
I mean, nothing to say against that, honestly. I would like that too. Maybe we get one as well if we are in Dallas too. We'll figure that out later. For now, Loud versus Alpha 7. I already teased it a little bit. It's really a battle that for both of those teams means so much. For Alpha 7, it's revenge after getting kicked out of the quarterfinals twice in a row by none other than Loud. They now finally have the chance to face them once again, this time in the semis. For Loud, it's the Brawl Cup that is on the line, Uber.
Absolutely, and I've got to know what they put on the board behind them. Any Portuguese speakers could probably tell me. They know, I mean, the way that they're being addressed by Roll, I assume, I think they realize that this is the game, this is the match here, so getting fired up. And I would just like one of these games to make sense. I would honestly just like make remote sense, because I feel like we've all been taken to Narnia right now, and I've appeared on a ship in the high seas in the middle of a storm, and I'm trying to navigate through this tournament, and it is very difficult. I had Loud predicted, but I have zero confidence in any of those, Sonny.
We know that Loud or any other team that makes it to the Brawl Cup gets to go to a LAN event, which is pretty cool, but we also wanted to hear what exactly makes Adinho excited about Brawl Cup.
Para mim, classificar para o Brawl Cup seria um motivo de muito orgulho, porque o nosso começo de ano não foi muito bom, como nossos torcedores esperavam, mas já deu para ver que nosso time teve uma melhora.
To make it into the Brawl Cup, that's their checklist, Kenny. Looking good so far.
Yeah, I kind of have a wipe here because it's not Casa Brawl they're facing off against, but same goes for Alpha 7. If they end up winning this, Loud are in, and it's so crazy to me that we've had so many insane matches today, and this region has been so crazy. And the one storyline is, I wonder if these other teams outside of Loud in Casa Brawl can finally do it. And they're winning, and Loud still might be the team that go to Brawl Cup after all of this. This is the most important for them. If they win this, they're in, and Casa Brawl are the ones that are rooting on their downfall right now. The rivalry continues even in spirit.
They don't get the chance to battle it out directly against Casa Brawl because Alpha 7 beats them to it. They're in the semifinals here now against Loud. You feel like Loud is actually happy that they now face Alpha 7 and get it instead of Casa Brawl?
By the transitive property, Sonny, they defeat Casa Brawl by defeating Alpha 7, not only because they beat the team to beat them, but also they will qualify over them. So there's like a double victory to be had there. In fact, you're actually not playing against Alpha 7 at all. You're just playing against Casa Brawl in this game, albeit under a different name. So I have Loud predicted here it would be bonkers that they could qualify for Dallas without actually having to win a monthly final or to win a grand final yet, but that's obviously still on the table for them today. It's been a wild ride. Obviously, plenty of fans at home at event.brawlstars.com getting behind Loud, and for good reason. Household name in this region, legendary players from previous eras of Brawl Stars have come into the scene this year, realizing that there's been a bit of a change of the guard. The youngsters have come up now, have started taking matters into their own hands, and that is exactly what this Alpha 7 Esports team represents. Sonny, we're heading into the draft here. Gordam Gulch is on the docket.
First set of the semifinal number 2. Loud are actually the only team that I wrote to correctly today, so don't let me down here. At the same time, if 2 underdogs make it to the finals, I'm gonna be happy too, so I can only win in this one. RT is gonna be the first pick here, Goldarm Gulch. It's a knockout map. RT is just super good on any knockout map because he has the range, he has the tankiness for those last seconds when the smoke comes in from the sides, and he also makes it so his teammates do even more damage when he has those opponents marked up. So I don't think you can go wrong with this pick, Kenny.
Yeah, Gene, Gray, Kit, any of those are kind of on my mind here because a lot of the times they're entering the band stage anyways, so the fact that they're still available is a good one. RT has been one that shows up quite a bit more in Knockout this month compared to last month. That wasn't just in this region, but other regions as well. So I think it's just a very safe first pick, especially in Knockout when you get to these closing moments and you can drop the legs, have some static going, and turn into that more Jackie-esque form. I think that is a very helpful thing. Several gadget choices you can roll with. Just hard to complain about RT.
I mean, this is the most safe and standard of draft openings that, you could ask for on a map like Goldarm Gulch here. The only thing I guess that's missing is like more of that sharpshooter density, but we've seen teams try to mix in the Mandy. We've seen teams try to mix in the Piper, even on occasion. You could, God forbid, you could also consider Nani here if you really want to, create some, kill potential via that Pete. Brock is definitely someone I'd put under that exact same list as well. And here it is. Piper will round it out. Pyro Piper could be pretty tasty. This is a Loud team that are more than happy to play the long game.
So we got triple range. I'm curious if Alpha 7 go for something a little more aggro, something that would do better to them up close, because right now you've got all these sharpshooters, but they're definitely vulnerable to somebody that's more of an assassin type brawler. I don't know 100% if they would want to roll with something like a Daryl here, but that's at least, you know, crossing my mind a little bit. I don't know if there's necessarily a freebie pick here. Okay, they go with Kit. Did not see that coming. I'll be honest. That was not what I thought was going to happen.
Okay. It does give you a lot of like catch opportunity if you play bushes early in the round, and obviously the cardboard box now having, you know, unlimited uses in theory means the Kit is always a threat to sort of dive on you. And the follow-up is there because you have the Juju damage to jump in while Kit has locked someone down, but this is not a high damage comp at all. Kit is more effective in terms of doing damage when they're not supering someone, when they're actually just slashing at them, right? That's when he could be most effective. So maybe you walk up there without super, slash a couple times, jump on real quick, but the Juju has to be on the same page as the Kit here. Otherwise, you blow the Kit to smithereens with all of this sharpshooter pressure.
Right, it's just, for Kit, it makes sense on knockout. All these brawlers are very normal. It's just in tandem. Very interesting, but it's starting off real hot. It's going to be a takedown here. Juju, Gene, Kit, all standing. Brock falls as well, and a little dive in here from Kit. All right. Okay. I just expect the unexpected, or this is just how it is. It's just how it is in South America. Don't know what's going to happen. Just live with it.
It's the game where everything's made up and the points, well, they do matter in terms of circuit points, but frankly, this has been very hard to predict how things will go. So a very different opening here for Loud, first of all. Rated Foot, though, has already developed that super, so you're guaranteed to be able to lock someone down. Gregory also extremely annoying for everybody on Loud to deal with, maybe with the exception of Brock, whose incendiary fields might help get some extra damage, but it's going to ask for a couple of shots from any of these guys. So that's going to be a pain. We haven't even gotten around to talking about the risk of the magic hand. Ideally, if you don't catch RT, if you don't catch Piper with a super, you're fine. I like Alpha 7's composition here, but they've got to find a way to make these supers work. Their comp requires their supers to be a big part of their game plan, whereas for Loud, that's not the case at all.
Kyle Dog just taking out one wall, one patch of grass at a time, making Juju weaker and weaker. And the more this opens up, the better it does for this long-range composition. But as the fog closes in, it's going to get real interesting, especially when Kit stuns come into play. Golden has invisibility here. He's getting sneaky on this left-hand side. Adinu doesn't realize it. Greenery on the ground. Loud trying to do their best with all this 2v2. Stamps the static. It's just Kit and Brock left. Closes the distance. Swipes for a kill. Alpha 7 go game number 1.
Yeah, Kit doesn't look too bad once that gas starts to encroach there. Yeah. Nicely done. And of course, we did see, you know, classically the star power that allows Gregory to have a shield when they're deployed. We even saw a body block there by Golden after they deployed that. So nice use of the super and the pet there. And again, the supers in general for Alpha 7 were really, really important. Loud need to close the game out before A7 actually build them through this sort of persistent poke damage. Rated Foot, oh goodness, he got close. That was a gambit that this did not pay off.
I thought just maybe, but not quite enough. This time it's going to be the opposite of what we saw round number 1 of game 1. It's Loud sweeping their way through. Couple easy kills, and now it's just left to Juju, and I don't think Juju's going to contend very much. The bad news for Juju is Kyodog's now going to get more opportunities to break down these walls, cycle in these gadgets, so in the future round, they have a little bit easier to go with things.
Yeah, this is now just a wait out round. Loud know that there's no, with how the map is laid out, no easy opportunity to get damage, to build supers. Kyodog, though, can start to clear some more of this terrain because the map will remain in its current state when we head to the next round. So there's another chance to build up another rocket fuel gadget, blow up some more grass, and that should tell you everything you need to know about Loud's strategy. They'll want to play to the left again.
There they go. The safer side, and this time Kit is not going to gamble. They're all going to move to the right and into each side, doing their respective scouting reports, taking shots in the grass, just making sure nobody is there. There's just so many mind games that can be played with this A7 composition. I think Loud are a little paranoid, right? You got Kit invisibility, you got Juju invisibility. They just have so much to keep up with.
Oh, God. Brawl is running out of cover to play from behind. Vicro, obviously, a little bit less healthy, but can take multiple shots. Vicro can eat 3 full shots from the Gene, should they need to. You can see here that they can take more than just a little bit of damage. They are concerned about feeding the super over to the Gene, but there's no real kill threat outside of that. Like I mentioned, supers to everything in this comp. Rated Foot also needs to play around the gadget. So that'll allow them into the middle of the map now. Can they make a dive? Golden's pushing up. It's obvious, it's telegraphed, but can they stop it? Rated Foot taken down. It ends up being a trade. It's the best that Alpha 7 can hope for. Rocket Rain from Kyodog does snatch Golden up, and now it's a Gene? In a 1 versus 2, Brawl has virtually no way out of this game, but is able to tap the Piper down at least. Loud get themselves back around.
Just no real chance at that for Gene. I mean, even with the takedown to Piper, all of the ammunition gone, so Brock can just gun it down, run forward, and get the easy frag. These early rounds have really dictated how these first 2 games have gone, so we'll see if they still get risky with it, if they send Kit for maybe a surprise attack. But like you said, the one issue with that last one was it was so obvious. They popped the shield, and then Kit pops up. You wonder what he's going to do. Well, yeah, he's going to go for the attack. Interesting gadget choice there from Firecrow just to try and make sure it guarantees a connection if somebody's in there, and if it doesn't, you know you're safe. So Loud immediately know that they're okay. Now they're trying to just figure out where the Kit and the Juju are.
About outrange for now. The Kit, for those wondering, is hanging out the top side. It has not quite yet made their presence known. So much here requires Alpha 7 to get the Kit in. And as long as Loud have good coverage, good vision, control the bushes, bottom side, excuse me, there's Raider Foot. Oh, you're kidding. The drive-by, the jump. I mean, there's a world that maybe you could jump to a teammate there and survive. Not sure what the play was there. Now Golden is, well, last player up. Definitely pinched here. And on the Juju, which doesn't really offer you much in a straight face-off there. Maybe Alpha 7 could have gotten away with more than just a trade there, but they'll have to put that behind them. Loud. 1 round away from taking the set.
Yeah, we'll just have to reserve the idea of Kit in our minds that we saw in this opening game, because in game 2 and so far in game 3 has not gone as swimmingly. He is sneaky, but just not doing much more than maybe a trade. And in those trades, when the map's wide open and these sharpshooters are left in a 2v2, it's usually going to lead in the way of Loud. I feel like despite how this first round went, they didn't hit the panic button. They've stayed calm. They're still in it. Alpha 7 still have a chance, of course, but man, this strategy is looking tough to pull off.
Yeah, especially now with how long Raider Foot has to spend out in the open. I don't mind this idea. Move up close, but the problem is that it makes it clear to Loud when you're using that gadget, as opposed to using it from the cover of the bushes and then crossing the map. So in comes the poke damage. This is the problem for Loud. Over multiple rounds, they start to open the map up with each charge of Kyodog's gadget. Now there's really nowhere to hide, or just no way to sneak this Kit into position. Raider Foot gets spotted there and taken down. It's all too easy here for Loud. Hypercharge super for all of Loud by the looks of things, and that will be that. A first set picked up here as that sharpshooter heavy composition has too much coverage over the map, too much punish potential.
That's the first sensible thing I think that's happened in a match or so here, Uber. This has just been a wild day and a wild composition alongside it. We saw Juju and Gene, not weird, but when paired with the Kit, it left me with question marks. I mean, it's just not a natural fitting for Kit.
It was the last pick too, right? So it really seemed like they had an idea. They just weren't really able to show us what that idea was exactly. The other comp just worked out better. It looked like that underdog can make it again, just like Sarut again, winning that first set already, maybe make it a 3-0 sweep, but in the end, Loud just learned how to adapt to play against that comp that Alpha 7 was throwing up against them. And yeah, maybe you have to go with meta picks. I don't mind some surprising picks sometimes from underdogs, because they need to maybe surprise their opponents to be able to win, but Kit wasn't it, Uber.
No, I mean, the thing is that Loud's win condition is always online. It's just shoot them and they blow up. Alpha 7's win condition requires them to have Kit super and get Kit close enough. There's too many hoops to jump through for this composition to work. And even when it does work, how do you make it so it's more than just Kit trading 1-for-1? There was one situation which Raider Foot actually gets an elimination and walks away, and that was without the use of the super. In fact, Raider Foot flubs the super and ends up supering into an incendiary field and dying straight after. So, you have built a composition just to make the game harder for you to win than for your opponents, and that's never a good policy.
Just so difficult. I mean, outside of that game number 1, maybe they get a lucky break there in the opening round. They capitalize with the extra utility that they've charged up from getting those early kills. So game 1, I kind of threw out the window, but as this progressed in games 2 and 3, it just seemed that the more normal, the strategy with wall break was just going to work out better, especially into a team like Loud. I don't think you're necessarily fooling them there. I feel like they were well equipped. The Kit pick probably caught them off guard too, and if I'm Casa Brawl, I am upset with Alpha 7 right now.
I mean, we've seen the stats just now. It really seemed like the win condition in that one was just putting Kyodog on that Brock. 8 kills on him, so much damage. He was tapping. And let's see if he can do that again. We're heading over to Dueling Beetles. Is it going to be an even match again? Just like quarterfinal 1 through 4, all 4 of them? Or is it going to be much like semifinal number 1? Will we see another 3-0? Will Loud be able to make it to the grand finals? And will they be able to take that Brawl Cup ticket, Uber?
Again, a lot of questions to ask of this series because so many implications hinge upon these next couple of sets. But as we drill down a little bit, turn the microscope onto Hot Zone, obviously a number of different ways that you can take your composition building here. We've seen on Hot Zone maps in the past, it's been about using the Finks to give yourself good staying power, allowing you to dodge incoming projectiles under the impact of that super, and also Finks having the gadget to be able to dash back and away from the shots that come in. Hank is definitely going to be contested. Strong side laners are also absolutely paramount, having the ability on this map to pinch. There are a lot of brawls I expect to be sort of banned away. Draco we've actually seen banned already on this map. B can be quite powerful here, especially because you can always throw a Honey Molasses down and tank a shot from another sort of long-range sharpshooter. RTs look reasonable here, but again, it is a question of, do you want to set up a healing composition, make a Hank work? That's been banned away. Barley is a weird ban, and that explains it. So the longer range thrower, take it out of rotation. With Juju also banned, Alpha 7 don't have an easy answer to outrange this berry at all.
Coming into today, Reddy wanted to talk about Poco with us. He immediately asked, why do you feel like Poco is not really in the meta anymore? And my answer was, maybe it's the map pool. If I would play him anywhere, it would probably be dueling Beetles. And he's still open here. He slipped through the draft. We do have a healer on the field. It's going to be Barry though, not Poco, even though he has been picked up before. We had this map once today. It was Zeridogan versus SK Kalalas. We had a Poco paired with Mac and Barry. Let's see if such a super heal comp is going to come out of Loud here as well. So far, we have a lot of DPS on the field on the side of Alpha 7 with Maple and Chester. Maybe there's a tank come out of the last pick there, Kenny.
It's an interesting one because Barry, I loved how in real time, Uber, you kind of figured out what was about to happen. You see Larry and Lori and you see Barley. Well, why are they banning two throwers? It's because they want to make sure they get one of the only ones. And the fact that Alpha 7 have now banned out Juju, it's going to make it even harder. There's just no chance. So Barry kind of the last one remaining. They pair this with their tank of choice, which is going to be Buster. Now they have a control brawler, a traditional counter into those tanks on their side. It's also excellent for covering up an ice rink on that hot zone. This is a very well-rounded and a well-orchestrated composition so far from Loud.
It is pure and simple a control comp. Every element of Loud's sort of lineup is designed to make it really unpleasant for Alpha 7 to try and walk up onto the map. And Meeple doesn't want to use super defensively, i.e. in their own side of the map here, but because they've gone sort of for the Meeple and the Chester, these DPSs, they need a control element of their own. And we know Squeak can be quite good, right? Residue is amazing for zone control, but if you take Wind Up, you can be a pretty effective side laner with that range increase. It's a pretty strong brawler, but again, you do need to fear what Buster can do against those first couple of picks, right? A lot of projectile-based brawlers that basically just get neutralized by that montage. Personally, I don't know where you stand, Kenny. I'm definitely favoring Loud's composition here. I think it's very reasonable. It's very patient as well. They haven't gotten greedy with their setup at all.
I think I'm riding that way too, just a little bit. I love Meeple in general in the game. I think Squeak's a good brawler, but this is just a really well-rounded composition. Like I said, I mean, they've got the heals from Barry, who in this region has shown up way more than the other ones. They've got an ice ring. Look, even if they get the kills, they just drop that, and now they can step forward for free. Kyle Dog just gets such easy access to his super, but honestly, A7 easily winning the kill category. Unfortunately for them, just not necessarily running away with the objective.
Yeah, now that they're able to convert that, look at how they push it up. And this is where I said you want to use that Meeple super offensively. That's where Raiderfoot now becomes pretty oppressive. And Golden's going to get a lot of damage this game. Absolutely farming Kyodog, who's constantly slowed. That was a residue gadget used to basically guarantee the hits of every consecutive blob that came from the Squeak. Vico's in trouble, and you'll notice that because there's a lot of burst damage, attached to these Squeak shots, the healing over time from Barry is less relevant. It's less effective in keeping Kyodog in the game, as that health tends to disappear in chunks and is harder to interact with healing.
Now they got to really hold the line down over 40%. Love that choice of gadget out of Firecrow, especially in objective mode like this where you need to hold the hot zone. It can build you some extra percentage points. This Chester Hypercharge, though, is just lethal. It stops everything. Loud can no longer move forward. They have to wait for it to go. Now another one going down from Golden. The freeze going through. Loud clawing their way back, but a lot of work yet to be done.
Yeah, and a chance to cycle supers denied there from Firecrow. Ends up getting taken down in the 1-to-1. This montage should be the most powerful super on the map right now. Kyodog should be able to really, dominate the space with it. A Raiderfoot playing a side lane here, and Dino's definitely not long for this world now. Just hoping to run through with the super. Has to leave the point in order to do that. Firecrow getting an elimination there is really important. They've got to be careful, though. What does Brabauer have super-wise up their sleeve? It was the stun. Best case scenario potentially for Loud. Kyodog's able to shrug it off now, and a montage can be thrown out. The squeak damage will still go through. You've still got to respect that, but that's a residue gadget used with no real chance to capitalize for Alpha 7. And now Loud have got themselves into the lead. 93 and counting. Kyodog's going to throw down. He's going to brawl. Use the montage, and Firecrow's the last one standing as Loud get themselves an important first round.
Wow. What a comeback.
Brother,
Very
for free?
great job. I mean, that was insane. How much percentage was that at one point? Over close to 50, no?
It was like a 35% lead, for sure.
That's insane. I mean, really impressive stuff. And look, we had a lot of question marks, or at least I did. I'm not going to speak for the panel here, but Loud were 4th place coming into this month. They looked shaky last month. In month number 1, they weren't perfect. I have no idea how they were going to do today, but so far, so good. If they take this game here, a 2-0 lead would be massive.
And they said they've changed the way they've been practicing, taking this much more seriously. I don't think even they could have predicted they'd be in such a position. And yet, they prepared themselves for it. I'm making sure they double down on their prep for this tournament. Kyodog's able to bring Golden in. He just lingers a little bit too close. Absolute cinema as the montage now comes out. Brawl and Redderfoot have to respect it. It's an easy pick up for Kyodog now, who can soak this damage all day long if Adino's going to keep him nice and healthy through it all. Hypercharge is built up for both of those balls there. Firecrow just going to stand still. Redderfoot never got a chance to touch the point on Alpha 7. This time, they don't seem to be in the game, Kenny.
I mean, what a complete change of pace. It was looking so bad for Loud off the rip, and now here we are, game number 2, and they're the ones with a 40% lead. That's nicely done, though. A beautiful team wipe coming out of A7. Mechanics finally showing through. They're still in it.
Brawl backing up. Now some opportunity for Alpha 7 to make up the pretty steep deficit. They've got a ton of control too. Adino is going to go down here after doing very little. Gadget pop for an extra 1,000 health. It's just not enough. And oh yeah, here it is. This is impressive. Redderfoot able to move up now. Guarantee easy shot for the Kyodog with damage increase, of course. And now they're in the lead.
What a crazy set. Hypercharge available for Firecrow. Adino with a super of his own. He's going to be the gateway for this left-handed. Kyodog just eating bullets, though, goes down immediately. No amount of heals could handle that. A perfect trap there, despite getting the Lu super down. Didn't make a difference. Now 90% inclined. A few more taps. The sweet swirl, not enough. Kyodog falls, and a gadget not going to do a thing. This set is all over the place.
That was disgusting. But you can see once map control is established here for this Alpha 7 team, you've got the Meeple super. You have a hypercharged super from the Lu that just didn't hit, by the way. I think that was probably pretty devastating there for Loud. Probably a big part of their game plan for trying to regain that map control. When Buster doesn't have walls to hide behind, he's not nearly so tough.
It's been an emotional roller coaster today, Uber. We've been all over the place. We've had ups, we've had downs, we've had upsets. We've had Loud and Alpha 7 going back and forth. Heels going through for Adino here. Kyodog trapped. They just have to back away from these walls. Nicely done. This Squeak Meeple combo has been something else. One I didn't think about, but makes a lot of sense with the gadget.
All right, Loud now know exactly how terrible it can be to play against this Alpha 7 comp, but it doesn't mean that they have the answer. I cannot believe it. I came in saying I really like this comp. I thought it was very reasonable considering the circumstances, but the Squeak has completely thrown this whole thing for a loop. There's a super on Firecrow. The gadget comes in a little bit too early, but he's able to stave off most of the damage anyway. Brawl has the perfect super as well to stop the Buster in his tracks. Loud are getting absolutely pummeled. This isn't even close.
Yeah, this is looking very bleak, and the team that's been winning early on has lost both games so far, so you never know. But, I mean, they haven't given up an inch yet. Now another gadget going down. Kyodog forced to move up with this team. Sure, Adino can heal them, but they just have so much damage output between Squeak. If they cluster together, guess what? A Squeak shot hits all 3 of them. They can shoot through walls. Chester can punish you with the amount of DPS he does. I mean, this is unbelievable. They're now approaching 90.
Yeah, and they're chilling. They're not really feeling the pressure whatsoever. Golden here sits back, knows Firecrow's going to be coming from the backside, but he throws a residue at him to slow him on up. Loud finally gets some time at the point, but at this stage, Alpha 7 can just yeet themselves at the objective and win the round on virtue of body mass. That's all they need. Golden steps out, Brawl caught inside the Hypercharge super, but hey, even a frozen Chester is getting capture percentage. That's all they needed.
1-1 in the series now. We've got another match on our hands. I mean, it's just been the story of the day. We've been all over the place. It's unpredictable, it's chaotic, and it's incredible. This is what Brawl Stars is all about. I love that SA this year has us on our toes, because last year it was the exact opposite. It was loud in Casa Brawl's world. We were all just waiting for a grand finals, and now with every quarterfinal and semifinal, genuinely, I have no idea what's going to happen. I may genuinely go 1 for 7 on predictions today, which would be an all-time worst, and I'm gonna enjoy every second of it. If I'm gonna be wrong, at least let's have some fun, you know?
Yeah, honestly, I have the same feelings. We talked about it before, how like completely dominant it was last year, what we saw from Loud and Casa Brawl. Now this year, consistency is the opposite. Yeah. Alpha 7 now makes it look easy winning against Loud. In the previous set, it looked the opposite. In both sets, at least one of the games have been won by the other team though, so it really just couldn't be any closer. And as you mentioned, Kenny, that squeak just really made a huge difference here. Just shooting through the wall, hitting all three when they are bundled up together, which is something that happens often on Hot Zone, that you just stand right next to your two teammates.
This guy had the most kills on his team, the most DPS on his team, and by far the most capture percentage on average per game. Unbelievable set from this guy. This squeak pick worked out so well. He was fragging, he was doing damage. I mean, this is a control brawler that's now become a high damage dealing option. That was wild to watch.
Well, it doesn't help that Busted needs to be in proximity of teammates is another way of charging his super. So, you know, and again, also to make use of the montage to actually protect his teammates from the incoming projectile damage. So, I don't know, man. My read on how these drafts look is just, completely off today, because that squeak element completely throws this whole thing for a loop. Outside of that, a very solid pick and ban phase coming out of Loud just doesn't get them there. We got a tied series.
We're now heading over to Triple Dribble. I'm super excited to see those two drafts, because so far we've been blessed with some surprises. We saw a Kit on Golden Gulch. We now see a Squeak. We haven't really seen that pick before either. And now Triple Dribble could be something completely new once again. So far, every single time, the team that won the first game lost the set. Let's see if we're going to follow that strategy again, Kenny.
Oh, I just expect the unexpected. I have no idea what's going to go down here, but one thing that, at least in practice, is that we've seen a lot. Meeple shows up pretty regularly. Loved what he put out at Dueling Beetles. This map, obviously, very different. Throwers are certainly in the equation. We've got brawlers like Stu, like B, and of course, if Hank escaped... Nope, didn't escape it, so no Hank, but he would have been in that mix too.
Both of those teams made it through the upper bracket in the qualifiers. Both of those teams now have everything on the line. For one team, Loud, it's going to be the entry into Brawl Cup. For the other side, it's finally a rematch here against Loud, since they've been kicked out of the 2 quarterfinals in February and March, and now they finally get revenge. Heading into draft, Jester, first pick here. Uber, we've seen this brawler a lot on Brawl Ball.
Yeah, and look, very powerful for a lot of reasons. One of them, though, a little more subtle, is that Chester's gadget gives him a random buff. And it might not seem like a lot, but the gadget cooldown is such that Chester basically almost always, every time he comes back off spawn at least, always has access to that. So not only are his stats very good in general, especially when your star power and power is the first build that you throw to make that far less laughable in terms of damage, he's like always got a speed boost outside of bushes or a damage boost. He's always working with something, so very powerful. And of course, he has an amazing nuke that does guarantee a bomb, which means big damage. Second time we've seen Maisie today. Last time was on Hard Rock Mine, and again, I think just as applicable on a map like this one. There's no Hank in play, but if there is Frank, for example, you can stun him out of what he's trying to do. Just in general, the displacement that Maisie has access to on that super is something that makes it quite strong. And if she gets a range situation, she's outranging Brawl, for example, and most other brawlers like this one quite comfortably.
It's a really interesting draft because we have a lot of our anti-tank brawlers in the ban stage. No Lou, no B, and Chester already picked up for Alpha 7. Ollie and Jackie would normally be popular picks here, and of course we see Ollie there. Thrower, unsurprising, and of those throwers, they end up picking the one that's going to be the best at dealing with tanks. I think that's partially why Loud get this Maisie, because they're running out of options. If the other side wanted to get beefy, well, at least Maisie can disrupt things. Barley going to be the final choice here. Another thrower, which of course on this map is no surprise, but it's just interesting to see how we got here. I don't think a lot of these brawlers would be normally in the mix unless it was for this ban stage.
So Barley is the go-to when Juju is banned and the opponents are playing a thrower that is not Barley. It's a range consideration. Like obviously, Barley can outrange the Larry and Laurie, and the utility offered by either Sticky Syrup Mixer if they're playing a high mobility composition, but most likely the Helix Tonic is really important when there's going to be like a lot of incremental damage that comes out from the Larry and Laurie, for example. So pretty common that's the only situation that Barley really gets brought in for. But that hypercharge basically just covers the map and says, you shall not pass.
And of course, the spam with the herbal tonic can be a real problem. Right-hand side, a duel between Kyodog and Brawl. Point goes to Kyodog for now, but Golden trying to own in on him. Adinho from the distance, keeping his teammates alive. Another gadget goes down. This time, Golden dribbling, gets some heals off of the teammate, and that one goes to his grave alongside Golden too. It's just in a constant 3v2 here for Alpha 7.
Yeah, and you can see what Adinho can do. Really not pressed at all. Just moisturized, flourishing in his lane, throwing these bottles down, making it hard here for Redderfoot, who just doesn't have the damage. So it's very hard to generate pressure on someone like Macy, who has like a higher than average health for like a long-range brawler, with the exception, of course, of 8-bit. You know, can kind of soak those 2,000 or so damage hits pretty happily, and you know, like farmer super off an Ollie. Obviously, things change when, you know, the ability to close the gap for Ollie comes into play, but we know that Macy's gadget can actually let her outrange the Ollie gadget. So she doesn't have to worry about getting stunned up so easily. And there's a super used there. Very disruptive hit behind the wall, but Firecrow and Adinho not confident to push up yet.
Firecrow made his move, did not pay off, but he goes again. Not enough for a kill, though. Hypercharge for Kyodog, though. Off to the races on this left-hand din. Cycling supers. Bow, dribble, right. Golden could have a wide open net, but Firecrow respawns just in time. No! He squeezed it through! Beautiful shot on the net.
God, how do you bounce back from that one? Devastating for Loud. Still plenty of goal opportunities in the game, and Kyodog wastes no time in taking out his frustration on his opponents. Golden will die here, and the ball will be loose, but rolling back so Brawl can pick it up. Still 3 versus 1, unwinnable. Loud quickly fire back.
Whew, that was a big bounce back, but it was a little shaky. That's a hard one for the confidence, to your point. So the fact that they get a quick goal, some good offense, I think was good for them, for the confidence level, for the execution, because that one could have had them rattled.
I would be too. You are convinced, if you're Firecrow, that you have a defense there. Redderfoot has the ball stripped from them, and using the gadget to actually, you know, attach the hypnosis onto one of your shot hits means it's easier to hit your super on an individual. This is dangerous. 13 seconds left. Golden not confident here in digging the ball out from this position. Would rather maybe charge up yet another super, and Loud are ripe for it. Grouped up here, boxed in on their goals, their side of the map. Kyodog tried to bust them out there, but there it is. The hypercharge from Adinho opens the way for Golden, and he does not miss.
The blunder out of Loud allowed Alpha 7 a chance in overtime. That first goal was the only reason they were even in that. Really interesting here. I mean, this is the veteran team in Loud, and they're the ones that made a pretty big mistake there. I mean, that's just a classic case of shoulda, coulda, woulda. Should have been a block. It wasn't. Instead, it's Alpha 7 just lobbing up a prayer, and it gets answered immediately. Now they're a game up in set 3.
Yeah, Jester has been the instigator here, getting the stun off, blowing the map up, finding a big hypercharge to nuke someone out of Brawl Ball entirely. It's really hard to handle, but again, a second chance here for Loud. Barley's looked fine. Adinho's been under a lot of pressure, though. It's been hard to get good coverage with these last calls. Speaking of which, that will now basically protect the ball from falling into Alpha 7's possession. Loud still need to find a way to move up the map, but now with Laurie on the field, Firecrow is probably feeling a lot less comfortable. The good timing off the healing tonic means that, you know, the Macy can shrug off a lot of the damage. Don't you dare, Golden. Don't you dare. Adinho quickly trying to respond to the threat of the other thrower, but Kyodog falls to Raider Foot at the top of the map.
I was thinking the whole time, too, if Golden had slipped another one in the back of that net, it would have been bad. I don't know how you recover from that if you're Loud, but they're in it. Still fighting. Firecrow, stun, and a pushback. Now Raider Foot trying to capitalize. The hypnosis goes through, and Loud rounding out this right-hand side. Kyodog just trying to pocket this ball. And last call will at least push them away for now, but Alpha 7 still have plenty of positioning, a lot of time to work with. It's still in their favor.
I mean, it's lucky for Loud that Golden wasn't alive while they were stuck inside the goals, because obviously then we're farming. We're loading up Farmville from 2002, and we are grinding that game. Kyodog falls here. Brawl and Heat trade on the right side of the map. Ball still remains pocketed, and Alpha 7 still remain without the confidence to go and retrieve it. 1 minute left until overtime. Kyodog wants to get forward here, at least try and chunk this Ollie down, but there's the all eyes on me gadget again, catching Kyodog, forcing him to walk forward, making him an easy pick off for the Ollie. And Raider Foot has dodged these shots expertly. He's now healthy enough to retrieve the ball from this corner.
Oh, when Firecrow popped that hypercharge, did not get anything out of it, though. Kyodog just forced to do the same, and Raider Foot, easy goal here. Puts it in that back right-hand side. And will capitalize off of all the pressure they'd had building up into this moment. Now with 30 seconds to go, Loud have to go all the way to the other end and put one through.
Had to do so much to try and claim this set. 22 seconds are left. Brawl tanks some of that damage happily, but the focus is on the Chester right now. Firecrow taken down. Ends up being a trade. Golden's trying to have impact, but caught out by the last call. Nicely done by Adinho. Well done with that Barley. This should secure it. Brawl did not have a stun super available. That's the only way he stops the Barley in his tracks. And now we head into overtime. Now Maisie looks a lot scarier as she has an open field to fire into.
In overtime, little extra range. Kyodog needs a super. He's got to get the ball rolling, and the wheels need to hit the ground. There it is. Extra help from Laurie going down. A swap. Golden now up in the face of Kyodog. A dodge. Adinho. Frags. Brawl trying to keep goal out of this net, and it's going to be a close call. Kicks it away, trying to buy some time. They get this kill.
Try.
Now Larry back in the mix. Super shot available, and splits the defense. Nicely done there from Kyodog.
That is pretty simple. We talked about how overtime would definitely favor the quasi-sharpshooter of Maisie. As soon as the walls come down, she hits 4 consecutive shots on the Ollie. Raiderfoot can't do a thing about it. Gets blown up. Instantly a player advantage established. Then the Maisie comes forward, throws a super out as well. Basically guarantees yet another elimination. And that's that.
Here we go again. The roller coaster ride that has been our South America region. 1 apiece in the set score. Firecrow left hand in, going to be battling with Ollie. Throwers in the middle, and Kyodog just trying to find a super to move up this map. Stu is kind of a sitting duck unless he has that. The mobility is part of it. He just needs a super to kind of get himself going. There he goes. Now a little stun there too. Golden protected though. The extra spawner coming in handy. Firecrow lobs one up. Just gonna have to buy some time for his teammate.
And the gadget really important there for Golden. They were looking a little bit low, a little bit haggard. The Loud happily give the room up here. Firecrow trying to play within these healing fields as much as possible as yet another tonic comes down from Adinho. Last call at the ready. This will allow Firecrow at least to have a safe zone to work through, one that Brawl can't punish. And now we have a 3 versus 1. Golden has to get busy. No Laurie to help with the player disadvantage. Now another healing tonic gets Loud for one more push for goal here.
Loud with a real opportunity. Adinho, last call now on the ground. Brawl cornered on the top right-hand side, cut off from his teammates. Golden trying to rescue him, but it's not enough. Nearly a team wipe here as Firecrow guns down the left-hand side, and Kyodog throws one in.
Man, this is neck and neck. But Alpha 7, whatever momentum they brought into this set, feels like it's dissipated now. Raiderfoot's having a tougher time. Loud are playing off the timings of these Barley gadgets really well. Getting set up forward, then getting healed, then going in for the kill. Alpha 7 have to try and disrupt this somehow. But when they're low health, they don't really have agency. They don't get to decide when these fights happen. And this hypercharge is somewhat scary from Brawl. Looking at Adinho's direction, but Firecrow already has a chance to break for a goal. Golden's having to try and stop him, but Firecrow had the tech. Still gets brought down. Good damage from Larry and Laurie. Good save for Alpha 7.
That would have been nasty work, but now it's going the other way. Firecrow restarts on his spawn side. Adinho and Kyodog, low HP. A7 pressing forward. A lot of HP. A hypnosis, not enough. It's a kick to the right-hand side. Firecrow trying to buy time. Brawl sprinting to this ball, and Golden waiting patiently by the net. 1-1 all over again.
Buddy.
It's going to come down to one final goal in the set.
We got 20 seconds, 15 in fact to play now before overtime comes down, but immediately map control assumed by Loud with that hypercharge from Adinho. And they're not incentivized to try and go for a goal yet. Again, open the field, make it easier for Firecrow to pepper down whoever he so chooses. Kyodog's already gotten behind the back line here. Last call thrown down by Adinho means that Golden's going to suffer, but wait a minute, Raiderfoot's coming forward. He's healthy. Adinho, he's hypnotized, and Raiderfoot walks it in almost lazily. It's Alpha 7. Take away our 3rd set.
Wow. Just wow. This has been some great Brawl Stars today. It's not just wild, it's impressive. I mean, this whole region is clashing. Everybody just feels on such level footing, and I don't know, we always talk about EMEA being the region of depth. This one's got 8 teams that all seem to be on equal playing field. It's honestly wild to watch.
I mean, it's the same 8 teams every month coming into the monthly finals, yet within those 8 teams, really everything feels possible. Once again, a super close match here. We went all the way to the last round of Brawl Ball, and we had to go into overtime of double set point to finally have our winner over.
This might be developing into one of the best monthly finals in my recent memory. Definitely one of the most competitive, embodying the change, I guess, in mood that we've had in this region this year. And I think that no matter no matter who ends up advancing to Brawl Cup, they will definitely be prepared to play some hair-raising, high-flying Brawl Stars. It would just be insane if it were the team that dropped out in the quarterfinals. That's Casa Brawl, who are rubbing their hands together, seeing Alpha 7 make work of Loud in that third set. Obviously, still plenty of opportunity to get back into this series, but the way this fight went was bizarre to me. Adinho opened up there with a hypercharged super, threw the healing tonic down, and you can see the frustration on Adinho's face. Again, really close, no cigar, but losing that set there could be a backbreaker.
Just imagine one more time here. We had two contenders still for the Brawl Cup coming into those semi-finals, BC Gaming and Loud. Now imagine both of those losing, and the two teams that didn't make it out of the quarterfinals in February and March could be in the finals. I mean, we could not have written a better script here, Kenny.
It's unbelievable. I mean, just seeing the fact that Alpha 7 are challenging Loud. Coming into this year, it was Loud and Casa Brawl, and we all knew it. No, we did not know it. I mean, obviously, this has been a wild thing. I feel like in a lot of the other regions, what happened last month was so different from the norm, and I just kind of ruled it out. It's just a crazy month across the board. Maybe the meta had something to do with it. I don't know. South America, turns out it's just crazy here. We're just all over the place. And again, I can't say how much. It's just so entertaining to watch. You just truly have no idea who's going to win. Gone are the days of consistency and these top tier names and these previous world finalists. It's all new blood just surging, and South America's better for it.
Okay. I am very curious to see what comes of this draft. It is last stop, folks. So again, a map that has these side lanes that are ripe for the bully type brawlers that we've seen teams pick in order just to try and overwhelm those parts of the map. But also, Sunny, really wide open field in the middle. You can absolutely benefit those longer range brawlers, maybe even things like the Maisie we've seen.
This map brings out a lot of variety in draft because you have those bushy lanes, because you have the open mid. I'm super excited to see what those two teams are going to show us here. Janet, once again, banned out. She's been the most pick-up brawler for any gem grab map, really, just because she's a phenomenal gem carrier. And we talked about it a lot today. I think, personally, that's why I enjoy watching esports or sports matches more even than a movie at the cinemas, because you don't know what's going to happen next. You can't possibly predict, because there's so much on the line for both those teams. Both just really want this win, and they need to give it their all, not only in draft but also in the game itself. Kenny, Carl is going to come out first. Do you like that?
Don't mind Carl at all. I feel like Carl's just very dependable right now in the game. On the other end, Piper is very common, I would say, in South America specifically for this map. The Finks has become more and more popular. I wouldn't say it's a mainstay by any means, but certainly shows up on this map. So that's an interesting 1-2 combo. Max on the other end, I think, Uber, just a natural way to kind of address Piper.
Absolutely. I think you need an answer to it. I think Loud are the kind of team that would, on any given day would probably like to go in that direction themselves. It's still threatening. Remember, this is the kind of map where we're talking about having strong brawlers for those side lanes, because being able to pinch is important. But Loud don't have a ton of range. This is a very mid-range team, but it's a strategy that involves using Adinho Super to get Buster right in the face of these projectile-based heroes. So Daryl comes in as someone who's far less affected by that and can also be a true side lane bully in his own right.
Another wild one. Fink's a little newer, so still getting used to that, but I definitely think it's proven itself to be a decent choice. On the left-hand then, like you said, it's all more up close. I mean, Carl has the most range in that team, and by no means is he a sharpshooter. Alpha 7, one set away from sending Loud home. Instead of what could have been a trip to Dallas, it may just be sitting comfortably, watching from the couch. We'll have to see how it all goes down here, because Alpha 7 have certainly challenged this top-tier team.
In we go, folks. Alpha 7 take this set and they will advance to the grand final. That to me seems so absurd, but for Loud, it is their Brawl Cup chance on the line. They have to win this series out from here, and it doesn't go too well for Adinho in that side lane. Golden's able to push up there with the help of Babao. Not uncommon to see this map split east to west as opposed to north to south, as one team likes to double up on one of these side lanes, but crucially, Kaidog gets deep. And Ficro's been able to snap up all of these gems with Alpha 7 committing very heavily to the extremities.
Loud look like they're waking up here. Some nice kills to start things off. Kaidog now cycling away, will get tapped up by Golden, and now all of a sudden it's a trade out. Wide open map on this left-hand side, which is disastrous if you're Loud. Max, closer range. Carl definitely wants the walls, and Buster needs a little bit of sneakiness to work. And now all of a sudden, it's Daryl rolling in, trying to get a couple tags. Will survive for now. Adinho gonna hunt him down, make sure that he doesn't get any closer. Here goes Dog. Hypercharge available. Won't use it for the tailspin, just using it for the extra damage and speed. Golden tries to make a cheeky teleport away, and it works. Firecrow left all alone and needs to be careful.
That's a problem for Buster. Daryl just kind of flattens him in that kind of matchup, especially with the hypercharge. In he goes with the Daryl roll and allows Brawl to go from 1 gem to 6. Now we're going to an even game. However, down a player, Alpha 7 for now, so Golden backs away, but throws a super field down. And, oh, that would have been so good if Golden can TP inside that montage and get the shot, but Adinho was ready with an auto fire of his own. So Brawl still stays at 6. Loud now, 1 gem away from starting the countdown.
The reflexes were crazy out of Adinho there, and he strikes again. Now Daryl rolling down the map, flashing the super. Hasn't gone for the second, knows that he can't get a kill, so will retreat for now. And Dog will, as a result, be lurking on that right-hand side. His main mission, play a bodyguard for his teammates. Adinho gonna force the other side away, all the gems spilling out, and Daryl is the least of your worries at this moment. No super available. He doesn't have the range to deal with his Piper now back. Golden trying to get in the mix. Firecrow will activate a speed, a little extra cheeky phase shift, and they will be all well and good. It was just the journey to get there that was a little stressful for Loud.
Yeah, absolutely. They were forced to definitely give a bunch of ground throughout Alpha 7, but they had a 6-2 gem lead already, so they knew they had time. They could play in that bottom right side bush area, and even with Daryl trying to go in solo, fight them, you know, the Max has phase shifter. Not only that is mobility, but it's also durability, that damage mitigation shield. So Loud fancy the same plan. Again, it's collapsed this left-hand side of the map now. And this leaves Raiderfoot in a position where he has to be very obvious, just trundling across the map, trying to ask politely for Firecrow to drop his gems.
Ooh, and it was close. He nearly dropped both of them. Doesn't quite have the distance to strike, and Adinho right back in the mix. Dog has been on this left-hand side and has been a nuisance so far. There's the first takedown. Daryl going for 2. Golden, Brawl there to assist. Firecrow trying to work in this incendiary, and it's not enough. Every gem dropped by Loud, and alongside it, all of their lives.
Adinho getting peppered down here as well. He opted rather to take the bounce pad into that side bush and was kind of trapped for a moment. Golden needs to heal. Throws up that super field though. Now back to being a bit of a threat. Firecrow and Adinho have to walk away. Raiderfoot has another hypercharge ready. So as soon as Adinho pokes his head up, Raiderfoot is probably going to make a beeline for him. And there it is, into the middle of the map. Well, we don't care about montage out here. Raiderfoot, though, I see a change of tack. Instead goes over for Dog and picks him off. Firecrow has to fight 1v2 with hypercharge as Max. It's winnable. The taps are brilliant. Golden somehow is able to limp away, but this is not how Alpha 7 thought it would end. Raiderfoot inside the Finks field, gets 6, walks away. Golden is low, and there's not an easy escape route here. Dog has to go down.
And Dog's just playing a guessing game. He didn't know where the enemy side was. They were just using the grass to their advantage. The mechanics from Firecrow were so good. Can he recover here? Golden low HP. They get the reset. Adinho, 9 in his pocket. Launchpad available and will get out of dodge while he can. Dog does the rest.
Unbelievable stuff there from Loud. It doesn't get much closer than that. Raiderfoot tries he might. He's going to go and attempt to salvage things. But it's a forlorn hope. Firecrow can soak as much damage as he likes here as Adinho and Dog are the ones with the lion's share of the gems, and Adinho has a montage to counter Golden and Brawl specifically. Crazy stuff there for Loud. A crucial set win. They are being forced to leave it all out there for a chance to head to the United States.
They're really going to have to stress over going to Dallas here. I mean, this is wild. If they earn this Brawl Cup, they will have more than earned it. This has to be one of the most stressful moments of their careers to date. Definitely the most stressful of 2025. It's been such a back and forth, and now once again, we've said it a ton today, but it's a set 5 that decides it.
What a journey it would have been for Loud, facing again against a team that they knocked out twice from the quarterfinals. Feel like, well, we should get that, guys. We go to Brawl Cup, it's already safe, but Alpha 7 is pretty good today, it seems. They pushed them all the way to set number 4, almost won that one as well. And now we're in set number 5, where Loud still has a chance to go to Brawl Cup.
Man, there was a moment there where Firecrow is 1v2 in mid. I think if he isn't able to go at least 1-for-1 and escape with some gems, it's basically done there for Loud. That's just a moment where, like, just an individual player knows that they need to go above and beyond, a step up. Getting those gems, getting out alive, that's massive.
Big players make big plays. Ugh. It's just been, I mean, it's just been so good. Like, I can't say it enough. That was honestly a huge turning point. I mean, look at this right here. We're seeing the clip right there. Firecrow goes in, tries to get the kill, and they just roll away. Kyo Dog's trying to guess where they are, can't quite figure it out, and then they pin him in this bottom, or this top right-hand side. Really well played, a perfect reset time, and Dino takes a launch pad. Wow.
I hope that didn't get lost in translation, but Alpha 7 Esports was Ningwem Segura in the first month, which loosely translates to nobody's safe or nobody can stop us. Next month, after losing to Loud, they renamed to Algum Segura, which means like someone can stop us or somebody's safe, we guess. And now they're back as Alpha 7. They could rename again to Ningwem Segura, it seems, if they win against Loud today. Let's see if they will do so and completely deny them the chance to make it into Brawl Cup. They would finally get their revenge. It would be a beautiful story, honestly, if they can make that underdog story happen today, Uber.
I like this from Alpha 7 as an org. See the team coming in. They've been eliminated in consecutive quarterfinals. Go, you know what? Let's pick these guys up. Let's see what they can do for us. Let's get them in the room together and see if they can make magic happen.
True.
And all of a sudden, they have done so beautifully. Obviously, they'll be very, very happy if they can stand at the top of the heap here in South America. But there's a couple of things that need to be taken care of first. Namely, this last set. And then, of course, that grand final game. But we're beyond impressed with what Alpha 7 are showing us. I don't feel like Loud are playing badly or worse than usual. I think that's the brilliant part. Sometimes we want to asterisk these kind of, closer games than expected sometimes with that, but I don't think that caveat's in place. Loud are doing well. They definitely can guarantee their placement in Dallas. At least their destiny lies in their own hands, unlike Brawl, who has to look on and hope that this theoretically underdog team can topple the Titans of Loud.
Would be an unbelievable story. And especially considering one underrated thing that Sunny's mentioned a few times now. This is their third attempt at taking down Loud. And the third time might be the charm. If in the most important month for Loud so far was finally the time that this roster got the best of them, it would make it that much sweeter.
We'll be momentarily jumping into our draft here. I think both teams have sort of asked for a bit of a break, which we can concede, we can allow it. It doesn't get much more important than this. Now, Hideout will be our final map of this series, the final set, Sunny. A real open affair, and honestly, it's a kind of style of map where we've seen Loud be more than happy to take multiple sharpshooters and just show off their individual prowess.
I really couldn't tell you anymore which team is the better one, which comes out as the winner in this one. As you mentioned, Loud loves these long-range rollers, and Alpha 7 reacts to what you say, Uber, and completely bans them out. The Bell, the only one that would have still been open, banned out by Loud themselves. I guess we still have a Byron here
Nani?
if you want to play some healer. It's still long-range. Nani hasn't been showing up too much either. I feel like both of those options are just not really options. I like the Grey with the walking cane. You can basically do the same thing as the Gene, just pull your opponents towards you, come in the last couple of seconds and turn things around. We saw that on Bounty before. And then we do have a Byron on the other side now, Kenny, paired with the Gene that you like so much.
I wonder if Max shows up here too, at least for the right-hand side. I think it's certainly an option. You see the Gene on the map, and then also they usually want a blue star in their pocket, so a phase shift could be that answer. Carl is still on the table as well. That's sometimes a way that people use the flying hook. We see a lot of incendiary these days, but obviously Bounty is a little bit of an exception to that rule.
Goss here, okay. Pretty reasonable, of course. Definitely, in these all-in moments, which we should expect to see, with the use of this dimensional door, it kind of gives you even more lethality and obviously even more durability when push comes to shove, because on face, Alpha 7 don't have like very high burst damage with their comp. They have good sustained damage, good poke damage, and if they want to work a max in here, they still won't have access to strong burst. And it'll really put them in a position where they're depending on rate of foot to hit some shots or Brawl to be able to hook them in. But I am seeing Loud prepared for every eventuality. If they get dove, or if things get, a little close and personal, we know what RT can offer. But between these last two brawlers, we have Kooky Popper and we have the Hack Gadget. Two gadgets that can essentially confirm kills for you if your opponents are low enough health and the timing lines up well. Very, very important, because Walking Cane essentially does that too, and Lumi gets through. How did we miss this? Alpha 7 leave it open and get to snap it up? What?
I can't, like, amongst all the storylines, all the chaos, somehow the first time Lumi escapes the ban stage, and it's here in a set 5. I can't believe I did not notice it. I mean, that's a hand up. I just feel like there's been so many things to keep track of. And Lumi's been such a textbook ban. This is the first time she shows up. She's either going to have an 100% win rate or a 0. We'll see if the bans are worth it.
Okay, remember, Lumi has 2 Morning Stars that she can throw out independently of each other and then call them back. It's decent range, but it's what she can do with the Morning Stars once they're out there. She can either generate a burning field around them or a slowing one, just like we see. And honestly, those Morning Stars are pretty powerful. Her super also, the last pound of it, will root people in place. It's devastating if it hits. Alpha 7 have to hope that this gambit pays off.
I can't believe Lumi is here. And you already see the Morning Stars down. Love the patient coming out of her bow. He can pull them back. Outward, they do 1,200. On the way back, 1,800. And that adds up to be a lot of damage. Fire Crow receiving several tags. The poke damage from Jean is a problem. Now they've entirely cut off this left-hand side, but Kyodog does the dirty work. Grabs the kill. Now they have the blue star +1 frag.
Well, it warned how powerful Kooky Popper is. And in that case, the Lumi of Brabao just walked straight into a spirit. And it ended up being an easy pickup. Still, Brabao knows this super also goes through walls. So Brabao can set that blast beat up to try and catch people out. But again, Lumi also is pretty squishy. She looks scary. She generates a lot of threats. It's rather brolic. But when she gets pushed on, she has max 6,900 health. Not a whole lot.
So far, she's been a problem. Hasn't equated to any kills. And Byron and Jean are by no means big-time kills. Not KD players. I mean, one is a support brawler, has decent range, can slow down enemies, and the other one just does poke damage, and now they need some kills. They have to find a way. Atinho, 32. Fire Crow gonna have a shield now. Not enough for a kill, and Kyodog piles it on. It's 11-2. This is the first time in a while we've just seen dominance in this semifinal.
And we're starting to see now the difference between picking a strong brawler and one that fits into your composition. Brabao is playing solo. They are on an island. All they're trying to do is just be very effective and get good damage in. But Fire Crow got caught out by Morningstar. Doesn't matter though. Traded back instantly. Brabao falls. 3 stars go over to Adinho. And Loud have been able to punish Alpha 7 big time here for their arrogance to bring this hitherto unseen brawler into the game. Multiple times that Lumi gets farmed as Brabao cannot get value off this busted brawler.
Just wild. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. The storylines today have been unparalleled by any monthly final in this region in a while. And now Loud, all they have to do is lock in for one more. They've got a match point. They're facing down Lumi, the most feared brawler in our current meta, and they're exceeding.
Kyodog takes a hit there, but again, if you can just dodge the crack back of the Morningstar, it's not the end of the world if you get hit by it initially. Yeah, a lot of threat there being generated, but Kyodog's able to turn his attention and pinch the middle of the map. Brabao has the burst to take Kyodog down, but the blast beat sadly misses. And then Fire Crow comes forward the dimensional door and is able to take advantage. And this is the stuff that champions are made of. The stuff that teams will represent their regions are made of. The ability to see a complex situation, a rare one, and find a way around it. They're not afraid to deal with the Lumi, but Kyodog definitely should be as Brabao gets a gadget off.
Brabao makes up for the miss. Missed that super, and it cost him. Gray was able to swoop in, grab a kill. But right now, Loud are in trouble. They're backed into their spawn. And like you mentioned, the Grim and Frostbitten Gadget can be a problem, but the pull is even more lethal. The heals go out for Golden. Poke damage to go. Kyodog nearly slips on the ice, but will survive. Loud have to regroup here, and just as we were talking their praises, now they're the ones facing a 1-star deficit.
Blue star to their name. Kyodog with a super ready. Adinho as well if he wants to all in with this Gray portal. We saw that attempted last time. It didn't work out. Oh! Kyodog hit by the blast beat. Rooted in place, and a vengeful spirit will come in to claim the elimination. Now Loud are in serious trouble. Even if they go after Rated Foot, it won't be enough to get them back in the game. They must eliminate Brabao or 2 brawlers instead.
Loud are 20 seconds away with a win here from going to Brawl Cup Dallas. It's going to be the red roster, top right-hand side, hunkered down, hypercharge available for Jean, activates it, not even using the pull. Love it. Learn from mistakes of APAC. Pass it. It's a good. The connection is there. Slipping on the ice. Kyodog trapped this time. 12-5. Adinho alone cannot do it, and Alpha 7 will push us to another double match point.
It just doesn't get any better than this. Frankly, it's not possible. Both of these teams on match point. A double match point scenario that decides Whether Loud or Casa Brawl represent South America at Brawl Cup for the chance, of course, to fight for another world spot for their region, of course, the glory, the prize money, everything that goes with it. Alpha 7 by proxy, fighting on behalf of Casa Brawl and Loud with their own destiny at their fingertips, but struggling to grasp it.
Casa Brawl, I'm sure, leaned into the monitor just like I am right now, just like the folks at home are. This has been one of our most competitive days I've ever seen in Brawl Esports. Overall, this region has come to battle, and right now, Loud have to battle against the most feared brawler in this current meta. Lumi looked much better there towards the end of game number 2. Poison damage trickling into Firecrow and a complete cutoff of that left-hand side. The mini ice rings are a real problem.
Yeah, great for zoning. Also offers some, elimination threat as well. Wall gets opened up there by the Walking Cane for Firecrow. There is a dimensional door at the ready, but Alpha 7 are healthy. They are more than happy to fight. Brawl going to force Kaidog back. Again, he takes a glancing blow from the Morning Stars. You have to respect this, the map control that Lumi can set up just with the pure threat of those Morning Stars hitting. Again, Kaidog's able to walk away. It is a blue star lead to Alpha 7. Allowed have to remediate this within the next minute.
Now Magic Hand's been charged up for Gene. Golden still has a super available too, and Lumi is playing alongside the teammates, just trying to trip up these foes, the slowdown, the gadget. It's so much to handle, not to mention all of the damage as well. Another Walking King connects. Now a super available. Connects with Kaidog. This time it trips him up, snared and goes down. It's a lead for Alpha 7.
You've got to respect the gadget from Lumi. It sets up almost a guaranteed hit of that blast speed. And now you're in trouble. Firecrow's trying to come forward, make use of the squishiness of Brawl, and they're able to get that elimination, but it's still a blue star for Alpha 7. Time is ticking down. It's a slim lead now. The next elimination could decide things. Walking Cane misses to Firecrow. Can't connect it. Adinho looming over to the right-hand side, trying to get in. Kenny, 13 seconds left, and it's as close as it gets.
A trip to Dallas on the line. Red roster responding, trying to hold on. Golden in trouble. 2 go down. Loud clap back. Brawl, the last man standing, needs to make a connection, but the teleport away secures the win. Loud are flying to America and dancing in Dallas.
Unbelievable. The elation on the faces of Loud now, it's palpable. Who would have thought their hardest game of this entire year would be the one that would send them to Dallas? It is a 1-star deficit that ends up getting them over the line in this double match point scenario. Absurd stuff. Unbelievable. That is absolute bloody cinema.
I would love to scream right now. I'm sure my neighbors would be very mad. Loud, congratulations to you. You not only made your way into the grand finals, you also got the spot that we had left for the South American region. You are going to Brawl Cup. You're going to be the representatives for your region. Congratulations to you. And I hope Loud wins it all right now to explain their thinking behind leaving Lumi open. She was picked up as last pick as well. So not only us guys, but also they seem to not really realize that she was open. Lumi was open for the first time in 81 matches over the course of last weekend and today. The fact that we all didn't realize Lumi was open shows how convoluted and prolific the storylines are today.
I can't. It's too much. It's too much. There's too much.
It's just so overstimulating. You know what I mean? I didn't see it because I was too busy, hog champing over the fact that they banned 3 sharpshooters. The fact that Alpha 7 leave her open and Loud have the opportunity to take her and they just don't go for it is absolutely ridiculous. And maybe that's the plan, right? Maybe Loud know that she's available. They've got coaches behind them. They're paid to point this kind of stuff out. It felt like they could still succeed, but it feels like they took a huge risk allowing Lumi to be left open there, but they found a way to neutralize Brawl. But I'm saying only just. It is the closest of closest affairs. And Loud, who have not won a monthly final here in South America, have qualified for Dallas despite being the grittiest team in this region.
Again, I counted 81 matches and Lumi was banned out every single time, apart from that one. And I want to ask Loud if they realized that she was banned out or if they just didn't see, just like us 3. None of us pointed it out. We didn't see it at all because we were so used to it after so many matches. Let's have a look at the bracket here, guys. It's been a wild ride today. I think
I got a prediction right. Cheers! Woo! Let's go! What do you want me to say, Sonny? Huh? What do you want me to say? Loud win. They win because finally this whole thing makes just a little bit of sense. Just a smidgen of it. Now they advance to a grand final where the circuit points still matter, right? Because this is a whole year thing we're looking at. Really important, I think, for Loud after such a slow start to be able to bolster their overall standing. So yes, they've gotten Dallas out of the way, but there's still more to play for. You've got to be thinking about not only Dallas, but also the wider year as well.
I'm sure because Brawl doesn't share that thinking. They're probably not as excited. Maybe they were still like excited to see Lumi lose the one time she was picked up. Maybe not.
0% win rate.
We're gonna have a look at the MVP of this match as well, and he surely is the MVP. He made his team win. In the end, they had to go all the way to set 5, and Firecrow is gonna be the people's vote once again.
I mean, obviously, probably the most popular player on this team and has been in this region for years. Definitely held up by the Brazilian scene as their sort of their GOAT. But I mean, it took a lot here. Firecrow, had to play the gray in this last map, which is he's the one that gets to decide when they start off these fights. And it was awkward because throwing Lumi into the mix obviously makes you think twice about when you dive in, because she can burst you for 6,000 damage in like 2 seconds. So that's the risk, double Morningstar and then recall, and obviously the gadget. So it is very dangerous. Got to hand it to him under such a situation that no one else in the BSC has had to deal with yet. He's able to prevail and call his team to a win.
We're going to have to say goodbye to Uber here. We're going to get Kenny and Brady back for the grand finals. It's time for it. And it's going to be a little bit around underdog story still. Sorry, I'm still just, my heart is pounding after that match, okay? We still are going to head into underdog story here. If Sarita Gang wins it all. But again, I want to ask Loud so many questions, so I kind of hope they're winning this one. We're going to figure it out after the break. See you there.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon, have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
If you just tuned in now, you tuned in at the right time. Yep, no, we just had one of the closest finishes in all of Brawl Esports history. You certainly missed that. And you also missed Lumi showing up for the very first time in a competitive match. I'm sure, Reddy, you checked along in that one.
That was crazy to watch. Like, the Lumi slips through. I was just as surprised as you guys on the microphone. And then we see it, like, lose. Like, just came right within a millimeter of taking the win there in the end. I felt like that was an outdraft. I think Loud were given adverse circumstances. Could have been a mistake. I don't know. They played it real well. It's gotten them their spot in the Brawl Cup and the Grand Final, too.
It's kind of reassuring to know that not even you noticed, that we're just watching on the sidelines. Maybe chat didn't notice either, Kenny. We're all good here. Well, we're heading now into our grand final. We already know who made it into the Brawl Cup, but we don't know yet who will win their very first monthly final, because we made it once again, guys. We have Sarita again showing up for the very first time in a monthly final. This only happens in South America month after month, Kenny.
This is month number 3, and we might have a third champion. I mean, that's unheard of in most regions. Usually there's 1 to 2 teams at the top. This region, it feels like just a duel between all 8 of these teams at any given moment. 2 very deserving rosters of being here. Zurita Gang, of course, are the surprise of the day, I would say. I mean, a lot of these teams have shocked me with how close things have been, but Jay, Barozzi, Exic, all have been really solid players.
Putting my faith in Loud for this one, but I cannot say I've not been absolutely blown away by what Zurita Gang have brought to the table today. Prozy and Exic, in particular, have stood out to me as these players that can individually pop off in the roles. I think Prozy has picked up also like a couple of MVPs on his way here. Jay also like a key supporting member of the squad, and at times it's been like the one to entry frag as well. They work together pretty cleanly by the looks of things, but as of yet, I'd say they're still pretty unknown quantity. This is the first time we've seen them make this deep of a run.
Make sure to get your predictions in over at the event website, and make sure to also get your tickets for the Brawl Cup. You can still get some merch as well on top of your ticket. You can get that with every purchase for any DreamHack ticket. And yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff in there. We already know Kenny wants the pop socket. Reddy is changing his mind every single time we talk about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like the one that I haven't said yet. That thing on the end doesn't have a name, but some little pouch to carry things in. I suppose you could carry things in it other than the socks, the keychain, or the sticker, which I've named as things that I want to possess.
He wants the bag, don't we all? Make sure to get your tickets, make sure to get your predictions in, and make sure to also vote still for the Brawl Stars fan art contest. You have time until Monday, so make sure to head over to X as well to do just that. I want to know who you guys feel like is the best possible drawing that we had over the course of the last week. Now, grand finals time though, guys. To read again, we already talked about them a fair bit. On the other side, we have a very strong team that left open Lumi for the first time. Can we still talk about that? Is it too long now?
Left open Lumi and won. That's the key. They're winners. Can't take that away from them. 1-0 against Lumi. 100%. Just as we all thought.
Yeah, I felt like Lumi's probably banned out because she's pretty strong. Loud made her look not that good, Reddy. I'm sure you watched on the sidelines. Jean Baron Lumi seems like a comp to win it all.
I genuinely do think that that was an outdraft by A7, but it was won in the end by Loud. Is it something that they want to face again? Who knows if it's bolstered their confidence. Now that it's happened once, it is prone to happen again. Once that it has lost on this stage, now I think other people will take notice. It might influence some of our North American matches tomorrow. But for now, I still think it's a must ban. It is such a strong brawler, and it only really didn't work because of some of these long-range interactions.
Golly, it's just hard to believe the one time Lumi went untouched was a set 5, came down to a double match point. She was literally a pixel away from winning them that set. It really could have gone either way, but no matter how you spin it, Loud are here now. They're going to be representing this region in the Brawl Cup. And I kind of think that it would be nice for them and the confidence for this region if they could at least win a grand finals, because this would be one of, I mean, it has to be, right? One of the only regions that would be sending a representative without a grand finals win. If they lost, that would be pretty insane, Sonny.
That certainly would be. From 4th in the leaderboard, Loud comes in today and not only makes it into the grand finals again, but they also make it into Brawl Cup. They already have written history now. They are the representatives for this South American region, and now they can win it all and win their first monthly final on top of that. Wouldn't that be nice, Reddy?
It would be a nice little clean ending to this saga, and would also show us that Loud are the strongest team in the region right now. Now, look, they're qualified whether they win this or not, but still we need to see like the strongest in South America make it on to represent this region. I think a lot of people are counting on Loud right now. And also, I don't even think we've really touched on the discussion of the fact that, dude, these are points to make it to the last chance qualifier, to make it to the World Finals at the end of the year, at the end of the year, which they're also going to need even more if Brawl Cup doesn't open up a spot for this region.
That's a great point, considering that Loud are going to be entering this as the 4th seed, and now that they're in the grand final, it's against Zurita Gang, who were not a top 4 team. We had some early exits for a team like Casa Brawl, for SKC, for previous monthly finals champions. and they're the only ones left standing here. So this is going to be a real shakeup on that leaderboard. You bring up a great point. It's really hard to win. Loud are definitely going to be wanting a top 3 spot to help their region secure an LCQ spot. Getting first would give them an extra world spot. I mean, there's a lot developing here, especially for these regions with one team. They're really being counted on. So the fact that they've been so battle tested and had to grind their way just to get here, it might help them out in the long run.
Both teams so far today had a great success rate. They both showed us really that they can turn things around within just 1 month of scrimming. So Zuritagan especially, they finally got their rematch against BC Gaming. They have lost to them in the quarterfinals of February 3-2, and now they won against them in the semifinals today 3-0. They got their revenge, so they already succeeded in what they tried to do today. Now they can go even further and beat Loud. Just like for Loud, they've already made it into Brawl Cup. They can now maybe even make it into their first top 1 slot for the monthly finals. It's crazy. We have currently ready the 4th slot on the leaderboard versus the 6th slot on the leaderboard against each other.
It's bizarre, but this is the South America that we have come into this year, where our expectations were not thrown out the window that first month, but then we were like proven wrong in counting on Loud and like Casa Brawl to be the top dogs in the region. Now, looks like Loud might be able to ascend to that spot unless Zuritagan makes a miracle run like we saw from SK Kalalas last month. In fact, Zuritagan, today at least, they took the only 3-0 in our entire bracket. We've seen 1, 2, 3, 4 different 3-2s that all went to double match point. We saw Loud take our only 3-1 of the day. So, if anything, Zuritagan and Loud have had the only truly convincing matches of the day. I would say Zuritagan, though, is lacking in one department, which is that I don't think they really had their eyes on winning the entire thing today. I think their primary objective was to win the quarterfinals, and Kenny, I think for Loud that was different because they had Brawl Cup in their minds.
Yeah, Loud certainly have had every single round on the mind because it was truly what they expected to have to do. I mean, it's just been such a chaotic day, full of upsets, full of competition. So the fact that Loud were able to make it through just by winning the semifinals is something I'm sure they weren't expecting. I figured that they probably expected to be taking down Casa Brawl on the way, getting a little revenge there, and then lining up in the grand finals and putting down SKC or BC Gaming. A lot of these other teams did the work for them. They put destiny in their own hands, got the wins. I mean, a lot of credit because this region just seems to be so even right now, and as this progresses, I think it's going to be a huge storyline because Loud, I don't think are going to be, I mean, I could be wrong. I'm curious how the public will feel about it, but I feel like SK, Zeta, some of these other teams that have been a little more consistent in their region will be favorites for something like the Brawl Cup, and especially Loud being the only representative from South America. I'm curious how people will feel about them as they stack up internationally.
Yes, Loud is now joining Zeta Division, SK Gaming, Humble, Tribe Gaming, Toxic Lotus, and Revenant X-Spark going to Dallas. It's the only region, South America, where not at least one of the top 2 teams on the leaderboard gets a Brawl Cup spot. So I agree with you on that one, Kenny. I really feel like maybe they're not looked as the favorites coming into the Brawl Cup, but I feel like what they showed us this month could very well be a winning team, even winning in the Brawl Cup ready.
It's totally possible, right? Like, both of our teams that have made it here have made it for a reason. They've proven that they're the best on their sides of the bracket, even though it was a little debatable in that last set. You know, maybe if we played it to a best of 7, then we could have found out, you know, would we have seen like a double match point in that sense? There's so much competition, right, that we could extend here because it seems like the teams have been so even so far, but it's time for us to actually declare victory. Is it going to be Zuritagan? Is it going to be Loud? Will this be this miracle story, this miracle run from Zuritagan, or is it going to be Loud finally proving to us that they are worthy of this spot in the region?
8 teams are going to Brawl Cup in total. 7 slots are taken already. We're gonna figure out who that last team is gonna be to head to Brawl Cup in Dallas.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
We're in the grand finals. Zaridagang is going to face up against Loud. And the first map we're going to see them on is going to be out in the open. A map we've actually seen not a single time so far today, Kenny.
That's kind of wild to think about. It seems like we've seen just about everything today, and the fact that that's not going to be one of those things yet is a little bit crazy. I mean, we even saw Lumi today. Didn't think I'd be seeing that this month, and instead, here we are. Out in the open's a really interesting one. I feel like there's a lot of different strategies right now. You know, in the past, I feel like people are so used to seeing these sharpshooters, the Pipers, the Bells, the Mandys of the world. Meeple shows up, Buster shows up. We have a lot of aggro, a lot of control. It's a little bit of everything right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at like the sharpshooters here. Stuff that can float over water, especially Angelo, Eve, strong selection here. You got your Brock that can break open the wall, Nanny, strong selection. Oh, hold up, here's the Mandy. That makes the Nanny even stronger. Plenty of things that are worth just like banning out here, but you only have 3 bans per team, so you gotta use them wisely. You mentioned the Lumi, probably gonna be a high priority, especially because she's gonna do a lot better, I think, in close range, which is, well, where the knockout gas is all forcing us towards the end of the round.
I had to smirk a little bit there, Kenny. You mentioned Lumi once again, and I love talking about her today because I hope tomorrow, like coming into today's show, we're going to have another look at the most picked and banned brawlers from the course of the last 3 monthly finals so far. It's going to be 81 times banned out and 1 time picked up. That's just going to be super funny. I just look forward to that. Out in the open is a map where you have on the left side, you have a jump pad. On the right side, you can walk through and go into mids directly. And if you manage to completely close that right-hand side lane out, you're usually already the winners. We see a lot of squeak on this map just for that exact purpose. Just area control, Lou, could even be an option as well, because there's only really that right-hand side lane to get into mid. That's why we see a lot of those teams pick up a brawler that can either walk over the water on the left-hand side, like the Angelo, like the Eve, like the Shade and Juju. Those are the only 4 that can do that. Or we have something to break open the mid. Like you mentioned already, the Brock would be an option for that, but there's many more, like the Piper, for the same exact reason, just to have another entrance into that middle.
It's a really interesting one for sure. I mean, there's just so many options. I mean, we've talked about water brawlers. So it just goes to show this meta is all over the place. The only consistent thing is that Lumi's name is going to get called 100% of the time. Now, I don't know if it's going to be in the ban stage or the pick stage, but it's one of the 2, and that's been proven so far. I mean, I can't think of the last time we had a brawler whose name was called this much. The first one that comes to mind being Charlie in, 2023 World Finals, maybe, having an undefeated streak of being in the ban stage. But here we go. We've listed every option for them, so they've got plenty to draw from the broadcast. 72% rolling with Loud. Zaridagang still getting 28% representation. So against a big name, I mean, chat still plays him in a good bit.
This is far more than we've seen predicted for Zaridagang in their previous matches, and they won both of them. I think they've won over some supporters over the course of the broadcast today, and I think maybe some of the folks have been seeing that Loud, like, yes, they won, but those are a little bit shaky at times, especially versus a team that usually does not make it past the quarterfinals in A7. So Zaridagang has gotten some new supporters today, or at least they've got some people who want more Pro Pass XP.
For everybody zoned out in the meantime, now tune in again. We're back with the draft for this very first set of the grand finals. It's Loud versus Zaridagang, and for both of them, it would be the first time they win a monthly final. For Loud, it is the 2nd appearance within a monthly final. Last time they lost to Casa Brawl 3-2, so they still could have a second shot at this. And wow, Kenny, what a huge surprise. This time around, Loud banned Lumi.
They're not going to make the mistake again. And anytime you're not the first overall pick, I feel like that's just kind of a must ban right now. Lumi's not breaking the game by any means, but I just think compared to all the other brawlers, it is somebody that you just have to get rid of here. Meeple also in the ban stage, somebody we mentioned. Piper, long range sharpshooter. We've got Angelo, one of those brawlers that can travel over water. Jean's going to be the first pick. I like Jean as a safe, dependable first pick. Traditionally does well into sharpshooters, has the poke damage with the regular shot, has the vision, has the evil spirit spam. Lots of love about Jean.
I think there are a lot of ways to counter Jean as well, which Loud may look to employ. When we saw Jean earlier, we didn't see any counters come out for it, and it also didn't win. So you don't really need that so much as long as you're able to apply the correct pressure, or you pick brawlers that are just horrible pull targets for him. But as a first brawler, you get great vision, and you're able to tickle the HP away from those enemies, keep them from healing, and as you said, apply a lot of pressure. But we'll see Loud start to lean sort of towards some comfortable brawlers. That Belle also dictates some of the things that can be played. Popular pick here could be Pearl, and she's basically not going to be playable into that Belle. That opens it up for them as a last pick.
There's that wall break. Going to be trying to get rid of their spawn side wall. So you either travel over water a lot of the times, or you're going to be looking to get rid of the non-indestructible side of your spawn walls, because if you're a sharpshooter especially, you want a little extra room to maneuver, but you also just don't want to get trapped in that spawn. You never want to be forced to take a jump pad or just run into the enemies on that right-hand side. So that's why we started seeing Brock a lot in our professional meta.
What do you do into that Brock? Ideally, something that can either outrange him or can actually get into mid-range versus him. He's weak in mid-range because his rockets aren't very quick and you can't auto-aim it. It's difficult to manually aim, like to predict someone's movement that hard. But at long range, particularly like against Squeak's range, he's actually quite effective. But Squeak is going to be equipped with a couple of pretty good gadgets. You basically get to choose which one you want to go for. If you think you're going to face more aggression, you run Wind Up, which gives you even more damage on that next shot, in addition to making it go really far. But a lot of people like to go the slow because it can give you some good area control. Now here comes Ollie, who, despite being a tank, has actually been used as a bit of an assassin thanks to his gadget that hypnotizes enemies wherever he lands. Now that might influence Loud's choice over here. I think Brock is going to be quite vulnerable because it's just not worth it to run a jump instead of the free wall break to get mid control. So that would be a prime target, I believe, for the Ollie as well as Belle.
It's really different strategies here. I mean, we've got the Jean, the Squeak, a lot of control going down that left-hand side, and obviously a little flare coming in from Ollie, so you have some aggression. Obviously, the gadget and balance changes that Ollie's gotten interacted a little bit with how he's played at a professional level. A lot of these teams have gone away from running the jump, and instead they're running just the direct. With his regular shot, you get a hypnosis. We'll see what they end up doing here, because having the jump can be kind of nice, especially on this map, just to get over walls and things like that. Oh, the long-range shot goes down. Tried to predict the movement, not quite there. And to touch on this Meg as well, I mean, finally Meg kind of showing up in our meta a little bit. It makes sense a lot in Knockout especially. 2 lives, hard to bring down, especially if you're a Squeak and a Jean. You're going to have to really hit a lot of shots to bring down Meg.
Yeah, not an ideal target to pull either, because she can just explode in your face if you de-mech her. And that's going to be enough room for her to escape most times. Nice shot there from Exit, lining up that wind up to get a bit more damage. The super is going to be pretty good for getting additional damage, but really, the Squeak Hypercharge can be so strong at the moment. See Adino actually use this jump pad in on the right and hopefully apply some pressure. A lot of times when we see that jump pad used, it is not going to result in anything meaningful. In this case, it just made Loud way more vulnerable to the attacks from Zarita Gang.
Yeah, Meg is good for this game mode, but a 3v1, a lot to ask, and Adino knows it. He's going to go off into the fog, concede this round, and look forward to the future, just trying not to give those enemies any more supercharge than they've already gotten. Ollie has his, but no Squeak and no Jean to start this one out as they use the pull towards the end of that round.
Well, lesson learned. Don't take the jump pad and leave your entire team for dead in a 3v2. Here comes the hypercharge out from Adino. What a huge swipe. And Jay takes a bunch of damage. He's able to retreat, but he's still marked, which is far less than ideal for a tank. Still going to push forward and try and get some value onto Kyodog. It's going to take him 4 shots to take the guy down. That's 1, 2, but could not get the next one as Firecrow eliminated him, dropping Loud's matchup to a 3v2, which is vastly favorable.
This time it's going to swing Loud's direction. They're the ones with the numbers advantage. Still supers available for Sarita Gang if they really want to make a splash in this round. I think they're just going to hold back, though. No need to be a hero unless you take some kind of big advantage or Loud make a big blunder. There's a couple tags, a bounce shot coming through. Brosy going to take his time and have to heal back up. They're still waiting for this fog to close in. In the meantime, Loud are just going to hold control.
They have the tools to make it happen. They know that Zarita Gang is going to try and retreat into this poison, going to get as much value as they can. Adino just working towards getting that next hypercharge, and we can see that, yes, he is actually running the star power that makes your mech explode when you get demech. So that's going to make him a bad target for Prosy to pull, but he might not have any choice. There's the mark from Firecrow, using his hypercharge to auto-target that onto Prosy. But all this control belongs to Zarita Gang at the moment. They're gradually pressuring in Loud, especially into this corner. It's a bad position for Loud.
A healthy Ollie could have been devastating right there. The fact that they focus that down a little more, bring him down. He can't just walk forward with that super now. He's a target. They see him, and unless he has full HP, it's going to be really difficult, especially now that they've spaced the floor a little bit. Ollie can't just group up and hypnotize everybody.
Okay, Meg low, but still not demeched. And the util is gradually farming up for Zarita Gang. Another excellent shot from Exik, and he's got his super, which is going to be instrumental once his poison closes in, which is just where we're headed. Unless an early pull, Prosy gets it, and now the damage is starting to fly out from Zarita Gang. They got one on the board. Edinho hypnotized and demeched, down for the count. Now Firecrow, the last one remaining, will fall, and Zarita Gang take the first game of this match.
That was a clutch Gene super. The fact that they land the mark, they get the kill, nicely done there. I mean, just swinging the numbers your way changes everything at a professional level. You know, at a casual level, sometimes you can make those 3v2s happen. I believe in a lot of y'all out there. Use some good randoms, but these pro players, they hate being in those 3v2 situations. It's just so difficult when everybody's mechanics are so good. And a big reason for that was because of the Gene.
Here comes the immediate aggression from Jay. He's at risk of getting pinched by Edinho. Prosy's trying to get that aggression, maybe peel from a little bit. Edinho ends up surviving. Exik will get the kill on Firecrow. So now it's down to a 2v2, dropping to a 2v1. Exik is pretty much here just to feed the abilities for Loud, unless he's able to get something of his own. Probably going to leverage his gadget in order to do that so that he doesn't actually feed any abilities to Loud. Gonna try and use the wind-up to no success. So really for him, he's just trying to hold his own until the poison closes in and he can end the round a little bit earlier so he doesn't give value to Loud.
As a result, because of more time going in this round, Kyodog actually has enough in the tank to drop a gadget and blow up this grass right here. He was very decisive with that. He did not blow up the wall on the left-hand side. He wanted to expose the grass on the right. That way, in the early round, when you're walking up towards that mid, you can immediately see the enemy team. They're not going to be hiding in that grass anywhere in that mix. You know that they're going to be exposed. They either have to go right side if they want to be hiding, or you're just going to see them in the mid.
Just a little bit of value there, because Prosy, when he's in that position, is going to be firing away constantly anyway, but it makes it a bit tougher for them to hide, if nothing else. We'll see a different approach also from Zarita Gang. They're sending Jay up this right side instead of having him run down the left, which almost worked last round, but if it doesn't work, then GG, go next. Let's not waste our time trying it once again. Zarita Gang are all three members strong, have a couple of supers at their disposal, but they could really use a hypercharge. Exik in particular, Prosy also a strong candidate. Just to be able to pull someone out of position and get an early pick could guarantee them a round win.
Kyodog preemptively popping a gadget here. Wants to go for a guaranteed tag. Won't connect. Drops a super. Exik dodge. So much utility. Just baited out of him right there. Firecrow still holding on to a hypercharged super. That's a free tag. And it's going to be a dodge out of Jay. Nicely done. Jumps over, but now he's in the back lines. Edinho with so much positioning. Ollie diving in. Goes for the super. And Edinho strikes back. The forearm is fierce. And Loud will take the game.
We're tied up in set one. I'm not really sure what was going on there from Zarita Gang, though. It feels like as soon as they lost Prosy, they just decided, okay, well, this game is over. Sure, send Ollie directly into the Meg, where he's going to get swiped. Had no method of actually hypnotizing and getting that kill confirmed, which is typically the method that you see from Ollie. Super, then gadget. Now, much different approach from Zarita Gang. They use the jump pad up the left side. It's not a common strat. Usually it's to keep your opponents off guard, and they've definitely successfully done so. They've demeched Edinho and got an early kill on a Kyodog for what will end up being a quite rapid round one win.
I love the change of direction. I mean, they send a double engagement on that left-hand side. Ollie can jump in, get even closer. Once they got the few tags to D-Mech Meg, there was just really nothing they can do. Squeak had a wide open right-hand side, and when Squeak is uncontested, he can just rain down those extra shots and get some tags. They're doing it again as well. The mind game certainly being played. Jay, this time, going to be met with Bell and Meg. They are ready for it. They are not caught off guard, and now it's Loud actually taking a little control of this left-hand side.
Well, they can't overextend, otherwise they're going to get pulled by Prosy, who's just hoping that he can snag Firecrow over here. He's flashing that super. That's a warning to the enemy side, and that's to get in their heads that, yeah, I got the pull, and I will pull you out of position, Firecrow in particular, but they're going to have to back away from this big hypercharged Meg. There's the pull. Demect, no issue, or actually, catastrophic problem. That gave Edinho the double kill.
Oh, that's just tragic. They got to know better than that. I think they may have thought they could get the kill before she even gets there, but you still have to demech Meg, then she explodes in your face. It's just a real issue, and I think they know it too. Exic with a little cheeky pin there. Definitely a mistake coming out of them. They could have really closed that set. They definitely had potential. They had all the supers and utility in the world, but they just couldn't make it happen right there.
Yeah, it's like straight up bad right there. That probably impacted their mental quite a bit. To lose both of their lives, to legitimately pressing a couple buttons during the draft, like choosing your star power. So they're going to have to be a little bit more cautious. Also, check this out. They're not going to take that jump pad on the left side. The element of surprise has worn off. Now it's time to play good old-fashioned Brawl Stars. But this time, it's one round to win the entire game.
Yeah, I think that element of surprise was so helpful for them, and it's just going to be difficult to pull off another time. Evil Spirits going down, Firecrow being chipped away at, and Exic chiseling his way up this right-hand side. Adinho now in the faces of Jay. Jay has a super. He can deal with Meg, but even if he gets a Hypnosis, so much HP you have to shred through, and it's essentially two brawlers, and you can't hypnotize them both.
Still just waiting for the perfect moment. Prozy's going to be searching for that as soon as possible, given that he does have the Hypercharge and the super. So does Exic. They have big ability to commit right here. They can get someone low, and they can snag a kill with Jay coming in. There's a double bouncing from the Squeak Hypercharge. Adinho's going to fall. Jay going super aggressive, eliminated immediately. Big Hypercharged pull from Prozy. It's 1v2 Kyodog versus Prozy and Exic, and it's just not a possible matchup. Exic walks up to him easily and steals away set number 1 for Zarita Gang.
If Zarita Gang had lost that set, I think it would have haunted them for a while. Obviously, it's going to be a long wait for Zarita Gang. We've got the Brawl Cup in the future, so it's going to be a couple months till these teams get back in Brawl shape. And I think to end on such a low note, or at least kick off this match as an 0-1 when you knew you had it in the bag, good thing they took care of business. Unfortunately for Loud, though, it means they're one behind.
I mean, this set is already super close. It promises to be a hard-fought grand final, another close match in South America. How else could it be, already?
Look, I'm not surprised anymore. I have been ground down by this gauntlet of 2-3 losses, victories. Either way you spin it, we're going the distance every single time. But Zarita Gang actually did manage to get a 3-0 in their match leading up to this one, so that's possible, but this is not dominant at all. In fact, we saw errors for both teams. Zarita Gang kind of stuck out to me a little bit, like this play right here where Adinho actually managed to explode both of them and end up getting the kill. He traded his life for 2 others, which, look, the math just maths out. That's always going to be a positive matchup. And as Kenny pointed out, I mean, it's a good thing that they took it in the end, because otherwise, I don't know how they would have come back from it mentally.
Zarita Gang now 1-0 up, and just imagine that story. Loud heading to the Brawl Cup to represent their region, and then Zarita Gang pulling off the unthinkable as 7th slot in the leaderboard, winning a monthly final. Just beautiful. The storylines are really working out here in South America. We're heading now into set number 2 of our grand final. It's going to be Ring of Fire, another map that we've not seen too often today. And yeah, another map where we could see Lumi, we could see Lu. Those two would certainly make for a great duo, just completely shutting down every single lane, freezing over the complete hot zone. Let's see if yeah, Loud will leave her open once again. I still kind of hope they win this final, just because I want to have them in the winner interview. If we have one, to ask them just that, why would you leave her open?
The Lu and Lumi is a terrifying idea. Didn't think about that, but that would be a lot of ice on the map. It would quickly become winter on Ring of Fire. Lots of ban possibilities here, those being a couple B on my mind. Meeple's shown up here a bunch. Bo in the region has been very popular. There's them both. Lu, Lumi, and then also Bo on the top right-hand side, which leads me to believe that, yeah, that left-hand side is going to have the first overall pick. No Lola, no Bell, no Bo. Very unique bans there.
Yeah, it is a little interesting, but that's what happens when you have first pick, is you get to start thinking ahead in the draft beyond just what is the best in the game right now, and Loud are certainly targeting those. We'll see the B selection out here, which I think is quite prudent. Now, the hazard with B is that you don't have much staying power on that point. You are usually staying far back enough, like from your opponents, that you're not actually getting any zone percentage. So a lot of times we'll see players like actually double stack the mid with the B. It also counters out some like important stuff over here, like Poco is definitely one that comes to mind quite repeatedly. now Loud have to respond with a better sniper, pretty much, because otherwise well, they won't be able to deal with the B. Let's just put it that way.
Well, not a sniper, but certainly some long range. We've seen 8-Bit now a couple times on these more open maps, and they're pairing it with Barry. Whoa! I could see the potential here. Barry does really well in these control-oriented game modes. In the past, he's been phenomenal in monthly finals, and now you're pairing him with one of the beefiest brawlers in the game. He's a machine gun from a distance. I don't know, I kind of like this.
I'm starting to see the math just a little bit. Like, 8-Bit is not going to be venturing outside of his turret range, really, which is pretty good for Barry because that means that he's going to get to sit in Barry's ice cream for quite a while. But in terms of things that can deal with Barry, anything that can get close to him, a thrower that's better than him, really, like any thrower basically can counter that Barry because you have better reload, you have better range, better like basically everything except for the healing, which is why you play Barry to begin with. But now it's time to start picking things that are good accessories for that Barry to eliminate them from the grasp of Loud. And one of those is going to be Hank. Now, B was already pretty good into Hank, and that's kind of part of why they were able to select it in the first place.
Very true. By selecting this B first overall, it kind of deters Loud from going too tanky, right? So they have that on their side. They pick up Carl, which is a great brawler overall in the game right now. The Incendiary going to be helpful for trying to deter people from stepping on that hot zone. And like I mentioned, he's just one of the more popular ban pick brawlers for the month alongside Hank, alongside B. So I would say a very common composition here for Zarita Gang, or at least 3 common brawlers.
I think Buzz would be absolutely devious here after that Carl selection. Ooh. We saw Buzz shut down the Hank earlier. Buzz has the range to be able to get in close range against B, deal with her, a classic counter to that Carl. We'll see the Meg approach instead, which I guess is going to take a bit longer for that B to chew through since she can't just shut it down with one shot. It's like 2 stages of killing a brawler. So there's some more survivability there. Loud decided to stick to their guns, go with what they were thinking of in terms of the Barry. I think there was possibly a missed opportunity to pretty much counter the entire team there, though.
That's a really interesting shout. I mean, honestly, a creative one, a unique one. Barry would be able to still enable him with the heals. So I kind of like where your head's at. I mean, there have been some fun and out there compositions today. So why not a Buzz there? Meg, I think, is going to be a frontliner here. We're going to have Medic Barry running around the map, making sure 8-Bit's staying afloat, dropping some pathways with some ice cream. And Firecrow just going to be in the back lines blasting away. But Rosie starting off hot. Firecrow down to 448 HP. Adinho occupied with the Hank, so can't heal his own teammate. And as a result, the blue side is going to take control.
Nicely done for Zarita Gang. Some odd selections there in terms of choices from Loud. Kyodog in particular, with him running forward, he did drop that toolbox to block a shot from B and then immediately ran away from it, leaving him completely vulnerable to the shot that eventually killed him. Now he's going to be taking even more damage from Prosy and from Jay on the left flank. Exik now coming in for the kill onto Firecrow and Adinho, the last one standing. At least he's earned himself a hypercharge and a super, which isn't that tough to do when your entire team is taking so much damage like they have. But Loud have not found their footing on this point at all. They've only gotten 6% so far.
The bad news is Jay's afloat. Now we have Exik on this right-hand side who has a hypercharge and a really good positioning. He's going to run forward, drop his hypercharge, and now swing his way through Adinho, who does manage to grab a kill. Hypercharge going down for both ends, and finally they bring down Hank. Unfortunately, it's going to cost them about 60-some-odd%, so it's a 53% deficit right now that Loud were facing at the time of that retake. They're going to have to climb all the way back up.
It took them 63%, handed over to Zarita Gang, but Loud have finally found their footing on this point, and it immediately goes out the window. Prosy with the elimination of the turret, and then subsequently of 8-Bit. Thankfully, for Loud, Adinho and Kyodog have now found their way onto this point, and the teleport comes in for 8-Bit. All of that healing on the field, and Loud have anchored themselves here. Pretty much the firing squad, 3 strong, all the way down mid. They have to defend off Exik, which they are capable of doing, and Jexer on the left side, which they shrug off even after losing one of their number. Zarita Gang have gotten a lot on this point, but Loud are quickly closing in and look to be a more permanent fixture.
It started slow, but sure enough, the workhorses really kept them up here, and now they're only down 16%. This is much more manageable. They're slowly letting 8-Bit get back in the mix. Ice Cream going down to cover the map. Adinho just trying to keep both these brawlers afloat. Kyodog weak, grabs the kill, teleport away. Adinho going forward, but it's Carl who snipes one through, and in the meantime, Prosy just able to hover around this hot zone and won't go down. 10,000 plus HP, more than enough to grab a couple percentage points. And Zarita Gang, they made a little bit of a comeback on the Loud side, but just the start that they had was so powerful and gave them such a lead that was hard to come back from.
That Carl gameplay towards the end was just shocking. Like, he's popping a hypercharge on 500 health. Wait, how is he still alive? He's using the speed boost, and he's using the super to dodge that final shot from Barry, and then gets right back into position. By that point, Loud decided, what? It's like not even worth it to try and kill him, and he became one of those instrumental forces in closing in that point for Zarita Gang. This is looking dangerous for Loud. They're one game down in this set against an underdog team. They have not been able to find their footing for more than really like a solid 30 seconds on this point, and once more, it's sort of collapsing in the early game.
This Carlo has been a great answer, like you alluded to. I mean, he's got the Incendiary, which hurts the healing factor, and then also this is a team with a healer that are going to be grouping up more times than not, and because of that, Carlo's DPS numbers are through the roof. Stonks are high. Hypercharges going down for the Loud side. Teleport away, and finally, they dip their toes into this hot zone. It's only for 5% for now, but Kyodog trying to make a comeback once again. This is a similar story to what we saw in game number 1. Zarita Gang exploded off the start, was left allowed to play perfect the remainder of the way. Zarita Gang have done a lot of the heavy lifting so far. They just got to chip away at this.
Jay ready to use that super. Did get a bit of damage by using it. Edinho still alive. That final B headed the way of Firecrow. No worries for Zarita Gang. Just like last time, in fact, I believe it's the same number. 63% is what they get before Loud starts to set up their control. Here comes Prosy in with the slow. Jay from the right, Exec from the top. There's one down with Exec eliminated. Jay now popping the hypercharge. But everyone on Loud is alive and healthy thanks to all of Barry's ice cream on the ground. And Prosy is forced to back away. He can't even get close. He needs the support of the teammates.
Powerful positioning coming out of Loud. This is going to look a lot more likely for them compared to the last go-round. And now Kyodog back in the full swing of things. In the mech, available. Exec flanking. Kyodog brought to his knees once again. It's just the pea shooter pistol out and about. Edinho low, dangerously low in fact. And Exec will do just enough to get the trade. And now Jay back in the mix here in the mid. It's a battle of the two beefy brawlers. The long range going for both ends. A full Loud roster back in the mix. Zarita Gang there to meet them. They have a small lead, but they need to find some serious kills. The tailspin goes down. The heals go through. 94 to 94. Gonna go down to the wire, and Loud know they have it. Another close set. 1-1 overall. Loud still with a chance at it.
Much better showing from Loud this time. They didn't need that consistency of the 8-bit turret down to actually hold on to control this time. There were moments where I felt like maybe Zarita Gang actually could have gone a bit more aggro, but they opted not to and conceded some territory. But not that many mistakes made by Zarita Gang this time. I think that Loud started to find the strength of their comp this time. It's going to be up to Zarita Gang to successfully disrupt that like they did in game number 1, particularly with the flank from the left side. You see Jay sort of hanging that position, but no one's really interested in getting close to him. Everyone descended upon the top right lane, and they were able to get the early lead, which they had not been able to do in game 1 or game 2.
This could be promising for Loud, especially considering that they weren't able to do so, like you mentioned, in the past 2 games. Kyodog finally brought down out of the robot. Dino going to be moving over to this right-hand side. They have to keep an eye on Carl. He's been a nuisance for them. They'll drop the Incendiary just to get rid of that super. Jay closes the distance. Prosy from a distance will make the mark. Now it's Firecrow and Kyodog just trying to charge with those supers to give themselves a chance.
Hypercharge available for Kyodog. He was in the mech, and now he's right back out. Kill in the back lines for Exec. Prosy snaps up another, and Kyodog once more is in the mech. Once he gets that super, it's a golden opportunity for Loud to successfully push in, especially now that they have that 8-bit hypercharge ready up to go. It's going to be swiftly eliminated by Jay. We'll see another hypercharge out just for him to stay alive. Not a single hit with any of those torpedoes, but it's a chance for Jay to get that turret eliminated. Decided not to go for it. It's going to be Exec's responsibility as he flanks towards the top right and buys a little bit of time for Jay to come back.
Edinho has just been covering this map in ice cream. It's getting Loud so many more opportunities than they had before. Here comes a gadget, a hypercharge out of Exec. He's trying to be aggressive, but can't. They bring him down to such low HP. He's not able to close this gap, and Edinho alone not going to be able to handle the 10,000 plus HP of Jay. Prosy now able to heal up. Carl's still able to maintain positioning on this right-hand side, and they're closing out on 80.
Another gadget in from Exec, but it cost him his life. Hypercharge popped. Loud all falling and losing control. Jay just down to 4 health, but it doesn't even matter. Only a few to go. Firecrow, the last bastion, the only offense from Loud, but it's still not enough. Zarita Gang take their 2nd set in a row. They're on a roll through the grand finals.
What is this tournament, dude? 2-0 lead for Zarita Gang. Look, we talked about a possible storyline of Loud going to the Brawl Cup without having won a grand finals. This region's been crazy. Well, I'll throw this out there, and I'll just say it because it's just another thought that randomly popped in my head amongst the the psychotic behavior of just today overall. What if Loud didn't win a single monthly final and won the Brawl Cup? Riddle me that. Riddle me that, folks. That's a real potential here.
Phenomenal. I mean, honestly, as of now, it looks like we scripted that whole thing, right? Nobody will believe us ever that this is just what happens sometimes. The highest pick rate in this region so far has Hank. Is a win rate of over 75%, so it makes a lot of sense to pick him up here once again. They had him before on the side of Zarita again, Jay without a healer in the back on open zone. Now again, no healer on their side, and they win again. They're just super good with that brawler, and then Prozzy just absolutely popping off. 669 DPS points already. That is a number that we haven't seen all day.
It's literally so typical. Like, this is just what B does. You leave her open, she gets picked. What do you do into her? Not a single choice from Loud really seemed like it was going to be stacking up against the B, like, except for Firecrow, maybe. But until he gets that turret down, he's pretty much a sitting duck. The only thing that was able to deal with Prozzy was just throwing more cannon fodder at him and hoping that it kept him off the point, which was unsuccessful. Prozzy got somewhere in, the realm of like 60% on that zone, which is usually the drawback of playing a long-range brawler, that you can't sit on that zone. But Prozzy popped off. I mean, this was a great draft.
He really did. I feel like he picked the good star power for this one as well, because B is kind of squishy. Now heading over to Super Beach, another super good map for B. I would be very surprised if she's left open here. And Super Beach could already be our last set of this grand final. If Zarita again is able to close it all out, it would also mean that Kenny, you and me are 2-7 in our predictions today.
Oh, I would rather just be 0-7. Might as well be perfect one way or another, but nonetheless, we've had nothing but excitement today. I will live with being wrong all day if we get this much entertainment.
Heading into draft now. Again, could be the last set already if Zarita again closes it out. I kind of expect Loud to prolong this one though, because we're still in South America, and so far, every single set, Loud has been able to at least pick up one game. So it's a very close grand final, even if that 2-0 might suggest otherwise. That Lou pick up as first, was that something you had on your radar already?
In a word, no. But in more words, since it's kind of my job to expand on things, yeah, the Poco is totally open. That nullifies the effect of the Lou here. We'll see Mo also picked up here. That's a way of getting that kind of aggression without actually having to feed the Lou really at all. You're operating with a lot of cover here, so you can get your super that way and then tunnel your way to an opponent and surprise them in close range. Lou, he's not able to fend off that sort of aggression. And Zarita Gang totally could go the direction of like, okay, like we just won't play into this at all. Stu is wide open as an option. Such an effective way to deal with Lou. Just a few things that Zarita Gang could do to deal with this first selection.
Stay prawn ready, though. Here comes the Hank. There's their beefy brawler that they're going with, and they do this in the eyes of a Lou, who traditionally can be really good at not only control, but freezing tanks. They're warm-blooded creatures. They don't like dealing with Lou, with Gale, and Gale, of course, not being as meta-relevant, well, the job's gonna fall to Lou's hands. They also have gotten rid of El Primo and Frank on that other side, so now that this left-hand just grabbed Hank, they either have to keep kind of pummeling away at these anti-tank brawlers, or just have to have some belief in a brawler of their own. We see Maisie be that brawler a few times, especially in Brawl Ball today, so not quite sure what this Loud roster has in mind. They've done some outside-the-box thinking today. They've clearly believed in Barry a little bit like we saw before, and they're going to go with Jackie. So the Juju and the Jackie. Very interesting here. I mean, again, brawlers that show up pretty frequently here, just not necessarily a synergistic combo, if you will. They're kind of just three brawlers.
Yeah, it's starting to make sense, though, because you take the Lou away from Zarita Gang so that your Jackie is able to go crazy, pretty much. In terms of how it's going to fare into Zarita Gang, except for, like, the Jackie getting the potential of scoring goals, there's some question marks. I think, really, that was the main idea, though, because they picked up that brawler pretty fast. They knew that they wanted this. So how do you deal with it? Well, here comes a Barley from Zarita Gang. That is their method, and they'll be able to slow this down. A lot of times you actually see Barley pick up that healing. It's one of the main things that he is used for, and has been the case, since like 2020, since he got that originally. But the slow is able to slow down that Jackie. If it's getting a little bit too close, you can zone things out. Quite effective, and also there's just no way to be breaking down these walls, which means that Barley's going to go crazy, and he also responds to that enemy thrower.
It's been a wild day, Ready, and I'm not sure what would be crazier. If our 3-0 sweep of the day happened in the grand finals, or if Loud somehow found a way to reverse sweep it all. I think either are certainly in realm of possibility. Right-hand side, Adinho taking off against Jay. It's going to be a battle between them two, and now Firecrow there to assist. It's a takedown for the red roster. A response from Prosy, and now it's a 2v1. Prosy's going to be patient, though, with no super. Mo knows that he can't go in.
This super from Kyodog could be a big issue. It's going to be annoying for literally anyone on this roster to take down Kyodog, looking for the surprise. 3 fired off in rapid succession. The auto-aim is nuts, but it's still a goal. What a play from Prosy! He's managed to clear the ball, and Exit needs to get into position. This ball is not headed over the way of Adinho. Looks like Loud are opting to slow things down and win their way in once again. There's the slow from Exit. The sticky syrup mixer has now expired, and Adinho wasn't even really interested in going in at any point, just to bait out that ability. Unluckily for him, Kyodog has fallen on the top left. It's enough time for Jay to try and sneak in. He's frozen, but Firecrow has fallen. It's a good thing that that skating rink is down on the ground, because otherwise this would have been a surefire goal for Zarita Gang.
Changing the weather on the left-hand side was crucial. They definitely would have had a goal there. Instead, Firecrow was able to defend. Adinho is there to the rescue, and Kyodog has the distance with the long range to cover fire for them. Prosy with the super, though. We saw what he did a moment ago, and now with the little rework and how Mo's super works, you can kind of aim the distance a little bit, making it even better.
Almost a double kill here for Adinho, looking for that last one onto Jay, and he's successful. There's the freeze from Firecrow onto Exit, and that was a bit of a wasted ability. I don't think it really did much. And the pin, I think, is a symbol of, yeah, that wasn't really the best use of my utility. Could have been used for a goal or something like that. That means that with confidence, Zarita Gang can rule out the possibility of facing a Lu Hypercharge for kind of a while. We'll see Exit push forward on that left side to get prepared for this overtime, which is going to be pretty unfavorable for him as a thrower.
Now Grigri on the right-hand side, the 4th brawler on the map. Pass over to Kyodog. He's met with 8,000 HP from Jay. Prosy hovering over him as well. And Grigri down on the map once again. It's going to be a trade here. Oh no, Firecrow with an opening. Prosy low HP, has to be so careful with this. Now he's being surrounded by Grigri on the ground as well. Exik has to play defense. The freeze goes down. The little bonus from the gadget there too. And Jay just hovering behind this walls. When these walls come down, it's going to be a real problem for ZRT.
Okay, an attempt at sliding that one through into the corner, but Prosy manages to intercept. This one's going to Jay for the alley-oop. Prosy's probably going to try and super forward for it, or maybe the self-pass. He's looking for that opportunity. If he's able to pass it forward, then super to it, he's going to have a super pass ready upon exiting from the tunnel. Just has to clear some enemies out of the way first, if possible. Hypercharge out from Firecrow. He managed to cycle it once more onto Exit. This time he actually gets the kill, and a probable recipient of a pass. Prosy attempt onto Adinho, unsuccessful. Adinho now has that hypercharge back. He's going to use that additional shield to get it in. No super required, and Loud continue to hold out.
We called it out, but it had the super in the back pocket, so even if they needed it, they still had a way to punch that goal through. Only about 1,000 health was the difference between that game not being one for Loud. They're still in it. This has been so competitive all day. I mean, I can't say it enough, but this region as a whole, every team came to fight today. I don't feel like anybody's been lacking. I just feel like it's been 8 quality teams, and you can rarely say that about a monthly finals for any region on the planet. The fact that we've had so many close calls, I mean, it feels like coin tosses every time. Firecrow dishing this ball right-hand end. Jay, low HP, will heal with the super, and Exik will guard this ball, just trying to maintain position so that they can try and take control, but it's not going to be able to assemble any offense. It's just going to be back to the defensive lines for Zarita Gang.
Looked like a surefire offensive victory for Zarita Gang, especially around the left side, but just got a little bit sloppy there towards the end. Not addressing that Lu was definitely a big thing. Oh, here comes Adinho on the left side. Exik wishes he had that sticky syrup mixer, but he didn't even need it, thanks to the support of Jay around the right side, who's now opting to switch lanes to what he thinks will be more optimal for him. I think that's going to be a bit of an issue with Gregory now sneaking in, especially Adinho trying to get in close range where Jay won't be able to do that passive tank style that Hank usually plays.
Adinho with the pull, fighting against Jay. Jay heals, not enough. Exik, though, working this left hand in. Firecrow has a super and a hypercharge if needed. I think they're just going to try and corner him, though. Nicely done. Lands the last few snow cones to get that takedown, and Loud will be back in control.
Prosy easily taken down by Adinho, and there's a sure freeze on the right side. It's only Exit to defend this. He's going to do his best. Whoa! Managed to snag himself on the box to keep from getting pulled in by Adinho's super. But it's an open goal. Jay needs to get this. No! Couldn't do it! Adinho, with the perfect timing, slotted it right through his legs. Only a minute to go. Loud could bring back the momentum in this match.
I thought Zarita Gang had it. I thought they were going to clear that. Instead, it's Adinho pocketing this ball top right-hand side. Ice Rink goes down. Not going to be very effective, though. Doesn't get a kill, but they're able to defend elsewhere. It cuts Perosi off, I guess, so he's going to have to rotate to the left a little bit. Grabs his kill on Lou and be off in his merry way. Now Grigory's on the ground, though. They have to deal with an extra brawl, and he's slowed down. Lethal damage pouring out. Adinho dealing with Jay. It's a trade, but with 25 in the clock, Zarita Gang somehow have to find their way up to this top right-hand side.
Feels unlikely. Exec sending a solo mission up here. This is actually possible as a team, but now that you have only 15 seconds to cross the entire field, your Barley isn't even online yet, it's an impossibility. They're still going to give it their best effort. You got to keep that aggression going into the final moments, and Prosi's actually putting on quite a show. Wait, 5 seconds left. Adinho is going to be hanging on, clears the ball to the left, and there's no way for Zarita Gang to grab it. I just switched gears for a moment there, because I did not expect Mo to get all the way to the top right.
Oh, he burrowed his way underground. That would have been quite the play, but that was just a big ask at that moment. I really did think they were going to get that defensive stop, though, and it's just those little plays like that that can swing a match. Now Loud have one on the board, got a little bit of momentum. This one's not over, folks.
Not just yet. This is the first time we had Loud win a set in this series here, and it's a 2-0 as well. Not a single game taken by Zarita Gang this time around. Completely flipped around the script once again, like we expect from this region at this point. Look at those DPS and the kills from Kale Dog Ready. He did a lot of work for this team, and Juju has been a brawler that has been shining throughout all of the regions, all of the monthly finals, yet not picked up that often this weekend from South America.
Kyodog's sitting over here with his 14 kills and like the highest DPS in the lobby, and he's like, you know, they tried to counter me, but they couldn't stop me. They tried to pick up Arlie to throw over the walls, but I was better because, you know, I can pop the gadget, go invis, auto-aim 3 times, and kill a Barley. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the only time that you want the person throwing your game to be the one popping off.
Wow. That's the expert analysis that we love about you, Ready. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. No, that's just, I mean, it's just crazy. I feel like we've seen it all today, and they just keep finding ways to surprise me. It's these little interactions. You can see the disappointment on Zarita Gang's face. They know how much this not only means for the region, but for them. It's Brawl Cup, it's LCQ, it's World Finals later down the line. I mean, getting an upset versus Loud doesn't allow them to propel any further up this leaderboard and allows Zarita Gang to kind of catch the pack.
This could have been the second time in a row we see a 3-0 from Zarita Gang, but Loud said no to that. They want to prolong this one just a little bit further to maybe not only make it to the Brawl Cup, but also win the grand finals. Their first ones it would be. I still think it would be a phenomenal underdog story though from Zarita Gang. 7th place in the leaderboards to finally make it into the monthly finals to also win that one. We'll see if Gem Fort is going to be a bit of a better map for this roster. Let's see if the draft speaks at least for them. Ready.
I'm waiting on it. We'll see what kind of funny business we see appear on Gem Fort. We saw the Tara pick here earlier, actually, and it has actually turned out to be quite a popular ban just on that map in particular, probably due to the reasons we were provided earlier. You can, in the last moment, go all the way through those bushes to the enemy spawn, pop your hyper, get your super, win the entire game by yourself, and, you know, be paraded through the town as a hero because you just stole all the gems and won an entire set. Gotta be a high priority ban, or at least a high priority brawler, given just the utility of being able to spawn shades and also sneaking through those bushes, getting high DPS, but she's really just a supporting character in the main story that is the meta right now, because we're still thinking about Hank. He's gonna upwear. He's not banned. He's picked next.
Yeah, Hank's definitely in the mix here for sure. I mean, Charlie's been a unique one that's shown up depending on the region here. I feel like common brawlers that usually escape the ban phase like Chester are in the mix. There's some tanks like Buster, Ash. Meeple's one that I'm really digging in my ranked games in the current pro meta. So I think there's just a ton of options here, Sonny. Just a lot to deal with at Gym Fort, one of these very unique maps in our game right now.
Yeah, especially talking about Hank here, he's been the most picked brawler, like I mentioned, still with one of the highest win rates all across the board, which is phenomenal to see. Usually you have like 100% win rates on brawlers that only have been picked up once, or like Lumi, picked up once and lost at one match. A 0% win rate, yet it seems like it's the strongest brawler in the meta because she's probably still going to be banned out. We have a 2-1 overall now, so again can still close it out fairly quickly here if they manage to win Gemford as well. And for Loud, I think they couldn't even be too mad about it, honestly, Reddy. They already made it to Brawl Cup. It would also just make for a funny story. We talked about it before. Imagine a grand final winner, or never won a grand final actually, Loud, and then make it into the Brawl Cup and maybe win it all there. That would be a phenomenal story.
Well, and also, like, if you can't get enough of that story, you know, let's say it doesn't happen today, then tuning to NA tomorrow, because it very much could happen. Like BC Gaming in North America, they have gotten second place 2 times in a row, and they're currently poised to take a spot in the Brawl Cup. So, if anything, South America is competing to be the first region to have such a story, and it would also be quite entertaining to see Zarita Gang, I mean, as you pointed out earlier, 7th seed right now, take it all. And I think really inform everyone just, first of all, how competitive this region is, and second of all, that like Zarita Gang, they're on the map. They are here. They've been faced with tough quarterfinals matchups so far, and they have seriously stepped on the gas.
There's been so much just to unpack today. Again, we've had the maximum number of sets, it feels like, maximum levels of entertainment, but amongst all of that, we have a region that's been hyper competitive, and I think the issue at a global stage is, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen an SA roster make a top 8 at Worlds, make a day 3 at Worlds. It's been 2+ years. And so I think this region has a lot to prove, and I think they're making a big statement right now. They all want it. They all want to improve. They're all pushing each other to this limit, and even if Loud win or lose this, I hope that's a little extra motivation for them, because I think SA have a lot of pride. There's a lot of fans at home that absolutely love their teams here, that support them, that live or die by SA Brawl Stars. And so I think to bring one home, even if it was just an LCQ spot, or heck, even a Brawl Cup, or excuse me, a World Final spot at our Brawl Cup, I think would mean a lot to this region.
I hope the region is happy that Loud are going to be the ones that represent them in the Brawl Cup. They can get another World Final spot or even an LCQ slot in that, next to some prize money on the line as well, of course, as too. And then Zarita Gang, for them, it would be the very first time, I feel, on any big stage. So if they now win this grand final today, they can move up the ladder, move up the leaderboard, and maybe make it into one of those LCQ and World Final slots that Loud could be unlocking in the Brawl Cup. So what a beautiful story. It all comes around. Mo is going to be picked up first here. Gemford, a pretty good map for him, very bushy, and again, he can now aim his super, so he doesn't overshoot anymore. He can just really latch onto your opponents when you have that super ready. I feel like that made him even stronger in the meta already.
I agree, though my concern is just based on the context of this match, because last set we watched him get completely dog-walked. He didn't have the level of damage and close range to make an impact. Now, the regular draft ensues, pretty much. The stuff that you expect to see on this map, Chester, really typical in the bushes, on the lanes, maybe in mid as well, can break open walls if that's favorable to you. He has a hypercharge. I'm not telling you anything new. We've seen him succeed all day long. But as far as what's going to be able to deal with the Mo in particular, I think Chester sort of also fits that description, because if Mo decides to actually go aggro onto him, then he's going to be met with like a couple of attacks to the face that should one-shot him.
Wondering if Lou comes out here as kind of a control option, but also for the Hank. I'm just kind of curious, because Mo is the only brawler here that's kind of shaking me a little bit in terms of just, I haven't seen it as much. It's clear that Zarita Gang are prioritizing this brawler. SA has shown him a little bit more than, say, some of our other regions, but I know there are pros that swear by him that really do think he's in a great spot. He's somebody that I think is definitely better with the balance changes, but I'm still kind of waiting for enough of a sample size to be proven right or wrong of whether he's good. Surge, okay. So this is probably to directly answer the Hank. They're going to be able to jump over these walls, progress up those stages, and kind of disrupt that Hank shot overall. Ash, I think, going to be a way to deal with this too. So traditionally, you know, Ash is a tank, Chester is an anti-tank. That looks bad on paper, but the benefit for Ash is with all these spawners on the ground, it can overwhelm Chester. If Hank's charging up a shot, he has to either waste them on the rats or he has to eat every single one of them. We already saw that role kind of play out today, but I think that's what Zarita Gang are thinking in their minds right now.
Yeah, we saw the rat stampede on Hard Rock Mine, and even Hank, which is like supposed to be able to kill them all at once, has to charge up that bubble and cover that area in the correct amount of time, which is kind of a tall ask. Barry now appearing here from Loud. That's going to be the permanence they hope to establish on the point. That's going to be healing up the Hank, keeping him there, and that's basically what they're going to do. Does it mean killing enemy brawlers? No, it just means existing on the point until they can collect enough gems to run home and celebrate their victory. But I think this is going to be a pretty big threat from Zarita Gang. They have the aggression in the Mo. Yes, Barry can knock him away, but you only get one of those like every several seconds. So once that first one is exhausted, then we can see the rest of the team sort of descend upon him. One thing that he can pretty much rock with, though, is that he knows that those walls are not going to be broken down because the Chester is in the hands of his friendly teammates.
They send 2 brawlers to the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Loud engage fully with the mid. Brosy as a Mo is going to have to be the gym carrier. A unique one we don't see all the time. He's diving straight on in, though, going for Firecrow. Manages to get a trade. X6 still looking for this stage 2, but Firecrow surrounded Jay. Closing in. A super from Surge will isolate him. They're going to leave these 3 gyms behind and let Mo just pick him up.
Nicely done. And I feel like Loud should have seen that coming, that this Surge was going to be sent down that right lane and that they were going to end up mistakenly feeding him his second level. Now that he has a second level, pretty much the world has opened up to him. He has the speed to get his third one. He's not going to be stuck on level 1 for the entire game. Unfortunately, though, Prosy has opted to go in pretty much solo on this point just to get that last bit of value. It earns him his 4th gem and thus his team's 4th gem, but it costs him an opportunity to get a bit more damage on those enemies, soften them up for the next push in.
All those gems are being spaced out among the Loud roster, so a takedown to any of them would definitely be beneficial. But it's going to be a dash away from Kyodog on the berry. Adino now deep in enemy territory, scoops up a few gems. Jay trying to close the gap. It's a nice dodge. Goes for one, finally falls. They're good for now. The bad news is the middle of the gym fort, where all the action is, where all the gems spawn, is being contested. Loud certainly have a lot of work to do.
They're going to have to soften things up first. Ideally, they get Adino in a position where he can get some damage on Jay. Not going to be successful so far. Reposition from Kyodog over to the right side, laying down some of the healing, and here's the hypercharge out from Exik. He's backed away Chester all the way. It's now time to start working on Adino. Another super out from Kyodog. This time it's a hypercharged one, and all the way back to the right side. Loud are not going anywhere. Not as long as Kyodog continues to cycle these supers, which he's doing over and over again.
A takedown to anybody, once again, would be beneficial. They've just got all the gyms spaced out. A dive in from Exik. It's not enough. Brosy, though, swoops in. Oh, Firecrow stayed alive. 205 is enough. He can hold on to all 13 of these gyms alongside Adino. Adino there to save his teammates, too, with the extra heals. And now Kyodog, hypercharge available as the berry can drop it down right-hand side. Can't make the flank happen. Well played by Loud. That was a game of pixels.
This is such a tough question to answer now, which is like, what do you even do into that? It seemed like they were quite helpless. They are absolutely pouring this endless fountain of damage into the Barry, into the Hank, and yet they remain at full health. And Barry is healing up so much that he's cycling these supers, which becomes this positive feedback loop that Zarita Gang, they cannot stop this perpetual motion machine. The only way that they've found success here has been getting control to begin with. And they have gotten that Surge leveled up, or at least a couple of shots on him to boot, which is going to be more beneficial than nothing. But they've still forfeited control of this mid.
Forfeited control. Exik also still on that tier 1, so he's less of a threat. It's really left to Jay and Brosy to try and close this gap a little bit. They've got Grass on the right-hand end to work with, but Kyodog is just cycling in hypercharged supers at an unprecedented rate. The heals, the pouring from Adino, from Kyodog, whether it's self-preservation. Firecrow can even roll the dice and get a heal. I mean, there's just so much to go down. On top of that, they've got Chester, they've got Hank. There's damage, there's heals just all around looking good until right now. Now they got Ash Rats. Perfect precision from Adino. Takes them down. Jay, once again, with a crucial kill. He's going to have to run away. Just going to try and dump these gyms off to his side. Survives with 29, so can't just stay lurking. Exik in the mid in the meantime. Finally gets to that tier 2 stage, which was much needed.
It's going to be crucial to actually getting some momentum for the team, though we'll see that shut down immediately. Jay on the left side, taken down by Firecrow. Edinho pays for a kill in form of his life. That's actually disrupted this for Loud. Kyodog taking quite a bit of damage. Thankfully, Firecrow is here to tank a little bit more, and Prosy has now cycled for the super. Really, anyone is a viable target at this point, but they need to stay away because Kyodog with his hypercharge is not someone that they want to continue to feed. They need to just back away and not continue to feed this cycle. That is where they're going to actually find an entry point to start disrupting.
He's already gotten 2 hypercharges in this game. Unbelievable. And now a countdown to the Loud side. Prosy dives in, burrows under, and goes right back out. Edinho chasing him down, though. Finds him in the grass and exploits him. Exic, low HP. A couple taps. Heals going out from the Sweet Swirl. A takedown to secure the set. And Loud will move us to yet another set 5. What's one more, folks?
I mean, we're already here. Why not just give me a set 5? But a reverse sweep would be quite surprising. Of all the set 5s today, they've gone back and forth. We haven't seen a reversal like this. What happened to Loud? I guess they found their form here in the end. Zarita Gang also seem to have placed their bets on some things that just have not earned them success. I don't want to say it's all the Mo, but it has not won a set yet, so maybe it's time for them to switch up the strat.
Maybe Loud just needed a breather after their match against Alpha 7. It already went all the way. It already was a 3-2. And so were 4 other matches today. We have 5 3-2s in this South American Monthly Finals, guys. It's an absolute crazy day. And of course, on a day packed with nail-biters such as these, it only makes sense that the grand final would go all the way to a 3-2 as well. Wouldn't have it any other way, honestly, Kenny.
I mean, I said it before, and I just should have kept my mouth shut. I said, what would be crazier if it was a 3-0 and our only one of the day, or if Loud got a reverse sweep? Obviously, the reverse sweep was the crazy one. I mean, what was I thinking? Here we are going to overtime Brawl Stars. I mean, the folks at home, you'll have gotten the most maximum amount of sets I think we've had from a monthly finals all year. And all of it to come down to yet another set 5. Look, Loud have an opportunity to right the wrongs that they've had this year so far. They've already lost in the grand finals once. They fell short last month. They were the number 4 seed entering today, and they're the team repping the big name in the big org. Loud selected them the first time they've ever been in Brawl Stars. And now they're going to a Brawl Cup, and they could finally win a monthly finals. Cinema. I don't know anymore. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm here for it.
That was beautifully well said by you, Kenny. I mean, we have seed number 4 versus seed number 7 in this leaderboard in this region right now, playing against each other in the grand final. This alone would already be such an incredible storyline, but then also Loud making it to Brawl Cup. They still have the chance to at least win a grand final this year, this season so far, so there you go. At least that would be kind of, yeah, warranting them a bit better, and would be a bit more pointing towards them actually making it into Brawl Cup if they at least won a grand final within their region. Zarita Gang on the other side, they were 2-0 up against this team, and I still feel like they have what it takes to win even against a Loud after what they showed us today. I honestly feel heartbroken for them if it doesn't work out now after a 2-0, getting reverse swept in the grand finals. That's tough, Reddy.
It's challenging. You don't want to watch it like slip through your fingers like that. It's time to focus up, but I think they have been pretty focused up for the last couple sets in a row. What do you even change at this point? You're watching Loud run the Hank, the Barry. They're completely immovable from the point. It has to feel pretty helpless, especially when they're actually giving you value. Like, didn't really have any issues giving Surge those supers. I think Zarita Gang might need to like reprioritize what brawlers they're going to be going for here. Just stuff that's more meta, because like the Mo, I see the vision. It's more meta than it has been in the past. Surge has fallen off quite a lot, still has his place, but there are very definite things that are good here. Or, hey, just lean towards old reliable. We saw how good this team is at playing Bell repeatedly, so it's time to get on the comfort picks and execute mechanically.
I was going through all of the sharp shooters available in game in my head. I look at the bands and there's really only Bell that is left. We don't really have any other options open, Kenny.
I mean, we've removed a lot of sharpshooters and making this even more interesting to your point. And they're going to go with RT. I don't mind it. I mean, especially given what's left. I feel like you have to have some range, right? We've got no Piper, no Mandy, no Nani, no Byron, no Angelo. That's crazy. I mean, where else can they go at that point? Maybe they dig deep. Maybe they go something like a Tick to get annoying. Not sure what they really want. Gus, yeah, Gus going to be one that I should have come to the top of brain as well. Forgive me, folks. It's just been, we've had a lot of sets today. I'm still racking the brain here.
Yeah, really getting down to the wire here. It's the final one, home stretch. I know Zarita Gang is just as excited because they were our very first match of the day. Now they are here all the way at the end, like 10 hours later, basically. Okay, it hasn't been that, like 7 hours, but still. They've been here for the absolute distance, and they're here to earn a satisfying victory to cap it all off. That, or we'll have the strongest team in the region representing it at the Brawl Cup. Either one of those possibilities is at play here. But on Shooting Star, they've decided to go for some pretty reliable stuff. Nothing too inventive, stuff that we know is good. It's the Gene, which will be able to pull a thrower out of position, so that can be ruled out. Carl that gets that blue star at the beginning. We know that they're cracked at the Bell, so that's another strong position. Gray is going to be quite viable. It's going to be a good combo as well for what Loud have selected so far, especially now that you can get that hypercharge down and connect those teleports to go all the way across the field.
RT, Gus, and Gray. That's what Loud are relying on in set 5. They've already secured a Brawl Cup, and now they have a road to redemption to win their first grand finals of the year. Last year, this roster won the opening 2 of this region, and they have yet to win one now. Big region and a big org, and they're looking to make a big splash here. Zarita Gang have challenged them all day long, and now it is up to them to try and end it right here, right now. It's all coming down to a set number 5.
Let's get started. Predictably, Blue Star headed the way of Jay. Loud just trying to find that aggression. If they can get some utility, like Kyodog getting his 4th shot ready for a kill confirm, that would be ideal. He's still trying to trip that mine. Now he knows that it was there. Exit fires off a couple of shots. One more would have taken down Kyodog, and that's a missed opportunity for Firecrow to break that wall on the right side. Such a crucial position to eliminate if possible. Kyodog closing in from the right. On the left side, Dino at risk of getting hit by the Bell shot. Exit gets the kill, and Zarita Gang still lead.
Adinu couldn't exit, had to stay in that sharpshooter position, and it cost him. Zarita Gang now take a 2-star swing, hold on to that blue star as well, this time residing with Gene, so now Carl can get a little more aggressive. Evil Spirits go down, teleport through, Firecrow connects, Jay in trouble, and Firecrow has to dip away immediately. Now he's burning down, gets the tag, a trade, and another one, back and forth we go. 1-star swing, and it's going to be the blue one most importantly for Loud.
They have the win condition right now, as long as they don't die, right? It's simple. Don't get hit. But against Zarita Gang, they've proven themselves to be quite capable of fulfilling such a task. On the left side, Jay got some pretty good damage on Adino, but it was not enough to take him down and earn themselves a couple more stars, by which Loud now lead. 30 seconds to go. Jay looking to equip himself for a final push, especially with the super. He's going to look to earn it off of Kyodog. Meanwhile, on the left side, Prosy is at huge risk of being taken down. Firecrow expends his hypercharge, and down goes Exit. Jay has no choice but to use his own. He's got that super. No kill on the Kyodog. He knew that he was going to be moments away from that super. 10 seconds to go, but we already know which way this one is headed, in spite of all the kills that may fly either way. Exit has gotten this to a pretty close one, but Kyodog shuts him down. A match point headed the way of Loud.
When it's mattered most, Loud have shown up. In the semifinals, they were close to going home. Took 2 straight sets. Down 2-0 in the grand finals. And instead, we are here with a set 5 and a real opportunity to show their stuff. Loud have been unbelievable in these big pressure moments. And now, I can't believe I'm saying it, but after the day that we've had, Loud, the number 4 seed in this region, our Brawl Cup representative of SA, will be on match point, and they will start game number 2 with the lead.
Already an improvement over last game, where Zarita Gang managed to get that blue star and escape relatively unscathed. But when they found themselves on defense, it was the left lane that was the first to fall. We need to see Prosy get some value here with that Gene. He's not really getting that much aggression, like the pressure that Gene would usually provide, unfortunately. Does get that gadget off, which lowers the health just a little bit, but the shots are simply being hit on the side of Loud. There's one. Jay's going to be up next. Firecrow with the TP away, and Kyodog's going to try and finish that off. Idino also chimed in to attempt to hit Jay, but it was simply too slippery. only 5 stars headed over the way of Loud in what could have been actually way worse for Zarita Gang.
Yeah, I can't believe Jay stayed alive there. Dinu now flanking left-hand side. There it is. Jay finally falls. A mark up onto the blue star carrier, though. That's going to be an important note as we progress.
Okay, the pull on a Prosy, walks right into that shot from Kyodog. The synergy from Loud is starting to rear its head. At long last, in set 5, it's finally starting to look like Loud are, without a doubt, the strongest in the region. But it's 40 seconds to go to determine whether they have really earned that title. Adinho closes in from the left side. Easy takedown in the super. Now with the TP going for another. Couldn't finish the job on a Prosy and instead decided to teleport back to safety. It's 13-0. 20 seconds to go. Loud just have to hold on here. They're going to be the monthly finals champions if they do so.
With the shot clock, the Zarita Gang are going to do their best. 13 stars being the separator. Jay left-hand in. Bounce shots galore. Fired Crow has a hyper charge in the back pocket. They grab another one. 15-0. Naked 17. They're running up the scoreboard at 19-0. And the irony of all of it, in the most anticlimactic ending possible, Loud have somehow made a reverse sweep on what's been the craziest month of the year.
It didn't matter who was thrown their way. Loud knew that they were going to be going to Dallas to the Brawl Cup. They didn't need a situation in the semifinals. All they needed was a shot at the grand finals where they could prove that they deserve it.
What a day. A storybook ending to, a storyboard monthly finals, and certainly they're delivering on the player cams. These boys are excited.
That's what we like to see from an April monthly final champion. Loud, congratulations to you. Commiserations also to Zarita Gang. They still pulled off the unthinkable, making it into the finals for the very first time. Come second in the end, but they still have such an unbelievable dark horse story here. What a beautiful day, honestly. We had 5 3-2s in this region. I did not come into today thinking that would be the case. This is the closest monthly final we ever had this season, Kenny.
Has to be. I mean, without a doubt, going to be a standout for the year. These 8 teams have shown up every single month, essentially, and it's all led to this, to Brawl Cup, to points on the line. I mean, I don't think there was any letdowns, to be honest with you. I feel like every single roster here today are equipped to win one. The fact that it was Loud in a reverse sweep fashion goes to show that anybody can take it in SA.
We want to have one last look at the bracket of today as well, ready. Just look at the run that Loud has been going through today.
Now let's start on that bottom side of the bracket. Loud in that third quarterfinal took down Cross Gaming 3-1, and geez, that was actually one of the more convincing wins of the day. They were really tested by Alpha 7 Esports in those semifinals, where they managed to scrape through to a grand final, where they, in that reverse sweep that you just witnessed, managed to prove that they are the best in the region right now. But let's not take away from the crazy story that Zarita Gang managed to pull off. In those quarterfinals, they managed to upset SK Kalalas, last month's victors. Then they stopped BC Gaming SA's journey short, completely eliminated them from the running for the Brawl Cup, and then finally they almost got it done versus Loud. Set 3 is when things started to fall apart for Zarita Gang, but they should be proud. I mean, they were only 1 set away from winning an entire monthly final, coming in as a team that no one predicted at a single point today.
Heck of a fight they put up. I mean, it's insane. I mean, 5 is a lot now that you put it that way, Sonny. I mean, looking at it, there's a lot of numbers here, but BC Gaming, I mean, SKC, Casa Brawl, all these, tried, tested, top 4 teams, all of them competing for Brawl spots, and somehow Loud, the number 4, escape it all. We had upsets in the quarterfinals. We had upsets in the semis. Just a little bit of everything today.
Loud really wanted to make sure we're getting our money's worth here. 3-2 once again, also in the grand finals. It's a reverse sweep final, also something we don't see too often. Now looking at the leaderboard, it has changed a little bit. I remember Casa Brawl was on that top 1 spot, no, Kenny?
Yeah, we really have shapen things up a little bit here. Zarita Gang slingshotting themselves up to the number 5 shots. Now they got another 107 points. Obviously no Brawl Cup for them. Loud going to be our representative. But finally, Casa Brawl taken down a peg. I mean, it goes to show how valuable winning a monthly finals is, because we haven't seen them in a grand final since the very first month, and they're still hovering at the number 2 spot.
Can't coast off of that for much longer, though. With the second split coming up, and those points now beginning to increase. But that's only on the other side of a Brawl Cup, which is going to show us whether we actually get some more spots for this region feeding into the World Finals and the Last Chance qualifier.
In the Brawl Cup, we already had Safety Division, SK Gaming, Humble, Tribe Gaming, Toxic Lotus, and Revenant X-Spark. Now we're adding Loud to the list, and we're also adding them to our group here ready.
We finally know who is going to be in Group B facing those teams, but we still do not know who's going to be that first seed in North America. All signs point to it being Tribe Gaming, but they can still fall by just one seeding to BC Gaming, or potentially also another one coming in to snap up that second spot. So North America is going to be an entertaining show. It is not as chaotic as this region in terms of who can go to the Brawl Cup, but it is certainly going to be a spectacle to behold. A team in BC Gaming North America that has not managed to make a Grand Finals victory just yet, but they can still make it to that Brawl Cup.
Today was full of very prolific storylines. I think that's safe to say. Did you have any favorites? Any final thoughts here from the two of you?
I mean, it's just been a whirlwind today, to be honest with you. I think the biggest thing for me is just seeing that every single one of these SA teams that we've seen the past 3 months have a legitimate chance at it. You know, there's some top contenders for a lot of these regions. I mean, even with EMEA, we praised the depth that they had, but there's really only a handful of teams we would realistically see winning that region. SA is just so different. These big dogs and Loud and Casa Brawl, they're not standing atop a mountain by themselves anymore. Everybody's on level playing field, which has just made it so entertaining. I mean, this is why we show up every single month. You just never know.
South America has shown up to the world stage numerous times and been handed an L quite early on. And this sort of competition is what this region has really needed. The native competition is what fosters the skill level being increased and will make this region such a stronger representative on the world stage. If this is not the prelude to, or rather the preview of what we can look at the end of the year, where we finally see some serious success come out of this region, then I don't know what is.
I really feel like agreeing with both of you here that there's no other region where the competition is just so close together. Everything could happen every single month. Loud are heading into the World Cup to represent their region and are your April monthly final champions. Gang 2 pulled off the unthinkable, 7th in the leaderboard and came in 2nd, a dark horse story for the books. But the April monthly finals aren't done just yet. Tomorrow it's North America's turn. Tribe Gaming already locked in their ticket to Dallas, but one last golden spot is still up for grabs. Tune in, or you'll probably miss Brawl Esports history. Thanks for watching, as always.
Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. It's about to get live. It's about to get live.
Sauvage et libre, je me lance.